In my past life, I burned incense to worship the gods. Now in this world, I become the only deity around, but I'm not exactly thrilled about it. Turns out I'm just some wild god worshipped by a tiny mountain village, until someone knelt before me with 3 sticks of burning incense. It was a young girl, just at the age of 15, dressed in a simple blue linen garment, her face filled with sorrow. Song Dashan was slightly surprised. Shosho, why are you here to offer incense? Where are Mingzi and Uncle Jen? Song Shosho turned at the sound of his voice, seeing it was Song Dashan, her tone tinged with melancholy. Oh, it's you, Brother Dashan. My father and brother went into the mountains to hunt and haven't returned yet. My mother's legs are not good, so I came to offer incense. Song Dashan was somewhat astonished. Didn't Mingzi and Uncle Jen go hunting yesterday? They went again today? Song Shosho sighed. Brother Dashan, it's not that they went again today, it's that my father and brother went into the mountains yesterday and haven't come back yet. Song Dashan looked at her in disbelief, then turned his gaze to the deep, rolling mountains behind the village. The small mountain behind the village was often frequented by people for gathering firewood, so it was relatively safe. But as far as he knew, Song Shosho's father and brother usually hunted further back on Wolf Head Mountain, and he could clearly see that Wolf Head Mountain was shrouded in thick fog. Song Dashan's rugged brows furrowed. A heavy fog has settled on Wolf Head Mountain, and there might even be miasma when there's fog. If Mingzi and Uncle Jen haven't come out in a day and a night, wouldn't they be in danger? Besides, there have been signs of wolves on Wolf Head Mountain. 2 adults in peak condition, with hunting experience, wouldn't be in much danger. But after a day and a night in the mountains, could their condition be good? If they were unlucky enough to encounter wolves, they might not make it out of Wolf Head Mountain. Song Shosho's eyes were already a little red, hoping her father and brother would return safely today. Song Dashan had also been to Wolf Head Mountain and didn't have much hope. He frowned and said, I'll go talk to the village chief, and we'll take some strong men into the mountains to see if we can find Mingzi and Uncle Jen. Song Shosho shook her head. Brother Dashan, I've already talked to the village chief. The village chief doesn't agree to go into the mountains now. We have to wait at least until the fog clears. Song Dashan opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He could understand the village chief's concerns, afraid of losing more people. Song Shosho didn't say much more. With reddened eyes, she knelt before the statue of Song Xianqing. May Xianqing protect them. I hope my brother and father can return safely. Incense value plus 4.5. Listening to the system prompt, Song Xianqing stroked his chin, lost in thought. He felt that his hope of completing the novice task and unlocking the system had arrived. He couldn't fulfill wishes like those for a good harvest, but finding someone shouldn't be a problem, right? Although Song Xianqing's foundation was on the statue, he could leave it. It was just that the range was unclear. As long as he could enter Wolf Head Mountain, bringing out 2 people shouldn't be a problem. As for the small fog and miasma, the wild god, Song Xianqing, didn't take them seriously at all. After Song Shosho and Song Dashan finished offering incense, Song Xianqing left the Xianqing temple. The dazzling sunlight shone on Song Xianqing, but it didn't cast a single shadow. He floated in mid-air, observing Song family village while flying towards the back mountain. Since coming to this world, it was the first time he had left Xianqing Temple and seen the scenery of this world with his own eyes. Song family village didn't have a large population, with about 20 or 30 households, adding up to a little over 100 people. The mud brick thatched houses were scattered in an orderly manner. The villagers mostly wore rough linen clothes, and some of the poorer families had clothes that were washed so pale they had patches on them. Children ran and played in groups of 3 or 5 in the fields, while men labored under the sun, sweating profusely, and women and children were busy inside and outside their homes. It was clearly the look of an ordinary, simple village. Song Xianqing quickly glanced over Song family village and then entered the back mountain. He was already feeling a bit excited and expectant. Although his jurisdiction was only Song family village, his range of movement was more than just the village itself. Song Xianqing wasn't in a hurry to enter Wolf Head Mountain. He first strolled around this small mountain. As a wild god, Song Xianqing's speed was naturally incomparable to that of mortals. He had explored the entire mountain in less than a quarter of an hour. Unfortunately, he didn't find Song Shosho's father and brother. It seemed people were indeed trapped in Wolf Head Mountain. Song Xianqing looked at the misty Wolf Head Mountain and flew over. However, a few breaths later, Song Xianqing stopped in front of Wolf Head Mountain, his face grim. He couldn't enter Wolf Head Mountain. No, to be precise, he couldn't leave the small mountain beneath his feet. This seemed to be the edge of his range of movement. Song Xianqing had a hunch that if he forced his way into Wolf Head Mountain, he would become very weak and would likely have no ability to act. Even if he returned to the statue, he would still be very weak for a short time. He was already a weak wild god. What if those who smashed the third eye goddess's statue came to smash his statue while he was in a weakened state? Song Xianqing stopped in front of Wolf Head Mountain, gritting his teeth as he looked at the towering peak shrouded in thick fog. After taking a few deep breaths, Song Xianqing very obediently turned around. Shosho, my dear, it's not that this god doesn't want to help you, it's that this god can't enter Wolf Head Mountain. Forget it, he should return to the statue first and think about what other options there might be. Song Xuanqing's abilities were currently too limited. Back at the shrine, Song Xianqing listened to the wishes of the villagers who came to offer incense while pondering other ways to bring Song Shosho's father and brothers out of the deep mountains. He also wanted to see if there were any other villagers' wishes he could immediately fulfill. Unfortunately, it was late afternoon, approaching the end of Shanhour, and all the villagers who were going to offer incense had already done so. Song Xianqing still hadn't found a more suitable target for completing his novice mission. But he couldn't currently enter Wolf Head Mountain, let alone bring out Song Shosho's father and brothers. Just as he was feeling dejected, Song Xianqing suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from a corner. What was that noise? At this hour, all the villagers had already offered incense, and even those who hadn't had time shouldn't be coming after Shanhour. Thinking of the disaster that befell the three-eyed goddess statue in the neighboring village, Song Xianqing cautiously restrained his breath and looked towards the corner where the sound was coming from. He saw a hole, the size of a child's fist, leading to the outside in the innermost corner of the temple. A slender and agile black cat was crawling through the hole. The black cat was entirely black except for its glowing green eyes, its fur was glossy and smooth. But what truly caught the eye was the faint demonic aura emanating from the cat. Clearly, this was a demon cat that had recently become one. The black cat was completely unaware that Song Xianqing was watching it. After crawling in, the cat first took a quick look around the temple, and finding nothing unusual, it then glanced furtively towards the temple entrance. Seeing that not only was no one coming to offer incense, but that there were no villagers even passing by outside, the black cat relaxed. Then, with a light leap, it jumped onto the offering table. And then, right under Song Xuanqing's nose, it began to enjoy the offerings that belonged to him. Song Xianqing? Chapter 3, Honorable God. Song Family Village had a sizable river, a tributary of a major river within Wannan County, and it teemed with fish. Here, fish was not as prized as chicken, duck, or pork. It wasn't filling, and its flavor didn't measure up to pork and the like. Selling it fetched a low price. So, on the 1st and 15th of each lunar month, days for offering incense, some villagers would present fish as offerings to him. These fish offerings were both raw and cooked. Some villagers felt that Shen Qinggong preferred cooked fish, while others, lacking confidence in their cooking skills, offered it directly to Shen Qinggong for him to prepare himself. Seeing the black cat happily devouring the cooked fish on the offering table, Song Xianqing, after a moment of stunned silence, chuckled with amusement. Where did this audacious cat demon come from, daring to eat his offerings? Song Xianqing was not a human now, he had no physical body, and could not taste food. He could consume these offerings, but it was more like absorbing the essence, a flavorless experience akin to inhaling bland smoke. Therefore, Song Xianqing wasn't particularly interested in these offerings. But his lack of interest was his own affair, it was not the place of a wild cat demon to eat his offerings. Song Xianqing had never tested his power, so he was unsure of his true strength, but sensing the faint demonic aura on the black cat, he instinctively knew he could easily subdue this little cat demon. Even as a newly formed wild god, his innate starting point was sufficiently high. Just as he was about to manifest and drive away the black cat, a sudden inspiration struck Song Xianqing. He recalled Song Shosho and her father and brother, trapped on Wolf Head Mountain. He couldn't enter Wolf Head Mountain for the time being, but this little cat demon could. It was, after all, a demon, and even if weak, it shouldn't be afraid of mist and miasma, right? With this idea in mind, Song Xianqing manifested in the next moment. The instant he appeared, his aura no longer restrained, spread out unrestrainedly. Normally, when Song Xianqing did not intentionally manifest, not only could mortals not see him, but even those with some cultivation could not perceive him. But he was capable of manifesting a physical form. The black cat, which had been engrossed in eating fish on the offering table, sensed Song Xuanqing's sudden presence, and the aura seemed very close. So close that the black cat felt it right above its head. The black cat, still holding fish in its mouth, froze instantly. As a demon who had embarked on the path of cultivation, it could roughly gauge the strength of others by their aura. In the black cat's perception, Song Xuanqing's aura was undoubtedly powerful. The black cat stiffened for a moment, then reacted as if startled, its fur standing on end. It finally abandoned the delicious food in front of it, baring its teeth as it looked up towards the direction of Song Xuanqing's aura. Its green cat eyes were full of vigilance and ferocity, hissing, its entire body tense, ready to fight at any moment. But in reality, the black cat was panicking. Its apparent aggressiveness was just a facade in truth, its paws were already moving backwards, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Song Xuanqing's aura was stronger than its, and direct confrontation was out of the question. Song Xianqing noticed the black cat's retreating paws and said with an inscrutable expression, "You little cat demon, you ate this god's offerings, and you think you can just leave? As Song Xianqing finished speaking, the black cat finally saw Song Xuanqing's appearance. He had a handsome face, sword-like brows, and star-like eyes. His long hair was secured with a white jade hairpin, and he wore a long, high-quality cyan robe. He looked like a refined young man. But Song Xuanqing's slightly translucent form, the faint incense aura and divine aura emanating from him, all indicated that he was not human. The black cat found him increasingly familiar. Its gaze involuntarily fell upon the stone statue inside the shrine. The statue's face was somewhat blurred, but it was still clear that it bore a strong resemblance to Song Xianqing, and the faint aura connection between Song Xianqing and the statue undoubtedly showed that Song Xianqing was the deity of the statue inside the shrine. The black cat was instantly dumbfounded. It wasn't the first time it had come to steal offerings, and it already knew that the deity enshrined in the Xiancheng temple was not a real god. But what was happening now? The statue gave birth to a deity? Stealing offerings from the statue and getting caught red-handed by the owner. The more the black cat looked at Song Xuanqing's expression, the more its spine tingled. The next second, it didn't hesitate and chose to turn tail and run. Song Xianqing watched it suddenly turn and leap off the offering table, raised an eyebrow, and reached out to grab it. Song Xianqing looked human enough now, but he wasn't. His speed was naturally beyond that of ordinary people. Before the black cat landed, it felt a large hand grab the scruff of its neck, its life fate sealed. "Black cat, my life is over." Song Xianqing lifted the black cat to eye level, a smile playing on his lips. "You ate my offerings, and you thought you could just run away without paying a price?" Song Xianqing glanced at the messy offering table. The black cat tried to struggle but found it was completely trapped, its face ashen. Meow, it was just a little kitten, what could it offer Song Xianqing? Song Xianqing was a god, so much stronger than it. What use could a newly transformed wild cat be to him? Would it really have to pay for eating a fish with its life? "My life is over." The black cat hadn't refined its hyoid bone yet and could not speak human language. But Song Xianqing understood what it meant. "I can forgive you for stealing my offerings, but you have to do something for me." The black cat's limp, lolling head snapped straight up. "What? This god, wasn't he going to kill it?" That was great. As for what it had to do for Song Xianqing, that didn't matter. As long as it successfully left this temple today, it would never come back. Meow meow meow. "Respected god, please speak. This little demon is ready to die for you." The corner of Song Xuanqing's mouth twitched. How could a cat be so fawning? Shaking his head, Song Xianqing said, "I need you to go to Wolf Head Mountain, find a pair of father and son hunters. They are from Songjia village. Find them and bring them back to Songjia village." After speaking, Song Xianqing paused and added, "Even if those hunters are already dead on Wolf Head Mountain, you must return and tell me the result." The black cat felt slightly strange. Why would this powerful god care about the lives of two mortals? But the black cat didn't say anything and agreed immediately. Meow meow meow. "Respected god, please rest assured. I will certainly bring them back to you." Song Xianqing didn't believe this cunning cat demon would honestly go looking for those hunters. It would probably run as soon as it left Xianqing Temple. So, he had a backup plan. "By the time of midnight tonight, if you can bring those hunters back, I'll reward you with something." The black cat was puzzled. What thing? The next moment, the black cat felt a faint fragrance linger at the tip of its nose. It was very similar to the scent of incense burnt during worship, but it was purer and lighter, with a divine aura. It uncontrollably sniffed, inhaling the fragrance into its body. Instantly, the black cat felt a cool rush to its brain, making it incredibly clear. Things it hadn't understood during previous cultivation were instantly clear. It even had a vague sense of enlightenment. At the same time, a warm current flowed through its body. The black cat felt its cultivation level had slightly increased. Song Xianqing looked at the incense value 1 on the system panel and focused his eyes on the black cat. "How do you feel?" This incense value, this was the first time Song Xianqing had used it on a cat. He didn't know what the effects would be. When Song Xianqing himself absorbed it directly, he just felt a coolness in his head and a clearer mind, and his cultivation would slightly increase. Perhaps it was because he absorbed less incense value. He didn't have much incense value to absorb at the moment. Incense value seemed quite important in the system, but Song Xianqing didn't know what it was used for in the system. It couldn't be just for him to absorb, right? Song Xianqing felt that directly absorbing incense value was not very effective. The black cat opened its emerald green eyes, its gaze completely different from before, much gentler and more docile. Suddenly, the black cat felt that Song Xianqing didn't seem to harbor any malice towards it, and didn't make things difficult when it discovered that it had stolen offerings. It was only asked to go into Wolf Head Mountain and bring out 2 mortals, and it was given such good things. The black cat didn't know exactly what Song Xianqing had done just now, but the benefits it received were self-evident. The black cat immediately became docile. Meow meow meow. "Respected Divine Lord, I feel like I've become stronger. And I've understood all the cultivation problems I had before. Song Shenxing, seeing the change in the black cat's attitude, knew that that little bit of incense had a significant effect on the black cat. Perhaps it was also because the black cat's cultivation was still low. But in any case, now the black cat should honestly go to Wolf Head Mountain and bring Song Shosho's father and brother back for him. Song Shenxing nodded. Go to Wolf Head Mountain and bring back that father and son hunter, and after you bring them back, this god will give you another one of the things I gave you just now. Black cat, meow meow meow. Song Shenxing watched the agile cat's shadow gradually disappear into the night, let out a breath, and prepared to return to the god statue. As he turned around, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a familiar shade of green in the plate of fish that the black cat had eaten. Song Shenxing picked up that sprig of green leaf that was supposed to be a garnish, and as he looked at it, his eyes suddenly widened. This is catnip? Chapter 4, A Demon. Wolf Head Mountain. Under the cloak of night, the towering peaks shrouded in thick fog resembled monsters waiting to devour their prey. The chirping of insects mingled with the faint howls of wild beasts. Wolf Head Mountain at night was a place even hunters wouldn't dare to enter. A wolf from the depths of Wolf Head Mountain, waves of wolf howls echoed, as if responding to the high-hanging bright moon. The Song father and son hid in a stout, old tree, listening to the wolf howls beneath the tree and those echoing from the distance. Whether it was from fear or the chill of the night, the father and son trembled incessantly. Song Ming licked his dry lips, his voice hoarse. Dad, this pack of wolves has been blocking us for a whole day and night. How long before they leave? Song Mugen gasped for breath, several strands of white hair falling loose, his eyelids drooping, making him appear listless. Wolves are very persistent creatures. Blocking us for 7 days and 7 nights wouldn't be a problem. Song Ming frowned, his face full of distress. So, we have to stay on this tree until these beasts decide to leave on their own? Song Mugen forced a smile. Son, going down would be like a sheep entering the mouths of wolves. We have no choice, but... Dad, we've run out of food and water. How can we last for 7 days? As Song Ming spoke, his gaze, full of worry, lingered on his father Song Mugen's rapidly rising and falling chest. This was due to inhaling the mountain's miasma, causing breathing difficulties and dizziness. Being stuck on the tree by wolves, running out of food and water was bad enough, but Song Mugen also clearly had miasma poisoning. If they could get back to the village and see a doctor in time, it would be fine, but if it were delayed, people would die. How could Song Ming not worry? Song Mugen panted, looking up at the faint night sky obscured by the thick fog. This old bone of mine won't die so easily. If things haven't improved by dawn, I'll go down and lure away those beasts. You run quickly, and with luck, the fog will disperse tomorrow, and you should have no problem getting out of Wolf Head Mountain. Song Ming's eyes widened in shock. Dad, what are you saying? You want me, your son, to leave you behind and run away alone? Song Mugen's expression instantly turned stern and cold. The 2 men of the old Song family cannot both die on Wolf Head Mountain. If we both die here, what will happen to your sister and your mother? I've lived long enough. You're still young and strong, and you haven't married to continue the Song family line. Minger, you have to go back alive. Song Ming's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched. No way. Song Mugen, your father isn't dead yet, and you're already not listening to me, are you? It's just not going to happen. The father and son argued, neither giving way. Until... Meow. A black cat, its fur as dark as ink, with only its eyes glowing with a faint green light, appeared beside the father and son without them knowing. Song Ming was the first to notice the black cat. Not wanting to argue with his father any longer, he quickly changed the subject. Dad, where did this black cat come from? It dares to come so close with so many wolves down there. Song Mugen turned his head, meeting the pair of green cat eyes. The night in the mountains was so dark that it was impossible to see one's own hand in front of their face. If not for the cat's eyes, the father and son might not have even noticed its presence. While Song Mugen and Song Ming looked at the black cat was also looking at them. Wolf Head Mountain was still at the outer edge of the mountain range, with no demons residing here, so the black cat easily finished examining the entire mountain. It only found these 2 humans, the Song father and son. So, these were the people that the deity of Song family village wanted it to find? The black cat stared at the father and son, tilting its head. Meow meow, your deity sent me to save you, follow me. Song Ming scratched his temples, puzzled. It's rare to see a cat with such courage. But there's a pack of wolves here, so you should run far away. He didn't answer the question and was speaking to the wrong audience. The black cat sighed. These mortals were as foolish as ever. They couldn't understand cat language at all. Unable to communicate with the Song father and son, the black cat jumped straight down from the tree. Song Ming watched the black cat jump from the tree, landing straight into the wolf pack's encirclement, his expression one of astonishment. This cat wasn't bold, it was stupid, right? With so many wolves surrounding the base of the tree, it dared to jump directly into the pack's circle? However, the scene that unfolded the next moment left him utterly dumbfounded. It was dark at night, making it hard to see clearly. He could only make out blurry shapes and those pairs of eerie green eyes. Yet Songming still saw it. After the black cat jumped down, it wasn't torn to shreds by the wolves with their glowing green eyes. Instead, after the black cat let out a few fierce roars, the wolf pack actually retreated as if in fear. Some of the wolves even seemed frightened, whimpering lowly. Songming had no idea that the wolves were scared by the aura deliberately exuded by the black cat. It was the aura of a demon. In a true head-on fight, the black cat, who had only recently become a demon, might not really be able to defeat the wolf pack, though it wouldn't necessarily die in their jaws either. But the wild wolves had no intelligence, they acted more out of instinct. The aura of a demon would instinctively make them fearful. Still, this scene startled the Song father and son. "Dad, what's going on? This pack of wild wolves, they actually seem afraid of that black cat?" Song Mugen frowned, watching the black cat driving away the wolves below the tree, lost in thought. After a long while, he finally forced out a sound from his throat. "Minger, do you know why we hunters can only stay in the Wolf Head Mountain area and not venture deep into the Falling Glow Mountain range? Didn't you say before, Dad, that there's a great terror deep in the Falling Glow Mountain range, that it's a forbidden area?" "Yes, but do you know what that great terror is?" "What?" "It's demons." Song Ming was shocked, staring at his old man, Song Mugen, in surprise. Song Mugen continued, "When I was young, I heard a martial arts master say that there are demons deep in the Falling Glow Mountain range, that it's the territory of monsters. That master also said that monsters are very powerful and as intelligent as humans, not to be taken lightly. A dog that becomes a demon can even defeat a large beast that hasn't become a demon. Our hunters have been told for generations not to enter the depths of the mountain range, probably because our ancestors knew that there were great demons deep within the Falling Glow Mountain range." A stormy sea surged in Song Ming's heart. He watched the black cat driving away the wolves below the tree in a panic. "Dad, are you saying that this black cat is a demon? But didn't you say that there are only demons deep in the mountain range? This is still Wolf Head Mountain, isn't it?" Song Mugen didn't say anything. He had already emptied all the knowledge he had in his belly. Now, being asked so much, how could he know? He was just a hunter, not a martial arts master. Song Ming thought of something, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Dad, this black cat demon, it won't eat us, will it? They always say in stories that demons eat people. Could it be driving away the wolves to prevent them from stealing its food?" Song Mugen. Chapter 5. Return. Song Ming's words sent a chill down Song Mugen's spine. But the black cat was still under the tree. The father and son couldn't even handle a pack of wolves, let alone this cat demon that had scared them away. In a panicked and helpless silence, the black cat chased away the wolves. Then, it nimbly climbed the tree and approached the father and son. Despite only a brief exchange, Song Ming couldn't look at the black cat the same way he had at first. Now, in his eyes, the black cat was comparable to a rampaging beast. Song Ming swallowed, clutching his spear tightly. He still couldn't discern the black cat's intentions, but if it tried to attack him, Song Ming felt he wouldn't be entirely defenseless. The black cat was unaware of the young man's readiness to strike at any moment. "Meow! Meow! Follow me!" The black cat meowed, taking 2 steps forward, then turned to look at the father and son, meowing twice more. Its meaning was clear: follow it. Song Ming didn't understand its intent, but he vaguely sensed that the black cat seemed to have no malice towards them, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Song Mugen, however, frowned, looking at the black cat, wondering what it meant. After driving away the wolves, it didn't leave. Instead, it came to them and showed no intention of attacking. Seeing that the father and son didn't understand, the black cat grew anxious. It was still waiting to take them back early so it could get its reward from that deity. The black cat didn't care about the dirtiness of their clothes and directly bit Song Mugen's sleeve, pulling him to go. A flash of understanding hit Song Mugen, and he was incredulous. "You mean, you want us to follow you?" The black cat nodded, meowing once. These foolish mortals had finally understood its meaning. Upon hearing his father's words, Song Ming widened his eyes in shock, his breath becoming heavier as he stared at the black cat. "Are you going to take us back to Song Village? Are you sure you're not leading us into a monster's den?" The black cat nodded again. The Song father and son exchanged a look of astonishment. They'd never heard of such a thing happening before, and now it was happening to them? Trapped in the mountains by wolves, they'd encountered a monster that extended a helping hand and wanted to lead them back. After the shock, the Song father and son quickly regained their composure. "Thank you, Lord Black Cat. We're trouble, Lord Black Cat, for taking us back. If we return home safely, we will erect a longevity statue of you at home." The Black Hat shuddered at their words. Song Village already had the deity. If they erected a statue of it, that deity wouldn't let it off easy. Oh well, never mind, it would take them back first and then explain everything properly. The Black Hat jumped down from the tree. After a day and a night, the father and son finally came down from the tree. Although there was thick fog in the mountains, with the Black Cat leading the way, leaving Wolf Head Mountain was no problem. In the dark and dense mountain forest of the night, the Song father and son followed behind the black cat, staggering as they left Wolf Head Mountain. Song family village. The night was heavy, it was already the hour of high. In this era, there were few nighttime activities. Usually, by this hour, the villagers would have already turned off their lights and rested. But tonight, the village chief's house at the head of the village was still lit, with shadows flickering. In the small courtyard, there was a lush old jujube tree. It wasn't spacious to begin with, and now, with a dozen villagers crowding in, it felt even more cramped. Village Chief Song Tianchang, wearing a thin shirt soaked with sweat, rolled up his sleeves, frowned, and silently puffed on his pipe, taking slow drags. Song Xiuxiu, supporting her mother, lowered her tearful eyes and sobbed quietly. Other villagers who had come along were comforting the mother and daughter. Auntie Xiuxiu, don't cry and hurt yourselves. Alas, Mingzi and Uncle Jen are truly out of luck. The weather yesterday shouldn't have caused any miasma. I don't know if the fog on Wolf Head Mountain will dissipate tomorrow. If it does, we can still go into the mountain to look for Uncle Jen and them, but if it doesn't, what do we do? The villagers of Song Family Village were simple and honest, and they were genuinely concerned about the Song family father and son being trapped on Wolf Head Mountain. Song Tianchang sighed, put down his pipe, and said in an old, hoarse but forceful voice, "Alright, stop crying. Deshan, you go organize a dozen strong men who are familiar with Wolf Head Mountain. Tomorrow, even if the fog on Wolf Head Mountain hasn't dispersed, go in and look for Mogan and his son. But be sure to cover your mouths and noses with cloth. When the fog is slightly lighter at midday, you go in for half an hour. Whether you find them or not, you must come out after half an hour. Mugen's family, that's all the village can do. The rest will depend on whether Mingzi and Mogan are fortunate enough." Although going into the mountain for only half an hour might not be enough to search the entire Wolf Head Mountain for the Song family father and son, it was the best news Song Xiuxiu and her mother had heard tonight. At least there was some hope. Song Xiuxiu and her mother, with tearful eyes, both cried and laughed, saying, "Thank you, village chief. We will trouble everyone tomorrow. We still have some furs and dried meat at home, we won't let you work for nothing." Song Tianchang sighed, picked up his pipe again, and waved his hand to dismiss them. "Alright, go back now." With that matter settled, the villagers didn't linger. They said their goodbyes and walked out the door. The village chief's house was built at the edge of the village, and not far from the door was a mountain. Although visibility was poor at night, in this era without electronic devices, the villagers' eyes were very good at night. As soon as they walked out, some villagers noticed that there seemed to be figures moving at the foot of the mountain not far away. There were also vague flashes of green light. The villager rubbed his eyes and tugged at the sleeve of the person next to him. "Hey, am I seeing things? I feel like there's someone over there." "Ha? Where's someone? It's late at night. Everyone except us is resting at home. Could there be some thieves coming into the village? We'll find out when we go take a look." The figure the villager saw was naturally not a thief. It was the Song family father and son. The green light was the black cat's eyes. Due to being poisoned by the miasma, Song Mogan was unable to move freely, so Song Ming had carried Song Mogan all the way, following behind the black cat, and finally managed to get out of Wolf Head Mountain and return. The two villagers who thought there were thieves cautiously approached and were immediately startled to see that it was actually Song Ming and Song Mogan. "Mingzi, Mogan, it's actually you? You guys actually managed to get out of Wolf Head Mountain in the dark? Uncle Mogan, what happened? Why are you carrying him?" While asking in surprise, the villager didn't forget to shout, "Mogan's family! Your Mingzi and Mogan are back!" Upon hearing this, Song Xiuxiu and her mother, who were still in the yard, were immediately stunned. "Ha? They're back?" Just now, they were still discussing with the village chief about going into the mountain tomorrow to look for the Song family father and son. As soon as they finished discussing, the father and son had returned? After a moment of stunned silence, joy immediately spread across the mother and daughter's faces, and they excitedly ran outside. Not only Song Xiuxiu and her mother, but also other villagers, including the village chief, were stunned upon hearing this. They followed the mother and daughter out. It wasn't until the father and son appeared before their eyes that Song Xiuxiu and her mother truly believed it. They really were back. "It's good they're back, it's good." The mother and daughter wept with joy. Some villagers were extremely curious. "The fog on Wolf Head Mountain hasn't lifted, Mingzi. How did you two get back? No one's ever made it out before." Song Ming, supporting his father Song Mugen, looked down at the black cat by his feet at the question. "We owe it all to Lord Black Cat." Song Ming briefly recounted what had happened. The villagers were stunned, especially after hearing that the black cat was a demon. Some instinctively took several steps back, keeping a few meters away from the black cat lying at Song Ming's feet. The villagers had heard countless rumors of demons, mostly ugly stories about them eating people. Now, suddenly finding out the black cat was a demon, even though Song Ming had stated beforehand that it was a good demon that wouldn't harm anyone, they couldn't help but feel an instinctive fear. The black cat licked its paw and rolled its eyes. "Cowardly mortals! The humans had been brought back to the village, although not to the deity's presence. It was close enough, right? It could go look for that deity and get its reward now, right? The black cat stood up and stretched. This action made the villagers take a few more steps back. The black cat sneered in disdain, a bunch of timid mortals. Ignoring the villagers' frightened stares, the black cat walked with elegant cat-like steps, slowly making its way out of the crowd. The villagers naturally didn't dare to stop it, only daring to watch it leave. Then, under the gaze of those villagers, the black cat walked straight into the Xianqing temple. The villagers? Chapter 6. 3 Miraculous Powers. The night was thick and heavy. At the village entrance, beneath the tall banyan tree, lay the Xianqing temple, surrounded by weeds. The faint, glowing embers of incense sticks, not entirely burned away from the afternoon, mingled with thin wisps of smoke. In the oppressive darkness of the night, it seemed exceptionally divine. Especially after the black cat walked directly into the Xianqing temple, the villagers, looking at the small shrine, felt as if the temple were radiating a holy light. This is the Xianqing Lord manifesting his power. A villager, no one knew who, shouted out these words first. The atmosphere instantly ignited. Song Mugen and his son, initially shocked by the black cat entering the Xianqing temple, were instantly enlightened upon hearing this. Song Ming even wore an expression of sudden realization. I knew it. How else would we be so lucky to encounter a cat demon, have it chase away the wolves, and lead us out of Wolf Head Mountain back to the village? When has anyone ever heard of a demon helping humans? Yet, it happened to me and my father. This must be the Xianqing Lord's doing. He must have sent the black cat to Wolf Head Mountain to rescue us, father and son. Song Xiuxiu, who was supporting her mother, widened her eyes in disbelief. Father and brother weren't here today. I was the one who went to offer incense to the Xianqing Lord. When I did, I prayed that father and brother would return safely, and as a result, Song Mugen and his son returned safely that very evening, and strangely, they were rescued by a cat demon. Moreover, after returning, the cat demon went directly into the Xianqing temple. If this isn't the Xianqing Lord manifesting his power, what is it? After their shock, the villagers were almost completely convinced, their mouths chanting, "The Xianqing Lord has manifested his power. The Xianqing Lord has manifested his power. May the Xianqing Lord bless us." While chanting, the villagers knelt on the ground, kowtowing in the direction of the Xianqing temple. The Song Mugen family kowtowed with exceptional sincerity. The other villagers were more awestruck and fearful of the Xianqing Lord manifesting his power. While Song Mugen's family felt the same shock and fear, they also felt immense gratitude. If Song Xianqing hadn't sent the black cat to bring them out of Wolf Head Mountain, father and son would have surely died there. If the two men of the family had died in the mountains, leaving only Song Xiuxiu and her mother, they would have found it incredibly difficult to survive in this era. Although Song Xianqing was inside the shrine, he had a clear view of everything outside. However, he didn't make any show of it, like causing the temple to suddenly emit golden light or any such flashy display. There was no need. Things were already sufficient as they were. Enough was enough. As a deity, aside from necessary situations, Song Xianqing felt he should maintain a sense of distance and mystery appropriately. Before becoming a god, he was also a person, and he understood human nature all too well. Song Xianqing's gaze fell on the black cat. This time, the black cat didn't dare jump onto the offering table. It obediently squatted on the ground, elaborating on how it had chased away the wolves and brought Song Mugen and his son back. Meow meow. Lord God, you have no idea how dangerous the situation was. That wolf almost bit the little demon's tail, but the little demon remembered your instructions and didn't dare retreat. Meow meow. In the end, the little demon's paws were bleeding, and it was with great difficulty that it brought those two villagers back. After saying so much, it actually translated to just 2 words. More money. Song Xianqing chuckled inwardly, watching the black cat prattle on endlessly. He could understand the black cat's behavior and wanted more benefits. But he didn't say anything, nor did he show himself, just watching the black cat's dramatic performance. The black cat couldn't see Song Xianqing, but it could see Song Xianqing's statue. It knew Song Xianqing could hear it. After elaborating for quite some time, the black cat saw that the statue had no reaction, nor did it show any sign of appearing. Its heart suddenly thumped. This god isn't going to try to stiff it, is he? No way. People deceive demons, demons deceive demons, and now gods are deceiving demons? It could just not ask for more money. Lord God, just give it a response. He wouldn't really try to stiff it, would he? What would it do if he really stiffed it? It couldn't beat this god either. The black cat anxiously raised a paw and scratched its ear. Meow, respected Lord God, are you there? This time, the black cat's response was no longer a blank slate. Instead, it was a clear, light chuckle. The black cat's round eyes instantly lit up. Just as it was about to speak again, a familiar fragrance swirled around its nose. It was the scent of incense, imbued with divine energy. It was a little more concentrated than the scent it had smelled before. A familiar coolness surged into its brain and a warm current coursed through its body. The black cat instantly understood, greedily inhaling the incense. Its mind became even clearer and it had the urge to run through the mountains and forests. Whether it was a human or a demon, cultivation was all about following one's heart. However, the black cat still remembered Song Xianqing, gratefully meowing a few times. Respected Lord God, if there's anything else you need the little demon for, please don't hesitate to ask. For now, the little demon won't disturb your peace and will come back to bother you another day. After saying that, the black cat ran out of the Xianqing temple fast enough to become a blur and darted into the mountains and forests. Song Xianqing didn't pay attention to the black cat and his gaze fell on the system panel. His incense value had decreased by 1.2. In the end, Song Xianqing had given the black cat 0.2 incense value more. That wasn't important. What was important was that the novice mission was completed. The system could finally be fully opened for him. Novice mission: although you are just a rural countryside god, as a god worshipped by the people, you should do something for your believers and increase their faith in you. Progress: 1 completed. Completion reward: novice gift pack awaiting collection. The system is merging and opening. 1%, 15%, 40%. Song Xianqing's gaze first landed on the novice gift pack and he chose to collect it. The next moment, 3 clouds of smoke emerged from the void and floated before Song Xianqing, condensing into 3 balls of light. 2 were white and 1 was light yellow, emitting a soft, glowing light. Song Xianqing curiously reached out, and the moment he touched them, information appeared in his mind. Acquired divine powers: divine power, dream entry, divine power, divine union. Divine: a divine being emanates its own power, causing believers to be convinced and enemies to fear. Note: the strength of divine is determined by cultivation level, divine status, and recognition by heaven and earth. Dream entry: come with me into dream, can enter the dream of living beings. Note: cannot enter the dreams of beings with higher cultivation levels and is prone to backlash. Divine union: a divine being can descend upon its own divine statue, during which the statue and the divine being become one, increasing combat power. Note: the amplification and duration of divine union are determined by the divine being's own cultivation level. 3 divine powers. Song Xianqing instantly mastered these 3 divine powers. Divine and dream entry were easy to understand, but Song Xianqing was not very clear about the divine power of divine union. The introduction to divine power, divine union, was not detailed. Song Xianqing only knew that it should be a combat method that allowed him to merge with the divine statue. But how strong was this combat power, and what kind of state would he be in after merging with the divine statue? Song Xianqing wasn't very clear about that. He would have to find some time to test it out himself. But there was no rush now, because the system was finally fully open. System fusion complete, officially open. Chapter 7: Returning Dew Pill Incense to become God. System host: Song Xianqing. Divine life 20. Status: Wild God cultivation, unranked 12.7% plus. Techniques: none. Divine powers: Divine might entry plus, Dream incursion entry plus, Divine union entry plus. Territory: Song family village. Incense value 89.3. Evaluation: not recognized by the heavenly Tao. Weak incense faith: a wild god without a divine personality or position. Life is like duckweed, and strength is weak. Before his eyes was a brand new system panel. Song Xianqing looked carefully and found that the current system panel was more detailed than the previous half-finished version. First, there was a percentage progress bar after his cultivation level. Then, there was a divine powers panel. Moreover, there was a plus sign behind both the cultivation and divine power categories. With countless reading experiences from his previous life, how could Song Xianqing not understand what this meant? Add points. It's really here. At this moment, Song Xianqing really wanted to shout, "Deep blue! Add points!" An excited heart, trembling hands. Song Xianqing tentatively clicked the plus behind cultivation with anticipation. There was a change. There was a change. Cultivation, unranked 12.8% plus. Cultivation increased 0.1%. At the same time, the incense value decreased by 1 point. Now it was 88.3. Song Xianqing hiss. Adding points required incense value, which he was not surprised by. It could be seen from the name of the system. But Song Xianqing hadn't expected that incense value would be used up so quickly. 1 point of incense value could only increase cultivation by 0.1%. If he were to start from scratch, wouldn't he need 1,000 points to push his cultivation to the perfection of this unranked level? Even though his cultivation progress was already at 12.8%, he would still need 872 incense points to push the progress to 100%. Song Xianqing's eyes fell on his pitiful 88.3 incense value. So little. Don't look at these 88.3 incense points, they were just the incense points that the villagers of Song Family Village provided him today. However, Song Xianqing could not absorb incense points every day. Except under special circumstances. Under normal circumstances, he could only absorb incense points twice a month. That was, on the 1st and 15th of the lunar month when the villagers offered incense. Could he absorb incense points? Even if someone offered incense to him at other times, he wouldn't be able to absorb any incense points. Moreover, Song Xianqing didn't know the customs of other places, but in the area of Wannan County, where Song family village was located, people usually only offered incense once on the 1st and 15th of each month, except during festivals. Song Xianqing calculated that, including the few incense points he had used up today, he had harvested a total of just over 90 incense points today. He could absorb incense points twice a month, and even if he estimated it high, Song Xianqing could only harvest about 200 incense points a month. Wouldn't that mean he would need 4 months to accumulate over 800 incense points to push his unranked level of cultivation to 100%? And this was only the incense points required for this level. Song Xianqing also didn't know how much incense value would be needed to cultivate after the unranked level. This was only the consumption of cultivation, and there were also divine powers. There were also plus signs after the divine powers, and incense points could also be used to add to them. It was just that the divine powers added to proficiency. According to the literal meaning, higher proficiency should allow for better performance of divine powers. The 3 divine powers, Divine Might, Dream Incursion, and Divine Union, were all at entry-level proficiency. How many incense points would it take to increase the proficiency of the divine powers? Song Xianqing steeled his heart and tentatively used a whole 10 incense points on the divine power, Divine Union. There was no movement at all. Proficiency was still at the entry level. Song Xianqing even tried to absorb 1 point of incense value directly himself. As a result, this time the cultivation panel didn't even increase by 0.1% progress. Now Song Xianqing was resigned. It seemed that adding points with incense value was the correct operation. After some experimentation, his already meager incense value was now reduced to a mere 77.3. No more experimenting anymore, and this little incense value would be completely used up. Song Xianqing sighed and swiped the system panel, preparing to close it. But it didn't close. The system panel flipped to another page. Song Xianqing's eyes widened. It could actually flip pages? Song Xianqing excitedly swiped again. This time, it didn't flip. So, there were only 2 pages? Song Xianqing focused and realized that this second page was a system shop. Shop level 1 current products 1 Huanlu pill low grade Divine Dao pill can increase a small amount of cultivation. Price 10 incense value limit 012. Life extension pill low grade brings the dead back to life, can be used by anyone with a physical body, limited to mortals or those with low cultivation. Price 1 incense value limit 013. Immortal Yang Art Divine Dao cultivation technique, decent quality, suitable for all deities to cultivate, moderate and balanced, includes 11 divine powers. Price 1 million incense value limit 01. Next rotation 14 days 2 hours 13 minutes. Looking at the price below the Immortal Yang Art, Song Xianqing's eyes widened. How much? 1 million incense value? Song Xianqing stared blankly at the price below the Immortal Yang Art, then looked at the Huanlu pill and Life Extension pill above, wondering if these 3 could be placed together. One priced at 10 incense value. One priced at 1 incense value. One priced at 1 million incense value. How highly did the system think of him? Putting a 1 million incense value technique in front of him. Could he even afford it? All his incense value combined couldn't even buy 10 Huanlu pills. Even if he squeezed the Song family villagers dry, he wouldn't get even a tenth of the Immortal Yang Art's cost. After a moment of shock and confusion, Song Xianqing quickly threw it to the back of his mind, not even looking at it. If he couldn't afford it, what was the point of looking? He should look at the Huanlu pill and Life Extension pill instead. No, he didn't even need to look at the Life Extension pill. Song Xianqing didn't have a physical body. What use was it to him? Out of the 3 products, only the Huanlu pill was useful to him. And it was also limited to 1 purchase. Fortunately, looking at the next rotation time at the bottom of the shop's products should rotate every half a month. Well, that coincided with the time he absorbed incense value. It was precisely on the 1st and 15th of each month that the shop updated. The system was really good at business, rotating new products precisely on the 2 days each month when he could absorb incense value. But unfortunately, Song Xianqing's incense value was simply not enough. And because it wasn't enough, Song Xianqing was still hesitating whether to buy the Huanlu pill. 10 incense value, directly added to cultivation, could increase his cultivation by 1%. He didn't know how much cultivation this Huanlu pill would increase. If it didn't even increase by 1%, wouldn't it be a complete loss? Song Xianqing had a headache. He had too little incense value, and he could only absorb it twice a month. He wished he could split it up to use. But soon, Song Xianqing stopped hesitating. Because someone came to offer incense. In the deep night, Song Mugen, holding a torch with his children and wife beside him, a family of 4 carried incense and offerings to offer incense. In fact, according to current customs, offering incense to gods was usually done from Chenshur to Shinshur 7, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. It was certainly not the time to offer incense at this time of night. But after discussing it with his son at home, Song Mugen decided to offer incense now. Lord Xianqing had manifested, and that very night sent out a cat demon to Wolf Head Mountain to save them. If they waited until tomorrow, wouldn't they be neglecting Lord Xianqing? Not only should they come, but Song Mugen felt that the whole family should come to offer incense to Lord Xianqing. Arriving at the Xianqing temple, Song Mugen didn't go directly inside to offer incense. Instead, they first pulled their family down to kneel before the Zuanging temple, respectfully saying, "Zuanging Lord, please forgive us. We, your humble people, have not come at this hour with any intention to offend, but only out of gratitude for saving my son and me today. We've come overnight to offer incense and fulfill our vow to you." Only then did Song Mugen's family enter the temple. Song Ming first placed the offerings on the altar, a live chicken bound and barely alive, and a plate of fruit. In this era, for rural farmers, live chickens and fruits were rarities. Chickens were kept for laying eggs, and people couldn't bear to slaughter them for food. Fruit was also a luxury. But to express their gratitude, Song Mugen's family still bound a chicken and brought the fruit they were reluctant to eat at home. The family lit incense and knelt respectfully before the statue of Song Zuanging. "May Lord Xianqing protect us." Incense value plus 8.5, incense value plus 8, incense value plus 8, a total of 24.5 incense value credited from Song Mugen, Song Ming, and Song's mother. Song Xiuxiu had offered incense during the day and couldn't provide incense value again within the same day. Song Xianqing was very happy. The Song Mugen family was truly generous. Each of them gave no less than 8 points of incense value. Most of the villagers who came to offer incense during the day gave around 4 or 5 points, and some even less, only 2 or 3. With this incense value credited, he instantly stopped hesitating about whether or not to buy the revealing elixir. Of course, this wasn't the only reason for Song Xuanqing's happiness. It was also because he had discovered a way to harvest more incense value. There were 20 or 30 households in Song Family Village, with a population of about 100, but not everyone would come to offer incense to Song Xianqing. The custom here was usually one person per household. Some would bring their children along to pray for their intelligence and safety. But most households only sent one person to offer incense. So, throughout the whole day, only 30-some people came to offer incense to Song Xianqing. But what if all 100 or so people in Song Family Village came to offer incense to him? Wouldn't his harvest of incense value increase dramatically each time? The only difficult point was how to make all the 100 or so people in Song Family Village come to offer incense to him on the 1st and 15th of each month. He couldn't possibly go to them and say, "Come, everyone come and offer incense to me." That would be too undignified for a deity. Human nature dictated that he shouldn't get too close to people. Even though these villagers looked very simple and honest now, Song Xianqing, who was still lacking in strength, didn't want to stir up any unnecessary trouble. Chapter 8. Mixed news. The Song Mugen family left after offering incense. The Zuanging temple became quiet again, with only wisps of thin smoke remaining and a live chicken bound on the offering table, struggling occasionally to no avail. Although the night was deep, Song Xianqing, who was no longer human and didn't need sleep, was still full of energy. A small pill lay quietly in his hand. The pill was about the size of a glass bead, completely transparent, and emanated a refreshing, divine fragrance. It was the returning dew pill that Song Xianqing had purchased from the system store for the exorbitant price of 10 incense points. He couldn't wait to find out how much cultivation this returning dew pill, which had cost him a fortune of 10 incense points, would increase his power. 10 incense points would directly add 1% to his cultivation. If this returning dew pill didn't increase his cultivation by 1% after refining, then he would have to be cautious about buying things in the system store in the future. Because there might be a scam. Taking a deep breath, Song Xianqing closed his eyes and focused on refining the pill in his hand. Because Song Xianqing didn't have a physical body, he couldn't swallow the pill directly. But he could absorb the pill's essence, like he absorbed the air of the offerings, and refining it in this way would have the same effect as swallowing it. While refining the pill, Song Xianqing felt light as a feather. The comfort was so intense that it made him feel sleepy. As Song Xianqing refined the pill, it shrank at a visible rate. Soon, it completely disappeared. After completing the refinement, Song Xianqing exhaled a long breath and opened his eyes. Then, he impatiently opened the system panel. Incense to Godhood System Host, Song Xianqing Divine Age, 20 Identity, Wild God Cultivation, Unranked 22.8% Plus Technique, Non-Divine Power, Divine Might Basic Plus, Dream Entry Basic Plus, God Merge Basic Plus Territory, Song Family Village Incense Value, 91.8 Assessment, Not Recognized by the Heavenly Tao, Weak Incense Belief, A Wild God Without Divine Status or Rank, Life is like duckweed, Strength is meager. Cultivation increased by 10%. Song Xuanqing's eyes lit up. This returning dew pill was so powerful? One pill increased his cultivation by 10%. What kind of divine elixir was this? He had been worried about whether it was worth spending 10 incense points on the returning dew pill. Now, Song Xianqing felt it was absolutely worth it. 10 incense points would only increase his cultivation by 1%, but buying the returning dew pill could increase it by 10%. It was incredibly worthwhile. It was just a shame that the returning dew pill was limited to one purchase. If it wasn't limited, Song Xianqing would buy as many as he could. Unfortunately, the system was too stingy. It even had purchase limits, only allowing one. Song Xianqing looked at the refresh time at the bottom of the system store and sighed. There were still 14 days until the system store refreshed. He didn't know if there would be any good items he could afford in the next period. It was best not to have something like the Immortal Young Manual again, something he could only drool over. Good as it was, tempting as it was, he couldn't afford it. After refining the pill, Song Xianqing, still full of energy, aimlessly studied the system. He missed his days as a human. When he was bored, he could just sleep. Now, as a god within a statue, he didn't even need to sleep. He simply couldn't sleep. After studying the system for a while without discovering anything, Song Xianqing chose to cultivate. Yes, he could cultivate. Absorbing the essence of the sun and moon and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. But the speed of cultivation was very slow, very slow. Song Xianqing estimated that if he completely relied on his own cultivation, his cultivation progress wouldn't increase by even 1% in a month. As expected, transmigrators still needed to rely on their cheat. The moon hung high in the sky. Time quietly slipped into the hour of Z. All was still. Under the host's protection, the people of Songjia village and his territory were safe and sound. Today's incense value plus 3.2. Immersed in cultivation, Song Xianqing heard this notification and was taken aback. What's going on? Song Xianqing opened his eyes and pondered for a good while before understanding. Aside from the incense value gained on the 1st and 15th of each month when the villagers offered incense, he could also gain daily incense value for protecting the people in his territory and enabling them to live and work in peace. Although it was a small amount, only 3.2, it was advantageous as it came in every day. Little by little, he could gain 100 or so incense value in a month. Song Xianqing was happy again. He just didn't know what the daily incense value he got for protecting the territory was related to and if it could be increased. The incense value was too little and not enough at all. Song Xianqing was now trying every means to gain more incense value. It was early summer and dawn broke early, the morning sun rising at the hour of Mao. At the Song family home, Mother Song had gotten up just past Mao hour, ready to prepare the family's meal. But as soon as she pushed the door open and stepped into the yard, she was stunned. There, on the dirt ground of the yard, lay an old hen, its wings, feet, and beak bound. The old hen was still alive, but clearly exhausted. Mother Song recognized it at once. Wasn't this the offering they'd given to Lord Xianqing last night? How had it ended up back in their yard? Recovering from her shock, Mother Song immediately turned her head and shouted towards the house. "Old man, stop sleeping. Come and have a look." A moment later, the wooden door opened and Song Mugen walked out, his outer coat draped over his shoulders, his eyes still heavy with sleep. "What's all the fuss so early in the morning?" Mother Song, a little bewildered, pointed at the bound hen on the ground, worry evident in her expression. "Look, old man, the old hen we offered to Lord Xianqing last night has come back. I saw it in the yard as soon as I got up. Old man, do you think Lord Xianqing is displeased with our meager offering?" But they were poor farmers. Despite the fact that their hunting made life a little easier, they were still far from wealthy. A live old hen was the best offering Mother Song thought they could provide. Song Mugen was also stunned to see the old hen in the yard. After a moment, he finally let out a long sigh. "It's not that Lord Xianqing is displeased with our meager offering. I think it's more that he knows the hardship of us common folk and doesn't want to accept the hen." Mother Song was somewhat confused. "Is that so?" Song Mugen sighed. "Lord Xianqing must have a compassionate heart. Otherwise, why would he have sent the cat demon to save me and Ming'er yesterday? It's only natural for someone as compassionate as Lord Xianqing to refuse the old hen." Mother Song felt a sense of relief. She had been afraid that Lord Xianqing had found their offering too poor. "Old man, then what about this hen, Song Mugen? Let's raise it. Lord Xianqing doesn't want it, and in the future, we'll have more time to offer him incense." Actually, Song Mugen's guess was right. This old hen was different from the 1 or 2 fish that the villagers had previously offered. An old hen was of significant value to impoverished people. And this old hen was useless to Song Xianqing. He couldn't eat it, and killing it would dirty his hands, so he thought it best to simply return it. Song Xianqing didn't know, nor did he care about, the situation of Song Mugen's family. He had simply returned the chicken in the early hours and then left it at that. Although Song family village was under his jurisdiction, Song Xianqing was not fully aware of its goings-on. The information he knew was limited to what he saw and sensed, and his sensing range was only about 20 or 30 meters. Today was the second day of the month, not a day for offering incense, yet quite a few people came to Xianqing Temple to offer incense today. Last night, the sight of the black cat entering Xianqing Temple had shocked many villagers. They overwhelmingly believed it was Lord Xianqing demonstrating his power, especially sending the black cat demon to rescue Song Mugen and his son. Thus, despite it not being a regular incense offering day, many villagers came to offer incense to Song Xianqing. Song Xianqing was drooling with envy. Why could he only gain incense value on the 1st and 15th of the month? If he could also gain incense value during regular offerings, that would be great. Then today, he could have at least gained tens or hundreds of incense value points. Looking at the dissipating smoke of incense before him, Song Xianqing felt a pang of anguish. There were quite a few villagers coming to offer incense today. Song Dashan was waiting outside Xianqing Temple with incense and offerings. Several other villagers were also waiting outside, chatting. Dashan, didn't you say yesterday that the statue of the three-eyed goddess in Lu family village was smashed by thieves a few days ago? Yes, there is such a thing. Why? TSK, you came back too early yesterday. If you had come back a bit later, you could have seen a great show. What great show? My nephew came to my house from Lu family village this morning. He said that a group of people came to Lu family village yesterday afternoon. They looked like, with fierce expressions and swords at their waists. This group of seemed to have come specifically to investigate the people who smashed the statue of the three-eyed goddess a few days ago. Did they find anything? Were the thieves caught? Don't let them come to our village and offend Lord Xianqing. I don't know. Anyway, after asking the people of Lu family village, that group left in a hurry. I don't know if they got any clues. Hopefully they can catch the thieves who smashed the statue. Oh right, I heard that the thieves who smashed the statue were from some heavenly mountain sect. The people from this heavenly mountain sect are smashing statues everywhere, killing people, and committing all sorts of evil. Inside the statue, Song Xianqing, having overheard this piece of news, successfully shifted his attention from the incense value. At this moment, Song Xianqing was both happy and worried. He was happy that the heavenly mountain sect thieves who smashed the statues were being pursued. It meant that the heavenly mountain sect thieves also had trouble on their tails. At least they couldn't smash statues and do evil as recklessly as before. He was worried because he didn't know if the heavenly mountain sect thieves who smashed the statues had been dealt with. As long as they hadn't been completely eliminated, Song Xianqing felt like a stone was always hanging in his heart. Alas, he was still not strong enough. If he were strong enough, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone targeting his statue. He would just go straight up and deal with them. Song Xianqing didn't know how strong he was at the moment. Anyway, judging from the system's evaluation, Song Xianqing had no confidence in his strength. If he wanted to become stronger, the fastest way would still be to gain more incense value and use the cheat to become stronger. Song Xianqing didn't have much incense value left, only 95 points. He didn't plan to use them for now. After all, he needed to keep some for emergencies. Besides, with so little incense value, using it all wouldn't make much of a difference anyway. After finishing their incense offerings, the villagers went home to tend to their farm work. The farmlands of Song Village had long been prepared for droughts, so most of the fields were not far from a river. It was a tributary of the great river within Wan'an County. In the fields, the villagers were busy weeding, fertilizing, and watering. They worked until noon, when they either went home to eat or waited for their families to bring them food. Song Sishui was preparing to go home for lunch. However, just as he came up from the field, Song Sishui, standing on the riverbank, was nearly scared into a scream. In the river, there were dead bodies in the river. This exclamation successfully drew the attention of the other villagers, who all looked towards the river. They saw two corpses floating near the riverbank, where the water plants grew thickly. The corpses were wearing white robes, which were clearly of excellent material, far superior to the hemp clothing and coarse cloth worn by the villagers. Under the impact of the river current, the two corpses were pushed towards the bank, their pale, bloodless faces turned upwards, their eyes tightly shut. Oh dear! There really are two dead people. Are they really dead? Are they still breathing? Why don't we go down and take a look? Chapter 9, Awake? Several men went down to the riverbank, first dragging the two bodies ashore before testing their breaths. But none of them held much hope. The two bodies, a man and a woman, looked young, their faces pale and bloodless from being submerged, and their chests showed no obvious rise and fall. Only after dragging them ashore did they notice the wounds on their bodies. The woman had a patch of blood on the back of her head, and her arms and legs were lacerated, as if injured by swords or blades. The man's abdomen was pierced through. It would have been a miracle if they were still alive. The villagers, not expecting much, reached out to feel for breath. This touch, however, startled one of them. "Oh my God, they're still breathing!" the villager exclaimed, his face filled with panic, quickly pulling back his hand and taking 2 steps back. It was no wonder he was so frightened. The wounds on the two were severe, and their pale faces from the water made them look like corpses. Who would have thought they weren't corpses at all, but two living people? They were in such a state, and yet they were still breathing? The villagers who had tested their breaths earlier recovered from their shock and couldn't help but be astonished. Given their condition and injuries, it didn't seem like they had a chance of living. When the other villagers heard they were still breathing, they were equally shocked. They're like this, and still breathing? Are you sure you didn't misfeel? Are they really breathing? One villager asked doubtfully, crouching down to test their breaths as well. A faint, cool breath touched his hand. Though weak and slow, they were indeed breathing. They weren't completely dead yet. He checked the breath of the woman next to him. She was breathing too, though equally weak, like a candle flame flickering in the wind. It was a strange thing indeed. They were so badly injured, their chests weren't rising and falling, and they had been floating in the river like corpses. And yet, they were still alive. The villager pulled his hand back, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. They're really breathing, both of them. They're alive, he declared. Now, the other villagers couldn't help but believe it. They had thought they were two corpses, but they turned out to be two living people. Corpses would have been easier, they could just bury them. But two living people presented quite a dilemma for the villagers. What do we do now? They're still alive. Should we take them to Elder Song to see if he can save them? Can they even be saved? They're alive now, but their breaths are so faint, and they have such severe injuries. Can they possibly survive? What do we do then? They're breathing, and they're young. We can't just let them die here, can we? Whether they can be saved is one thing. I'm worried about the trouble they might bring. Look at their clothes, the material looks expensive, and they're covered in sword wounds. We get into trouble if we save them? The men argued amongst themselves for a while. Finally, afraid that the two would lose their remaining weak breaths if they argued any longer, they made a decision. Let's take them to Elder Song first. We'll pull some grain from our families and ask the elder to try and save them. Whether they live or die is up to fate. Old Dr. Song, come quick and save them. They're dying. Several men carry two people, barely breathing, into a courtyard enclosed by mud brick walls. The courtyard wasn't large, with medicinal herbs scattered to dry on the ground and firewood piled in a corner. It was midday, and the aroma of cooking wafted through the yard. Hearing the shouts, old Dr. Song, with his white hair and wrinkled skin, set down his bowl, not even finishing his meal, and walked out with a frown. Although he was nearly 70, old Dr. Song's legs were still strong, and he walked swiftly, his wife unable to stop him. What's wrong? Who's dying? When he was young, old Dr. Song had been an apprentice at a pharmacy in the county town, helping to prepare and decoct medicine and doing odd jobs. Over time, although he didn't have a master to guide him, he learned a lot about pharmacology and how to treat minor illnesses and pains. Later, he returned to his village, got married, and stayed in Song village as a barefoot doctor. With his knowledge and skills, he had been living a good life. The men explained to old Dr. Song exactly what had happened when they found the two by the river. It was a miracle, really, because the riverbank wasn't close to old Dr. Song's home, and after such a rough journey, the two, who were barely breathing to begin with, still hadn't died. Old Dr. Song's frown eased slightly. When he had first heard someone was dying, he'd thought it was a villager from Song village. It turned out they were just strangers found by the riverbank. Of course, a doctor's duty was to care for others, so old Dr. Song still looked at the two people the villagers had brought over with concern. Both were on the verge of death, laid on the ground by the men who carried them. The white clothing they wore was no longer clean, stained with green leaves, yellow mud, and red blood. Old Dr. Song examined their wounds and took their pulses. His slight ease turned back into a frown. The injuries were so severe, and their pulses were so weak, this not even he, let alone a doctor from the county, could save them. The men looked at each other, then said, Old Dr. Song, let's try everything we can, even if it's hopeless, we can't just abandon them, they're still lives. Old Dr. Song sighed and nodded. He really didn't think there was any hope. But he couldn't just abandon them, because even if they only had a breath left, they were still alive. Anyway, he didn't have any precious herbs, they were all cheap things, he would just give them some medicine and try. I understand, but don't get your hopes up. In my opinion, these two won't survive. The men nodded. All right, we understand. We'll bring some grain later to pay for the medicine. Old Dr. Song shook his head. No need, I just checked, they have silver in their linings. That was good news, they wouldn't have to pay for the medicine. Poor people's families weren't well off, if not for the thought that life was more important than anything, and the fact that they wouldn't need much grain to make the contribution, they wouldn't have brought the two to the doctor. After the men helped to carry the two barely breathing individuals inside, they each went home. Dusk. Old Dr. Song was brewing medicine, the bitter scent permeating the air. A little girl, barely 5 or 6 years old, with a pink flower in her hair, rested her chin in her hands, her chubby face adorably innocent. Grandpa, why haven't that big brother and big sister woken up after a whole afternoon? Old Dr. Song patted the little girl's head, his eyes filled with affection. They'll wake up. Ruru, remember to check on that big brother and big sister in half an hour and tell Grandpa right away if anything happens. Song Ruru nodded, her pupils clear. Brother said that big brother and big sister won't wake up, but Ruru doesn't believe him. Daddy said that our Song family village is protected by Shin Shinggong, that big brother and big sister will definitely wake up. Old Dr. Song chuckled. Yes, Ruru is right. The rice porridge in the kitchen should be cool enough. Ruru, go and feed it to that big brother and big sister. Song Ruru nodded and ran into the kitchen, then came back into the next room with a small bowl of rice porridge. A man and a woman were lying on the bed, wearing only white undergarments, their faces pale and their breathing weak. Song Ruru first checked their breathing, then began to feed them the rice porridge with a small spoon, little by little. After feeding the woman, she ran over to feed the man. The rice porridge slowly dwindled, and Song Ruru fed him the last spoonful. Just as she was about to jump off the bed, she noticed the man's eyelashes flutter. He was showing signs of waking up. Song Ruru's eyes lit up with joy and she whispered, "Big brother, are you waking up?" In his blurry consciousness, Mutong heard that childish voice. He finally opened his eyes and saw the tender, adorable face in front of him. The little girl's eyes were round and bright, she had a faint milky scent, her face was chubby, and her lips were rosy. The newly awakened Mutong suddenly felt a surge of heat. Chapter 10, So Eager? On the bed, Mutong, who had just woken up, hadn't even had time to process his current situation. His gaze was fixed on Song Ruru's tender face, his breath heavy, eyes bloodshot. Song Ruru didn't understand the meaning in his eyes, hers were full of innocent joy. "Big brother, you're finally awake. I'll go call Grandpa over," she said, jumping off the bed. Unaware of the red-eyed Mutong reaching out to touch her. But as soon as his hand was raised, before it could reach her, the pain from his injuries forced it to fall back down, powerless. The pain in his body traveled to his brain, finally clearing the lust-addled fog from his mind. The events before his unconsciousness flooded back. Mutong clenched his teeth. Just as he was about to sit up, a woman's cold mockery cut through the air. "So injured, and the moment you wake up and see something you like, you can't help yourself? Truly, you're worthy of being my good brother." The woman who had been lying beside Mutong had also woken up. She was wrapped in a thin white undergarment that barely covered her lithe figure. Her pale face was full of derision. Her gaze lingered on Mutong's lower body, as if she were looking at something dirty. Mutong glanced at her, a mocking sneer on his face. "The people of the ancient god society didn't manage to kill you? Mu Nan, your life is pretty tough." Mu Nan's gaze turned cold, anger and disgust swirling in her eyes. But she didn't lash out, taking a deep breath and changing the subject. "Control the thing in your pants. The people from the ancient god society are incredibly troublesome. We too slipped through the cracks. Given their animosity toward our heavenly mountain sect, they might still be looking for us. Our priority now is to recover from our injuries and get back." Mutong scoffed, turning over to face Mu Nan, who was lying flat. His gaze raked over her body. "If that's the case, then to recover quickly, we can only engage in dual cultivation." Mu Nan immediately felt nauseous, looking at Mutong with disgust. "I truly want to crack open your skull to see what's inside. Isn't there readily available blood energy here for refinement? You like that little girl, right? Just refine her." Mutong clicked his tongue. Just as he was about to speak, he heard two sets of footsteps approaching, one light and one heavy. Instantly, the two of them fell silent. They turned to see Song Ruru pulling the old Dr. Song into the room. Seeing the two on the bed awake, albeit pale and weak, but with reasonable spirits, the old Dr. Song's eyes flashed with surprise. When Song Ruru initially told him the two had woken up, he hadn't believed it. Given their injuries, it didn't seem possible that they'd be able to wake up. Little did he know that Mutong and Mu Nan were not ordinary people. The injuries combined with being soaked in the river for so long would have killed most people. But for the two of them, who had cultivation even without the villagers' help, they would have woken up. After the initial shock, old Dr. Song quickly recovered, placing a large bowl of medicinal soup by the bedside. "You're awake? Considering the state of your injuries, it's a blessing you could wake up. However, your injuries are severe, and it will take time to fully recover. Drink this medicine first." Mutong and Mu Nan exchanged a subtle look before pushing through the pain to sit up. "I am Mutong, and this is my younger sister, Mu Nan. Thank you for your help. May I ask how to address our benefactor?" Mutong forced a kind smile onto his face, which coupled with his pale and weak appearance, made one lower their guard. Old Dr. Song shook his head. "There's no need to call me a benefactor, it was the villagers who saved you. I am the village doctor, it is my duty as a physician to take you in and treat you. Also, it was not a free rescue, I took your payment up front. I'm informing you here, the remaining silver is in your outer garments." Mutong still smiled kindly. "Then thank you, doctor, for your rescue. As for the silver, it's only right for you to accept it." Old Dr. Song nodded. "My surname is Song, just call me Dr. Song. Can you two take the medicine yourselves now? Or shall I feed it to you?" Mu Tong and Mu Nan naturally chose to take the medicine themselves. They took the herbal medicine from the bedside, first smelled it, and after confirming that it was all herbs to replenish qi and blood, they drank it all in one go. After finishing the medicine, Mu Tong asked Dr. Song, "Would it be convenient to know where this is? And how were my sister and I rescued?" These questions were no problem at all. Old Dr. Song willingly told them the whole story. Mu Tong and Mu Nan finally understood. They had been severely injured by the people of the Ancient God Society yesterday and had fallen into the water, lapsing into a coma. Then, by chance, they floated along the river to Song Family Village, where they were discovered by several men in the village and brought to old Dr. Song for treatment. They also gained a basic understanding of the situation in Song Family Village through old Dr. Song's words. Mu Tong and Mu Nan exchanged glances, their eyes dark and uncertain. Old Dr. Song didn't know what the two were thinking. He looked at the knife and sword wounds on them, wanting to speak but hesitant. Old Dr. Song wanted to ask about their origins, including how they got those knife and sword wounds. Mu Tong and Mu Nan looked like they were not simple people. He worried that saving them might bring trouble. But he also worried that asking would only stir up more trouble. In the end, old Dr. Song didn't ask any more questions. He planned to send them away once they could move freely. Putting away the medicine bowl, old Dr. Song said, "You two are still weak. I'll bring you some food later. You should rest early and don't get out of bed randomly to avoid aggravating your injuries. If there's anything, shout loudly, and I'll hear you." After speaking, old Dr. Song led his granddaughter Song Ruru out. Mu Tong, however, stared at Song Ruru's figure with greedy eyes after he turned around, only withdrawing his gaze with lingering interest after old Dr. Song and Song Ruru's figures disappeared from sight. Mu Nan, having seen his expression, couldn't help but sneer. "My good brother, so lecherous, huh? How about we leave that little girl during the blood refinement and bring her back to the sect for you to play with?" Mu Tong had heard her cold mockery so many times that he had long since become immune to it. Thinking of the well-behaved and cute girl standing next to old Dr. Song, Mu Tong licked his lips, his eyes full of evil. "Why bother with that? I can just enjoy her first and then blood refine her. It will be the same." Mu Nan scoffed, "I thought you were going to bring her back to the Tianshan sect again. It seems you're still the same cold-blooded Mu Tong." Mu Tong raised an eyebrow, not taking it to heart, but also not wanting to continue the topic. He lightly skipped over the subject and said, "This Song Family Village is near the Lu Family Village we went to a few days ago. It's quite a fate. First, we were chased by the people of the Ancient God Society for smashing the statue in Lu Family Village, and now we returned by chance to Song Family Village near Lu Family Village. Ha, the people of the Ancient God Society probably didn't expect that. There are about 100 people in Song Family Village. After refining them, our injury should recover about 70 or 80%. Oh, right, this Song Family Village seems to be one of the sect's targets, too, right? They also seem to have been worshipping a statue for quite some time. What was it called? Zhuanging Gong? If it wasn't for those troublesome Ancient God Society guys, the sect would have taken this statue from Song Family Village long ago." Mu Nan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "So, we turned misfortune into blessing? We can recover from our injuries by blood refining these 100 or so villagers, and we can take the statue worshipped in Song Family Village at the same time?" Mu Tong nodded and said, "According to the information I saw in the sect before, the deity statue enshrined in the Song Family Village seems to be quite old, and it should have given birth to a divine anomaly as well. Now that the leader isn't here, there aren't many people to share the credit with, it's just you and me. When we take it back to the sect, we'll definitely get a substantial reward. Ha, it's truly a blessing in disguise." Thinking their voices were low and the old Dr. Song couldn't hear, the two chatted unscrupulously. Little did they know, perched on the wall of the courtyard was a black cat with glowing green eyes, taking everything in. Chapter 11. Hard to live, hard to swallow. Dusk was settling at the Zhuanging Temple at the village entrance. What? The villagers rescued 2 people and housed them, claiming to be from the Tianshan sect. And those 2 want to use blood refinement on the villagers to heal their injuries, and they even set their sights on my divine statue? Hearing the black cat's description of what it had seen and heard, Song Zhuanging exclaimed in surprise. He had been constantly vigilant, worried that the Tianshan sect would come to smash his divine statue, yet they were right under his nose? And they were even rescued by the villagers. And they've already set their sights on his divine statue? Song Zhuanging found it absurd the development was too sudden. Without actively leaving the Zhuanging temple, the range of his senses was limited, and he couldn't completely control the situation in Song Village. But Song Zhuanging had indeed not anticipated this kind of development. He had thought that those Tianshan sect fanatics would come straight for his divine statue, and because of that, he dared not leave the statue for too long. But the result? The black cat squatted on the futon on the ground, nodding its head. Meow, meow, meow. Yes, those 2 humans are so bad. This little demon rushed to tell you the moment I heard this news. Although the black cat was a demon, it didn't often stay deep in the Luoxia Mountains. Instead, it often wandered around the outer edges. After digesting the wisp of incense that Song Zuanging had given it yesterday, the black cat had been absent-minded. Today, it had unknowingly walked into Song village again, and it had just happened to overhear the conversation between Mutong and Munan. After that, the black cat didn't think too much and went directly to Song Zuanging. After telling Song Zuanging the information it had overheard, the word desire was clearly written in the black cat's eyes. As for what it desired, Song Zuanging naturally understood. It seemed incense was quite useful for the black cat, but this could be skipped for now. Song Zuanging asked about the question he was concerned with. You were on the wall of old Dr. Song's house and the two Tianshan sect members didn't discover you? The black cat blinked its eyes, somewhat puzzled. Meow, meow, meow. They didn't discover me. Those two humans were so unrestrained. Song Zuanging frowned, a bit suspicious. Was it because the two were not strong, or was it because they were injured and had limited senses? Or was it because this black cat was weak and its demonic aura was too faint? Maybe it was a combination of all of them? Unable to figure it out, Song Zuanging didn't dwell on the issue and instead asked, what is the strength of those two Tianshan sect people? Can you sense it? The black cat tilted its head, hesitating for 2 seconds before saying, meow, meow, meow. This little demon can't sense their cultivation, but they should not be strong now that they are injured? Otherwise, they wouldn't have failed to discover me. And, God, your strength is so strong, surely even if those two weren't injured, they would be easily crushed by you, right? Song Zuanging. He was being flattered, but he couldn't laugh at all. Strong strength? A strong, yet weak village god, is it? If he were confident in his strength, he wouldn't be asking so many questions, but would have already rushed out to kill those two Tianshan sect people. Song Zuanging was still unclear about his current strength. The main problem was that there was no point of reference. The black cat was too weak and had no reference value. Without a clear understanding of his own strength, and with no knowledge of the strength of those two Tianshan sect people, Song Zuanging was really unsure about facing them. After thinking for a long while, Song Zuanging said with a determined expression, Little cat demon, tonight you will keep an eye on those two Tianshan sect people for me. When they are sound asleep, you will come back to me. Be careful not to be discovered. I will reward you afterwards. Those two Tianshan sect people were right under his nose and had already set their sights on his divine statue, and they wanted to refine the blood of 100 people in Song village. In this situation, Song Zuanging had no room for retreat. He could only face those two Tianshan sect people head-on. Since that's the case, then he would take the initiative to attack. And he needed to be fast, taking action as quickly as possible while those two were still injured. To be safe, the best option was to attack when the two were sound asleep. With luck, they could be killed in one strike, preventing any trouble. There was certainly no way he could attack directly right now. Song Shenqing worried the two might be driven to desperation and take the villagers hostage to threaten him. These villagers believed in him and were the source of his incense, so if possible, Song Shenqing didn't want to endanger their lives. As for why he didn't watch them himself, Song Shenqing was worried that the two would sense his approach. After all, he was much stronger than the black cat, and his aura would definitely be stronger as well. To avoid startling them, it was better to have the black cat keep watch. Although logically, the two from Tianshan sect shouldn't be able to exert much power in their current state, a lion still uses all its strength when hunting a rabbit. So before making a move, it was best to plan things as thoroughly as possible. The black cat's eyes lit up when it heard Song Shenqing would reward it. Thinking of the 2 offerings of incense Song Shenqing had given it yesterday, the black cat's mouth was practically watering. Meow meow meow. Divine Lord, rest assured, this little demon will certainly complete the task you've given. I will keep a close watch on those two. Song Shenqing nodded, go, and if you find anything new, come find me. The black cat quickly left Shenqing Temple and then ran back to the wall of Old Man Song's house. This time it hid even more discreetly. Then it crouched on the wall, watching everything happening in the courtyard, especially the rooms of Mutong and Munan. However, this time, it didn't hear any useful information. The two were just saying some unimportant things. At 2:15 hour, after old Dr. Song had delivered soup and food to Mutong and Munan, the family extinguished their lamps and rested. The black cat remained perched on the wall, motionless, its eyes fixed on the two's room, its ears pricked up. After a long while, the long, drawn-out breathing sounds of sleep it had expected did not come from the room. After a moment of silence, peculiar sounds arose. The sounds weren't loud, deliberately suppressed. But the black cat, being a demon with extraordinary senses, heard every detail. Black cat? The black cat was indeed too ignorant about such matters. But it wasn't so clueless that it didn't understand what the noises were. Were these sounds meant for a cat to hear? A human-like frustration appeared on the black cat's furry face. It wanted to cover its ears, but feared missing any news. Thus, it could only lie woodenly on the wall, irritably gazing up at the moon. Ultimately, until the noises inside subsided, there was no useful information, just some crude talk. That would have been enough, but less than a quarter of an hour later, the commotion within the room started up again. The black cat painfully covered its face. This job wasn't easy. Truly, the treasure incense was hard to get, and the shit was hard to swallow. Chapter 12. It seems we've encountered heretics. It wasn't until almost midnight that the commotion in the house finally ceased. There was silence for nearly half an hour. The black cat breathed a sigh of relief. Those two humans were finally done. Time to sleep. Once they fell asleep, it could go report to Song Xianqing. However, after another quarter of an hour, the black cat still hadn't seen the two humans go to sleep. Instead, it saw the door open, and Mu Tong and Mu Nan walked out. The black cat's pupils shrank, its breathing became shallow, and its aura retracted to its limits. Mu Tong and Mu Nan were unaware of the black cat spying from the wall. Mu Nan leaned against the doorframe, a look of displeasure on her face. Was there a need to be so hasty? You actually deliberately absorbed so much of my vital energy? You must give me extra compensation when we return to the set. Mu Tong, looking satisfied, glanced at her indifferently. Fine, I'll compensate you when we return to the sect. Now, let us not waste time. Quickly finish the blood refining to recover from your injuries, find the Xianqing god statue, obtain its anomaly, and leave. This time, we refined the life force of about 100 people in this village. If we're a little late, not only might the ancient gods catch up, but the demon suppression division of the Imperial Court will also be on our tails. Mu Nan frowned, her expression annoyed. Then let's start with this family. I'll set up a simple altar, and you summon them out. With that, Mu Nan walked to the middle of the courtyard, bit her fingertip, and began to draw something on the ground with her blood, while also muttering something under her breath. Mu Tong also walked to the center of the courtyard, cleared his throat, and opened his mouth. A piercing, high-pitched hum emitted from his throat. The hum was unusual. Even the black cat felt momentarily dazed, and instinctively wanted to stand up and walk towards the center of the yard. Fortunately, the thought had barely formed, and before the cat could actually stand up, it shook its head, dispelling the influence. However, this was enough to make the black cat tense. The sleeping members of Elder Song's family were not as fortunate. Though their eyes were still closed, the Elder Song family all sat up in their beds. A moment later, their door opened. Elder Song, his wife, granddaughter Song Ruru, son, and daughter-in-law, all five of them walked towards the center of the courtyard in perfect unison. Throughout, their eyes remained closed. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were sleepwalking. Meanwhile, in the center of the courtyard, Mu Nan had finished setting up a simple altar. A circular altar, a full 10 feet wide, emitted a faint red glow in the darkness, with blood-drawn patterns that looked strange and mysterious on the ground. The Elder Song family stood at the edge of the circular altar, their eyes closed, not moving an inch. Mu Tong stood in the center of the altar, his face solemn, chanting something, waves of strange energy emanating from him, corresponding with the altar beneath his feet. The red glow in Mu Tong's eyes grew brighter as well. On the wall, the black cat's eyelids twitched. It knew it couldn't wait any longer. If it waited any longer, the Elder Song family would truly be blood refined. Knowing that Song Xianqing cared about these villagers, if it just stood by and watched as the Elder Song family was blood refined, and Song Xianqing was unhappy, not giving it any reward, the black cat would have nowhere to cry. And although the black cat didn't have much of a brain, it was smart enough to know it couldn't let Mu Tong and Mu Nan successfully complete their blood refinement and heal their injuries. Gritting its teeth, the black cat stood up on the wall, its muscles taut, its eyes fiercely fixed on Mu Tong and Mu Nan. It was going to put in extra effort this time, hoping the reward prepared by that divine lord would be generous. With this thought in mind, the black cat decisively leaped off the wall, its target, Mu Tong, in the center of the altar. The aura of a demon spread throughout the entire courtyard in an instant. Mu Tong and Mu Nan noticed it immediately. But Mu Tong, still injured, couldn't react in time, and couldn't dodge at all. Slash! In a blink of an eye, the black cat successfully pounced on Mu Tong's back, tearing open his clothes. At the same time, it left a claw mark on Mu Tong's back. The wound emanated a faint demonic aura. The pain made Mu Tong groan in muffled agony. At this moment, Mu Nan finally reacted. Her gaze sharpened, she looked at the black cat on Mu Tong's back, her face covered in frost. Where did this little cat demon come from, daring to interfere with the affairs of my Tianshan sect? She rebuked, her hand swiftly reaching for the black cat. However, the black cat had no intention of getting entangled with them. Its attack on Mu Tong was only to interrupt him. Before Mu Nan could grab it, the black cat leaped off Mu Tong's back, successfully dodging her. Then, the black cat moved like a phantom, rushing toward Dr. Song. With the impact of a cannonball, Dr. Song was knocked to the ground. The elderly Dr. Song, whose body was already weak, couldn't help but cry out in pain. His consciousness finally began to clear. The black cat didn't stop, repeating the same tactic and pouncing on Dr. Song's family. At this moment, Mutong and Munan were about to explode with anger. The blood refinement ritual hadn't officially started, yet it had been interrupted by a little cat demon that had appeared out of nowhere. It was just a little cat demon who had recently become a demon in the past. The two wouldn't have given it a second glance. Yet now, it had ruined their plans. Without dealing with the black cat, the blood refinement couldn't continue. Mutong and Munan, with grim faces, ferociously attacked the black cat. Even though they were still heavily injured, their strength was clearly not something the black cat could handle. Luckily, the black cat was agile enough. It knocked down Dr. Song's family while also focusing on dodging the furious Mutong and Munan. When Dr. Song groggily woke up, this was the scene he witnessed. The Mutong siblings, who had been weak during the day, were now full of life, frantically chasing after a black cat. Dr. Song felt the black cat looked increasingly familiar. A flash of insight struck him, and he finally remembered. This wasn't the cat demon that had led Song Mugen and his son out of Wolf Head Mountain last night? Last night, Dr. Song had also been at the village chief's house and had naturally seen the scene of the black cat returning to the Xuanqing temple after saving people. Looking again at where he was and his family sprawled on the ground in the courtyard, Dr. Song's expression instantly changed. Ignoring the black cat's entanglement with Mutong and Munan, Dr. Song quickly crawled to his son, Songbo. Finding his son's breathing steady, Dr. Song finally let out a sigh of relief. The next second, Dr. Song slapped him hard. Still sleeping? Get up, you lazy bum. The slap was solid, shocking Songbo awake. Before he could understand what was happening, Dr. Song dragged him up. Now that you're awake, hurry up and get up, help your wife and daughter into the house. Mutong and Munan knew of old Dr. Song's movements, but were too busy dealing with the black cat to pay much attention. Just a few mortals, they thought. Once they took care of the meddling black cat, they could handle them easily. With the black cat drawing their attention, no one bothered them, and old Dr. Song and his son quickly moved their family into the house. Songbo's mind finally cleared, and he looked at old Dr. Song with lingering fear. Dad, what happened? One moment I open my eyes, and the whole family's lying in the yard. It's so strange. Old Dr. Song panted, secretly observing the situation in the yard. How would I know? Anyway, it shouldn't be because of that black cat. That black cat is the cat demon that saved Song Mugen and his son yesterday, sent by Shen Qinggong. It definitely wouldn't harm us. Then, Dad, you mean those two people? Old Dr. Song's face was grave as he watched Mutong and Munan, who were clearly skilled and had the upper hand against the black cat. Most likely. We've probably run into some evil cultists. I knew a normal person wouldn't be able to wake up from that injury, let alone recover so quickly. Look at those two, they're even overpowering that cat demon. Ha? Then isn't the cat demon sent by Shen Qinggong no match for those two? I don't know. Hey, the cat demon ran away, and those two are chasing after it. Songbo quickly peered out, and sure enough, Mutong and Munan were chasing the black cat out of sight. Old Dr. Song's expression was serious as he pulled Songbo to his feet. It seems the cat demon is no match for those two. Go grab the firewood knife, we're going after them. Chapter 13. Oh, my cat ancestors. Worried about the black cat's safety, Old Man Song and Songbo soothed their awakened family members and then chased after it with a woodcutter's knife. Little did the simple-minded Old Man Song know that the black cat had deliberately led Mutong and Munan out. In a head-on fight, the black cat was indeed no match for Mutong and Munan, but relying on its agility, it could certainly hold them off for a while. But this was not a long-term solution. So, after infuriating Mutong and Munan, it deliberately led them away. The place it led them to was naturally the Xuanqing temple at the village entrance. The black cat itself was no match for Mutong and Munan, but wasn't there a deity inside the Xuanqing temple? With that deity's strength, dealing with these two evil cultivators should not be a problem, right? Mutong and Munan didn't know the black cat's plan, thinking it was scared and trying to run away. The black cat had disrupted their blood-refining ritual and had also scratched Mutong. Now that the black cat wanted to escape, how could they let it go? Naturally, they pursued it relentlessly. With the chase on, the black cat quickly reached the vicinity of the Xuanqing temple. Behind it were the furious Mutong and Munan, hot on its heels. The black cat turned its head, glancing at them with a hint of schadenfreude. The next moment, right before their eyes, it plunged headlong into the Xuanqing temple. Mutong, his temper flaring, was now only focused on killing the black cat. He didn't care about anything else. Moreover, he didn't sense any danger from the Xuanqing temple. In a fit of anger, Mutong wanted to charge straight in and kill the cat to vent his anger. But just as he was about to step in, Munan stopped him. Although Munan also wanted to kill the black cat, she was more rational and cautious than Mutong. Even standing in front of the Xuanqing temple, she didn't feel any danger. But she was still wary of this dark and secluded small temple. Brother, don't be impulsive, Munan said. This little cat demon is quite intelligent. Why would it throw itself into a dead end? There must be something fishy here. Mu Tong also calmed down at this moment, squinting at the Zhuanging temple in front of him. Due to the poverty of Song family village, the Zhuanging temple was not large at all, and its material was ordinary pine wood. No matter how you looked at it, it was no different from the wild temples they had seen in the countryside before. Looking at the somewhat blurred three characters of Zhuanging temple on the roof, Mu Tong narrowed his eyes slightly. According to what that lowly commoner said, this Zhuanging temple in their village was just an ordinary wild temple that had been crowdfunded a long time ago. The Zhuanging lord enshrined was not some demon spirit or monster, but probably some kind person or celebrity from the village a long time ago. Such a statue was nothing more than a dead object, at most giving rise to an idle spirit. What could be unusual about such a village temple? The fact that the little cat demon ran here, could it be a deliberate show of deception? Mu Tong and Mu Nan came from the Tianshan sect and were very familiar with this type of statue. Even without seeing the statue in person, they could judge what kind of statue it was just by hearing the description. According to Old Man Song's account, the two had long believed that the statue of the Zhuanging lord inside this Zhuanging temple was not a threat at all. They were even eyeing the statue. But now, the black cat had fled into the Zhuanging temple while being chased by them. Now, the two were hesitant to move forward. At the very least, they didn't dare to step directly into the Zhuanging temple. After all, they were not in their best condition right now. Regardless of what the two were thinking inside the temple, Song Xianqing, after hearing the black cat's account of the situation, decisively prepared to strike. Although, based on the black cat's description, Song Xianqing judged that Mu Tong and Mu Nan's current strength was not very strong, he still dared not be careless, and immediately used a divine power, divine union. Divine power, divine union. A deity can descend upon their own statue. During this time, the statue and the deity become one, enhancing their fighting power. The next moment, Song Xianqing opened his eyes. Inside the shrine on the high platform, the stone statue opened its eyes. The statue, which had been worn and blurred by the passage of time, became increasingly clear. Even the hair at his sideburns became gradually clearer. Following this, the stone color of the statue faded at a visible speed, and the colors became vibrant. Black long hair, a white jade hairpin, a cyan robe, even the skin looked like that of a real person. Of course, Song Xianqing understood that this was just an appearance. He was still a stone statue. Feeling the body of the statue as if it were his own limbs, Song Xianqing let out a long breath and stepped out of the shrine. By the time he reached the ground, the statue, originally only a foot tall, had already enlarged to nearly 6 feet. If one didn't know better, they would think it was a real person. The black cat was completely dumbfounded. Oh, my cat ancestor. The statue turned into a person, and it walked out of the shrine. Why haven't I heard of anything like this before? Song Xianqing paid no attention to the black cat, feeling his own power. Compared to his unmerged divine state, his current strength was about twice as strong. So strong. This merging with God ability is so strong. It directly doubled his strength. Moreover, in this state, he could directly fight as a statue and not have to worry about the statue being destroyed while inside the shrine. Clenching his fists, Song Xianqing strode outwards. The merging time was limited, and he didn't know how long he could maintain it. He couldn't waste time, he had to get rid of those two annoying bugs outside before the merge ended. Mu Tong and Mu Nan didn't know what was happening inside, and after discussing it, they still decided to enter Xianqing Temple. They just needed to be cautious, and with their cultivation levels, what danger could they possibly encounter in this remote mountain village? The black cat had to be dealt with, or else it might jump out and cause trouble again during the blood refinement later. The truth about this Xianqing Temple also needed to be explored. Moreover, they thought, maybe the black cat was just bluffing. According to what the people of Song Family Village said, this Xianqing Temple didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Having prepared themselves, just as the two were about to enter Xianqing Temple, they felt as if something was about to emerge from the darkness in front of them. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they both instinctively took a step back. The next moment, they saw a tall figure emerge from the darkness. Mu Tong and Mu Nan focused their gaze and saw a handsome man with a fair face wearing a long robe. No, not a human. Mu Tong and Mu Nan's pupils shrank, and they quickly realized that the person in front of them was not human. Not a human, then what was it? With the level of knowledge that Mu Tong and Mu Nan possessed, they naturally couldn't see through Song Xianqing's identity. The two stared at Song Xianqing, filled with doubt. However, the next second, Song Xianqing acted without a word. In the merged divine state, Song Xianqing's speed was astonishing. Before Mu Tong and Mu Nan could even react, Song Xianqing was already in close range. He chose his first target as Mu Nan. Seeing the enlarged palm in front of her, as well as Song Xianqing's intensely murderous eyes, Mu Nan's eyes widened with terror, instinctively wanting to dodge backward. But Song Xianqing was too fast. Although Mu Nan had used all of her speed, twisting her body to try to avoid the oncoming palm, she was still half a step too late. Song Xianqing's palm landed heavily on her head. Song Xianqing had never learned any martial arts techniques or spells, he only knew simple hand-to-hand combat. But his speed was too fast and his attack power was too high. He was not an ordinary person either. That palm seemed ordinary, but it carried enormous force and it unconsciously mobilized the surrounding heaven and earth's energy. With one palm strike, Mu Nan, unable to dodge in time, had half of her head directly smashed to pieces. White and red fluids splattered everywhere. One palm strike, Mu Nan was dead. Chapter 14, There are no gods in this world. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground, stirring up dust. On the half of Mu Nan's head that remained intact, his eyes were wide with terror. It was as if he hadn't even had time to react when he died. The other side of his head was already a mangled mess. Song Xianqing looked at the red and white mess on his hand with disgust, shaking it off. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, a mixture of relief and disdain in his heart. Is that it? He had thought it might take some effort. In the end, one palm strike was all it took. Although he had put all his strength into that palm, and it had been a surprise attack without warning, but it also showed that the enemy was indeed vulnerable. Mu Tong, looking at Mu Nan's body on the ground, was filled with terror. Because Song Xianqing had gone straight for Mu Nan, he had a chance to dodge. By the time Mu Nan's body hit the ground, he had already retreated several meters away from Song Xianqing. But now, seeing Mu Nan's gruesome death, Mu Tong felt that this distance was not safe enough. After all, the speed Song Xianqing had displayed earlier was terrifying. He hadn't even seen how Song Xianqing had moved, and in the blink of an eye, Song Xianqing was already in front of him. If Song Xianqing hadn't been targeting Mu Nan just now, the corpse lying on the ground might have been his. Mu Nan's strength was slightly weaker than Mu Tong's, but the gap between them was not insurmountable. After seeing Mu Nan die so defenselessly, Mu Tong understood very clearly. If the opponent could instantly kill Mu Nan, he could also instantly kill him, Mu Tong. At this moment, Mu Tong's mind was incredibly clear. His eyes were bloodshot, and after taking a deep look at Song Xianqing, he very wisely chose to turn and run. If he didn't run now, would he wait for Song Xianqing to turn around and kill him as he had killed Mu Nan? As for confronting Song Xianqing head-on, after witnessing Mu Nan's instant death, Mu Tong had accepted the reality. In his prime, he didn't know if he could fight Song Xianqing, but he was sure that he couldn't now. As he ran, Mu Tong cursed inwardly. He knew that the little cat demon running into Xianqing Temple was definitely not simple, but he never thought it would be this complicated. In this remote mountain village's wild temple, there was such a powerful existence. Furthermore, Mu Tong still couldn't figure out Song Xianqing's background. He could tell that Song Xianqing was not human, but what exactly he was, Mu Tong had no idea. The gap in strength was already obvious, and now he didn't even understand the enemy's background. Mu Tong had even less confidence in fighting Song Xianqing. He could only be grateful that he had not impulsively stepped into Xianqing Temple directly at the time. Otherwise, the one who died now might not have been Mu Nan. Even so, Mu Tong didn't think his current situation was much better. Because Song Xianqing had no intention of letting him escape. He would have let people from the Heavenly Mountain sect go if he hadn't run into them. But now that they had met on his territory and had set their sights on his statue and his followers, he wouldn't let them get away? He was not a benevolent god who would repay evil with kindness. Having just effortlessly killed Mu Nan in an instant, Song Xianqing now had a bit of confidence in his own power. At least Mu Tong was no longer a threat in his eyes. Seeing Mu Tong turn tail and run in fear, Song Xianqing snorted coldly and chased after him. Mu Tong had already run almost 100 meters out of the village. Looking back and seeing Song Xianqing chasing him, he was so frightened that he shivered. His running speed increased by a few %, but this speed was still very slow in Song Xianqing's eyes. 100 meters was covered in an instant, and Song Xianqing had caught up. Mu Tong didn't dare to look back, but the sense of fear and crisis that enveloped his heart, and the faint scent of incense that spread through the air, set off alarm bells in his mind. He knew Song Xianqing was coming. He was right behind him. As expected, the next moment Mu Tong felt as if his leg was kicked, the sharp pain causing him to stagger. Song Xianqing didn't let him off, following up with another kick that successfully sent him tumbling to the ground. Lying on the ground, Mu Tong felt like his legs were about to break, his whole body curling up into a shrimp shape, clutching his legs. He gritted his teeth, both angry and desperate. He didn't know why Song Xianqing didn't just kill him, but having fallen into his hands, even if he wasn't killed now, he would die sooner or later. He hadn't forgotten the scene of Song Xianqing smashing Mu Nan's head with a palm strike just now. For a moment, Mu Tong felt a sense of despair. Seeing that Mu Tong didn't seem to be able to run, Song Xianqing retracted the thought of another kick. He couldn't kill him just yet. He still had some questions for him. Mu Tong was still of some value. If he hadn't misjudged the opponent's strength initially, he wouldn't have killed Mu Nan with a slap. But it didn't matter, he still had Mu Tong as a live one. He picked up Mu Tong, who was like a dead dog, and walked back to the front of the Xianqing Temple. During this time, Mutong tried to resist, but after being slapped twice on the head by Song Xianqing as a warning, he settled down. Although Mutong was prepared in his heart, knowing that he would probably die, everyone was afraid of death. The thought of his sister Munan's death, with half her head smashed, made him lose his spirit. In front of the Xianqing temple, the black cat meowed happily when it saw Song Xianqing return. It knew that this divine lord was very strong. Song Xianqing ignored the black cat and threw Mutong next to Munan's corpse, looking down at him condescendingly. Mutong turned his head and saw Munan's gruesome head. He knew that this was Song Xianqing's way of showing him his power. Gritting his teeth, Mutong glared at the black cat, then looked up at Song Xianqing. "Who exactly are you? What grudge do we have that you have to kill us? I was only chasing this little cat demon because it ruined my plan, but I didn't really want to do anything to it. We shouldn't have a death feud, right? Moreover, I am from the Tianshan sect. Aren't you afraid of the Tianshan sect's revenge by opposing them?" Song Xianqing felt baffled after hearing this. "What grudge do we have? You set your sights on my statue and even wanted to kill the villagers who worship me, and you ask me what grudge we have? As for killing Mutong and Munan and possibly suffering the revenge of the Tianshan sect, Song Xianqing didn't take it to heart at all. It was a joke. What if he had not provoked people from Tianshan sect? They had already set their sights on his statue. So what if he killed a few people from Tianshan sect? But when Song Xianqing said this, Mutong was instantly stunned. He stared at Song Xianqing in disbelief. You are the Xianqing Gong statue in the temple?" Song Xianqing was even more confused when he heard this. They had already fought, and Mutong still didn't know who he was? Mutong was planning to refine Songjia village and smash his statue, but in the end, he couldn't recognize that he was the statue? Could it be the influence of his combined god form? But he had walked out of the Xianqing temple, wasn't it obvious who he was? Mutong, at this moment, seemed as if he hadn't accepted Song Xianqing's identity. He stared at Song Xianqing, his eyes wide and a little absent-minded, shaking his head while muttering to himself. "No, it's impossible. How could it be that Xianqing Gong statue? According to the villagers' descriptions, under normal circumstances, that statue can only give birth to a statue anomaly. Even if it gave birth to a statue anomaly, the statue is still an inanimate object. How could there be an existence like you? You can't be that statue." Song Xianqing frowned, realizing that something was wrong. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Mutong with a profound gaze and said calmly, "What's impossible? I am Xianqing Gong, worshipped by Songjia village, the spirit of that statue." Upon hearing this, Mutong was stunned at first, then laughed somewhat maniacally as if he had heard a joke. "Ha, what kind of deity? Impossible. You're powerful, but you can't possibly be some kind of deity. There are no deities in this world at all." This time, it was Song Xianqing's turn to be dumbfounded. There are no deities in this world? Then what is he? What, so not only does a wild god not have a formal position, but now he's also being kicked out of the ranks of deities? Chapter 15, The Anomaly of the Divine Image. A moment later, after torturing Mutong, Song Xianqing finally understood what was going on. Firstly, this world truly had no gods. At least, there were no gods now. Not just gods, but also immortals, Buddhas, and the like, none of them existed. However, based on Song Xianqing's understanding of this world, legends of gods and strange creatures had existed since ancient times. This was very similar to ancient China before he transmigrated. Legends about immortals, the heavenly court, the Buddha, and so on, were all circulating in this world. Otherwise, villagers wouldn't be worshipping him, believing him to be a god. Because ordinary people in this world believed that gods and immortals existed. But cultivators like Mutong clearly knew that this world simply did not have any gods. Even the legendary heavenly court, underworld, and Buddha, none of it existed. Those were just legends. This was common knowledge among all cultivators. Song Xianqing had doubts about this. If this world truly had no gods or immortals, then why had legends about gods existed since ancient times? Was it true that this world had never had gods or immortals? Song Xianqing didn't believe it, because he was a god, although just a minor, wild one. After listening to Song Xianqing's doubts, Mutong also fell into thought before finally saying, according to some unsubstantiated rumors, this world may have had those legendary immortals and gods a long time ago, but they don't exist now. Song Xianqing frowned impressed. Why don't they exist? Where did those immortals and gods go? Mutong. It was too profound a question, and he couldn't answer it. It was even uncertain whether this world had ever had immortals or gods. Those were just rumors. In short, there were no immortals or the like in this world now. Song Xianqing actually harbored suspicion about this. After all, Mutong was not strong, and a small fry like him had limited horizons. Perhaps there were immortals or the like in this world. It was just that he didn't know. Nonetheless, at least in the eyes of most people, gods did not exist. This also meant that Song Xianqing's identity probably shouldn't be revealed. When the entire world assumed that gods did not exist, there he was, a god. Song Xianqing didn't even dare to imagine how many troubles he would encounter in the future. Even though he was just a minor god, if he were strong enough to fear nothing, that would be fine, but he was not strong at all now. Song Xianqing was not arrogant enough to think that killing the two minor characters, Mu Tong and Mu Nan, meant that he had become incredibly strong. Moreover, the two of them were injured. It seemed he needed to keep his cover and prevent people from knowing he was actually a god. In addition, although there were no gods in this world, because the powers of heaven and earth didn't follow any science, the existence of divine images was not ordinary. Currently, there were many materials used for divine images. For a village like the one where Song Xianqing was worshipped, most of the divine images were made of stone, mud, or wood. However, those in the homes of rich merchants were usually made of jade, or even gold. The best were made by the imperial court or major sects, using rare and precious materials. Yes, although they all knew that this world had no immortals, gods, or Buddhas, they still worshipped divine images. Song Xianqing did not understand this hypocritical behavior. And over time, the worshipped divine images would give birth to various anomalies. Usually, divine images worshipped in the countryside like Song Xianqing had a chance to give birth to anomalies. For example, the statue of the three-eyed goddess in the neighboring Lu village had given birth to an anomaly. It was the first eye of the three-eyed goddess statue. That was the anomaly that statue had given birth to. What exactly the anomaly of the divine statue was and what its function was, Mu Tong couldn't answer. He only knew that the Tianshan sect collected these things everywhere. In the eyes of the Tianshan sect, the anomaly of the divine statue was no different from any other treasure of nature. The divine statue that gave birth to the anomaly was still essentially just a dead object, except that it had an extra treasure inside it. Besides the anomaly, a divine statue could also give birth to another singularity, the spirit of the divine statue. The spirit of the divine statue was not a deity, but a spirit. It was merely a spirit born from the divine statue. Mu Tong himself didn't know much about this, so Song Xianqing wasn't very clear either. He only knew that the spirit of the divine statue had a very low probability of appearing, and mostly it only appeared on the divine statues enshrined by large sects and the imperial court. At first glance, Song Xianqing felt as if he might be that spirit of the divine statue. But upon careful consideration, he realized he wasn't. He was a god, not a spirit. As for what kind of existence a spirit was, he would look into it more carefully if he got the chance in the future. However, it was worth mentioning that both the anomaly of the divine statue and the spirit of the divine statue would only be born in empty divine statues. Because some rural villagers were ignorant, they would enshrine some demonic and evil statues, and those kinds of divine statues wouldn't give birth to any kind of anomaly. On the contrary, those who usually enshrine demons and evils would often have miserable endings, because most demons and evils would eat people. Having understood all this, Song Xianqing took the opportunity to also inquire about cultivation matters from Mu Tong. Perhaps out of fear of death, Mu Tong was rather cooperative. The current world's cultivation path is quite complex. Broadly speaking, the human race mainly cultivates the martial path, referred to as martial masters. The martial path is divided into 5 realms: body refining, chi absorption, spirit gathering, thought manifestation, and spirit connection. Each realm is simply divided into early, middle, and late stages. The body refining realm focuses on tempering the body and strengthening muscles and bones. This realm hasn't yet broken free of human limitations, simply characterized by robust blood and chi and great strength, while also practicing some combat techniques. The second realm, chi absorption, begins the process of drawing external true chi into the body, significantly increasing lethality compared to the body refining realm. The third realm, spirit gathering, involves true chi condensing to a certain degree, transforming into spirit essence. The body undergoes a near complete transformation, possessing various incredible divine abilities. As for the thought manifestation and spirit connection realms, because Mu Tong himself is only at the chi absorption realm, with only a superficial understanding of the spirit gathering realm, he is even more unclear about the thought manifestation and spirit connection realms. The reason why this is said to be only a general cultivation system is that even within the martial path, the cultivation methods of different sects and schools are almost entirely different. The Tianshan sect, where Mu Tong belongs, is a prime example. Although they also follow the martial path, outsiders mostly refer to them as the demonic path. The imperial court and the orthodox martial arts schools are unwilling to associate with them. This is because the Tianshan sect's cultivation methods and style of conduct are relatively evil, cruel, and without taboos. In this world where demons and evil run rampant, the lives of ordinary people are indeed cheap, but in the eyes of the Tianshan sect, they don't see ordinary people as people at all. Because of this, the Tianshan sect has a very poor reputation. They have many opposing sects and factions. The Ancient God Society is one of them. Chapter 16, Grandmaster Xianqing has truly shown his power. The Heavenly Mountain sect, after smashing the three-eyed goddess statue in the neighboring Lu family village a few days ago, was pursued again yesterday. The ones pursuing them were the Ancient Gods Society. The Ancient Gods Society believed in ancient deities, those from the legends of gods and immortals. They firmly believed that those deities once existed, and they yearned for the age of gods in myths and legends. Therefore, the Ancient Gods Society had been searching for the traces of the ancient gods, wanting to bring back the ancient divinities. Mutong's opinion on this was, a bunch of lunatics. However, the Ancient Gods Society had a very deep foundation and great strength. Because the Ancient Gods Society believed in ancient deities, the Heavenly Mountain sect, which recklessly smashed statues, disrespected deities and heaven and earth, and acted without any scruples, was a thorn in their side. The Heavenly Mountain sect not only smashed statues in rural areas, but also ancient statues of legendary deities. They even preferred to specifically seek out those statues of ancient gods. Among the many factions that were hostile to the Heavenly Mountain sect, the Ancient Gods Society was particularly difficult to deal with. The reason Mutong and Mu Nan ended up in Song family village was also because they were being hunted by the Ancient Gods Society. Whenever the Heavenly Mountain sect and the Ancient Gods Society met, there would inevitably be shouts of killing. After asking these questions, Song Xianqing fell silent, looking up at the starlit night sky, lost in thought. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, but Mutong's heart was pounding like a drum. He didn't know what this silence symbolized, nor did he know how Song Xianqing would deal with him next. But he knew, without needing to think, that he, with no value to Song Xianqing, would most likely not escape death. Gritting his teeth, Mutong mustered his courage and looked up at Song Xianqing. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Song Xianqing suddenly turn his head towards the village, his brow furrowed slightly. Not far away, a light was moving towards them. It was Old Man Song and his son. Song Bo held a torch in one hand and a woodcutter's knife in the other, and Old Man Song also held a woodcutter's knife. Both looked a bit nervous and moved slowly, but were only a few dozen meters away from the Xianqing temple. Song Xianqing frowned. He had no intention of appearing before the villagers yet. And with Mutong not yet dealt with, he couldn't return to the shrine. Lowering his head, Song Xianqing looked at the lazy black cat sprawled by his feet and whispered, "Go and stop Old Man Song and the others, don't let them get close. The customer is king," and as a working cat, the black cat had no reason to refuse Song Xianqing. With a meow, it rose and darted off. After resolving the problem with Old Man Song, Song Xianqing's gaze returned to Mutong. His expression was deep, and a faint murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Mutong had been around for years, and he was acutely aware of murderous intent. He sensed it the moment Song Xianqing showed it. Mutong shivered and, driven by a strong survival instinct, fearfully reached out to grab Song Xianqing's hem. But he didn't manage to, as Song Xianqing easily avoided him. Mutong didn't care about that anymore, and said hurriedly, Sir, please don't kill me. I'm still useful. You are the Xianqing public statue, so you definitely don't want people watching you all the time, disturbing you one after another, right? Your statue is already on the Heavenly Mountain sex list. Given the sex style, they won't let you off. I, Mutong, am just a small fry in the sect. There are many who are stronger than me. You are so special within the statue, if the Heavenly Mountain sect finds out, they definitely won't let you off easily. Even the villagers under your protection will suffer. Sir, if you let me go back, I can remove your information from the list at the sect. In fact, Mutong still didn't quite believe that Song Xianqing was the statue. But to survive, he had to take a gamble, to act as if Song Xianqing was indeed the Xianqing public statue, and to present his value to Song Xianqing, hoping that Song Xianqing would spare his life. Song Xianqing didn't speak, only narrowed his eyes to scrutinize him, lost in thought. Seeing that Song Xianqing remained silent, Mutong became even more apprehensive. He was gambling that Song Xianqing was really the statue in the temple, and the reason he said it was a gamble was because Mutong himself didn't really believe it. Now, seeing that Song Xianqing remained silent, Mutong's widened pupils were gradually filled with panic, and he stammered, Sir, please spare my life. If you kill me here, my and Munan's aura will dissipate here, and the sect will definitely find out. If you let me go back, I can conceal the cause of Munan's death. If you're not at ease, you can place a control method on me, and I, Mutong, will serve you for the rest of my life. Mutong was extremely sincere, willing to betray the Heavenly Mountain sect and pledge allegiance to Song Xianqing just to save his life. Song Xianqing finally spoke mercifully. No need. He didn't have any means to control others. Nor did he need Mutong to serve him. His earlier contemplation was just about how to deal with the Heavenly Mountain sect in the future. If the Heavenly Mountain sect didn't come looking for trouble, then that was fine. If they did cause trouble, Song Xianqing wasn't some soft persimmon either. He had a high starting point from birth and a divine system fueled by incense offerings. As long as he was given time to develop, he could turn the Heavenly Mountain sect into the collapsed mountain sect. Therefore, Mutong had to die. On the other side, The black cat promptly stepped forward, stopping Old Man Song and his son, Song-Bo, who were about to head towards the Shinqing temple. Seeing the black cat was safe and unharmed, Song-Bo breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to ask about the whereabouts of the two evil cultivators, but still felt intimidated by the black cat's demon identity. So he looked at his father, waiting for him to ask. However, Old Man Song didn't even glance at the black cat, instead staring straight ahead. Song-Bo felt strange and followed his father's gaze. He saw that under the eaves of the Shinqing temple at the village entrance, a figure seemed to be faintly standing. The figure was extremely tall. The Shinqing temple was only about 2 meters high, but the figure wasn't much shorter than the temple. And the figure was sturdy and muscular, clearly a man. Even from that distance, seen vaguely, one could sense his extraordinary aura. Song-Bo's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. Late at night, after two evil cultivators chased after the black cat of Lord Shinqing, the black cat appeared near the Shinqing temple. And now, a rather extraordinary tall figure had appeared in front of the Shinqing temple. Could that figure be Song-Bo's heart pounded with nervousness, and he tugged at his father's sleeve, his voice trembling. "Dad, is that Lord Shinqing?" Before he could finish, Old Man Song covered his mouth. Before a deity, one must not be so disrespectful and impudent. Nor should one gaze directly upon a deity. Bow, kneel. Old Man Song's expression was solemn, and without another word, he pulled his son, Song-Bo, to his knees on the ground facing the direction of the Shinqing temple, his head lowered, not daring to look any further. Song-Bo's heart was pounding like a drum, his palms sweating, his eyes wide as he stared at the ground. Old Man Song didn't directly answer him, but his words had already confirmed Song-Bo's guess. The tall figure in front of the Shinqing temple was really Lord Shinqing? Oh my! Everyone said Lord Shinqing was manifesting, and now Lord Shinqing had truly manifested? Having lived for more than 20 years, only hearing of Lord Shinqing's name, he was now witnessing Lord Shinqing's manifestation. And if it wasn't for Lord Shinqing, they, who had sheltered those two evil cultivators, would probably have been in great danger tonight. Fortunately, their village had the protection of Lord Shinqing. Song-Bo was nervous and excited, and closed his eyes, whispering, "Lord Shinqing, bless us, Lord Shinqing, bless us." Chapter 17, A Fortune. The solitary moon hung high above, in front of the Shinqing temple. Ah! Mutong let out a desperate cry, collapsing to the ground with a thud. A large hollow had caved in on his chest, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide open, staring at Song Shuanqing's direction, even in death. Next to Mutong lay Munan, also in a gruesome state of death. These two siblings, intertwined for years, had finally died together. Song Shinqing withdrew his hand, expressionless, but in the next second, his gaze flickered. Of course, not because of Mutong and Munan, two dead people who deserved their fate anyway. It was because of a system notification that suddenly rang out. You have protected Song Family Village from the massacre of the evil way, faith points plus 100. Song Shinqing gave the corpses of Mutong and Munan a strange glance. So it seems, these two practitioners of the evil way weren't completely useless after all. Killing them even got him 100 faith points. 100 points. For the impoverished Song Shinqing, 100 points were quite a sum. Opening the system panel, Song Shinqing scanned it. Faith to Godhood System Host, Song Shinqing Divine Lifespan, 20 Identity, Wild God Cultivation, Unranked 22.8% plus Technique, None Divine Powers, Divine Might Entry plus, Dreamwalking Entry plus, God Merge Entry plus Territory, Song Family Village Faith Points, 198.2 Evaluation, Not Acknowledged by the Heavenly Tao, Weak Faith and Worship, A Wild God without Divine Status or Position, Life is like duckweed, Strength is meager. Great, he now had a massive fortune of 198.2. The cultivation progress could advance another stage. Song Shinqing felt extremely displeased every time he saw the unranked state behind his cultivation. He hoped to get rid of this unranked cultivation realm as soon as possible. Just looking at it felt like a stab to the heart. Unranked cultivation, his identity a wild god. Even though Song Shinqing felt that he wasn't weak at the moment. Based on Mutong's description, he thought that in his god merge state, he should have the strength of a martial path's third realm, the spirit gathering realm, right? He hadn't fought a spirit gathering cultivator before, so he wasn't sure. He'd just find a spirit gathering cultivator to fight next time and he'd know. However, the divine power God merge state was quite unique, with time limitations, although he didn't know how long the God merge could last. But these kinds of short bursts of power couldn't be used as a permanent method. His own cultivation was still the most important thing. Contemplating, Song Shinqing looked up quietly at the bright moon, waiting for the God merge time to end. Although he could withdraw from the God merge early, Song Shinqing wanted to know how long he could maintain his God merge state now. Not far away, Dr. Song and his son, Song-Bo, remained kneeling on the ground with their heads lowered. A black cat with glossy fur and a stout build sat in front of them, licking its paws like a dividing line. It wasn't until Mouton let out a miserable shriek before dying that the two of them raised their heads in astonishment. However, they remained kneeling, not daring to look towards the Xianqing temple. Dr. Song and Song Bo had naturally recognized the familiar cry as Mouton's. Upon closer listening, they could discern that the sound originated from the direction of the Xianqing temple. With the black cat sitting here guarding them, it was clear that the ones dealing with the two heretics could only be. Dr. Song and Song Bo both understood, and their feelings were complex for a moment. Dr. Song sighed, feeling somewhat guilty. It's all our fault for being blind and foolish mortals, for saving two heretics, troubling Lord Xianqing and the cat demon, you as well. Dr. Song's attitude and words made the black cat feel a little uncomfortable. Scratching its head, the black cat could only meow a few times. It wasn't really the villagers' fault, as disgusting heretics were often hard to guard against. But unfortunately, Dr. Song and Song Bo couldn't understand cat language. Song Bo tightened his grip on the wood chopping knife in his hand and said in a rough voice, "I'm strong, I can kill those two heretics, I'll go help Lord Xianqing." He then made a move to get up. The black cat meowed fiercely, standing in front of Song Bo, clearly meaning to keep him back. Dr. Song also promptly gave him a rap on the head. "Idiot, does Lord Xianqing need your help? Are you just going to make trouble?" Song Bo covered his head, not daring to speak, and obediently knelt down. Dr. Song looked at the black cat with some surprise, but quickly retracted his gaze. It seems Lord Xianqing doesn't want them to go forward, and has this black cat stop them. Dr. Song didn't think much of it, assuming that Lord Xianqing was worried about them being hurt by the heretics, and had intentionally had the black cat stop them from getting close. Song Xianqing stood quietly in front of the temple for a while, until he felt a sudden surge of weakness. The next moment, Song Xuanqing's figure transformed into a stream of light, flying into the Xianqing temple. When the light dissipated, a foot-tall statue reappeared within the empty shrine. The colors faded, and the statue returned to its stone-gray hue, its face once again becoming indistinct. Song Xianqing was attached to the statue, and the feeling of weakness washed over him like a tide. Fortunately, it only affected his ability to fight, not his basic movements. Song Xianqing also had a clear idea of how long he could maintain the state of divine union. He could now maintain it for about a quarter of an hour, which was 15 minutes. After the divine union ended, the statue would automatically return to its original position, and at the same time, Song Xianqing would become weak. He would not be able to fight for a short time after the union ended. As for how long it would take before he could use his divine power of union again, he didn't know, as this particular power had no cooldown on the surface. He estimated that once he recovered, he would be able to use it again. With the matter here settled, Song Xianqing called back the black cat. Soon, the black cat quickly darted in, meowing joyfully. "Respected Divine Lord, are your affairs finished? Was the little demon's performance this time satisfactory?" The subtext was, "Can I have a raise?" Song Xianqing did not appear, remaining within the statue, and said, "The reward I promised you will not be less." With that, he transferred 3.2 incense points to the black cat. Song Xianqing wasn't a stingy person. The black cat had done quite well this time, even showing the presence of mind to protect the Song elder doctor's family. However, he himself didn't have many incense points, so he needed to save them, and couldn't give too much. Last time, when the black cat helped him bring Song Mugen and his son out of Wolf Head Mountain, he gave it 2.2 incense points. This time, he'd give the black cat a little more. Moreover, the black cat had low cultivation and was easy to control, and its character didn't seem bad. Sometimes, when it was inconvenient for Song Xianqing to show his face, it would be perfect to have the black cat do things for him. With the idea of being able to find the black cat to help in the future, Song Xianqing naturally wouldn't intentionally antagonize his relationship with the black cat. For the remaining incense points, Song Xianqing planned to add them to his cultivation later. The black cat received the incense points and happily started absorbing them on the spot. Song Xianqing could even feel the black cat's cultivation growing. Although it wasn't much, cultivation was a long and gradual process of accumulation, and this bit of cultivation was already an extremely rare increase for the black cat. What's more, incense points could also temporarily improve its comprehension. After a while, the black cat finished absorbing and stretched comfortably. According to past experience, the black cat should leave now, and there was no saying when it would appear again. But this time, Song Xianqing didn't silently accept the black cat leaving. Just as the black cat finished stretching, Song Xianqing suddenly spoke. That evil cultivator named Mutong said that there are no gods in this world, and thinks that this deity doesn't look like a divine statue. Little cat demon, what do you think this deity is? The black cat blinked its round, clear eyes. It looked up at the statue in the shrine, which was somewhat blurred by the ravages of time, and tilted its head. "Respected Divine Lord, little demon thinks what you are is not important. To little demon, you have no malice towards me and are willing to give me benefits, so little demon is willing to stand on the same side as you and work for you. No matter what kind of being you are far too powerful for me. Those things are irrelevant to me. What is important is that you are willing to give me opportunities and benefits, and I am also willing to work for you and stand on the same side as you. Moreover, I've heard in mortal legends that gods are powerful beings who love all living things and protect all creatures. Isn't that what you are? So, how can Song Xianqing not be a god? Chapter 18, called Shen-Mo, Song Xianqing was, of course, a deity. He just didn't have the official designation. The Black Cat's answer was impeccable, and Song Xianqing didn't dwell on it, changing the subject. What is your current cultivation level? Upon mentioning cultivation, the Black Cat's furry face showed obvious delight. Thanks to your blessing, Master, this little demon has already cultivated to the mid-stage of the body-forging realm. When I first met you, I was only at the early stage. Demonic cultivation was not easy, especially for weak demons. They lacked good cultivation methods and resources, and most had ordinary talent. In short, they lacked everything. Therefore, although the Black Cat knew Song Xianqing was not simple, the benefits it received from him in just 2 or 3 days had allowed it to directly cross a minor realm. The Black Cat had almost determined to follow Song Xianqing. As a demon just starting to cultivate, it lacked everything. Without a fortuitous encounter, its future was bleak. And now, opportunity was right before it. It was the shiny statue of the Lord Xianqing before its eyes. Although the shiny was just a filter the Black Cat had applied to Song Xianqing, in its heart, Song Xianqing's figure was indeed shining. Song Xianqing didn't understand the demon cultivation realms, but he assumed the body-forging realm the Black Cat spoke of was equivalent to the human martial artist's body refinement realm. With just over 5 spirit points of faith, he had directly helped the Black Cat cross a small stage? Was the conversion rate between faith and cultivation so high? Song Xianqing thought it was likely because the Black Cat's cultivation realm was low. Perhaps it was also already close to the mid-stage of the body-forging realm. Tell me about the cultivation realms of your demons, Song Xianqing said casually. Having understood the human martial artist's cultivation, it was good to also understand that of the demons. The Black Cat was naturally very obedient. This little demon has a low cultivation, so I don't know much about the demon cultivation realms. Please forgive me, Lord Spirit. Actually, the demon cultivation realms are basically the same as the human realms, just with different paths and names. The demons have the body-forging realm, bone-refining realm, spirit-gathering realm, demon core realm, and transformation realm. The body-forging realm and bone-refining realm are for forging flesh, blood, muscles, and bones, refining true energy because as demons focus on the physical body. The spirit-gathering realm seems to be similar to human cultivation. The demon core realm is for condensing a demon core and gaining various supernatural powers, and the transformation realm is said to allow one to transform into a human. But these are just things I've heard. If there are any discrepancies, please forgive me, Lord Spirit. Although the Black Cat's explanation was very rough, Song Xianqing got a general understanding. Observing the Black Cat's current aura, Song Xianqing was a little curious. Little cat demon, how long have you been cultivating? Hearing this, the Black Cat looked a little embarrassed. This little demon has ordinary bloodline, so I only awakened my intellect when I was 2 years old and stepped into cultivation rather blindly. I've been cultivating for 3 years, making me 5 years old now. Song Xianqing raised his eyebrows, having no concept of this cultivation speed. He had only transmigrated recently and had already obtained the equivalent strength of the spirit-gathering realm the first time he acted. This made Song Xianqing somewhat unconsciously underestimate the first 2 cultivation realms. However, Song Xianqing also knew he was an exception and couldn't be used as a reference. How is your speed of cultivation to the mid-stage of the body-forging realm in nearly 3 years compared to other demons? The Black Cat became even more embarrassed, lowering its head. Master, please don't make fun of me. My speed is definitely considered slow among demons. Those with great demon bloodlines, good talent, and treasures to assist them can cultivate to the mid or late stage of the bone-refining realm in 3 years. It is not easy for small demons like me to cultivate. Not to mention reaching the mid-stage of the body-forging realm in 3 years, it is normal for some to only reach it in 5. Some demons would eat humans to increase their cultivation speed, but this little demon is timid and not interested in eating humans. Fortunately, most demons have long lifespans. Although cultivation is slow, it's not a dead end. With slow training and by avoiding powerful demons who eat others to improve themselves and human martial artists who hunt demons, they can still get by. Moreover, if it weren't for the cultivation treasure you gave me, Master, I don't know how long it would have taken me to break through to the mid-stage of body forging. Song Xianqing rubbed his nose. In this world, demons and evil spirits run rampant, and ordinary people live in constant fear. Yet, even among demons, there's a hierarchy, a case of the big fish eating the small fish. After speaking, the Black Cat looked up at the statue on the high platform, unable to contain its curiosity. Divine Master, may I know what that miraculous treasure you gave me actually is? Song Xianqing remained silent for a moment before saying, that is a sacred incense pill condensed from my divine power. The black cat's round pupils filled with confusion. Incense pill? Yes, this incense pill is formless. It was condensed by me using my divine powers and at the expense of my own cultivation. It was difficult to create, and I only bestowed it upon you because I saw your sincerity. The black cat didn't doubt Song Xuanqing's words at all, because the incense value had indeed brought significant improvements to it. Furthermore, the black cat felt that its cultivation was low, and for such a powerful being like Song Xuanqing to consider it as an affiliate was already a great honor. The black cat's eyes flickered, and it meowed sincerely. Divine Master, please rest assured, I will definitely live up to your trust and train hard. Song Xuanqing, yes, train well. Black cat, meow meow meow. Song Xuanqing, yes, you are a good cat. From now on, if there's nothing else, come to my temple every night. If there is something I need you to do, I will ask for your help, and you won't work for nothing. Black cat, yes, Divine Master. Song Xuanqing thought for a moment and said, do you have a name? It's not good to keep calling you little cat demon, little cat demon. The black cat scratched its ear. I am a wild cat from the mountains and have no name. Then I shall give you a name. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the black cat naturally showed great joy. It would be an honor for Master to grant me a name. It had heard that in ancient times, those who were bestowed a name by a divine being were blessed with great fortune. Amidst the black cat's anticipation, Song Xuanqing stroked his chin and uttered a sentence. Then let us call you Xuanma. Both Xian and Mo mean black. Since you are completely black as ink, this name seems appropriate. The black cat blinked its confused eyes. It didn't understand the meaning of the words Xian and Mo, but it knew that the divine being before it was called Xuanqing. His name contained the word Xian, and the name given to it by the Divine Master also contained the word Xian. Did this mean that the Divine Master recognized it? Thinking of this, the black cat's face broke into a wide smile. The name Master has given is the best. From now on, I shall be called Xuanma. After the black cat was called back by Song Xuanqing, old Dr. Song and Song Bo did not get up right away. Worried about offending the divine, they knelt in place for a while longer before bowing towards the direction of the Xuanqing temple. May Xuanqing Gong not be offended. This old man has no intention of disturbing you, only to take a look at the situation. I hope Xuanqing Gong will not be offended. After speaking, the two of them stood up and slowly moved towards the front of the Xuanqing temple, holding torches. Under the light of the fire, old Dr. Song and his son, Song Bo, quickly saw the situation in front of the Xuanqing temple. Mu Tong and Mu Nan's deaths were gruesome, their bodies lying on the ground. This scene startled even the well-informed old Dr. Song, let alone Song Bo. He grabbed old Dr. Song's arm and said, trembling, Dad, two dead people. Old Dr. Song kicked him without any trace of politeness. So what if they're two dead people? What's there to be so surprised about? Besides, these two are evil cultivators. Xuanqing Gong killed them to protect us. These two evil cultivators deserve to die. Song Bo was still shivering, not daring to look at the two corpses on the ground. Then, Dad, what do we do now? Old Dr. Song glanced at the corpses, then at the Xuanqing temple. After thinking for a moment, he said with determination, it's late at night now, and it's not good to disturb Xuanqing Gong any further. Boer, you and I will keep watch here, and wait until dawn to go and discuss with the village chief about how to deal with these two bodies. Song Bo's eyes widened, somewhat flustered. Dad, we're just going to watch these two bodies here until dawn? He looked at the two corpses on the ground and met Mutong's unclosed eyes, giving him a start. Old Dr. Song was firm. Or what? We've already troubled Xuanqing Gong tonight. Do you want to call a bunch of people to the front of Xuanqing temple in the middle of the night, disturbing Xuanqing Gong? Song Bo shrunk his neck. Guard until dawn. Chapter 19, Minor Distraction Technique. Outside the Xuanqing temple, Song Xuanqing had been watching the movements of Elder Song and his son, Songbua. However, he didn't interfere. Since the deed was done, he didn't care how the villagers of Song family village would handle the aftermath. After sending Xuanma away, Song Xuanqing opened the system panel. His current cultivation progress was at 22.8%. To push it to 100%, he would need to spend another 772 points. Song Xuanqing clearly didn't have enough incense value at the moment. After paying the 3.2 incense value to Xuanma, he had 195 points remaining. Calculating the incense value he had on hand, Song Xuanqing decided to invest 172 points into his cultivation. This would push his progress to 40%, leaving him with 23 points as a reserve. Having planned out the allocation of his incense value, Song Xuanqing, system, give me the points. As his cultivation progressed, Song Xuanqing's aura began to fluctuate, growing increasingly powerful. It wasn't until his cultivation reached 40% of his target that his aura stabilized. A few minutes later, after assessing his current cultivation, Song Xuanqing opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. The previous weakness had vanished. He felt like he could jump into battle with someone right now. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Host's cultivation has reached the unranked level 40%, and you have comprehended the divine ability, Lesser Spirit Division. Lesser Spirit Division divides a wisp of divine consciousness refined with cultivation, allowing the division to possess a small portion of the user's power and roam the world. Note, the strength of the divided spirit is determined by the main body, up to 1/4 of the main body's strength. The maximum number of spirits that can be formed is determined by the main body's cultivation. The loss of a divided spirit will not affect the main body's foundation, but will cause temporary weakness. System tip: within the host's territory, the divided spirit can roam further, but there are still limitations. The host is advised to explore this on their own. Song Xianqing carefully read the divine abilities description several times, his eyes shining. Isn't this a clone technique? This divine ability is amazing. Song Xianqing could already imagine countless ways to use it, such as sending a spirit division to battle while the main body remained within the idol, or even having the main body and division fight together. Although the divided spirit's strength was weaker, at most only 1/4 of the main body's, and with the spirit division technique, his range of activity could expand. Although Song Xuanqing's territory was currently limited to Song Family Village and the main body's activity was restricted, the spirit division could travel much further in his stead. If he had this lesser spirit division ability when he first transmigrated, he wouldn't have needed Xian Mo's help to enter Wolf Head Mountain to find Song Mugen and his son. He could have used the spirit division to go in himself. Fortunately, this ability came not too late. Moreover, this was only lesser spirit division. Did that mean there was a greater spirit division? He wondered what the greater spirit division would be like. Unfortunately, the system was like a brainless robot, only displaying prompts and not allowing any interaction. Otherwise, he could ask about it. Having gained a new divine ability, Song Xianqing adjusted his breathing and immediately tried to condense a divided spirit. Perhaps because it was his first time using the ability, Song Xianqing was not very skilled. After a long while, he laboriously condensed a divided spirit. The divided spirit looked exactly like Song Xianqing, floating in the air in front of him, invisible to ordinary people. The moment the divided spirit was successfully condensed, Song Xianqing felt a new visual feed in his mind. It was the divided spirit's view. Song Xianqing felt this was incredibly magical. He could clearly feel that the divided spirit was part of him, that the divided spirit was him, and he was the divided spirit. The sensation was like the divided spirit was his hand, or his foot, a part of his own body. The only thing that made Song Xianqing a little unhappy was that condensing this one spirit division had consumed almost half of his divine power. Although this divine power was expendable and could be quickly restored, this spirit division, which had cost him half of his divine power, only had 1/10 of his main body's cultivation. Using it to fight would be too inefficient. It would be better for the main body to go directly. However, Song Xianqing was not yet proficient with this ability. Once he became more skilled, he should be able to reduce consumption and increase the divided spirit's strength. Old Dr. Song and Song Bo had guarded the two corpses in front of the Xianqing temple for a whole night. The night was deep and the dew was heavy, and both of them were covered in dewdrops. It wasn't until 1/4 past Mao hour, when the sky began to turn white, that old Dr. Song told Song Bo to run to the village chief's house to call for people. Before long, Song Bo returned with the village chief, Song Tiancheng. It was clear that Song Tiancheng was in a hurry. His clothes were hastily thrown on, his hair was a mess, and he was nervously following Song Bo to the front of the Xianqing temple. Upon seeing the two corpses with their gruesome deaths, Song Tiancheng's face turned pale, and his lips trembled slightly. This, Dr. Song, is what little Bo said true? When Song Bo had gone to find Song Tiancheng, he had already explained what had happened the night before. Song Family Village was small and located deep in the remote mountains, so such an event was rare and hardly seen in the village for years. Song Tiancheng swallowed, somewhat disbelieving. Old Dr. Song nodded and repeated the events once more. Song Tiancheng rubbed his temples with a headache after listening. Such a stimulating thing to happen first thing in the morning. Of course, having heard what had happened, Song Tiancheng was also very grateful. He looked at the Xianqing temple in front of him with an excited and respectful gaze, bowed 3 times, and then said, "According to what you said, it really was thanks to the protection of the Xianqing Lord. I've heard that when these evil cultists appear, they cause deaths and injuries, even wiping out entire villages. If it hadn't been for the Xianqing Lord showing his divine power to protect our village last night, not just you, Dr. Song, but the rest of the village would have suffered." Old Dr. Song sighed and also bowed 3 times. "Ah, who can say otherwise? We are so lucky to have the Xianqing Lord. But village chief, what should we do with these 2 corpses now? And after all, they were evil cultists. Now they've died here, won't that cause trouble? I've heard these evil cultists have very sinister methods. Ah, if I had known earlier that these 2 were evil cultists, I would never have taken them in and treated them yesterday. No, we shouldn't have let those young men pull them out of the river. It was precisely because of these concerns that old Dr. Song did not immediately deal with the 2 corpses last night and instead waited for village chief Song Tiancheng to come and decide. Song Tiancheng frowned as he scanned the 2 corpses on the ground and pondered, "I'll have my son go and call the villagers here. We need to let them know about this so that they can be more vigilant in the future and not save just anyone, especially those few villagers who pulled them up yesterday. As for whether the death of these 2 evil cultists will bring trouble to us, let's hope the Shenqing Lord will protect us and that there won't be any trouble. Anyway, if anyone asks, we'll just say we don't know anything." Soon, at the village chief's call, a large group of villagers gathered in front of the Shenqing temple. After hearing what old Dr. Song and the village chief said, they were all filled with fear. Especially the villagers who had pulled the men out of the river, who were full of remorse and dread. "These damned evil cultists, if I had known, we wouldn't have saved them, we should have smashed their heads in with a hoe each. Luckily we have the Shenqing Lord, with the Shenqing Lord protecting us. Otherwise, if these evil cultists had attacked our village, we would have been done for." Exactly, old Dr. Song's family was almost killed yesterday. They were called out to the courtyard in the middle of the night by those 2 evil cultists. Who knows what they wanted to do? It's fortunate that the Shenqing Lord was here and the cat demon master under the Shenqing Lord's command. Old Dr. Song and little Bo said they saw the Shenqing Lord appear last night? Is that true? Hush! You can't be disrespectful to the Shenqing Lord. The villagers surrounded the 2 corpses, chattering away. Although they were fearful, now that the crisis had been resolved, the villagers relaxed and were grateful that the 2 evil cultists had been taken care of by Song Shenqing. Song Tiancheng frowned as he listened to the noisy villagers and yelled out, "All right, quiet down. In the future, if anyone asks about anything related to these 2 evil cultists, you will all say you don't know, do you hear me? And don't bring any more random people into the village." Naturally, the villagers all responded in unison. Song Tiancheng thought for a moment and said, "Since these 2 were rescued from the river, let's throw them back in now. It'll be as if we never saw them. We won't know where their bodies float or if the fish eat them." Having said that, Song Tiancheng pointed at the few men who had pulled them ashore yesterday and ordered them to throw the bodies back into the river, throwing them far out. Chapter 20 Hell on Earth. West of Wannan County, on the outskirts of the Luosha mountain range, stood a mountain called Bailuo Mountain. The peaks were treacherous, and the forests deep and secluded. At the foot of Bailuo Mountain was a village, named after the mountain, called Bailuo Village. Bailuo Village was larger than Song Village, with nearly 100 households and 300 to 400 villagers. Unlike Song Village, which was all one clan, Bailuo Village had several family clans. It was the height of the farming season, and the sun was scorching. In the past, Bailuo Village would have been bustling with activity at this time. But today, Bailuo Village was filled with curses, wails, cries, and despair. Limbs and severed arms lay scattered everywhere, blood flowing freely, making it no exaggeration to call it a living hell. In the center of the village, under the old locust tree, there were no children playing as usual. A huge blood pool stood there, its bloody aura rising into the sky. In the middle of the blood pool, a bald, muscular man, wearing only his underpants, sat cross-legged. Strange patterns were etched on his smooth scalp. At the edge of the blood pool, fierce-looking men in white robes, with swords at their waists, were constantly dragging people to the edge, cutting their wrists and letting them bleed. A flash of light from the blade illuminated the 3 characters of the Tianshan sect on the handle. Those who were dragged to be bled were men and women, old and young, even newborn babies were not spared. Everywhere was filled with wails, curses, and despair. "Ah, a pack of devils. Even if we go to hell, we won't let you off. The imperial court will surely avenge us. You will all die a horrible death. My son! My son! Kill me if you must, but don't kill my son. Bah! A pack of devils. The immortal Bailuo will not let you off. You killed people and smashed the statue of immortal Bailuo. The immortal will surely bring divine retribution upon you. Ha ha!" The bald man opened his fierce, wolf-like eyes, completely indifferent to the hellish scene around him. He stood up from the blood pool, his white underpants stained red with blood. As he walked, he mocked, "By the time the imperial court avenges you, your bones will have rotted. As for your so-called immortal Bailuo, ha ha, just a dead thing made of stone. Apart from the bead inside the statue, it's just a piece of broken rock. You expect that broken piece of stone you believe in to save you? I even smashed the statue, so what? Instead of believing in those non-existent gods, you should believe in our Tianshan sect and follow our Tianshan sect." Another wave of curses erupted. But the bald man didn't care at all. After coming out of the blood pool, he ordered his men to go in. "Hurry up and refine to recover your injuries. We need to leave this place before sunset today, so the Ancient Gods Society won't catch our scent and come after us." One of his men said in disbelief, "Really, boss? We've run from the south to the west. Will the Ancient Gods Society still chase us? In the past, after running this far, they wouldn't chase us anymore." The bald man gave his subordinate a hard whack on the head. Why are you talking so much? Do as I say. Many of the ancient gods society people have recently run to the Huaiyan prefecture. There are also many in the Wannan County area. If we get entangled with them again, when we return to the Huaiyan branch, we will have even fewer people. The subordinate rubbed the bump on the back of his head and asked curiously, "Boss, has there been anything big happening in Huaiyan prefecture recently? Why have so many people from the ancient gods society and other sects come? It's making our actions very inconvenient." The bald man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and laughed in annoyance. "You ask me, how would I know? What the higher-ups are thinking and what new information there is that something people like us can know?" The subordinate shut his mouth, not daring to speak anymore. The bald man, while wiping his knife, suddenly remembered something and said, "Yesterday you contacted Mutong and Munan, saying they weren't dead and ended up in a remote village?" "Yes, I told them to come and join us. They also said their injuries were serious and they needed to rest. Once they recover, they can go directly back to the sect." The bald, burly man's wolfish eyes narrowed slightly, his tone subtle. "Did they say where they were?" I asked, but they didn't say. "They just cut off contact. I don't know if they really ran out of energy or if it was on purpose." The bald man sneered, "Contact them again. I want to see what kind of trickery these two are up to. Not only do they not tell us their location, they want to go back to the sect themselves." His subordinate nodded, sticking his finger down his throat. After a few retches, he spat out a thumb-sized, short, fat black bug. Then, he closed his eyes, communicating with the black bug through his divine sense. However, he soon frowned, trying to communicate again with his divine sense, unwilling to believe it. After several attempts, the subordinate opened his eyes, looking at the bald man helplessly. The bald man frowned. "What's wrong? Speak, boss. I can't contact Mutong and Munan, and it doesn't seem like they deliberately cut off contact. The bug's feedback is, the two bugs belonging to Mutong and Munan seem to be dead." The bald man's eyelid twitched. "Dead? Those two have such big guts? They dare to kill the spirit sense black bugs?" The subordinate swallowed. "They probably wouldn't dare. The black bugs are connected to their lives. It's also possible they met with misfortune and died." The bald man's face darkened. The subordinate glanced at him a few times, tentatively asking, "The bugs can sense the corpses of those two bugs. Boss, should we go look for Mutong and Munan?" The bald man stared at him expressionlessly. "No need. When we return to the sect, we'll see if they've actually gone back." Midsummer, the 9th day. Auspicious for sacrifices and building stoves, other matters are unsuitable. Song Xianqing sat in the shrine, watching the villagers below reverently kowtow and offer incense. Although it wasn't a day for offering incense, his reputation had soared throughout Song family village recently. He had commanded a cat demon to save the Song father and son from Wolfhead Mountain, and he'd killed 2 malicious heretics. These divine acts had made him famous. In the past, villagers respected Master Xianqing and offered incense and kowtowed on time. However, while they respected him, they weren't particularly devout. After all, the existence of deities was only in legends, and divine miracles were merely tales passed down by word of mouth, their truth unknown. For them, worshipping deities was more of a hope, a place to put their faith. But since Song Xuanqing's arrival, it was no longer an intangible hope. Song Xianqing had shown them real miracles, making them know that they were truly under divine protection. Therefore, even though it wasn't a customary incense offering day, villagers came to offer him incense in an endless stream, which always made Song Xuanqing's heart ache. Why did he only gain incense value on the 1st and 15th of the month? He felt like he was losing a fortune. Chapter 21. Such a large serpent. It had been some time since he came to this world. Song Xianqing had gradually grown accustomed to sitting high in the shrine every day, listening to the villagers' requests. However, not every villager who came to offer incense had a request. Some simply sought peace of mind, coming to offer a few sticks of incense whether they had a matter or not. After the villagers finished offering incense, Song Xianqing would leave the Xianqing temple. The sun outside was strong, and the weather was gradually getting hotter. However, Song Xianqing couldn't feel the cold or heat. He learned of these things from the villagers. Recently, Song Xianqing had been wandering around Song family village when he had nothing to do, looking for any suspicious outsiders. His range of perception was limited, and to grasp all the movements of Song family village, he had to personally patrol. The words Mutong said before he died, Song Xianqing still remembered them. Although he was fearless at the time and not too worried about the Heavenly Mountain sect coming to make trouble for him later, Song Xianqing was not truly indifferent to the matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be patrolling every day to discover any traces of the Heavenly Mountain sect in time. After all, he couldn't be completely ignorant if the Heavenly Mountain sect entered his territory. After patrolling within his range of action, Song Xianqing still didn't find any traces of the Heavenly Mountain sect today. He even began to wonder if it was because Mutong and Munan were just small fries in the Heavenly Mountain sect, and the sect didn't care about their deaths at all. If that were the case, then nothing could be better. After patrolling the entire Song family village, Song Xianqing did not rush back to the idol but instead came to the farmland. The farmlands of Song family village were all in one place, and the area was not small, roughly over 100 acres. When the wind blew, the green waves swayed, interspersed with sparse patches of yellow, making a rustling sound. These fields carried the food and livelihoods of over 100 people in Song family village. The men rolled up their trouser legs and busied themselves in the fields, their sweat pouring down in the scorching sun. Although it was hard work, it could still be considered peaceful and content. Seeing that the villagers under his jurisdiction, protected by him, were living peacefully and contentedly, Song Xianqing felt a faint sense of accomplishment in his heart. The world was not a good place. He had heard villagers say a couple of days ago that a village called Bailuo village in Wannan County, with 300 or 400 people, had been completely massacred. It was said that they were all drained of their blood and died in agony. The way it was done looked like the work of an evil sect. Even the county magistrate of Wannan County was shocked and sent many martial artists to investigate. Unfortunately, the people were already dead. Putting aside whether they could find the culprits who had long since fled, even if they were found, what could be done? The dead could not be brought back to life. The villagers of Song family village were also quite frightened when they first heard about this. That day, Xianqing Temple saw a small peak in attendance again. The villagers all rushed to offer incense to Song Xianqing. The villagers were thankful that they were in a land blessed by the gods, and offering incense to Song Xianqing for safety was also to seek peace of mind. Bailuo village was quite far from Song family village. Before this massacre, the villagers had never even heard of this place. And nearby, in a small village 2 mountains away from Song family village, 3 or 4 people were eaten by some unknown demon, all dying with their hearts and abdomens dug out. This frightened the people in that village, some fleeing, others going to the county to ask for help. In such a world, human lives were as worthless as weeds. It was not a joke. Song Xianqing's abilities were limited, and his jurisdiction was also limited to Song family village. He couldn't control other places, but he could at least do his best to protect Song family village. In this chaotic world of cannibalism, he could allow the people under his protection to live and work in peace and contentment. The villagers were unaware that the revered Xianqing Gong was right beside them. A group of men were working in the fields, chatting and laughing. The next moment, a scream suddenly broke out. Ah! My God! What a huge serpent! In a field not far away, a dark-skinned man jumped several meters back in fright. The other villagers nearby immediately stopped smiling, and with hose on their shoulders, they ran towards the dark-skinned man. Where is the serpent? The dark-skinned man gripped his hoe tightly, swallowed his saliva, and pointed to the field in front. There, what a huge serpent! Underneath the lush green rice seedlings, a large snake with green scales and white rings, nearly a zhang long and as thick as a man's calf, was coiled there. The midsummer rice seedlings were nearly grown, almost as tall as a man's calf. The green-scaled, white-ringed snake was lying under the seedlings. If you didn't get close, you wouldn't be able to see it. That was why the man was so frightened when he suddenly saw the large snake. Now disturbed, the snake was also very displeased. It raised its upper body, flicking its tongue and staring at the villagers in front of it, as if it was ready to attack at any moment. The men who had run over with hose on their shoulders saw the size of the snake and their palms became sweaty with tension. Good heavens, how can this serpent be so big? It's also a white-ringed snake. I thought white-ringed snakes only grew to 4 or 5 chi at most. How can this one be so big? No, the point is white-ringed snakes are highly venomous. Small ones are alright, but one this big and still venomous, what do we do? If we don't chase it away or kill it, how can we till our fields? Before the villagers could finish speaking, the white-ringed snake launched an attack. Its thick and long body seemed clumsy, but in reality, it was unbelievably agile. In the blink of an eye, it rushed towards the villagers in front of it. Its open jaws revealed sharp fangs dripping with venom. The villagers were almost caught off guard, but thankfully, they managed to block the large snake with their hose just in time. But snakes were vengeful. How could it so easily let the villagers go? Hissing, it wanted to attack and bite them again. However, the villagers were not to be trifled with. Farm men had plenty of strength, and they also had long hose. The snake wanted to bite them, and the villagers wanted to get rid of the snake. But the snake was also very agile. For a moment, the two sides were locked in a stalemate. While fending it off, the villagers shouted loudly, "There's a huge serpent here, come quick!" Song Xianqing floated in the air, watching quietly, with no intention of intervening. Although this snake was larger than what it should have been for its species, it had not actually reached the level of a spirit or demon. It was just a regular snake that had grown quite large. If it had been a spirit or demon, Song Xianqing would have already intervened. But since it was just a regular snake, the villagers weren't entirely unable to handle it. He was the guardian deity of Song family village, not their nanny. It wasn't possible for him to help them with every difficulty they encountered. Of course, if a villager was really in danger of losing their life to the snake, Song Xiancheng would consider lending a small hand. After all, they were his followers, the ones who provided him with the incense value that sustained him. Moreover, to be honest, Song Xiancheng had seen many scenes like this in the last few days. He didn't know if it was because of the hot weather or some other reason, but the number of snakes appearing lately was increasing. There were all kinds of snakes. This white-ringed snake, which was a zhanglong, was not even the largest. It wasn't the first time Song Xiancheng had come to the fields to take a break and seen villagers encounter snakes. It could even be said that he saw many snakes in the fields every day. Some snakes were timid and would run away when they saw people, while some were bolder, like this white-ringed snake, which actively attacked the villagers. It wasn't just in the fields, snakes were entering some homes in the village as well. Even when drawing water from the well, people would sometimes come across 1 or 2 snakes. Some were poisonous, while others were not. Initially, some villagers were even quite happy. After all, snake meat was meat and could be eaten. Except for the highly venomous snakes that villagers dared not eat, non-venomous snakes were caught and killed, adding a meat dish to the day's meal. But as the number of snakes increased, some people would wake up to find a venomous snake at the foot of their bed, and similar situations occurred more and more often. The villagers' joy in eating snake meat was dampened. Due to the unusually large number of snakes appearing recently, many villagers had been bitten. If they encountered a non-venomous snake, it was fine, but if it was a venomous one, then they'd have to pray it wasn't a highly poisonous snake. Otherwise, the whole village would be preparing for a funeral feast. Song Xiancheng was well aware of these situations, but he didn't pay much attention. It was a rural mountain area. It was normal for there to be more snakes in the summer, although there were a bit too many snakes. But since it hadn't caused any major problems, Song Xiancheng was too lazy to intervene. Chapter 22, Life-Extending Pill in the Fields. The villagers entangled with the white-ringed snake were gradually becoming exhausted. The snake was fast, and its skin was thick and tough. If you didn't strike its vitals, you couldn't kill it outright. And it held grudges, not letting anyone off without a bite. A venomous snake, no less. Could they even make it to a doctor if eaten? Several men had begun to retreat, considering a run for it. But they feared the snake would chase them, leaving their backs exposed. And what if the snake hid in some corner of the field? They would be constantly on edge tending their crops. Just as the men were hesitating, a sharp meow pierced the air. Meow! The next instant, a swift black blur shot past the men and confronted the white-ringed snake. The demonic aura that rushed toward it made the snake instinctively freeze. And in that moment of stillness, it was slain by the black cat's sharp claws. 3 deep, bone-showing gashes were torn into its vitals. The white-ringed snake cried out in pain and unwillingness, then collapsed in the field, no longer moving. The men came to their senses, realizing the white-ringed snake had been defeated. A cat with fur as black as ink, the proud and imposing Xian Mo, stood in front of the serpent's corpse. The men, who had been tense just moments ago, were immediately overjoyed. It's Lord Cat Demon. Thank you, Lord Cat Demon, for killing this snake and saving us. Lord Cat Demon is so powerful. This must be the spirit of Lord Xiancheng manifesting, sending Lord Cat Demon to us. Song Xiancheng, who had been silently watching from above, it really wasn't he. Xian Mo had simply noticed that Song Xiancheng cared about these villagers and thus had independently acted to protect them. It was just a snake that hadn't become a demon yet anyway. Xian Mo hadn't used much effort at all. But to the villagers, this was Lord Xiancheng's protection, sending the black cat to kill the snake for them. Now, throughout Song family village, it was understood that Xian Mo represented the will of Song Xiancheng. Gradually, the villagers weren't so afraid of Xian Mo anymore. After all, since Xian Mo had appeared, it had never harmed them. On the contrary, it had been helping and protecting them because of Song Xiancheng. They weren't just unafraid. Sometimes when Xian Mo wandered into a villager's home, they would even offer it fish. The villagers of Song family village, the black cat is a good demon. Song Xiancheng chuckled and shook his head, then turned to leave. Xian Mo, who had been enjoying the praise and admiration from the villagers, saw Song Xiancheng depart and immediately followed him. Naturally, the villagers wouldn't dare stop it, letting it run after the invisible Song Xiancheng. Xuanma followed Song Xiancheng to the entrance of the Xiancheng temple, meowing all the way. Great deity, is there any little demon who can do something for you today? I will definitely complete the task you give me perfectly. Song Xiancheng glanced at it casually. No, he wasn't an NPC. He wouldn't have a task just by getting close. Reaching the front of the Xiancheng temple, Song Xiancheng prepared to return to the statue to continue practicing his minor soul division technique. He could now use 1/3 of his divine power to condense a divided soul with 1/8 of his main body's strength. Just as he was about to shoo away the clinging Xuanma, he saw 2 villagers rushing back to the village, carrying an old man. The 2 villagers had wet mud and grass leaves on their legs, and their trouser legs were rolled up, indicating they had just returned from the fields. The old man they were carrying had already fainted, his lips turning a bluish purple and his silver hair falling in disarray. Looking closer at his face, it was none other than the village chief, Song Tiancheng. Hurry, hurry, the village chief was bitten by a green viper. He won't make it if it's any later, the two villagers said, carrying the village chief, Song Tiancheng, swiftly heading towards Dr. Song's house. Song Xianqing paused, changing his mind. Instead of returning to the statue, he followed the two villagers and the village chief, Song Tiancheng, to Dr. Song's house. As soon as the two villagers carrying the village chief entered the courtyard, they shouted urgently, "Dr. Song, come quick, the village chief was bitten by a snake, save him." Dr. Song was in the west room, a room originally built for patients to lie down or sit. Mu Tong and Mu Nan had also laid there before. At this moment, there were already 3 people lying in the west room, a woman and 2 children, all villagers. Dr. Song was applying herbal medicine to relieve snake venom. Hearing the shouts of the 2 villagers outside, he was startled and quickly turned to go out. What? The village chief was also bitten by a snake? The villager hurriedly replied, yes, it was a highly poisonous green viper. The village chief is still breathing. Dr. Song, please save him. Dr. Song wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly said, bring him inside. He hadn't been so busy in a long time. In recent days, many villagers had been bitten by snakes. Because this situation was not common, he didn't have many herbal medicines for relieving snake venom prepared. Luckily, none of the snakes were very poisonous. But now the village chief had actually been bitten by a highly poisonous green viper? Dr. Song felt a wave of dizziness. He hurriedly squeezed out the poisonous blood, applied herbal medicine, and prepared an internal medicine. After a flurry of activity, Song Tiancheng's snake venom finally eased a little, and his lips were no longer a purplish blue. The 2 villagers who had carried the village chief looked worried. How is it, Dr. Song? Will the village chief be okay? Song Tiancheng had always had good prestige and reputation in the village, and the villagers genuinely didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Dr. Song wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. I don't know. The green viper is highly poisonous. I've done all I can. Whether the village chief can pull through depends on fate. Song Tiancheng's wife and her family, who had just arrived, heard these words as soon as they entered. The old woman couldn't help but wail and rushed to grab Song Tiancheng's hand, crying, Old Song, you absolutely cannot have an accident. The old woman cried heartbrokenly, as if the sky was falling. The children and grandchildren who had come with her were also worried, but dared not show it, and quickly stepped forward to comfort the old woman. Mother, don't worry, father has good fortune, he will definitely make it. He was just bitten by a snake, he will definitely be fine. Dr. Song watched from the side and sighed. Of course, he also wanted Song Tiancheng to make it, but he knew in his heart that when someone was bitten by a highly venomous snake, whether they lived or not really depended on fate. In this era, ordinary people did not have advanced methods to relieve snake venom. When encountering highly poisonous snake venom, doctors could only do their best and then leave it to fate. At this moment, unseen by anyone nearby, Song Xianqing frowned. What mortals couldn't see clearly, he could distinctly perceive the snake venom hadn't actually been completely removed. Not only that, but the toxins were aggressively continuing to travel through Song Tiancheng's body, with a tendency to burst towards the heart. Once they reached the heart, there would be absolutely no saving him. Looking at the other woman and 2 children on the hospital bed, it was clear they were also poisoned by snake venom, but the snakes that had bitten them weren't as venomous as the one that had attacked Song Tiancheng. Still, with the technology of this era, a small amount of poison would remain in their bodies and couldn't be completely removed. It was manageable for the adults, but the children were young and weak, and he was afraid that it might leave some aftereffects. Frowning, Song Xianqing left old Dr. Song's house. He found a secluded spot nearby and opened the system shop. Life-extending pill low grade, can bring the dying back to life, can be used by any being with flesh, only for mortals or those with low cultivation levels. Price, 1 incense value purchase limit, 0.10. The price was cheap enough that he wouldn't feel the pinch buying them. It was said to bring the dying back to life, so saving an ordinary person who was poisoned by snake venom shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, theoretically speaking, as long as the human body was strong enough, any deadly poison would be like a small bacterium entering the body, easily handled. Wasn't there an old saying, with enough strength, you can fly bricks? After some thought, Song Xianqing exchanged 3 pills, spending 3 incense points. Small, round, white pills appeared in his hand, exuding a medicinal fragrance. Song Xianqing pulled out a piece of white paper and wrote instructions on how to use the pills. He then called for Xuanma, instructing the cat to carry the paper with the pills in its mouth. It was to be delivered to old Dr. Song, and it needed to be quick. Once done, the deity would give him a small reward. Song Xianqing hadn't initially wanted to interfere with such a trivial matter as snake bites. He felt that as a god, although he received offerings from the villagers, it wasn't his place to handle every small matter. However, sometimes theory was just that. When faced with the ability to save a life and not do so, just watching someone die, Song Xianqing found he couldn't do it. He wasn't so cold-hearted. Maybe it was because he hadn't been in this world long enough. Although he was a god now, before he was a god, he had been a person for 20 years. For now, he couldn't act like a truly qualified god, high above, indifferent to all living beings. The black cat didn't understand Song Xianqing's thoughts. Its eyes were bright and full of joy, nodding eagerly. It then ran off without delay, carrying the paper package with the pills in its mouth. Chapter 23 The God's Blessings Inside Dr. Song's house. Sighs, wails, and sobs filled the air, casting a gloomy shadow over the entire room. The old village chief was clearly still alive, yet he looked as if he were already dead. Dr. Song removed the herbs applied to Song Tiancheng's wound, preparing to replace them. However, beneath the herbs, the skin around the wound still held a stubborn, dark purple hue. Dr. Song frowned deeply, quickly applying fresh herbs, then checked Song Tiancheng's eyes and felt his pulse. The old woman and her family immediately looked at him with concern and anticipation. Dr. Song, how is he? Old Song, can he make it? Meeting their hopeful gazes, Dr. Song hesitated, eventually saying euphemistically, it's up to fate. If he's lucky, the village chief will pull through. These words sounded no different than bad news to their ears. The old woman immediately began wailing even louder, and even her burly son couldn't help but redden his eyes. The atmosphere in the room grew even more somber. On the bed, the child recovering from snake venom couldn't help but whisper to the woman beside him, Auntie, is village chief grandpa going to die from the snake venom? If he doesn't make it, will we never see village chief grandpa again? The woman's heart was heavy. She patted the child's head soothingly. No, the village chief will pull through. However, whether it was Dr. Song's expression or the expressions of Song Tiancheng's family, they all clearly conveyed that the situation was not optimistic. Just then, a lithe black cat ran in, a paper package in its mouth. The child on the bed was the first to notice it, his eyes instantly lighting up. Ah! It's Lord Xianqing's cat, why is it here? His words successfully drew the attention of everyone else, who had not yet noticed Xuanma's arrival. The tear-streaked old woman, seeing the black cat, thought of something and began to cry even more intensely. She spoke to the empty air, her voice trembling with sorrow. Lord Cat Spirit is here, has Lord Xianqing come too? Lord Xianqing, please bless my old man, let him survive this snake venom. Our old Song family will offer incense to you every day from now on. In the face of desperation, people instinctively placed their hope in the divine. The people of Song Village were lucky the deity they believed in was neither a figment of imagination nor some evil spirit. Instead, it was a deity who genuinely protected them. However, it was a bit awkward, as the old woman's words were destined to be spoken to thin air. After entrusting the pills to Xuanma, Song Xianqing had not come along but had gone to attend to other matters. Xuanma, remembering Song Xianqing's instructions, did not look at the others. It went straight to Dr. Song's feet and tugged at his pants. Dr. Song's brow twitched. He squatted down, surprised and uncertain, about to ask what was wrong. Xuanma then placed the paper package it was carrying into his hand. Then, without looking back, it ran out again. Staring at the small paper package, no bigger than a baby's palm, in his hand, Dr. Song was stunned. He had actually seen the package earlier, but he hadn't paid much attention to it, assuming that the black cat was just casually carrying it. But then the black cat had specifically sought him out to give him the package? What did it mean? Confused, Dr. Song carefully opened the package. Immediately 3 round, white pills rolled into his palm, emitting a refreshing herbal fragrance. The words on the paper also came into view. Life-extending pill can restore life to the dying. A single pill can save a life on the brink or be used to detoxify and prolong life. Also, the child is weak and any remaining poison may cause future problems. This pill may be of use. Dr. Song held 3 life-extending pills in his hand. The meaning was clear. One was for the village chief, Song Tiancheng, to prolong his life, and the other 2 were for him to decide how to use, as Song Xianqing had already given a hint. Holding the 3 life-extending pills in one hand and the paper with a few lines of text in the other, Dr. Song was completely dumbfounded. He wondered if he hadn't rested well the night before, and with his age, was he now hallucinating? A life-extending pill. Just from the name alone, Dr. Song knew how precious this item was. Forget being poisoned, even if someone was missing limbs or half dead, it could bring them back. He had been a doctor his whole life and had never heard of such a top-grade pill. Even if he had, such precious medicine was certainly not something the likes of them, poor commoners, were qualified to use. And now he had 3 in his hand. The cat demon represented Song Xianqing. How could Dr. Song not understand the meaning behind this? The 3 pills delivered by the black cat were clearly Song Xianqing's intention. Indeed, these pills were rare and precious to poor commoners like him, but for a deity like Xianqing Gong, they certainly wouldn't be much. But even so, it fully demonstrated that Xianqing Gong had been watching over them and protecting their lives. Dr. Song couldn't help but wonder, what did they do to deserve the favor of a deity to have Xianqing Gong manifest repeatedly to protect them? In this world, human lives were cheap and not in their own hands. To seek spiritual solace, people always worship the legendary deities. But no one had ever heard of their worshipped deities manifesting so many times to protect them. Inside the house, the others saw Dr. Song suddenly freeze after taking the paper package from the black cat and were confused. Dr. Song? What's wrong? As soon as the words left his lips, Dr. Song snapped back to reality. Without thinking any further, he quickly got up and went to the village chief, Song Tiancheng. Then, he carefully took out a snow-white pill, pinched open Song Tiancheng's jaw, and pushed it in. Dr. Song's swift movements stunned everyone else. Someone asked in confusion, Dr. Song, what is that? Dr. Song ignored them. After Song Tiancheng swallowed the pill, he stayed by his side, checking Song Tiancheng's wound and pulse every few moments. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, Song Tiancheng's breathing evened out and his pulse became stable. Dr. Song uncovered the herbs on the wound and saw that apart from the two small circular holes from the bite, the surrounding skin had returned to its normal color. He finally let out a sigh of relief. It's alright, the village chief's snake venom has been cleared and his pulse has stabilized. Once he wakes up, I will brew a few more herbs for the village chief to take and then he can go home. These words, a sudden turn of events, stunned everyone in the room. The old woman, still with tears and snot on her face, said in disbelief, Dr. Song, are you saying the truth? My old Song is alright? Wasn't it just a quarter of an hour ago that Dr. Song was looking worried, saying they could only leave it to fate? And now, just a quarter of an hour later, Song Tiancheng was better? Leaving it to fate, did their fates suddenly become so good? The good news was too sudden, and they couldn't react for a moment. The people in the room were bewildered. Dr. Song had no intention of hiding anything from them and said with a serious expression, you all saw the cat demon come in just now, right? Do you know why the cat demon came? It came to deliver life-saving pills. In the paper package the cat demon was carrying in its mouth, there were 3 life-extending pills. I fed 1 pill to the village chief, and the village chief is already this good. This is the blessing Xianqing Gong has bestowed upon us. These words were like stones thrown into a lake, creating ripples. It turned out that Song Tiancheng's revival from the brink of death was because Xianqing Gong had once again manifested and bestowed his blessings. That life-extending pill, just by the name, sounded precious, not to mention its actual effect, which they all saw with their own eyes. Bitten by a poisonous snake, with his life on the line, 1 pill was enough to cure everything. Such life-saving pills, Xianqing Gong, in order to save lives, generously bestowed upon them. The deity they worshipped always saved them in times of crisis, even though their lives were as worthless as weeds, and they possessed nothing. Song Tiancheng's family's eyes instantly turned red. The old woman was even more moved, tears welling up as she directly knelt down and kowtowed in the direction of Xianqing Temple. Grand Master Xianqing, so compassionate and merciful. My family will never forget your kindness. As long as my old Song family lives, we will offer incense to you every day. Afterwards, when Song Tiancheng woke up and learned of this, he naturally agreed wholeheartedly, even wanting to commission another statue of Song Xianqing, who had saved his life. However, his pockets were empty, so he could only hold back for the time being. Chapter 24. Where do the snakes come from? Xianmo, after delivering the pills and completing the task assigned by Song Xianqing, eagerly rushed back to the Xianqing temple, ready to receive his reward. However, he was met with disappointment. Song Xianqing was not in the temple. After searching for a good while, he finally found Song Xianqing on the back mountain of the village. The back mountain of the village was not very tall and didn't have a specific name. The villagers simply called it Back Slope Mountain. Among the several mountains surrounding the village, Back Slope Mountain was the lowest and gentlest. Most of the villagers only moved around this area. Behind Back Slope Mountain was Wolf Head Mountain. The large area of Wolf Head Mountain belonged to the outer reaches of the Falling Low Mountain range. When Xianmo found Song Xianqing, he was thoughtfully staring in the direction of Wolf Head Mountain. After giving Xianmo the task of delivering the pills, Song Xianqing had been wandering around the village by himself. At first, he just wanted to know how many snakes there were in the Song family village area. His perception could reach every nook and cranny. He could sense details that were visual blind spots to the human eye. And this perception startled Song Xianqing. There were indeed too many snakes. It was normal for snakes to appear more often when the weather warmed up, but if the number was excessive, it was not normal. Moreover, Song Xianqing discovered that although there were many snakes, there weren't many snake nests. Most of them were basically in the mountain fields. But even so, the number of snakes and the number of nests were far from matching. This indicated that many of the snakes in Song family village were likely not native to the Song family village area. So where did all these extra snakes come from? Was their appearance in Song family village a coincidence or was it intentional? With the notion that demons and evil spirits were rampant in this world, Song Xianqing carefully searched within his jurisdiction. he didn't find any demons. All the snakes were ordinary snakes. At most, there were a few snakes that showed signs of developing spiritual intelligence and becoming demons. After a round of investigation, Song Xianqing finally discovered something unusual on Back Slope Mountain. It wasn't that he had discovered a demon, but rather he had discovered where so many extra snakes in the village had come from. Those snakes ran out from the direction of Wolf Head Mountain, entered Back Slope Mountain, and then entered Song Family Village at the foot of the mountain. But Song Xianqing didn't know why so many snakes would run out of Wolf Head Mountain. He even had some doubts about whether those snakes really came out of Wolf Head Mountain. After all, Wolf Head Mountain bordered the Falling Glow Mountain Range, and the Falling Glow Mountain Range was demon territory. It was just that the snakes that ran out were all ordinary snakes, not demon snakes. It was hard to say whether this matter had anything to do with the demons in the Falling Glow Mountain Range. Unable to figure out the key, he just happened to see Xian Mo arrive, and Song Xianqing took the opportunity to ask, "There have been too many snakes appearing in the village lately. This deity has discovered that those snakes seem to be running out of Wolf Head Mountain. You also know that behind Wolf Head Mountain is the Falling Glow Mountain Range. You are also a demon. Do you have any understanding of this? Do you know why these snakes would run out of Wolf Head Mountain?" This string of questions nearly dumbfounded Xian Mo. "My lord, you've asked the wrong demon. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have even noticed that so many snakes down the mountain were running out of Wolf Head Mountain." The meaning was that he didn't know what was going on either. Song Xianqing sighed softly but didn't say anything. After all, Xian Mo's cultivation was weak. He was probably at the bottom of the food chain in the Falling Glow Mountain Range. It was normal that he wouldn't know anything. Although he didn't understand the reason, now that he knew that the snakes were running out of Wolf Head Mountain, Song Xianqing couldn't ignore it. Even if they were all ordinary snakes, their numbers were indeed having a significant impact on the villagers. After thinking for a moment, Song Xianqing looked at Xian Mo. "You are a demon. Ordinary snakes should retreat in fear upon smelling your aura, right?" Xian Mo nodded. "Naturally, ordinary snakes that haven't become demons will instinctively fear the scent of a demon." Song Xianqing nodded with satisfaction. "Then do you have a way to leave your scent in a place?" Xian Mo, upon hearing this, thought of something and replied somewhat awkwardly, "I can." Song Xianqing breathed a sigh of relief. "Then help this god with one more task. Leave your scent in the area where the Back Slope Mountain and Wolf Head Mountain meet, to prevent those snakes from running in again, and also leave a few traces of your scent in the places in the village where there are many snakes, to drive them away. If we do this, it should reduce the appearance of snakes in the village. This situation is after all abnormal. It shouldn't last too long. Let's try this first, and see what happens later." Xian Mo, after hearing Song Xianqing's request, felt a little embarrassed. "Sir, this little demon has weak cultivation. If I want to leave my scent to drive away snakes and insects as you say, I can only leave my scent by urinating, and it will only last for a day or two. Can you accept that?" It was worried that Song Xianqing would mind. After all, Song Family Village was Song Xianqing's territory. Leaving a scent was one thing, but it worried that Song Xianqing wouldn't be able to accept the method of urinating. However, Xian Mo was clearly overthinking it. Song Xianqing didn't mind. Even if he did mind, it wouldn't matter, because Song Xianqing himself couldn't leave a scent to drive away snakes and insects. This task still had to be done by Xian Mo. "It's alright, just do it, and whenever the scent is about to disappear, you replenish it." As per Song Xianqing's request, Xuan Mo left his aura in the village and at the junction of Wolf Head Mountain and Back Slope Mountain. This almost drained Xuan Mo, who had to drink water by the river several times. Fortunately, the results were gratifying. Most of the snakes that came out of Wolf Head Mountain, sensing Xuan Mo's aura, didn't dare to enter Back Slope Mountain, let alone run into Song Family Village. The snakes in the village, startled by Xuan Mo's lingering aura, either darted out of Song Family Village or hid in corners, afraid to move. So the villagers discovered that the snakes had suddenly decreased again. There were hardly any traces of snakes even in the fields. Finally, no villagers were frequently bitten by venomous snakes. Some villagers believed it was the blessing of Lord Xianqing, while others thought it was a normal phenomenon, not thinking of Song Xianqing. Wasn't it like this every year? There was always a period when snakes and insects were more active, and then they would gradually decrease. Although snakes and insects had been a bit excessively active recently. But now everything had calmed down, right? So many villagers didn't take it to heart. Until 2 or 3 days later, people from Lu Family Village came. Chapter 25. The Snake Demon Eats People. Lu Family Village was just a mountain away from Song Family Village. Passing over the large mountain southwest of the village entrance led to Lu Family Village. The two villages had always had a good relationship, often intermarrying. This time, 2 people had come from Lu Family Village, the village chief and his son. At the moment, they were at Old Man Song's house, with village chief Song Tiancheng also present, the evening glow of the setting sun casting a warm hue. Chief Lu held Song Tiancheng's hand, his face etched with grief as he lamented, "Old brother Song, I truly don't know what sins our Lu Family Village has committed. The statue of the three-eyed goddess was smashed by evildoers, and now we're plagued by snakes and insects. Today, a large snake that could speak human language ate 2 of our villagers. The villagers fought it and suffered injuries, some still unconscious. Others have snake venom poisoning, and the doctor is overwhelmed, with not enough herbs to go around. I've been to several other villages, and they all say they're suffering from too many snakes and insects. They're in dire straits and can't spare a doctor or any herbs. Old brother song, I'm really out of options. I know that you are also dealing with snakes and insects, so I want to ask for a doctor. Just please, lend us some herbs. Chief Lua's son stood beside him, unable to contain his sorrow. They were too far from the county town, and help was too far away. They had to rely on nearby villages for doctors and herbs. But the surrounding villages were all suffering from snakes and insects, unable to lend doctors or herbs. The only difference was that they hadn't encountered a large, talking, man-eating snake demon. Song Family Village was the best-looking village they had seen, and Old Man Song's house also seemed to have plenty of herbs. Thus, Chief Lu was hoping that Song Family Village would lend a helping hand, otherwise, they would have no other choice but to try going to the county. Having listened to Chief Lu, Song Tiancheng was astonished, his pupils wide with disbelief. What? A large snake that can speak human language? Isn't that a snake demon? A snake demon has entered your village and eaten people? Not only Song Tiancheng, but also Old Man Song's family and the villagers who had gathered at the door to listen were shocked. Chief Lu wiped away his bitter tears. Yes, a few days ago there were just a lot of snakes and insects, and we only had to be careful not to be bitten by poisonous snakes. Today, we encountered this man-eating snake demon. I don't know what sins our Lu family village has committed. Old brother Song, I've told other villages about this. Your village also needs to be careful of snake demons eating people. Song Tiancheng stared wide-eyed, speechless with shock. The villagers at the door were also shocked. The word demon wasn't unfamiliar. Xian Mo, the cat demon, was always around. But that was different. Xian Mo was a good demon, while the snake demon Chief Lu spoke of was an evil demon that ate people. The villagers were subconsciously alarmed. But then they thought of something, speaking softly among themselves. Chief Lu said other villages were suffering from snakes and insects, and they had encountered snake demons, but we haven't seen any snakes, much less snake demons, these past few days, have we? A few days ago, our village had a lot of snakes and insects, but they've been gone these last few days. It must be Lord Xin Ching protecting us, right? Definitely. Don't you understand? The increase in snakes and insects recently is unusual. Even snake demons have come out to eat people, but our village doesn't even have many snakes. This must be Lord Xin Ching protecting us. Luckily our village has Lord Xin Cheng's protection. Their Lu family village's statue of the three-eyed goddess has been smashed. No wonder the snake demon dared to enter their village and eat people. May Lord Xin Cheng protect us. I'll go offer incense to Lord Xin Cheng again tomorrow. What the villagers realized, Song Tiancheng naturally also understood. He had thought that the fact that snakes and insects had almost disappeared from the village over the past 2 days was due to Lord Xin Cheng's protection, but he never imagined there were snake demons involved. Lu family village was very close to Song family village. If they had encountered a man-eating snake demon, it was very possible that the snake demon would wander over to Song family village. But luckily, they had the protection of Lord Xin Cheng, so they should be fine. It's just that Lu family village is pitiful. They don't have the protection of a deity, and their villagers are too poor to hire martial artists. If that snake demon were to leave, it would be fine, but if it were to settle in Lu family village, that would be terrible. Demons, they aren't something ordinary people like them can deal with. Song family village is just lucky that they can survive under the protection of Lord Xinqing. But they obviously don't have the ability to manage the affairs of Lu family village. With a sigh, Song Tiancheng patted village chief Lu's hand reassuringly. Old Lu, we don't have the ability to help you with the snake demon, but borrowing some herbs is no problem. As for going to your village to help, that depends on whether old Dr. Song is willing. As village chief, Song Tiancheng could decide on lending some herbs since there were no snakes or insects appearing in the village. But he couldn't decide on lending people. Old Dr. Song wasn't hard to talk to and naturally agreed. I have no objections. Going to Lu family village is no big deal. Song Tiancheng and old Dr. Song both agreed readily. This surprised village chief Lu. Old brother Song, wouldn't this be too much trouble for you? If I borrow the herbs and old Dr. Song, what will you do? Song Tiancheng patted village chief Lu's shoulder in reassurance. It's no trouble. Nothing's happening in our village and no villagers have been bitten by snakes. Lending you the herbs and old Dr. Song won't delay anything. Song Tiancheng's words made village chief Lu even more confused. He had gone to several villages and they were all suffering from the infestation of snakes and insects. But Song Tiancheng said that their villagers haven't been bitten by snakes? Village chief Lu couldn't help but ask, I've gone to several villages and they all say there are many snakes and insects and many villagers have been bitten. Don't you have any in your village? Song Tiancheng shook his head and chuckled. There were indeed a lot of snakes and insects in our village a few days ago, and quite a few villagers were bitten, but in the past 2 days, the snakes and insects have greatly decreased and they're almost invisible. Village Chief Lu was stunned. How was this different from what he had imagined? The several villages he had passed through along the way had a lot of snakes and insects, but they were gone in Song Family Village? No, it's not that they're gone, it's that they've disappeared in the past 2 days. Could it be that Song Family Village has some good way to repel snakes? Village Chief Lu was a little excited. Old brother Song, do you have some good way to repel snakes? Hearing this, Song Tiancheng knew that he was overthinking things and shook his head. We don't have any good way to repel snakes. It's all thanks to Lord Xuanqing's blessing. As he spoke, Song Tiancheng recounted the miracles of Lord Xuanqing one by one. Village Chief Lu was dumbfounded. He had lived for so many years, and even when the statue of the three-eyed goddess was still there, he had never seen a miracle with his own eyes. There were only some unsubstantiated rumors about her appearing. Never had there been anything as real as the miracles of Lord Xuanqing that Song Tiancheng spoke of, which made people almost believe it without a doubt. Not to mention the three-eyed goddess that they worship in their village. All the surrounding villages worshipped many statues, but none had ever heard of such real miracles. They were all just unconfirmed rumors. Unlike what Song Tiancheng said, which had concrete details. If what he said was true, Village Chief Lu would have believed that it was the deity's statue showing its power. Village Chief Lu came back to his senses and looked at Song Tiancheng steadily, his expression serious. Old brother Song, you're not teasing me, are you? Song Tiancheng's brow jumped. What are you talking about? Would I lie to you? These things were all witnessed by the villagers. Besides, do you see any snakes or insects in our village now? Actually, Village Chief Lu already believed about 7 or 8 out of 10. After a moment of silence, Village Chief Lu suddenly said, "Before I leave later, can I offer incense to Lord Xuanqing?" Song Tiancheng laughed. What's the big deal? If you offer incense to Lord Xuanqing, would Lord Xuanqing blame you? But you've come to our village so many times, and this is the first time you've proactively said you want to offer incense to our Lord Xuanqing. Village Chief Lu chuckled. According to you, since Master Xuanqing is so efficacious, of course I'd like to offer incense and seek his divine protection. Song Tiancheng stroked his beard and laughed. Then it's hard to say whether Master Xuanqing will still protect you once you leave Song Family Village. Village Chief Lu said, sincerity moves the heavens. Chapter 26, also worshipping the mysterious Purity Lord? It was already dusk, the day was far spent. Village Chief Lu and the old Dr. Song were unwilling to travel by night, so they immediately packed up to return to Lu Family Village. While the old Dr. Song tidied his things inside, Village Chief Lu and his son waited in the courtyard, both rather absent-minded. The words Song Tiancheng had spoken earlier still echoed in their ears, stirring their hearts. Village Chief Lu's son couldn't help but frequently turn his head towards the village entrance. There stood a small shrine. Even on days when incense wasn't burned, a thin wisp of smoke still lingered. He pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "Dad, are those things Uncle Song said true?" The villagers in the countryside believed in deities, but at the same time, they knew full well that the gods high above rarely cast their gaze upon the mortal world, let alone manifest their power to protect them. Otherwise, why would it be common for ordinary people to be harmed by demons and evil spirits? They simply needed a faith to place their hopes upon, to soothe their souls. Village Chief Lu and his son had long accepted that, as humble villagers, they were unlikely to receive the favor of any deity. Yet today, they had heard so many incredible miracles from Song Tiancheng's words. The mysterious Purity Lord worshipped in Song Family Village actually blessed and protected this land and its people. How could this not make one envious? In this world, Song Family Village had actually attracted the attention of a deity to protect them. Village Chief Lu replied somewhat distractedly, "It should be true. There's no reason for your Uncle Song to tell us empty lies, and what he said was so real, not at all like baseless rumors." After speaking, Village Chief Lu sighed deeply and said with a complex expression, "Song Family Village is indeed a blessed land, and the villagers of Song Family Village are truly fortunate. It's a pity for my Lu Family Village. Alas, I don't dare to dream of receiving the favor of the three-eyed goddess. I only hope that the three-eyed goddess won't blame us for not protecting her statue." Their Song Family Village was indeed blessed. The son's face could not conceal his envy as he glanced again at the location of the village shrine. After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively asked, "Dad, since the mysterious Purity Lord is so efficacious and compassionate to the world, do you think our village could also, like Song Family Village, worship the mysterious Purity Lord?" The more he spoke, the more he was moved. Before Village Chief Lu could even open his mouth, his heart was already stirred. Village Chief Lu, however, was startled by his son's bold words and instinctively retorted, "Absolutely not. Our Lu Family Village has worshipped the three-eyed goddess for hundreds of years. Even if the statue of the three-eyed goddess is now broken, we can simply seek divine will to rebuild the statue. How can we worship other deities? That would be disrespectful to the three-eyed goddess." Although village chief Lu immediately rejected his son's suggestion, his quickened heartbeat clearly showed that his heart was not as calm as his words. His son, deeply moved, would not give up so easily and continued to persuade. Dad, if we're going to continue to worship the three-eyed goddess, we'll have to seek divine will again. Why not take this opportunity to change the deity we worship and join Song Family Village in worshiping the mysterious Purity Lord? The statue hasn't been reconstructed yet, so it's not too late. Once we've sought divine will and reconstructed the statue, it'll be too late. Village Chief Lu's expression was complex, and he didn't say anything. His son added fuel to the fire. Dad, today's man-eating demon definitely isn't the first time something like this has happened in our village, right? When I was little, I heard the elders say that many years ago, there was also a demon that ate people. And the snake demon entering the village to eat people today certainly won't be the last time, right? If the mysterious Purity Lord is as efficacious as Uncle Song said and will manifest his power to protect the villagers, then we won't have to live in fear anymore, and no one will die at the hands of demons like they did today. Village Chief Lu was finally swayed by his son's words. However, his respect for the gods was even deeper, and he still didn't dare to make such a decision, only saying, the matter of our village no longer worshipping the three-eyed goddess and instead worshipping the mysterious Purity Lord is not something we can decide alone. We'll have to discuss it with the others in the village when we get back. And even if the village agrees, it's not that simple. First, we have to apologize to the three-eyed goddess, and then ask the gods to see if Lord Xinqing agrees to our village's worship. Village Chief Lu didn't speak too definitively, but his son knew that at least in his heart, he agreed to this matter. With the village chief's agreement and considering the miracles of Lord Xinqing and Song Family Village, he believed that not many in the village would object. Village Chief Lu's son couldn't hide the anticipation in his eyes and said, I hope that when the time comes, Lord Xinqing will also show favor to our village. I don't dare to imagine being like Song Family Village, even half of that favor would be good. From Song Tiancheng's words, he knew that Lord Xinqing was a compassionate deity who pitied the world. If they could invite Lord Xinqing back to Lu Family Village, even without the blessings of Song Family Village, having half of that would be a great thing. The father and son whispered to each other for a moment, and old Dr. Song also finished packing and came out. A cloth bag was slung over his shoulder, and he held a handful of incense in his hand. Old Dr. Song took out a large portion of the incense and handed it to Village Chief Lu and his son. Let's go. I'll go with you to offer incense too. Since we're leaving the village, it's better to burn a few sticks of incense to Lord Xinqing before we go. It'll bring some peace of mind. Beneath the lush banyan tree stood a slightly old and narrow shrine. The golden rays of the setting sun spilled over it, adding a touch of divinity. Through the swaying wisps of smoke, 3 kneeling figures could vaguely be seen within the shrine. Murmuring prayers echoed, reaching the statue of the deity. After offering incense, Old Man Song and Village Chief Lu, father and son, hurried back to Lu Village, chasing the last rays of the sunset. The shrine fell silent once more. But unheard by mortals, a faint whisper arose within the shrine. Snake Demon Song Xinqing sat in the niche, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Everything that had just occurred at Old Man Song's house had been completely seen by Song Xinqing. In recent days, he had noticed the unusual abundance of snakes and insects, but at the time he had not been able to find a specific cause, only suspecting that it might be related to demons in the falling Sunset Mountain range. And after seeing it today, his suspicions were confirmed. What seemed like merely an increase in snakes and insects was in fact a snake demon lurking behind it all. A vicious, man-eating demon at that. As for the 2 people who had met a terrible end in Lu Village, eaten by the snake demon, Song Xinqing felt a slight displeasure but did not pay much heed. There was no use in paying attention, as he could not go to Lu Village and slay the snake demon. Moreover, Lu Village was not under his jurisdiction and had not offered him any worship. The misfortune that had befallen Lu Village was not his concern. Song Village was different. If the snake demon came to Song Village to eat people, Song Xinqing could not ignore it. After all, the villagers of Song Village provided him with incense offerings, and he should protect them. He was just unsure of the snake demon's strength. However, a demon that went to remote mountain villages to eat people and had not eaten many was probably not a particularly powerful one. Song Xinqing was currently at the 40% mark of the unranked realm. In his unified spirit state, he could display a power equivalent to the late-stage spirit-gathering realm of the demon path, and without entering the unified spirit state, he still had the power of the early-stage spirit-gathering realm. If the snake demon dared to invade his territory, it would be slaughtered. The snake demon was not a big deal, and Song Xinqing quickly put it aside. What he found interesting was what Village Chief Lu and his son had said about Lu Village also wanting to worship him. Naturally, he had no objection to Lu Village worshipping him. He only wondered if Lu Village also worshipped him, would Lu Village be included under his jurisdiction? And if he had the offerings from Lu Village, the incense offerings he could collect should be more, right? He just did not know what the system's rules were regarding the scope of jurisdiction and the limits of collectible incense offerings. Would he be able to expand his jurisdiction and collect the incense offerings from Lu village simply because they worshipped him? Chapter 27. What's the difference between sleeping with a venomous snake beside your bed? These questions couldn't be answered for the time being, and Song Xianqing didn't dwell on them, continuing to cultivate the minor soul separation technique. The cultivation of soul separation had temporarily stagnated after reaching 1/8 of the main body's strength. The separated soul couldn't use the divine power of soul merging, and a separated soul with 1/8 of the main body's strength was only about the strength of a martial artist who had just entered the second realm. These past 2 days, Song Xianqing had been pondering how to increase the separated soul's strength or reduce the main body's consumption. The sun set in the west, and the moon rose in the sky. When Song Xianqing finished cultivating and looked at the time, it was already late high hour. The night outside the temple was desolate, the moonlight was cold, and the entire Song family village had fallen asleep. And at this hour, Xian Mo hadn't come to see him yet? It was almost Z hour. In the past, Xian Mo would come to the temple by Su hour at the latest, usually arriving at Mao hour. But today, at this hour, there was still no sign of him? Xian Mo hadn't asked for leave yesterday either. Song Xianqing felt a little strange, but he quickly put it out of his mind. Perhaps the cat had been delayed by something. Without thinking much, Song Xianqing continued his cultivation. Until a quarter past the hour. A black, agile figure ran into the temple, and a faint smell of blood drifted in. It was Xian Mo, who had arrived late. As soon as he entered the temple, Xian Mo said, panting, "Master, this little demon is late today. I hope I haven't delayed anything for you?" Song Xianqing stopped cultivating and looked over with a frown. The temple was dimly lit, but it didn't affect his vision. On the prayer mat was a black cat that was almost one with the night. But unlike usual, a piece of flesh was missing from the black cat's left hind leg, revealing the red flesh beneath its fur. The smell of blood came from there. Song Xianqing frowned. "It hasn't delayed anything, but what happened to your hind leg? Did you get into a fight?" If he hadn't asked, it might have been fine, but as soon as he did, Xian Mo couldn't help but feel wronged and indignantly complained. "Master, I was just about to tell you about this. Actually, I was going to come find you at Mao hour, but I didn't expect that when I just got to the back hill, I was stopped by a snake demon. Guess what that snake demon stopped me for? It was because you had me leave my aura in this area of the village, and that snake demon thought this area was my territory and that the mortals in the village were my blood food. And that snake demon actually told me to give it a few mortals to eat. I was immediately furious and fought with the snake demon. That snake demon was at the late body tempering realm, slightly stronger than me. I couldn't beat it, so it bit off a piece of my flesh. Fortunately, the snake demon was temporarily driven away. Then, I spent some time healing before coming to see you at this hour." Xian Mo complained angrily. Song Xianqing's eyelid twitched, thinking of the man-eating snake demon in Lu family village. His face immediately darkened. A few hours ago, he was still thinking that the snake demon just hadn't crossed his path yet, or he would definitely deal with it. As a result, the snake demon had run into his territory? And had even fought with Xian Mo because it wanted to eat people. The little snake demon in the late body tempering realm was indeed not very strong, just as he thought. Song Xianqing's face was ashen as he looked at the black cat's leg wound. His voice was as cold as ice. "I understand. You won't have suffered this wound for nothing. If that snake demon wants to eat villagers, it'll have to see if it has the fate to do so. Do you know where that snake demon is now? It just so happens that my hands are itching. I'll use that snake demon to make a start." It just so happened that the cultivation of his separated soul had stagnated. He could use that snake demon to test the separated soul's strength. The separated soul could leave the territory's range, as long as it wasn't too far away. Hearing that Song Xianqing intended to deal with the snake demon personally, Xian Mo looked eager. The snake demon had bitten off a piece of its flesh, and it naturally held a grudge. With Song Xianqing's strength, it didn't doubt that he could kill the small snake demon in the body tempering realm. But if the snake demon was killed, Xian Mo hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, "My lord, that foundation building late-stage snake demon is certainly something you could kill with a flick of your wrist, but that little snake demon is not simple." Song Xianqing's brow furrowed slightly. "Not simple?" Xian Mo nodded. "Yes, my lord. Weren't you wondering these past few days why there are so many abnormal snakes and insects in the village recently?" Song Xianqing raised an eyebrow, saying, "Isn't it because that snake demon has been active around here recently?" He was still thinking of killing that snake demon and everything would be fine. Xian Mo nodded, then shook his head. It was because of a snake demon, but not because of that foundation building stage little snake demon, but because of a spirit gathering stage great snake demon. Song Xianqing's brow immediately knitted together. After a moment, as Xian Mo slowly explained, Song Xianqing finally understood the situation. A few days ago, a snake demon came to Mount Luoxia. A demon in the third realm of the demonic path, a spirit gathering stage great snake demon. It also brought countless members of its clan and descendants. That foundation building stage Little Snake Demon is one of the descendants of that spirit gathering stage Great Snake Demon. That Great Snake Demon wanted to occupy a territory in Mount Luoxia to cultivate, but while its spirit gathering stage cultivation was not low, Mount Luoxia was full of great demons, with no lack of core formation stage and even transformation stage great demons. That Great Snake Demon was not strong enough and unwilling to submit to the great demons of Mount Luoxia, so it brought its clan to the outer reaches of Mount Luoxia to occupy a territory for cultivation. Song Family Village and the other villages nearby, which bordered the outer reaches of Mount Luoxia, were naturally affected by that Great Snake Demon. Shan-mo said, "My lord, the Snake Demon race has always been vengeful. If you were to kill that foundation building stage Little Snake Demon, it's hard to say whether you would be hated by that Great Snake Demon. Perhaps you don't care about that Great Snake Demon, but I, as a little demon, must let you know these things." Song Shenqing, if it were just a foundation building stage Little Snake Demon, he definitely wouldn't care. But a spirit gathering stage Great Snake Demon, he couldn't afford to be careless. Song Shenqing had estimated his own strength without using Divine Fusion. His strength was approximately at the early Spirit Gathering stage, and with Divine Fusion, it was around the late Spirit Gathering stage. But he was very clear that his combat experience was insufficient. If that Spirit Gathering stage Snake Demon's cultivation was in the early stage, then it would be okay, but if it was in the late stage or even at the peak, it would be troublesome. The matter had suddenly become complicated. He originally thought it was just a foundation building stage Little Snake Demon, something he could kill at will. But behind it was also a spirit gathering stage Great Snake Demon. After pondering for a moment, Song Shenqing asked, "What is the specific cultivation level of that spirit gathering stage Snake Demon?" Shan-mo replied, "It's said to be in the mid-spirit gathering stage, close to breaking through to the late stage, and that's why that Great Snake Demon hasn't left Mount Luoxia and is unwilling to submit to other demons, so it's waiting for itself to break through to the core formation stage." Mid-spirit gathering stage? Song Shenqing immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, "Where exactly is that Great Snake Demon's territory?" Shan-mo, at the foot of the western side of Wolf Head Mountain, in a deep pool called Green Mirror Pond. Song Shenqing's eyelids twitched, sensing something bad. So that Great Snake Demon's territory was only separated from Backslope Mountain by Wolf Head Mountain? The edge of his current protected area was Backslope Mountain. And the Green Mirror Pond where that Great Snake Demon was located was just on the other side of Wolf Head Mountain from Backslope Mountain? Although Wolf Head Mountain was quite large, the fact that his territory and that Snake Demon's territory were separated by only one mountain felt very ominous. What difference was there from having a venomous snake lying next to his bed, eyeing him warily? Shan-mo scratched his ears. "If you put it that way, then you're not wrong. I wasn't very satisfied with the first version, so I revised it. Friends who have already read it can take another look, or you can go directly to the next chapter. It won't affect the reading experience." Chapter 28, I'll take you to see your ancestor. This situation is indeed not good. Across Wolf Head Mountain lies the territory of that spirit gathering realm Snake Demon. Although Song Shenqing had never encountered the Great Snake Demon, he could infer from the behavior of its underlings, who unscrupulously devoured people, that the Great Snake Demon was no good either. Furthermore, the Great Snake Demon's south territory was too close to him. Song Shenqing felt that he and the Great Snake Demon were bound to clash sooner or later. If that happened, he might be put in a passive position. So, he might as well take the initiative and deal with the Great Snake Demon earlier. It would save him the trouble of being on constant alert for snake demons entering the village to devour people. In this world, there is only the logic of a thief acting for 1,000 days, not of guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. Besides, these were underling snake demons from the Great Snake Demon, who had bumped into him first. Today, that underling snake demon was temporarily held back by Xuanma, but Song Shenqing didn't think that the underling snake demon would let it go and spare the villagers at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, Song Shenqing was no pushover. With his strength, let alone a mere bone-forging realm underling snake demon, even that Great Snake Demon in the spirit-gathering realm would have to kneel before him if it entered his territory. If he were weaker, then so be it, but since he was the stronger one, how could Song Shenqing tolerate the snake demon glaring at him from the side like a tiger? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Song Shenqing pondered for a moment and then made up his mind. "Tomorrow morning, take this god to Green Mirror Pond. Tonight, you rest here." Having spoken, Song Shenqing threw 1 point of incense merit value to Xuanma. He wasn't a mean or stingy person. Xuanma's injuries were a result of his actions, so it was right to offer some compensation. After smelling the familiar incense divinity, Xuanma's eyes lit up and it was overjoyed. It hadn't expected to receive a reward for getting injured in a fight with that snake demon. It knew it hadn't followed the wrong god. Following this Lord Shenqing, there was great potential. Xuanma thanked him happily before closing its eyes to cultivate. It was completely unaware that Song Shenqing's gaze lingered on it for a long time. The next day, The sky was about to brighten with a faint glow of dawn. Accompanied by the crowing of a rooster, Xian Mo opened his pair of green eyes. Glancing at the sky outside, Xian Mo said, "Master, it's dawn. Shall we depart for Green Mirror Pool now?" "MHM. A faint MHM was his response. The next moment, Song Xuanqing's figure appeared. Ink-black hair, cyan robes, with a divine aura swirling around him. Xian Mo observed, but felt that the Song Xuanqing before him seemed to have a much weaker aura than before. However, he didn't ask any further questions and obediently led the way. And Xian Mo's feeling was indeed correct, because what appeared before him now was just a wisp of Song Xuanqing's divine sense. It only possessed the strength of the early bone refinement realm. Because Green Mirror Pool was after all on the rear side of Wolf Head Mountain, which was beyond his jurisdiction, only a wisp of his divine sense could reach it. Moreover, Song Xuanqing had other plans, and his true self could not be exposed to that gathering spirit realm great snake demon at this time. Therefore, the one suitable to appear was naturally his divine sense. They traveled in silence, the demon and the god, soon reaching the back slope of the mountain, where they could already see the towering peak of Wolf Head Mountain in front of them. Xuanma led the way, its head down, while Song Xuanqing floated above. Suddenly, Song Xuanqing seemed to sense something, tilting his head to look in a certain direction and stopping. Xuanma, not noticing anything amiss, continued to charge forward. It was Song Xuanqing who called out to stop it. "Wait!" Xuanma halted, turning its head to look at Song Xuanqing with confusion. He saw Song Xuanqing fly directly to the left front, towards a large patch of knee-high bushes. Xuanma hurriedly followed. Soon, it understood why Song Xuanqing had done this. In the middle of the bushes, a large green-spotted snake, as thick as an adult's thigh, was hidden. And this wasn't an ordinary snake, but a snake demon in the late stage of body tempering. It was the snake demon that Xuanma had fought with yesterday. Xuanma's fur instantly bristled, and it bared its fangs, staring fiercely at the green-spotted snake. "Dead snake, you dare to sneak here? And intend to eat the villagers at the foot of the mountain?" Having said that, Xuanma immediately complained to Song Xuanqing. "My lord, this is the snake that hurt me yesterday." The green-spotted snake only glanced at Xuanma before indifferently looking away, its eyes fixed nervously on Song Xuanqing, its tongue flickering restlessly. It had indeed planned to go directly into the village and eat people. But it hadn't expected to be so unlucky as to be discovered by Song Xuanqing. But it didn't understand, Xuanma was a demon, so what was Song Xuanqing? He looked like a human, but it sensed that he was not human, his aura powerful, making it uneasy. How could a cat demon be mixed up with such a human-like being of unknown origin? The green-spotted snake stared intently at Song Xuanqing, preparing to take a chance to escape. Retreat was the best option at such an inauspicious start. Song Xuanqing looked down at the green-spotted snake, a cold sneer on his face. So bold. Without giving the green-spotted snake a chance to run, Song Xuanqing swiftly reached out and grabbed its vitals. And just like that, he lifted it up. The green-spotted snake hadn't even reacted before it was subdued, its eyes wide, hissing and trying to struggle. Song Xuanqing narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them. "Don't move, or I'll be displeased and might just crush your vitals and take you back to make snake soup." Hearing this, the green-spotted snake dared not struggle any further, its tongue flickering anxiously as it said, "My ancestor is the Snake King of the Sunset Mountains. If you dare to kill me, my ancestor will never let you go." Song Xuanqing coldly snorted, "The spirit-gathering snake demon of Green Mirror Pond, right? Don't worry, I'll take you to see your ancestor right now." With that, Song Xuanqing flew forward, holding the green-spotted snake in one hand and leading the way. Xuanma went ahead to guide them. The green-spotted snake was utterly bewildered. So arrogant? He looked like he was only at the bone-refining stage, though much stronger than it, yet how dare he hold it captive and go find its ancestor? Good, how utterly ignorant of death. When they met its ancestor, it would definitely file a complaint, making its ancestor kill this arrogant fellow. And that cat demon too. And yes, it would devour all the humans at the foot of the mountain. As the morning sun first rose, Song Xuanqing passed through Wolf Head Mountain. At the foot of the western side of Wolf Head Mountain were several long streams, their destination unknown. The source of these streams was a deep pool of water, as green as a mirror, the Green Mirror Pool. Though called a pool, it was actually about the size of a river, wide and deep, with lush aquatic plants. Song Xuanqing stood on the high cliff face, looking down at the deep pool below. Even though he was still some distance from the pool's edge, he could already sense the mixed demonic aura emanating from the Green Mirror Pool. A considerable number of snake demons were coiled and entwined around the area, some hanging from the treetops, some coiled on the banks, others hidden in the aquatic plants, a chilling sight to behold. Song Xuanqing looked down at Xuanma at his feet. "You should go back first." He didn't want the little cat demon to be accidentally injured if he were to fight the big snake demon later. Xuanma didn't ask any questions, obediently nodding, and turned to run far away. Seeing the little cat demon run off, Song Xianqing finally withdrew his gaze, holding the green-spotted snake in one hand, and flew down. The sound of the wind rushed past his ears, his vision rapidly descending. Below, the green mirror pool grew ever closer. Song Xianqing didn't slow down, and before the snake demons at the pool's edge could react, he landed on the surface of the water. The mirror-like surface of the deep pool reflected the figure of the god who had suddenly appeared, standing on the water as if it were solid ground. As soon as he appeared, without waiting for the snake demons by the pool to react, Song Xianqing loudly called out, his voice echoing, "Wu Zhu, come out and meet me." Wu Zhu was the name of the spirit-gathering realm snake demon that Xuanmo had mentioned. Chapter 29. It seems we have nothing to discuss. Wu Zhu, come out and meet me. The voice echoed in the green mirror pool. The group of snake demons by the pool finally reacted, staring at Song Xianqing standing on the water with ill-concealed hostility. Hissing and rustling sounds rose incessantly, and chaotic demonic energy enveloped Song Xianqing from all directions. Song Xianqing remained unfazed, completely unconcerned. None of those snake demons had reached the spirit-gathering realm, and even those in the second stage, bone refining, were few. They were a disorganized mob, and Song Xianqing didn't even consider them worthy of his attention. His target was the big snake demon Wu Zhu. Song Xianqing's shout did have some effect. The previously calm surface of the pool soon rippled, the waves surging. It was as if a huge creature was hidden beneath the surface, about to break through. At the same time, an aura stronger than all the snake demons on the shore combined spread from the depths of the pool, rising to the surface with astonishing speed. The snake demons on the edge of the pool, who had been itching to move, immediately stopped, not daring to stir. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the water burst open. A snake's head, as large as an adult water buffalo, emerged from the water. The dark green scales reflected the water's light, and when the sun shone on them, they seemed to shimmer with colored light. As the snake's body rose, a huge shadow enveloped Song Xianqing. Eventually, the snake's body extending above the surface reached 4 or 5 zhang, and judging by the situation, at least half of the snake's body was still beneath the water. What a huge snake! How many pots of snake meat soup could be made from it? Song Xianqing was secretly amazed, but his face remained impassive. He looked up at the massive, dark green snake demon before him. It indeed hadn't reached the late stage of the spirit-gathering realm yet. Confirming the great snake demon's cultivation level, Song Xianqing felt a slight sense of relief. While Song Xianqing was sizing up Wu Zhu was also assessing him. But soon, disdain and contempt appeared in the emerald green snake eyes. A being with a human-like form, but not a human, and of unknown origin. Its aura was only at the early stage of the bone-refining realm. Besides not knowing what it was, Wu Zhu indeed looked down on its cultivation and strength. As for what exactly Song Xianqing was, Wu Zhu didn't care. The gap in cultivation between them was like a chasm. What was there to care about? On the contrary, how dare a being at the bone-refining realm come alone to the green mirror pool and call it out? Even after seeing it, there was no fear on its face. Wu Zhu spoke first, opening its snake jaws and uttering human words. "Who are you? Trespassing on my territory, what do you seek from me?" As it spoke, it lowered its huge, oppressive head slightly towards Song Xianqing, its eyes filled with killing intent. "If you can't give me a reason that satisfies me, I will devour you alive." Song Xianqing remained unfazed, not intimidated in the slightest. "Your snake demons under your command trespassed on my territory and even tried to eat my people. I naturally have to come to your door and talk about it." As soon as he finished speaking, the green-spotted snake, whose 7-inch point was pinched by Song Xianqing and was being obedient, immediately cried out loudly when it saw an opportunity. "Ancestor! Ancestor, you must avenge me! You don't know!" The green-spotted snake wailed, exaggerating the whole story with added details. Song Xianqing was expressionless, making no effort to stop it, allowing the green-spotted snake to lament. In the end, the green-spotted snake shouted arrogantly, "Ancestor! Quickly kill this arrogant being. Later, I will go eat that cat demon, and then bring the villagers from the foot of the mountain here as offerings for you." Song Xianqing couldn't help but sneer, and the hand pinching the green-spotted snake's 7-inch point tightened slightly. The green-spotted snake immediately wailed even louder, "Oh, ancestor, save me. This arrogant being wants to kill me right in front of you." Wu Zhu glanced at the green-spotted snake in Song Xianqing's hand, with no change in its eyes. The serpent race had a strong reproductive ability. Its descendants were so numerous they couldn't be counted. Why would they care about the life or death of a mere body-tempering realm descendant? However, Song Xianqing's act of attacking the green-spotted snake right in front of it was indeed displeasing. A small bone refinement realm cultivator dared to disregard it so much. Wu Zhu was displeased, its lantern-sized serpent eyes flashing with murderous intent as it spoke with a disdainful tone. "Put down my little junior, and I might consider letting you die less painfully." Song Xianqing narrowed his eyes, his expression gradually turning cold. "Your little junior trespassed on my territory and even tried to eat my people. We haven't settled our accounts yet. Let it go? If you promise me to keep your serpent sons and grandsons in check, not to eat people over there, and not to trespass on my territory, then I might consider letting it go." Upon hearing this, Wuzhu seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world and couldn't help but laugh in extreme anger. "Ha, you little bone refinement realm ant, do you know what you're saying? This is my territory. You trespassed on my territory, and I already have reason to eat you alive. You even dare to hold my descendants hostage to threaten me? Ha ha ha, it has been a long time since I've seen someone as arrogant and ignorant as you. Today, not just those mortals under your control, but you as well, I will eat you all." Looking at Wuzhu, who was on the verge of going berserk, Song Xianqing remained expressionless. "It seems like we have nothing to talk about." As soon as the words left his mouth, Song Xianqing no longer held back, his 5 fingers piercing through the green-spotted snake's 7-inch vital spot, which was still wailing. The area around the green-spotted snake's 7 inches instantly spurted blood. When he pulled back his hand, there was only a bloody hole remaining. The green-spotted snake's eyes widened, its last look of disbelief fixed on Song Xianqing. It seemed to not believe that, with Wuzhu right there, he had dared to truly deal it a fatal blow. But it had no time to think more. Its consciousness faded away with its life. Without Song Xuanqing's control, its corpse directly fell into the pool, spreading a patch of blood red. Song Xuanqing's actions and attitude were undoubtedly a fierce slap in Wuzhu's face. Although Wuzhu didn't care about the green-spotted snake's death, it couldn't tolerate a bone refinement realm cultivator being so arrogant in front of it. Wuzhu became enraged, opening its massive serpent mouth, revealing sharp fangs, as it viciously bit towards Song Xianqing. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, the snake's mouth was right before his eyes, reeking with a fishy odor. Song Xuanqing's split soul only possessed 1/8 of his original strength. Naturally, he couldn't contend against Wuzhu, who was at the spirit-gathering realm. Nor did he expect that a split soul could contend against Wuzhu. So when Wuzhu's massive mouth was about to engulf him, Song Xianqing decisively scattered his split soul. He didn't have a physical form in the first place. When the split soul scattered, it transformed into the essence of heaven and earth, disappearing into the vastness. The enormous serpent's mouth struck down, only biting empty air. No, to be precise, it bit a mouthful of the pool water. Bang! The serpent's head crashed into the water surface, creating a massive wave that shot into the sky, making it seem as though it was raining on the shore. Chapter 30. Feeling drained, Song Xianqing ran off, and Wuzhu bit down on nothing. Naturally, Wuzhu was furious about this. After searching around, unable to find Song Xuanqing's figure, Wuzhu could only return to the green mirror pool. The little snake demons by the pool sensed Wuzhu's anger, trembling and daring not to move. Wuzhu returned to the pool, its gaze turning cold and sinister as it looked towards the front of Wolf Head Mountain. That was the direction of Song Family Village. The great demon had a good memory, remembering everything the green-spotted snake had said. It knew that at the foot of the mountain in that direction was Song Xuanqing's territory. It was called Song Family Village, and he was protecting those mortals alongside a cat demon. Wuzhu itself didn't like to eat people. At its level, the essence and the flesh of mortals was useless to them. But this didn't stop Wuzhu from seeing mortals as nothing more than food. It also held great disdain for Song Xianqing and the cat demon's act of protecting mortals. But it wasn't necessarily protection, maybe they were just raising food? Wuzhu thought mockingly. Whether they were protecting them or raising them as food, it didn't care. But Song Xuanqing's provocation today had truly angered it. It, a dignified gathering spirit realm great demon, when had a mere bone refining realm cultivator ever dared to humiliate it? Wuzhu retracted its gaze, its eyes falling on the group of little snake demons shivering on the bank, its expression ambiguous. "You've been running outside the mountain to eat people recently, haven't you?" Wuzhu's tone revealed no joy or anger. The group of snake demons tremblingly replied, reporting to the ancestor, "There are a few clansmen who went outside the mountain, but we all remember your instructions, ancestor. We didn't go on a killing spree and eat many people to avoid being targeted by the human court. We were just having a snack." Having finished speaking, the snake demon glanced cautiously at Wuzhu, tentatively saying, "If you don't like it, ancestor, we won't go in the future. We'll honestly cultivate and serve you. Go! Why not go?" Wuzhu sneered ambiguously, "Especially go to that Song Family Village. It doesn't matter if you eat all those mortals. As long as it's not a few hundred or 1,000 deaths, the demon hunters won't come all the way to the Falling Clouds Mountains, would they? Wasn't Song Xianqing protecting those mortals, not letting the snake demons enter the village to eat people? Well, it would make its snake demons go and eat those mortals. If it wasn't inconvenient for it to personally leave the mountain, Wuzhu would have already gone straight to Song Family Village. But these small matters didn't require it to personally act. Otherwise, what was the point of raising so many snake children and grandchildren? And that ignorant ant from earlier, if you encounter him, bring him back to me. Dead or alive, bring him back, and I will reward you handsomely. In Wuzhu's opinion, Song Xianqing was just claiming a territory in this remote place and was not very strong. He probably didn't have much of a background. It wouldn't matter if he was killed. Song Xianqing had only displayed early bone refining realm strength in front of it, while Wuzhu had several bone refining realm snake demons under its command. It thought that even if it didn't have to act personally, its bone refining realm snake children and grandchildren could take care of that person, right? Thinking this, Wuzhu sank back down into the bottom of the pool. Song Family Village, Xianqing Temple. The moment his divine sense dispersed, Song Xianqing opened his eyes. Scenes from the Green Mirror Pond replayed in his mind. Song Xianqing rubbed his chin, his expression unreadable. As expected, the negotiation had fallen apart and Wu Zhu had been provoked. Originally, Song Xianqing had hoped that they could reach an agreement. Wu Zhu would control the snake demons under his command, preventing them from coming out to devour humans. In that way, both sides could keep to their own territories, which would have been good. But despite his wishful thinking, Song Xianqing knew that such an outcome was unlikely. Wu Zhu embodied the image of a great demon as imagined by ordinary people, powerful, arrogant, with a cruel nature, not regarding ordinary people as people at all. Such a great snake demon, even if Song Xianqing appeared before him in his true form, might not be willing to talk things out. Even if they agreed on the surface, who knew what might happen behind the scenes? As expected, the negotiation had eventually broken down. Wu Zhu had never taken him seriously from the beginning and had wanted to attack him all along. Given Wu Zhu's temperament, it would be strange if they hadn't broken down. However, the current situation was still within Song Xianqing's plan. He originally had two plans. First, if Wu Zhu was easy to get along with and could be reasoned with, that would be best. Wu Zhu would control the snake demons under his command, and he would not rashly kill demons. Both sides would keep to their own territories, minimizing any harm. Second, if Wu Zhu was a cruel and arrogant great demon who could not be negotiated with, he would simply enrage Wu Zhu, trying every possible way to force him out of the mountains and come to him personally. As long as Wu Zhu entered his territory, where his true form could be deployed, he would naturally be able to deal with Wu Zhu once and for all. Next, it was all about seeing how Wu Zhu would react. Would he be provoked and come looking for him personally? However, even if Wu Zhu had not been provoked to come looking for him, it was unlikely that he would let things rest. Snake demons were very vengeful. After pondering for a while and figuring out how to respond next, Song Xianqing had recovered almost completely. He then started to reforge his divine sense. Half an hour later, before the new divine sense was completely forged, Xianmo returned first. It was somewhat surprised to see Song Xianqing already in the temple. It did not know about the incident at Green Mirror Pond. Song Xianqing had told it to leave first, so it had run straight back. But when it returned to Xianqing Temple, Song Xianqing had already returned? It wondered what had happened at Green Mirror Pond. Xianmo was curious, but it didn't ask further, instead obediently saying, "Master, is the matter at Green Mirror Pond settled? Is there anything else you need me to do?" Song Xianqing was multitasking, forging his divine sense while casually replying, "The matter at Green Mirror Pond is not over yet. I do have something for you to do. Of course, this god will not let you work for nothing. Xianmo, Master, just give your orders." Song Xianqing said, "You don't need to stay in Song Family Village for the time being. Go wander around the surrounding villages as well. If you see any snake demons, drive them away if you can beat them. If not, come to this god. Just like usual, report to this god every evening." Song Xianqing's arrangement made Xianmo feel a little confused, but it was already used to not asking too many questions, simply nodding obediently. "Yes, Master. Go now. Don't delay." Xianmo accepted the task and ran out of Xianqing Temple. Song Xianqing focused on forging his divine sense. Soon, the first divine sense was forged. But Song Xianqing did not stop. He immediately began forging the second divine sense. Yes, he could now forge two divine senses at the same time. Although the strength of the divine senses had not increased and was still only 1/8 of his true form, the quantity had increased. It was not until noon that both divine senses were completely forged. Song Xianqing felt completely drained. While recovering his divine power, he controlled both divine senses to monitor the situation in other nearby villages. As for Song Family Village, with his true form guarding it, even if Wu Zhu came, he would not be able to cause much trouble. Chapter 31, Must Endure Half a Death. What exactly Wu Zhu intended to do, Song Xianqing wasn't actually clear about. He wasn't that clever. But within his capabilities, Song Xianqing didn't mind making a few extra preparations. It would be best if Wu Zhu was provoked by him and came straight to Song Family Village to fight, that way he would directly achieve his goal. If Wu Zhu was to come up with other underhanded tricks, the preparation Song Xianqing was making would also allow him to take precautions in advance. Once the consumption from refining the soul division had recovered, Song Xianqing left the Xianqing Temple. What was he going out to do? Naturally, to patrol. During this special time, he certainly couldn't sit idly within the temple. Even his soul divisions were out patrolling the nearby villages. There was no reason for him not to keep an eye on his main base, Song Family Village. Meanwhile, in Lu Family Village, separated from Song Family Village by a mountain, the situation was tense. Because the man-eating snake demon from yesterday had returned. Dozens of men in the village, armed with hoes, hatchets, and kitchen knives, surrounded the snake demon in the middle. Despite their numbers, the men were all sweating profusely, their legs trembling. After all, they were facing a demon. A fearsome creature that even the mention of its name could make the timid shiver. Yet, they gritted their teeth, holding their weapons, and refused to retreat an inch. The snake demon was a large serpent with black scales and red spots, its body as thick as a water bucket and at least 3 or 4 yards long. And what made the villagers' eyes burn with fury was the fact that the snake demon's tail was coiled around a boy, about 6 or 7 years old. The snake demon was immensely powerful, and the boy could barely struggle, almost unable to breathe, his face turning crimson, his bones cracking from the pressure. He had already passed out. Not far away, the boy's mother was held back by the villagers, wailing loudly. "My son, don't eat my son. If you want to eat, eat me. I have more meat than my son. Eat me." Other villagers could only comfort her, promising that they would save her son. Among the men surrounding the snake demon, one brave man, holding his weapon, tried to muster his courage and shouted at the snake demon. "You snake demon, release that child now. Otherwise, with dozens of us here, even if you're a demon, you won't leave here unscathed today." The threat from a group of food didn't impress the snake demon, who scoffed, speaking in human tongue. "Dozens of you? Well then, I might not leave unscathed, but rather half dead, ha ha ha." The men's faces turned from pale to purple with rage. Old Dr. Song had arrived in Lu Family Village yesterday and hadn't returned yet. He was currently squeezed in the crowd, squinting to assess the condition of the child coiled by the snake. "You must hurry, that child's condition doesn't look good. Any later and the snake demon might strangle him to death," old Dr. Song timely reminded them. The men's hearts pounded, and their palms began to sweat. The brave man who had spoken before, seeing the situation, no longer hesitated and spat to embolden himself and the other men. "Brothers, we can't delay any longer. Saving the boy is crucial. Don't worry, there are so many of us. If we each give that snake demon a blow, it won't be able to withstand it." After shouting, led by the brave villager, a group of men charged forward with hoes, hatchets, and kitchen knives. The snake demon, with disdain, didn't take them seriously and tried to leave, the child still coiled in its tail. The men desperately tried to stop it, hacking with knives and smashing with hoes. But the results were disheartening. The snake demon was incredibly thick-skinned, the blows from the hose did nothing to it, and the knives couldn't pierce its scales, leaving only scratches. Moreover, the snake demon was fast and powerful, and it quickly created a gap in the encirclement of the dozens of men. Those who attacked it were either bitten by the snake demon or sent flying several yards away. Dozens of strong young men, wielding weapons, were helpless against a man-eating snake demon. Seeing the snake demon break through the encirclement and about to leave with the child, the elderly villagers in the distance were filled with despair. Was the gap between humans and demons really this great? What had Lu Family Village done wrong to suffer such a calamity? The snake demon had eaten people yesterday, and now it came to the village to eat again. Would it come again tomorrow, the day after? They couldn't stop the snake demon from eating people and could barely protect themselves. Did they have to wait until everyone in the village was devoured before the snake demon would stop? Was this the divine punishment from the three-eyed goddess for not protecting her statue? Even old Dr. Song felt heavy-hearted, sighing repeatedly. He was just a doctor, old and unable to exert much strength. He couldn't solve the calamities plaguing Lu Family Village. He could only be grateful that Song Family Village was under the protection of Xian Sheng, and such a calamity wouldn't befall them. But in this world, there were far too many places like Lu Family Village. Powerless and impoverished villagers, when they encountered demons and evil ways, were destined for misfortune. When Song Xuanqing's avatar arrived at Lu Family Village, this was the scene that greeted him. A snake demon was carrying off a child, ready to depart, and the villagers were enveloped in despair. That snake demon only had the cultivation of the late body tempering realm, with signs of breaking into the bone refining realm. But it was still in the late body tempering realm. Frowning slightly, Song Xuanqing decisively chose to take action. He stood on the roof, picking up a wood chopping knife at random. The blade of the knife was a bit dull, but it didn't matter. Song Xuanqing empowered it with divine power, and the knife immediately became sharp and intimidating. The next moment, Song Xuanqing swung the knife out. The wood-chopping knife, imbued with divine power, flew toward the snake demon with astonishing speed, irresistibly. The snake demon felt something, its heart pounding. Just as it was about to investigate where the sense of crisis was coming from, the wood-chopping knife arrived behind it. The next second, it precisely struck the snake demon's 7-inch vital spot. The snake demon didn't even have time to react, or even let out a scream, before it was cut in two along the 7-inch mark. Boom! The snake demon's massive upper body fell to the ground, kicking up dust. Its wide-open eyes still showed confusion, as if it hadn't realized how it had died. And in the eyes of the villagers, it was as if something suddenly flashed past, and then the snake demon, which was about to escape, was suddenly cut in two. The snake demon lay on the ground, deader than dead. The villagers, who were desperate and sad just a moment ago, were stunned. This. Did the snake demon die? It seemed so. It was in two pieces. There was no way it could still be alive, right? No, what's going on? How did that snake demon suddenly get cut in two and die? Let's go take a look. The villagers reacted and immediately moved over carefully. Only when they got close and saw that the huge snake demon was indeed cut in two, unmoving, and the eyes on its head were still open and deaf, did they dare to confirm the snake demon was really dead. Chapter 32. Old Dr. Song knelt. The snake demon died suddenly. The villagers didn't understand how it had died. But that wasn't important. What was important was that the snake demon was dead. This man-eating snake demon was dead, and no snake demon would come to the village to eat people again. The villagers wept with joy. At this moment, a keen-eyed man discovered a wood-chopping knife on the ground. The wood-chopping knife was deeply embedded in the ground, and it took the man a great deal of effort to pull it out. As soon as he pulled out the wood-chopping knife, the man noticed the bloodstains left on it. The blood was very thick, and its color was darker than human blood. The man turned his head and was shocked to find that the bloodstains were exactly the same as the blood flowing from the snake demon's severed area. The man was startled and looked at the snake demon's severed area. An absurd idea suddenly floated into his mind. He nervously swallowed his saliva and then spoke to draw everyone's attention. Everyone, come and look at this wood-chopping knife. He raised the wood-chopping knife so everyone could see it clearly. The villagers, immersed in the joy of the snake demon's death, were indeed attracted by his words and looked at the wood-chopping knife stained with viscous blood. However, the villagers looked and couldn't find anything unusual and asked with a frown, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this wood-chopping knife? Is it broken? If it's broken, I'll fix it for you." The man holding the wood-chopping knife became anxious and said, "What's broken? I'm asking you to look at the blood on this wood-chopping knife. The blood on this wood-chopping knife is exactly the same as the blood at the snake demon's severed area. And this wood-chopping knife, I just found it on the ground. It's not one of ours. Do you think the snake demon might have been killed by this wood-chopping knife?" The villagers were first stunned, but after thinking carefully, they felt that what the man said made a lot of sense. "According to you, it seems that the snake demon was indeed killed by this wood-chopping knife?" This wood-chopping knife was found on the ground, and the bloodstains on the knife matched the snake demon's blood. Then, there is only one possibility: the snake demon was killed by this wood-chopping knife. The villagers nodded, just about to agree with this statement when someone reacted and asked with doubt, "That doesn't seem right. Our wood-chopping knives can't even cut through the snake demon's skin, yet this wood-chopping knife in your hand was able to cut the snake demon in half? Could it be that the wood-chopping knife in your hand is sharper?" The man holding the wood-chopping knife was taken aback and quickly went to look at the blade of the wood-chopping knife. This glance stunned him. "No, the blade of this knife is even duller than my family's wood-chopping knife." As soon as he said this, some of the other villagers didn't believe him. Impossible. How could such a dull wood-chopping knife cut the snake demon in half? The man didn't explain much, he just handed the wood-chopping knife to them to see. As a result, every villager who looked at it fell silent. This wood-chopping knife, it's indeed very dull. It's even duller than their own wood-chopping knives. And their own wood-chopping knives couldn't even cut through the snake demon's skin, but this dull wood-chopping knife was able to cut the snake demon into two pieces? The villagers were at a loss and looked around, but they didn't find anything unusual. And just as the villagers were at a loss, old Dr. Song, who was with village chief Lu, suddenly knelt. Literally, he knelt. This startled village chief Lu, who thought that old Dr. Song was old and weak. He quickly reached out to help old Dr. Song up. But as soon as he reached out, he was stopped by old Dr. Song. No need to help this old man. Old Dr. Song's voice was trembling, and his expression was distracted. Upon seeing this, village chief Lu couldn't help but ask with doubt, "Old Dr. Song, what's wrong with you?" Old Dr. Song was distracted for a moment before he regained his senses somewhat and said in a trembling voice, I just now seem to see Shin Chung-gong right there on the roof." Old Dr. Song pointed to a rooftop not far away. Village chief Lu was startled, his eyes widened, and he looked in the direction old Dr. Song pointed. But he only saw a bare rooftop and found nothing. "This, old Dr. Song, are you seeing things? If this were Song Village, it would be one thing, but this is Lu Village. How could the Shin Chung-gong enshrined in Song Village appear in Lu Village?" Elder Song was also bewildered by this, but he quickly regained his senses and shook his head. This old man is not mistaken. He wasn't so old and senile that his eyes were failing him yet. In the fleeting moment just now, he had indeed seen the figure of Song Shinching. Although he hadn't clearly seen the face, the figure alone was enough for Elder Song to recognize with just one glance. It was Xianqing Gong. The figure that flashed across the rooftop perfectly overlapped with the blurry figure he had seen outside the Xianqing temple that night. Elder Song was certain that he had just seen the figure of Xianqing Gong. As for why he would see Xianqing Gong in Lu Village, Elder Song speculated that perhaps Xianqing Gong knew Lu Village was about to face disaster, and being a compassionate deity, he had come specifically to subdue the snake demon? Elder Song's firm stance left village chief Lu confused and uneasy. He was confused as to why Xianqing Gong would appear here, but he had also witnessed with his own eyes the sudden death of the snake demon just now. Such supernatural and unpredictable methods could only be the work of a god, right? Of course, he also hoped that Lu Village could receive the blessing of that Xianqing Gong. After a few moments of unease, village chief Lu still chose to follow his heart and knelt down with Elder Song. May Xianqing Gong protect us. Xianqing Gong is great and compassionate. May Xianqing Gong protect us. Xianqing Gong is great and compassionate. The two knelt on the ground, chanting repeatedly, their expressions of piety identical. Their unusual actions immediately attracted the attention of the other villagers. Village chief, Elder Song, what's wrong? Yeah, why are you suddenly kneeling on the ground and kowtowing? Village chief Lu kowtowed a few times before rising and answering the villagers. Elder Song said just now that he saw Xianqing Gong. With a deity present, we should naturally kneel and give thanks. These words left the villagers stunned. Xianqing Gong? Village chief Lu nodded and vividly recounted the miraculous deeds he knew of Xianqing Gong. The villagers' reactions were almost identical to those of village chief Lu S when he first heard about it. They were all bewildered, stunned, doubtful, surprised, and envious. The villagers' thoughts were instantly mixed and complex. Song Village was truly a blessed land, actually receiving the protection of a god. That Xianqing Gong was truly a compassionate and kind deity. They in Song Village must not have had snake demons entering their village to eat people, right? The villagers' feelings were complicated, and they sighed with emotion. There was no lack of envy among them. Village chief Lu nodded, feeling the same way. Song Village had indeed never been known to have snake demons eating people. Not to mention snake demons, they didn't even have problems with snakes. The villagers became even more envious. Village chief Lu took in their expressions and then said, Xianqing Gong is indeed a compassionate and kind deity. Just now, the snake demon suddenly died, and Elder Song immediately said that he saw Xianqing Gong. In my opinion, it's very likely that Xianqing Gong, out of compassion, knew our village was in trouble and came to help us. Yesterday, before I brought Elder Song back, I even went to offer incense to Xianqing Gong. As village chief Lu said this, the villagers were surprised and envious, and, unsurprisingly, they had other thoughts. At this moment, the man holding the firewood knife stained with snake blood also spoke up at the right time. This firewood knife was found next to the snake demon's corpse. It's stained with snake blood, so the snake demon was probably cut in half by this knife. But it's strange, this knife is very dull. Under normal circumstances, forget about cutting the snake demon in half, it wouldn't even be able to cut its skin. But, it seems, the snake demon died because of this firewood knife. Village chief Lu glanced at the firewood knife and nodded. We mortals can't use even divine weapons effectively, but if it's a god with great supernatural powers, they can certainly hurt people with a plucked flower or a fallen leaf. These words almost confirmed that this dull firewood knife, in the hands of a deity, had exerted great power, killing the snake demon. The villagers excitedly went to see the hatchet that had been handled by the deity and used to slay the snake demon. Village chief Lu took in the villagers' reactions, feeling a sense of satisfaction as his plan neared completion. He felt that the matter of changing the deity worshipped by Lu Village was already halfway done. As long as the majority agreed, it wouldn't be a problem. The only thing that still worried him was whether the deity Xianqing Gong would agree to be invited. Chapter 33. You know too much. Song Xianqing's divine consciousness had departed after killing the snake demon, heading off to patrol elsewhere. The Lu family village was indeed fortunate this time, having happened to encounter the divine consciousness he had dispatched to patrol the surrounding villages. Song Xianqing was aware of what had happened in the Lu family village, but he didn't take it to heart. Killing that snake demon was merely a matter of convenience. Although the Lu family village had the intention of worshipping him, he wouldn't concern himself much with their affairs until they truly did so. While his divine consciousness patrolled the nearby villages, his main body didn't waste any time. He spent an entire day wandering around the vicinity of the Song family village. However, even as night fell, Song Xianqing hadn't discovered anything out of the ordinary. He hadn't even seen a single snake demon. On the other hand, his two divine consciousnesses had each killed a snake demon. Both were small snake demons still at the body forging stage. If Wuzhu was making moves, it shouldn't be this quiet. Song Xianqing found it a little strange, but he didn't let his guard down because of it, continuing to patrol the Song family village that night. Anyway, he was no longer human and didn't need to rest. Sure enough, in the night, Song Xianqing made a discovery. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the bright moon hung high. On the back hill, the cicadas and frogs that used to chirp and croak were now silent. All that remained were the rustling sounds of something crawling and hissing. Under the silvery moonlight, dozens of large snakes could be seen winding their way forward. Judging by their direction, their target was clearly Song family village at the foot of the mountain. The dozens of snakes had different patterns, and their auras were strong or weak. The weakest were only at the initial body tempering stage, while the strongest had reached the late bone refinement stage. However, most of them were at the body tempering stage, with only the 4 or 5 leading snakes being above the bone refinement stage. Those mortals are for the younger ones to eat. We few will go find that bone refinement fellow. We must not let greed cause us to delay the ancestors' affairs. Don't worry, it's not like we haven't eaten humans before. Although the taste is good, the ancestors' orders come first, we wouldn't be so careless. Humph, when we find that bone refinement fellow, try not to kill him. Capture him alive and bring him back. The ancestor will surely be even happier. Haha, that's definitely no problem. With the 5 of us at the bone refinement stage and Big Brother at the late bone refinement stage, how can we not catch a mere early bone refinement stage brat? The leading snake demons at the bone refinement stage discussed how they would capture Song Xianqing later. The group of young demons at the body tempering stage behind them were preparing to go into the village and eat people when the bone refinement stage snake demons went to capture Song Xianqing. Because Wu Zhu had said that Song Xianqing was at the early bone refinement stage, these young demons at the body tempering stage didn't dare come without the lead of a great demon. When Song Xianqing arrived, he saw a scene where the snakes were brazenly discussing how to eat people and how to capture him. This made Song Xianqing sneer. "There's no need to look for me. I'm here." Amidst the hissing snake language, the sudden cool voice seemed extremely abrupt. The hissing snake language stopped abruptly. The leading snake demon at the late bone refinement stage looked in the direction of the voice and saw the figure in green robes and black hair standing on the treetop in the moonlight not far away. The figure was surrounded by divine charm, as if a celestial being. The leading snake demon narrowed its snake pupils. It had seen him by the pool during the day and immediately recognized Song Xianqing. But when did he appear? The tree under Song Xianqing's feet wasn't far from it, but it hadn't noticed when Song Xianqing had appeared there. Even if Song Xianqing hadn't spoken, it wouldn't have noticed him there. Thinking of this, the snake demon felt a faint unease. It was clearly at the late bone refinement stage. Its cultivation should be stronger than Song Xianqing, who was at the early bone refinement stage. Yet, it inexplicably felt uneasy. The other snake demons at the bone refinement stage weren't so perceptive. Seeing Song Xianqing, they were all extremely excited. "Good, you didn't even need us to look for you, you delivered yourself to our door. Brothers, follow me, capture him alive and take him back to claim credit with the ancestor." The leading snake demon at the late bone refinement stage's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Just as it was about to tell them not to act rashly, the other snake demons at the bone refinement stage charged forward. Their powerful snake bodies leaped up, as if flying in the air, towards Song Xianqing. Seeing this, the snake demon at the late bone refinement stage was about to grit its teeth and follow them, but then it saw Song Xianqing move. He raised a large hand with distinct knuckles. The next moment, an astonishingly powerful aura was no longer hidden. The aura of a cultivator at a higher realm burst out unscrupulously. And the snake demons at the bone refinement stage, bearing the brunt of this overwhelming aura, couldn't help but go limp. Then, they fell to the ground one by one like cooked noodles. Immediately afterwards, a palm formed of divine power pressed them to the ground, unable to move. This move was something that Song Xianqing had developed himself, just a simple solidification of released divine power. It didn't cause much damage, but it was extremely shocking. The snake demon at the late bone refinement stage, which had fallen behind and not charged forward with the others, was so frightened that its soul almost left its body. It stared at Song Xianqing in horror, its mind going blank. The intensity of the aura it had just sensed from Song Xianqing was clearly not something a bone refinement realm should possess. It was definitely the spirit gathering realm. You're not in the bone refinement realm, you are in the spirit gathering realm. The snake demon exclaimed in terror. The spirit gathering realm. That's the same realm as their ancestor. And they, a few in the bone refinement realm, a rabble of body tempering realm cultivators, had come to cause trouble for someone in the spirit gathering realm? But how could he be in the spirit gathering realm? The ancestor clearly said that he was only in the early stages of the bone refinement realm. Song Xianqing smiled mockingly, a murderous aura filling the air. "You're right, but you know too much." Therefore, he had to kill the snakes to silence them. Chapter 34, Song Xianqing Must Die. Song Family Village, the hill behind. Under the moonlight, the entire forest was draped in a layer of silver frost. Song Xianqing sat quietly cross-legged on the trunk of an old tree, his breath restrained. Even if a demon or evil spirit passed beneath the tree, it wouldn't be able to detect him. but they would definitely be terrified by the corpses lying scattered on the ground below. Dozens of snake demon corpses with different patterns and auras lay haphazardly all over the place. The strong stench of blood carried by the mountain wind spread out, making one want to vomit. Song Xianqing, however, remained calm, sitting cross-legged on the tree trunk, his gaze fixed on the direction of Wolf Head Mountain. To be precise, the direction of Green Mirror Pool. He had resolved almost effortlessly dozens of snake demons in the body-forging realm and a few in the bone refinement realm. But he hadn't left, nor had he dealt with the corpses under the tree. He was waiting to see what the snake demons of Green Mirror Pool would do tonight, so he could wipe them all out in one fell swoop. The stars shifted and the bright moon sank in the east, until the sky turned the color of a fish's belly. Dawn had broken. Song Xianqing had spent the entire night sitting alone on the back slope of the mountain. He had waited all night too, but he had waited for nothing. The serpent demon of Green Mirror Pond had it only sent this one wave of demons? A few bone refinement realm cultivators and a large group of body forging realm ones, all a motley crowd. It seemed that Wuzhu truly believed he was only at the bone refinement realm to be so careless, just sending its serpent children and grandchildren to deliver food to him. Song Xianqing's expression was strange as he glanced at the terrifying pile of snake corpses under the tree. He then called over one of the divine senses he had sent to patrol the nearby village. The divine sense quickly arrived and then deftly controlled the dozens of limp snake corpses, making them float into the air. Afterward, they headed towards Green Mirror Pond. That's right, Song Xianqing planned to throw these snake demon corpses directly into Wuzhu's face. Wuzhu would surely be very surprised, wouldn't it? He was returning all the serpent children and grandchildren it had sent. Carrying dozens of snake demon corpses, Song Xianqing's divine sense soon arrived above Green Mirror Pond. Then, the levitation spell was cancelled. Dozens of long, thick, colorful snake corpses fell into the pool like noodles with a crashing sound. The scene was quite spectacular. But Song Xianqing didn't have time to watch. After throwing the dozens of snake demon corpses down, he turned around and ran. If he didn't run quickly, his divine sense would not be able to escape Wuzhu's wrath when it reacted. Condensing a divine sense took a lot of effort, after all. It was better to use them sparingly. Thump, thump, thump. The successive sounds of heavy objects falling into the water disrupted Wuzhu's cultivation. It opened its eyes in annoyance, its massive head emerging from the water's surface. Just then, the corpse of a long snake landed on its head, hanging like a strand of noodles. Then it slowly slid down, plopping into the water with a splash. Wuzhu instantly became enraged, about to erupt in fury and ask which reckless snake offspring had dared disturb its cultivation. It then noticed dozens of snake corpses floating on the water's surface. There were too many junior snakes. Wuzhu didn't remember some of the body-tempering realm ones at all, but it knew each of the bone-refining realm ones since their numbers were limited. Upon closer look, several of the dozens of snake corpses on the water's surface were unmistakably its own bone-refining realm juniors. Wuzhu clearly remembered these few bone-refining realm juniors. Yesterday, it had sent them to Song Village to eat people and capture that arrogant fellow who had provoked it. But now they had become corpses tossed into its Green Mirror Pond? Wuzhu was first stunned, then a surge of anger rose within it. It looked up at the horizon, only to see Song Xianqing's distant back figure. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Instantly, Wuzhu understood what had happened. The cold snake pupils ignited with a blazing fire. Wuzhu felt like its lungs were about to explode. Arrogant rat! How infuriating! Since reaching the spirit-gathering realm, when had it ever been so infuriated by mere bone-refining realm ants? This was more than just provocation. It was slapping its face directly while standing on its head. A mere ant of the bone-refining realm actually dared to look down on its authority like this. And these juniors? Useless. All useless. Several bone-refining realm snakes, not a few at the late stage, were actually no match for a mere bone-refining realm early-stage cultivator. How could Wuzhu have such a group of useless descendants? Wuzhu's snake pupils turned red with rage, its tail furiously thrashing the water's surface. The Green Mirror Pond instantly looked like it was raining heavily, the shore becoming soaked from the splashing water. But the little snake demons trembled, their breaths becoming shallow. Sensing Wuzhu's rage, and not knowing the cause, they could only cower in the corners. After venting its anger for a long time, Wuzhu gradually calmed down. Afterward, it summoned some more of its bone-refining realm juniors. About 8 or 9 of them. Wuzhu ordered them to go to Song Village and bring Song Xianqing to it. This time there were almost twice as many bone-refining realm snake demons than the last time, so in theory, there shouldn't be any mistakes. Wuzhu was confident in its judgment. Song Xianqing's aura had felt like a bone-refining realm cultivator to it. But thinking about those dead snake demons, Wuzhu still gave a few instructions, warning them that the opponent was not simple and to be careful. If they really couldn't win, they should come back and report to it. Although the snake race was highly fertile, these bone-refining realm juniors had been cultivated after many years of accumulation. If they were all lost, Wuzhu would also be heartbroken. However, Wuzhu didn't think it would come to that 8 or 9 bone-refining realm snakes surely couldn't be defeated by a single bone-refining realm cultivator? Wuzhu was full of confidence, but the 8 or 9 bone-refining realm little snake demons were uneasy. If they weren't unable to disobey the order, they wouldn't want to take on this task. Although Wuzhu said the opponent was only a bone-refining realm cultivator, 4 or 5 of their bone-refining realm kin had gone to deal with that person before, and they had been completely annihilated. If they went, what if the same fate befell them? But the consequences of disobeying Wuzhu's orders would be dire. They could only bite the bullet and accept the task. After sunset, they cautiously left the Green Mirror Pond. They crossed Wolf Head Mountain and entered the rear slope of the mountain. Before they could even enter the village, they encountered Song Xianqing, just like their kin from yesterday. After discovering that Song Xuanqing's true strength was actually at the spirit gathering realm, they wanted to flee. Their kin didn't die in vain. The opponent, who seemed to be in the bone refining realm, was actually at the spirit gathering realm. The snake demons were miserable, focused solely on escaping. But how could Song Xianqing let them get away? Repeating what he had done before, after killing the snake demons, he diverted some of his attention to carry the corpses to Green Mirror Pond. He tossed the corpses to Wuzhu and then ran. This time, Wuzhu's anger reached a boiling point. A snake unleashed a tremendous fury in the Green Mirror Pool. The little snake demons huddled in corners, not daring to make a sound, afraid that Wuzhu's anger would lash out at them, and even more afraid that Wuzhu would send them to their deaths, just like it had sent those dozen or so bone refinement realm cultivators. Fortunately, Wuzhu still had some reason. It had already realized that Song Xianqing's strength was unusual. He was definitely not a normal bone refinement realm cultivator. It had also sensed Song Xuanqing's malice towards it. After venting its anger, Wuzhu calmed down, but the killing intent around it grew even stronger. Song Xianqing wanted to kill it. It too wanted to kill Song Xianqing. It was a kill or be killed situation. But this time, it wasn't planning to send its snake children and grandchildren to their deaths. It was going to take action personally. Wuzhu had thrown all its previous concerns to the back of its mind. It had only one thought now. Song Xianqing must die. Chapter 35, Stuck Midsummer Month the 15th. Suitable for sacrifices, weddings, and setting up stoves. Today, the Xianqing temple was exceptionally lively, with villagers coming in an endless stream to offer incense. The entire Xianqing temple was shrouded in smoke, hazy and indistinct. Compared to the day Song Xianqing first arrived here, there were many more villagers offering incense today. The flow of people entering the temple to burn incense was almost constant. Small and old, the Xianqing temple even had a small line forming outside. Villagers carried incense and offerings, their expressions devout and respectful. They all knew that nearby villages had been plagued by snakes and man-eating snake demons, while their village remained safe and sound. Coupled with the previous miracles performed by Master Xianqing, if this wasn't Master Xuanqing's blessing, what was it? The villagers weren't ungrateful people. They knew that because of Master Xuanqing's protection, they could have a piece of peaceful paradise in this world. So, on this day of incense offering, every household, as long as they had someone free, came to offer incense, and most of them brought their entire families. They said that they had received Master Xuanqing's blessing and had nothing to repay it with, so they could only offer more incense. All the people and their families who could come to burn incense had come. Song Xianqing had previously worried about how to get everyone in the village to come and offer incense to him, rather than just having one person from each household come, as a token gesture. Now, he no longer had to worry. The villagers were coming voluntarily, bringing their entire families. However, on this special day, Song Xianqing was not in the Xianqing temple. He was wandering around the back mountain and the Song family village area to prevent a sudden attack by the snake demon. Such a good day. If the snake demon were to ruin it, it would truly affect his mood. Fortunately, even though he wasn't in the Xianqing temple, it didn't affect his collection of incense points. Incense points plus 9 incense points plus 8 incense points plus 8.5. The system notifications kept popping up, but Song Xianqing didn't find it annoying at all. Such wonderful notifications, he felt he could never tire of hearing them in his lifetime. Incense points, how delightful they were. As Song Xianqing wandered through the village, he naturally saw the villagers coming to the Xianqing temple to offer incense with their families, and he was secretly pleased. He wondered how many incense points he could collect in total today. How much could he advance his cultivation progress? With a menacing Wuzhu by his side, Song Xianqing felt that although he could reach the late stage of the Gathering Spirit Realm after unfolding his divine abilities, he wasn't sure if the late stage of the Gathering Spirit Realm would be enough against the middle stage Gathering Spirit Realm Snake Demon. After all, he lacked practical combat experience. If possible, Song Xianqing of course wanted to directly crush that Snake Demon Wuzhu with a higher cultivation realm. He didn't know when Wuzhu would come to fight him. He had provoked Wuzhu so much. Wasn't Wuzhu angry yet? Song Xianqing didn't know that Wuzhu was about to come and fight him. Midsummer weather is fickle. A morning of clear skies can give way to wind and rain by the afternoon, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Song Xianqing, lacking a physical form, was unbothered by the rain. He continued his patrol outside, not returning to the temple. After the hour of Shin in the afternoon, the notification chime for incense offerings ceased. The incense burning time here was only from the hour of Chen in the morning to the hour of Shin in the afternoon. After that, no more incense would be offered. Song Xianqing had kept watch outside all day, yet he hadn't found any trace of Wu Zhu, nor had he even seen a small snake demon. Song Xianqing suspected that Wu Zhu was brewing something big. Therefore, he didn't return to the temple but directly opened the system outside. Incense Divinity Attainment System Host Song Xianqing Divine Age 20 Identity Unofficial God Cultivation Unranked 40% Plus Cultivation Method None Divine Powers Divine Might Beginner Plus Dreamwalking Beginner Plus Divine Union Beginner Plus Minor Divine Clone Technique Beginner Plus Territory Song Family Village Incense Value 725 Evaluation Unrecognized by Heaven Weak Incense Faith An Unofficial God without divine authority or status, with a fleeting destiny and meager power. 725 Incense Points. Song Xianqing's eyes lit up. He had been listening to the system announcing the incense value all day, so he knew that he wouldn't get a small amount today. He never expected there would be so many. Before today, he only had 62 incense points in his account. That meant, just from today's offerings, the villagers of Song Family Village had contributed 663 incense points to him. He was rich. Song Xianqing had never been so wealthy before. The most incense points he ever had previously was less than 200. As a result, today, on the 15th, he had received a wave of incense from Song Family Village amounting to more than 600 points, bringing his total to a grand sum of 725. Song Xianqing felt like he had struck it rich overnight. After the initial surprise, he began planning how to use the incense points. 725 incense points was enough for Song Xianqing to break through his current realm if he used them all on cultivation. Once his cultivation reached 100% and he broke through his current realm, he didn't know what level his strength would reach. Song Xianqing wasn't sure, but he knew for sure that he would definitely be strong enough to beat Wu Zhu. Cultivation was the foundation of his strength. Song Xianqing didn't hesitate to choose to increase his cultivation first. The progress of his cultivation slowly increased. The incense value was also slowly decreasing. Incense value 713 incense value 686 incense value 666 incense value 625. When the incense value decreased to 625 and the cultivation progress climbed to 50%, Song Xianqing's expression suddenly turned ugly. He stopped adding points, his expression grim as he looked at the system panel. Incense Divinity Attainment System Host Song Xianqing Divine Age 20 Identity Unofficial God Cultivation Unranked 50% Cultivation Method None Divine Powers Divine Might Beginner Plus Dreamwalking Beginner Plus Divine Union Beginner Plus Minor Divine Clone Technique Beginner Plus Territory Song Family Village Incense Value 625 Evaluation Unrecognized by Heaven Weak Incense Faith An Unofficial God without divine authority or status, with a fleeting destiny and meager power. Yes, the plus sign after the cultivation progress was gone. It wasn't that Song Xianqing didn't want to continue adding points to cultivation, he just couldn't. The plus sign was gone, meaning that he couldn't temporarily continue to add points to his cultivation. Song Xianqing looked distressed. Having incense points on hand but not being able to spend them, what kind of experience was that? He had thought that he could smoothly increase his cultivation to 100% and break through to the next realm. But he was stuck at 50% and could no longer continue to add points? Song Xianqing didn't understand why his cultivation couldn't be improved. How could he continue to add points? If he couldn't add points and had to rely solely on his own cultivation, Song Xianqing felt that his breakthrough would be very far away. Moreover, he didn't know if he could increase his cultivation progress through normal cultivation since his cultivation couldn't be improved on the panel. Was the cultivation progress of this card halted by his own bottleneck, or was there some other requirement from the system that hadn't been met, preventing him from adding more cultivation points? Song Xianqing sighed, deciding not to dwell on the issue for now, and instead opened the system shop store level 1 current items. 1. Spirit Enhancing Pill Low Grade, a Divine Path Elixir. Consuming it can slightly increase divine sense. Price 30 incense value. Purchase limit 012. Dragon Bone, a piece of bone from the dragon race containing a wisp of dragon essence and blood. Random dragon bone, not specific to any particular location. Price 10,000 incense value. Purchase limit 013. Yang Radiance Young Thunder Sword Art First Form. An extremely young thunder sword, naturally suppresses evil. Price 300 incense value. Purchase limit 01. Next rotation 14 days 7 hours 26 minutes. Chapter 36, Knowledge enters the mind. The system shop remained the same as always, featuring 3 items this time: Spirit Boosting Pill, Dragon Bone, and Yang Radiance Young Thunder Sword Art First Form. Song Xianqing's eyes lit up, his mood improving slightly after being affected by his inability to continue adding attribute points to his cultivation. This round's shop items looked quite useful. He could disregard the Dragon Bone directly, as he couldn't afford it anyway. It cost 10,000 incense value. Even if he could collect incense value every day for the next half month, he still wouldn't be able to afford it. Since he couldn't afford it, what was the point of looking at it? Song Xianqing only glanced at it roughly before moving his gaze away. He focused his attention on the Spirit Boosting Pill and the Yang Radiance Young Thunder Sword Art First Form. The primary function of the Spirit Boosting Pill was to enhance Divine Sense. In Song Xianqing's own understanding, Divine Sense was similar to mental power. However, the system panel didn't have a specific attribute point option for Divine Sense. Divine Sense would actually improve alongside his cultivation, but it would only reach the standard line that matched his cultivation. He couldn't rely on adding attribute points to improve his Divine Sense alone. Song Xianqing currently didn't have any specific cultivation methods for Divine Sense, and could only rely on the enhancement to Divine Sense that came along with adding attribute points to his cultivation. Song Xianqing hadn't paid much attention to this issue before. He wasn't actually clear about his own Divine Sense strength. However, it didn't have any significant impact on him at the moment. So naturally, Song Xianqing didn't dwell on it. However, that didn't mean Divine Sense was useless or unimportant. As of now, Song Xianqing's most direct experience of his Divine Sense was that it could only control 2 spirit clones. He couldn't control any more, nor could he create any additional spirit clones. For example, his Divine Sense was like a glass of water, where at least 3/4 was reserved for his main body, which was fixed and couldn't be separated. The remaining 1/4 could be used for creating spirit clones. When his total Divine Sense wasn't sufficient, the amount that could be separated to create spirit clones was naturally limited. This was why he didn't create more spirit clones. Apart from controlling spirit clones, creating spirit clones also consumed his own divine power, though this could be replenished. But if he created too many, he wouldn't be able to control them as effortlessly as he could now. He didn't know how much Divine Sense the Spirit Boosting Pill could enhance. Would it allow him to increase the number of his spirit clones by another level? Even if it couldn't, Song Xianqing would still acquire the Spirit Boosting Pill. After all, Song Xianqing didn't have any methods for cultivating Divine Sense. If there was a pill that he could take, he definitely couldn't let it go. Even if it couldn't increase the number of spirit clones in the short term, it didn't matter. For the minor spirit clone art, Song Xianqing's expectation was more about increasing the strength of the spirit clones rather than their quantity. Quantity was secondary. That was why he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate Divine Sense previously. Spending 30 incense value, Song Xianqing acquired the Spirit Boosting Pill. However, he didn't rush to take it. After putting the pill away, his gaze skipped over the Dragon Bone and landed on the 3rd item in the shop. Yang Radiance Young Thunder Sword Art First Form, Supreme Young Thunder Sword, the natural nemesis of evil spirits. Price, 300 incense value, purchase limit, 01. It seemed like it was some kind of attack technique or divine power. Moreover, it only showed the first form. Song Xianqing inwardly complained, could cultivation methods and divine powers be sold separately? The system was really good at doing business. Song Xianqing was actually lacking in attack-type techniques and divine powers. His cultivation level wasn't low currently, but when it came to fighting, he only knew to act directly or use some small tricks with his divine power. He didn't possess any actual attack methods that matched his cultivation level. Not even talking about cultivators, even among ordinary mortals, 2 adults with the same physique and strength were completely different if one had been trained and the other hadn't. If he had an attack method, Song Xianqing felt that his strength could improve by another level. With his current mediocre cultivation level of 50%, coupled with a powerful attack method, he wondered if he could contend against cultivators in the 4th realm of the Demon Path or Martial Path. Song Xianqing wasn't even sure how his cultivation realm was classified. The system showed that he was currently just at the unranked level. However, even when he was only at 40% progress in this unranked state, he possessed the cultivation of a 3rd realm cultivator in the Demon and Martial Paths. Once he broke through to the next realm, wouldn't he be able to easily crush those in the 5th realm of the Demon and Martial Paths? Was this the innate advantage of his godhood? Song Xianqing shook off the jumbled thoughts in his mind and carefully read the introduction of the Young Thunder Sword Manual. The introduction of the first stance of this Young Thunder Sword Manual was exceptionally concise, showing no remarkable points. But with a cost of 300 incense points just for one stance of a sword technique, it shouldn't be too trash, right? After adding points to his cultivation and buying the spirit-enhancing pill, Song Xianqing now had 595 incense points left. 300 incense points was naturally not a problem with his current assets. But Song Xianqing felt a slight pang of heartache. 300 incense points was equivalent to half of his current savings. The incense points hadn't even warmed up before he was about to spend most of them. He could only hope that this Young Thunder Sword manual wouldn't disappoint him. Although his heart ached for the incense points, Song Xianqing, lacking any means of attack, quickly bought Young Radiance Young Thunder Sword Manual First Stance. Incense points 300. Remaining incense points 295. The instant he bought the sword manual, Song Xianqing felt a sudden throbbing in his brain. It was as if something had entered his mind. Oh, it was knowledge. The cultivation method for the Young Radiance Young Thunder Sword Manual First Stance appeared in his mind just like that. Song Xianqing had thought that the system would give it to him in the form of a jade slip or document. He hadn't expected the system to be so considerate, directly infusing the information into his mind. Song Xianqing contentedly browsed the Young Radiance Young Thunder Sword Manual First Stance in his mind. Some information that wasn't stated on the system store panel was finally revealed to Song Xianqing. The Young Thunder Sword Manual originated from the immortal Young Radiance people. Demons, immortals, and gods could all practice this sword manual. Although there would be individual differences in practice, this sword manual was truly not picky about who wielded it. The Young Thunder Sword Manual had a total of 7 stances, each more powerful than the last, and the difficulty of cultivation also increased dramatically. This sword manual also came with a thunder tempering method because, as the name of the Young Thunder Sword Manual suggested, it was a lightning attribute sword technique. The thunder tempering method was about absorbing and refining various exotic lightning and fusing them into the sword technique, which could greatly increase the power of the sword. Initially, Song Xianqing had worried about how he would practice the sword technique without a sword. After all, with his current identity, it wouldn't be easy to find someone to forge a sword for him. He couldn't just steal or rob one, could he? After reading the sword manual, Song Xianqing no longer had such worries. Because the Young Thunder Sword Manual could be practiced without a sword. This sword manual was a method, not just a simple sword technique, meaning that the focus was on practicing the method. Without worries, Song Xianqing calmly began to read the sword manual's cultivation method. 15 minutes later, Song Xianqing's face looked grim as he exited the browsing mode. The knowledge had entered his mind, but not completely, because he couldn't quite understand the sword manual. The sword technique was a good one, and the introduction showed that its power was considerable. However, let alone comprehending and cultivating it, he couldn't even fully understand it. He was at a loss on how to cultivate it. Damn it, he had overestimated his understanding and talent for cultivation. By the time he could master the sword technique, who knew how long it would take? Song Xianqing's mood suddenly turned heavy. Spend 100 incense points to rapidly complete the Young Radiance Young Thunder Sword Manual First Stance? Suddenly, a system prompt appeared in front of Song Xianqing. Chapter 37, I am Yang Yao. A pillow arrives just when you're sleepy. Song Xianqing swept away his previous gloom. Although he couldn't understand the cultivation method and didn't know when he'd be able to start practicing, he had a cheat. It was just that this cheat cost money. 100 incense points. Song Xianqing glanced at his incense point balance, which had plummeted from 725 to 295, and his heart ached. Although he didn't have a heart now, heartache was still a sensation. Although his incense points were making him feel the sting, Song Xianqing thought that since he couldn't increase his cultivation level for the time being, and there was no hurry to add points to his few divine abilities, as he didn't even know how effective that would be. Using the incense points now to practice the Yang Yao Young Thunder Sword technique first form could be considered making the most of them. Anyway, he could harvest another batch of incense points in half a month. After reassuring himself, Song Xianqing paid 100 incense points and chose to use forced infusion to quickly learn the Yang Yao Young Thunder Sword technique first form. Infusion. Give me a heavy dose of infusion. Just as he finished thinking this, Song Xianqing's vision suddenly went dark, as if he had been struck with a club. After a dizzying spin, he opened his eyes again to find the world around him had completely changed. Beneath his feet was a vast expanse of dark thunderclouds, rumbling incessantly. Above him were also thunderclouds, with lightning flashing continuously. But the thunderclouds above were very, very low. So low that Song Xianqing felt that if he jumped a little higher and reached out a hand, he could touch them. The feeling was extremely oppressive. The entire space was empty except for the thunderclouds underfoot and overhead. The space seemed boundless, but aside from the flashing and rumbling thunderclouds, there was nothing else. Song Xianqing wasn't panicking. He could sense that this was just a void of consciousness. His consciousness had come here after confirming the infusion. So this place must be related to the infusion. He just didn't know why the system had pulled his consciousness into here, and what it had to do with the infusion. Just as he finished thinking this with suspicion, the lightning and thunder in the world suddenly intensified. The next moment, Song Xianqing saw several bolts of lightning strike down not far away, so bright that they were dazzling, but he could vaguely make out a figure in the middle. After the lightning dissipated, a figure composed of lightning appeared. The figure had 4 arms, no head, and a slightly translucent purple body, with lightning bolts running through it, making it mysterious and dangerous. The moment the figure appeared, a violent and powerful aura filled the entire space. Song Xianqing even felt a stinging sensation all over his body as if he was being electrocuted. Moreover, in the face of the figure's aura, he felt as weak as an ant. Song Xianqing looked at the figure with surprise and doubt. And the next moment, a deep, rough voice echoed throughout the space. I am Yang Yao. I will personally transmit the first form of the Young Thunder Sword art to you. Youngster, watch carefully. The rain was still falling. The mountain forest echoed with the patter of rain, accompanied by muffled thunder. On a thick tree trunk, Song Xianqing, who had been sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. Seeing the rainy scene of the mountain forest before him and feeling the cold wind brushing his face, he realized that he had returned. He had returned from that space of Dharma transmission. He felt as if he had spent a long time in that space of thunderclouds, at least several days and nights. Song Xianqing suddenly realized something and was startled, quickly flying into the sky. Seeing that Song family village below was peaceful, with smoke rising from the chimneys in the misty rain, looking as if nothing had happened, he felt relieved. Song Xianqing had been worried that he had spent too long in the Dharma transmission space and that Song family village had been massacred by the snake demon Wuzhu. If that were the case, he would truly regret having initiated the empowerment at that time. Fortunately, looking at the situation in the village below, and the unburnt incense and fresh offerings in the Zhuanging temple, it must still be the 15th of the midsummer month. The time in reality had not passed too much before and after the initiation of the empowerment. Song Xianqing looked at the sky and estimated that the time difference before and after the empowerment was no more than a quarter of an hour. With his worries gone, Song Xianqing breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the tree he had been sitting on before, digesting his insights into the Young Thunder Sword technique. The 100 points of incense were well spent. The empowerment was actually given by the author of the technique himself, although it felt a bit like a robot, slightly unreal. Moreover, while he had spent a long time in the Dharma transmission space, not much time had passed in reality. Things he couldn't understand before were now clear, like mist dispersed. West of Wolf Head Mountain, Green Mirror Pond. In the deep, dark depths, a thick, dark green serpent coiled. Its eerie green pupils, like a pair of lanterns in the dim water, stared unblinking at a ball of water before it. The water ball emitted a soft glow, a thin line connecting it to the massive serpent's head. And within the water ball, a serpentine white light was taking shape. Wuzhu stirred restlessly, suppressing the urge to swallow it, continuing to wait. Finally, after an hour, the serpentine white light was formed. The moment it solidified, the serpentine white light seemed to come alive, thrashing about within the water ball, attempting to break free. At this point, Wuzhu could no longer restrain itself, excitedly opening its maw, and swallowed the white light along with the water ball in one gulp. Instantly, the aura around Wuzhu fluctuated, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, but steadily trending stronger. The surface of the pond churned with waves. Half an hour later, the aura at the bottom of the pond reached its peak. Roar! After a piercing roar, the dark green serpent shot out from the pond, soaring into the sky. And Wuzhu's full form was finally revealed. It was considerably larger than the 10 zhang serpent Song Xianqing had estimated last time. It was actually 15 or 16 zhang long. It was even thicker than when Song Xianqing had first seen it a couple of days prior. Wuzhu circled in the high sky, controlling the falling raindrops which gathered around it in a column of water, swirling about its body. Its eerie green pupils gazed towards Song family village in the distance, filled with murderous intent. Today, having entered the late stage of spirit gathering, it would take the life of that arrogant brat to celebrate. With great ambition, Wuzhu flew towards Song family village. Its massive serpent body twisted and turned in the air, looking like a flood dragon from afar. Its demonic aura was not deliberately spread, yet neither was it contained. Song Xianqing, who was digesting the insights of the Young Thunder Sword manual, sensed something and looked up towards Green Mirror Pond. The sky was completely dark and there was no moonlight tonight, only the occasional flashes of lightning, briefly illuminating the world. Song Xianqing narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. It was a smile that held a hint of anticipation. It seems Wuzhu is here? Perfect timing. His cultivation progress had reached 50% and he had just learned the first stance of the Young Thunder Sword manual. He would just use Wuzhu to test his sword. Chapter 38, Slaying the Serpent 2 and 1 high in the sky, visibility was 0. The world was left with only the sound of falling rain, and the howling of the wind. Boom! Dark clouds churned, and lightning flashed. The dark world was illuminated for a moment. It also illuminated the soaring, dark green giant serpent in the air. Wu Shu flew straight towards Song family village with a clear objective. In the blink of an eye, it entered Song Xuanqing's territory. It had already seen the village in the rain and mist, its serpentine eyes revealing a human-like disdain and a detached indifference. Wu Shu did not plan to seek out Song Xuanqing. It wanted to destroy Song family village directly, kill the villagers, and force Song Xuanqing to come out and face death. It wanted to let Song Xuanqing know the price of angering it. As for the hundreds of lives in the village, Wu Shu didn't care. Ordinary mortals were no different from ants in the eyes of a great demon like them. Who would care about stepping on a group of ants? Wu Shu's expression was cold. It turned its serpentine body and charged straight towards the village on the ground. The scenery rushed backward, and the village on the ground became closer and larger. It was only a few hundred meters from the ground. Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking between Wu Shu and the village below. It was Song Xuanqing. Looking at the giant serpent head rapidly descending towards him, he looked calm, his aura restrained. Wu Shu also saw Song Xuanqing, and a hint of surprise flashed in its eyes, followed by disdain. It didn't slow down, charging straight at Song Xuanqing. Wu Shu was very confident in its strength. Song Xuanqing would either dodge, and the village and mortals below would suffer. Or he wouldn't dodge, and he would be injured, if not killed, by the brute force of its body. Then it would kill him, and then kill all these mortals. With an unwavering determination, Wu Shu's massive head collided with Song Xuanqing, who was standing in mid-air. Then, it saw Song Xuanqing extend a hand. A touch of contempt had just surfaced in Wu Shu's eyes when its head crashed into Song Xuanqing's outstretched hand. But the result was not what it had imagined. The jade-white hand was like a wall, firmly resisting its impact. And Song Xuanqing wasn't even seriously injured, not even moving a single inch. Wu Shu felt like it had crashed into an extremely solid wall. The force of the fall made its head buzz the moment it hit Song Xuanqing's hand. It almost didn't react in time to control its demonic power to levitate, nearly falling. Fortunately, it managed to control its body in time and didn't actually fall. Its head was still buzzing a little, but Wu Shu felt more awake than ever. How could Song Xuanqing, who was in the bone refinement realm, even if he were strong, stop him, a late-stage spirit-gathering realm cultivator? Wu Shu realized something was wrong. It flew in mid-air, staring at Song Xuanqing a few meters away, its eyes as if trying to see right through him. The more it looked, the more Wu Shu's heart trembled. When it was descending from high altitude, preparing to destroy the village below, Song Xuanqing had suddenly appeared. The two were already close, and with his aura restrained, it hadn't noticed anything wrong with Song Xuanqing at first. But now, after such careful scrutiny, Wu Shu finally understood why Song Xuanqing could stop its powerful body. Song Xuanqing was actually in the spirit-gathering realm. Even with his aura restrained, Wu Shu still sensed it. The aura around Song Xuanqing was clearly that of the spirit-gathering realm. Wu Shu even faintly felt that Song Xuanqing's aura was on par with its own, a late-stage spirit-gathering realm cultivator. But how could that be? It had clearly seen him just a few days ago, and he was only at the early stage of the bone refinement realm. Wu Shu had thought that even if he had advanced to the late stage of the spirit-gathering realm, it would be effortless to deal with an ant of the bone refinement realm. But Song Xuanqing was actually in the spirit-gathering realm? In a flash of understanding, Wu Shu suddenly realized why so many of its snake offspring, and even 8 or 9 bone refinement realm snakes, had been killed by Song Xuanqing. Seeing the human-like disbelief and astonishment on Wu Shu's face, covered in dark green scales, Song Xuanqing smiled. He had deliberately restrained his aura. After all, his cultivation was not low now, and it was likely that Wu Shu, this great demon in the spirit convergence realm, could detect his aura from afar. If Wu Shu didn't dare to come and didn't enter his territory, Song Xuanqing wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But now, Wu Shu had entered his territory. Now he had the final say. Although Wu Shu's aura was even stronger than the last time they met, seemingly reaching the late stage of the spirit convergence realm, Song Xuanqing was not alarmed. Times were different now. He was no longer the Song Xuanqing of a few days ago. Song Xuanqing leisurely looked at Wu Shu and laughed. Wu Shu, you really made this lord wait. It's been several days, and I don't know how many snakes I've killed. Finally, I've waited for you, this big snake. Wu Shu had also digested the information that Song Xuanqing was in the spirit convergence realm, and had calmed down at this moment. It looked at Song Xuanqing coldly. You deliberately schemed against this king? Showing yourself to me with the cultivation of the bone refining realm, deliberately provoking me, luring me here? What is your intention? What was his intention? Song Xuanqing raised an eyebrow, killing intent filling his eyes. Of course, it's to kill you. Wu Shu's snake pupils suddenly contracted, almost becoming a vertical line, and a fierce aura erupted. It had originally thought that if Song Xuanqing had other ideas, the two sides could negotiate. That was why it had deliberately probed by asking what Song Xuanqing's intention was. It was hoping for another way out. If possible, Wu Zhu didn't want to fight Song Xianqing, who was also in the spirit convergence realm and whose aura was even faintly comparable to its own. But it hadn't expected that Song Xuanqing's intention from beginning to end was to kill it. Sensing Song Xuanqing's determination to kill it, Wu Zhu stopped trying to negotiate with Song Xianqing. Anyway, it and Song Xianqing were both in the spirit convergence realm, and who killed whom was still uncertain. Even if it was truly no match, Wu Zhu thought it would be no problem to escape. Flicking its forked tongue, Wu Zhu's gaze became even more ferocious. In the next moment, the water column that had been coiling around Wu Zhu like a snake suddenly shot out. The arm-thick water column was obedient and harmless when it was near Wu Zhu. But at this moment, it was like a sharp sword, a venomous snake. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Song Xianqing. At the same time, a dark green snake tail swept towards Song Xianqing with a cracking sound. And the scales on the snake tail stood up like blades. It was conceivable that if one was hit, the consequences would be dire. Song Xianqing didn't have a physical body. The body he had manifested now was condensed from divine power. But that didn't mean he was immune to external attacks. If his body was scattered, it would be a kind of damage to him. So Song Xianqing dodged Wu Zhu's attack. He dodged with extreme ease. Without waiting for Wu Zhu to attack again, Song Xianqing took the initiative to attack. Wanting to test his strength, Song Xianqing had not yet used the Young Thunder sword art and was fighting Wu Zhu directly. After fighting with Song Xianqing for a while, Wu Zhu also realized it. Song Xuanqing's cultivation was comparable to his, but his combat awareness and fighting techniques were almost non-existent. Soon, Wu Zhu gained the upper hand, and it became more courageous and confident as it fought. "Ha, is this all you've got? Scheming against this king, luring this king here to fight you, I thought you'd be so powerful, but you're just so-so. If this is all you've got, today your life, and the lives of those lowly mortals below, this king will take them all." As it spoke, Wu Zhu swung its tail. After forcing Song Xianqing back, the water column it had buried in advance suddenly stabbed towards him. Song Xianqing took a hit and heard Wu Zhu's mockery. He took a deep breath and said lightly, "I was originally going to play with you a little longer, but seeing how eager you are to get beaten, then this lord will grant your wish." As his voice fell, the rumbling thunder in the sky suddenly intensified. Dark clouds churned, and lightning became more and more intense in the clouds. It was like the roar of heaven and earth. Wu Zhu sensed something was wrong and subconsciously wanted to attack Song Xianqing to interrupt him. However, it was already too late. Several bolts of lightning fell from the dark clouds, converging at one point. Above Wu Zhu's head, they coalesced into a giant sword of lightning. A killing intent suddenly appeared. Wu Zhu's danger alarm went wild, and he immediately abandoned attacking Song Xianqing. He turned to flee. However, the lightning sword was faster than him. The killing intent of the heavens locked onto Wu Zhu. The sword formed from lightning, impossibly fast, accurately struck Wu Zhu. His scales, usually his defensive reliance, were completely unable to withstand the lightning sword. As if slicing through vegetables, the lightning sword severed Wu Zhu's massive head. The remaining power of the lightning spread along the wound, entering the head and heart, utterly destroying his life force. With just this one strike, Wu Zhu perished. The 10+ zhang long dark green snake was split in two in mid-air by the lightning sword. Without the control of demonic power, the snake's corpse fell from the sky. Song Xianqing was not interested in its corpse having slain Wu Zhu. He had achieved his goal. He took one last look at Wu Zhu's falling remains, then turned to look at the village below, and prepared to return to the statue. That one sword had consumed too much of his divine power. It caused Song Xianqing to feel like he was depleted. He definitely couldn't wield a second sword right now. Fortunately, this trump card had successfully killed Wu Zhu. With the major threat gone, Song Xianqing contentedly returned to the statue. Now, it was time to see the reaction from Green Mirror Pool. Their ancestor Wu Zhu was dead, and it was unknown whether they would flee in panic or charge forward for revenge. But they were just a bunch of minor demons, the highest at bone refinement. Even if they came for revenge, Song Xianqing wouldn't be afraid. He even considered actively sending a split soul to Green Mirror Pool to eliminate the roots. But there was no rush. He needed to rest well first. Boom! A muffled roar echoed from the mountains, like the earth itself was turning over, and the ground even trembled a few times. But the villagers of Song Village had no time to pay attention. They looked up at the pitch-black night sky. Even though there was nothing there anymore, they still couldn't quite recover. Only they knew how deeply the scene of the lightning sword slicing off the giant snake's head had shaken them. The commotion of Song Xianqing and Wu Zhu's fight in the air was not small. Many villagers were alarmed and came out to see what was happening. The moonless night was pitch black, and at first they couldn't see anything. They could only hear strange noises coming from the high altitude not far from them. Some with sharper ears heard the hissing of a snake, as well as the vague sound of deep voices. They couldn't make out what was being said, but the voices didn't sound quite human. Later, as their eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, those with keen eyesight discovered that there seemed to be a thick, long object in the air, probably a living thing, and a very large one at that. Moreover, it seemed to be fighting something. At this point, the villagers realized that the huge, long object in the sky was likely a demon. The demon they were most familiar with was the black cat. But the black cat and this huge creature in the night sky were clearly on two different levels. Just that vague impression of the long, huge demon in the night sky, vaguely described, made the villagers feel fear. A demon, and a very powerful one at that? What should they do? They had heard that big demons ate people. Who was that demon fighting? It was right above their heads. It felt so dangerous. Yes, wouldn't the demon come down and eat them after the fight? What are you panicking about? We have Lord Xuanqing's protection. We won't be eaten by demons. Yes, we still have Lord Xuanqing's protection. Though thinking like this made them feel a little better, the villagers were still afraid of the big demon above their heads, hoping it would leave soon and not come down to eat people. Just as they finished comforting themselves and were about to retreat back into their houses, the sky suddenly lit up. The lightning briefly illuminated the darkness. It also allowed the villagers to see the situation in the sky. A huge, dark green snake was locked in battle with a human figure. Some of the more timid villagers were so frightened that their legs went weak and they fell to the ground. My God! What a big snake! Such a big snake, is it a dragon now? How many people could that big snake eat? The villagers were filled with panic. But then someone noticed something crucial. Don't you think the one fighting the big snake in the sky, could it be Lord Xuanqing? Once someone mentioned it, the other villagers thought about it and realized that it was very possible. The big snake in the sky looked very powerful, and the human figure fighting it was definitely no ordinary person. And the only ones they knew who had such abilities were the powerful god Lord Xuanqing or a powerful martial artist. But Song Village was remote, and martial artists would never actively come this way. Moreover, the big snake appeared right above Song Village, so it seemed reasonable that Lord Xuanqing would come out to deal with it. While the other villagers were just guessing, Old Man Song was almost certain. He looked at the figure in the sky, his feet twisting with excitement. Yes, that is Lord Xuanqing. Lord Xuanqing is powerful, compassionate, and merciful. The snake in the sky is so big and looks so ferocious and powerful. If it weren't for Lord Xuanqing, we would all be in danger. With Lord Xuanqing's protection, we are truly blessed. Village Chief Lu was filled with complicated emotions. He had sent Old Man Song back today, and because of the heavy rain, he had stayed for the night but witnessed this shocking scene. Song Village truly has a deep blessing. Village Chief Lu sighed in his heart as he looked at the huge, blurry black shadow in the sky. If this great demon appeared in Lu Village, the entire village would be doomed. But Song Village, because of the protection of the gods, even with the presence of a great demon, they could still be safe and sound. The thought of enshrining Lord Xuanqing in his heart grew stronger and stronger for Village Chief Lu. He couldn't wait to go back and prepare for the deity's arrival. No one could stop him. This intense thought reached its peak when he finally saw the giant sword of lightning slay the snake. He could almost hear his own heart pounding. He was both shocked by the miracle of the lightning sword slaying the snake and eager to venerate Lord Xuanqing. Chapter 39, Divine Power, Calling Rainsong Family Village. Night deepened, it was already high hour. The rain continued, the thunder had faded, leaving only the patter of raindrops. The commotion in the sky had long since passed, completely dissipated. It was hard to imagine that a great battle had taken place here not long ago. The villagers had no desire to sleep. The men of the households, wearing straw raincoats, braved the rain and ran towards the village chief Song Tiancheng's house at the village entrance. Arriving at the door, they found that many villagers had already gathered in the main room. Seeing more people come, they were greeted. You've also come to discuss the great demon in the sky with the village chief? The newcomer took off his raincoat and nodded helplessly. Yes, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep at home. Song Tiancheng closed the door, and the swaying wind and rain were blocked by the door panel. Then, he looked at the group of villagers in the room. Did you all see what happened in the sky just now? The villagers nodded, and then they began to speak all at once. We saw it, our whole family saw it. That was such a big long worm. Was it really a long worm? It was so big, and it could fly, like the legendary dragon. It shouldn't be a dragon, right? My boy has good eyesight. He said he didn't see any horns or claws. Regardless of whether it was a dragon or not, it must be an evil demon, otherwise, why would the Xuanqing Guild slay the demon? Does everyone think that it was the Xuanqing Guild who killed that demon? Who else could it be? We are in such a remote place, it's rare to see a martial artist. That big demon was right above our village. Who else but the Xuanqing Guild would take action to slay that demon? Only the Xuanqing Guild would be so benevolent, willing to protect us rural villagers. Song Tiancheng also said, old Dr. Song was fortunate enough to see the true face of the Xuanqing Guild, and he also said that it was the Xuanqing Guild. The villagers then murmured words such as "May the Xianqing Guild protect us" and "The Xianqing Guild has vast divine powers." After a while, someone cut to the chase and asked, "Village chief, we all saw that big demon. After being slain by the Xianqing Guild, it was cut in half, and it seemed to have fallen onto the back slope mountain? It should be the back slope mountain. The location where the big demon was slain was roughly above the back slope mountain. Later, the back slope mountain seemed to have something heavy fall on it. The commotion was quite big. It should be the corpse of that big demon that fell. Then village chief, what should we do with the big demon's corpse? Should we go take a look at the back slope mountain? A big demon. In my entire life, apart from Lord Black Cat, I've never seen another demon, especially one so big, one that can fly without wings. Go directly to the back mountain to see? Isn't that a bit risky? I've heard that the legendary big demons have unpredictable divine powers, and I'm afraid that even if it's dead, there might be some dangers we don't know about. Some villagers were curious, excitedly wanting to go to the back mountain to see the demon's corpse. Others were more cautious, afraid that even in death, the demon's corpse would not be ordinary. Song Tiancheng pondered for a moment, then said, "We definitely have to go to the back slope mountain to see if the demon's corpse really fell there. Even if it fell there, it doesn't matter. No matter how great the demon's powers were in life, after being slain by the Xianqing Guild, it's nothing more than a pile of bones. At worst, we have the protection of the Xianqing Guild. What are you afraid of?" Song Tiancheng's words, "We have the protection of the Xianqing Guild," managed to reassure the timid villagers. Although they had previously worshipped the Xianqing Guild, to be as trusting of the Xianqing Guild and believe they would have divine protection as they did now would have been impossible. But now, when they face any difficulty, as long as they say, "We have the protection of the Xianqing Guild," they are no longer afraid of anything. Without worries, the villagers no longer hesitated. "Then when shall we go to the back mountain? Should we go now?" Song Tiancheng did not agree. "Go now for what? It's pitch black and you can't see anything, and it's raining so you can't light torches. The mountain paths are slippery. No need to be in such a hurry. Let's go tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, everyone gather at the village entrance, and we will go up the mountain together." The other villagers had no objections, so it was decided that they would go up the mountain together tomorrow morning. Having finished their discussion, the villagers bowed towards the Zhuanging temple from across the courtyard walls before heading home. After slaying Wuzhu, Song Xianqing returned directly to the Xianqing temple. He didn't care about the disposal of Wuzhu's corpse, intending to leave it to the villagers to handle themselves. Anyway, the snake demoness corpse was useless to him. He couldn't eat it, nor could he use it. A mere spirit-gathering realm snake demon, even if it had some materials on its body, Song Xianqing wouldn't look at them. Moreover, he didn't know how to refine pills or forge weapons, so materials were useless to him. If it were good materials from a powerful, great demon, he might have kept them. But a spirit-gathering realm snake demon was not worth it. Leaving it to the villagers would be much more useful to them than keeping it for himself. Even for Xuanma, his little cat demon, it couldn't swallow such a large spirit-gathering realm snake demon. Even a bite would take an unknown amount of time to digest. And the little cat demon was clearly more obsessed with incense. So it was better to let the villagers arrange the snake demon's corpse themselves. Back in the Xianqing temple, Song Xianqing recovered his depleted divine power while opening the system. After slaying Wuzhu, the system had popped up 2 notifications. But at that time, Song Xianqing had just used the first move of the Young Thunder Sword Art. His divine power was depleted, and he was too weak to even check the system notifications. Now that he was back at the statue, he had the energy to check. "You have protected Song family village from the slaughter of evil spirits. Incense value plus 188. You have slain a water-type snake demon, comprehending the water-type divine ability, rain summoning. Incense value, needless to say. Previously, the infusion had consumed 100 incense value, leaving 195 incense value. Now, with the system's reward of 188, Song Xuanqing's incense value balance was back to 383. This made the pain Song Xianqing felt from the short-term consumption of large amounts of incense value feel a little better. 383 incense value was quite a lot. The incense value reward could be said to be a regular reward, but the divine ability reward was irregular. Seeing the system's prompt, Song Xianqing couldn't help but think of the water pillars that had surrounded Wuzhu. Those water pillars were Wuzhu's water control divine ability. Water, an object of 1,000 forms. The water pillar could be used for defense when retreating and for attack when advancing. Although the comprehended divine ability, rain summoning, didn't sound like Wuzhu's divine ability, Song Xianqing still had a little expectation. After all, the system prompt said that the divine ability was comprehended after killing Wuzhu. Maybe it was its divine ability? With expectation in his heart, Song Xianqing carefully examined the rain summoning divine ability. Divine ability, rain summoning water-type divine ability, can summon rain in an area. The size of the rain in area depend on the caster's cultivation. Note, if in a land devoid of water, summoning rain may fail. Song Xianqing's expression was complex. It wasn't the divine ability he had expected. But, oh well, at least it was free. The divine ability obtained from killing Wuzhu was no different from free in Song Xianqing's mind. Wuzhu had just come to deliver free food. Although it wasn't a powerful divine ability, it was better than nothing. At least now he could bring rain. Next time, if villagers prayed for favorable weather, if there was too much rain, he couldn't do anything, but if there was too little rain, he could still bring some rain, right? This was very fitting for his identity as a god. And it increased the number of his divine abilities by 1. He now had 5 divine abilities. Divine ability, Divine Might Entry Plus, Dream Entry Plus, Divine Merge Entry Plus, Minor Divine Manifestation Technique Entry Plus, Rain Summoning Entry Pluses for the first move of the Young Thunder Sword Art that didn't belong to the Divine Ability category. Naturally, it wasn't included in the Divine Ability classification. If it were in the Divine Ability classification, Song Xianqing could directly choose to use incense value for points and cheat. He wouldn't need the system to additionally open a backdoor for him and give him infusions. Song Xianqing now had 383 incense value, and since he didn't need incense value points for his current cultivation, he could finally consider using them on divine abilities. Previously, he only had a few dozen incense value left, and he was reluctant to use them on divine ability points. Now, he didn't have this worry. It's a sad thing to say, but he'd been practicing the harmonization of spirit and lesser soul division techniques for quite some time now, and was still only at the beginner level. He didn't know if this was normal, or if his cultivation talent was simply lacking. Chapter 40, Even a Dragon Can Be Slain. Song Xianqing pondered for a moment, prioritizing adding points to his divine power first. Divine Union. Divine power, Divine Union, was his current reliance for peak combat power. Of course, he would prioritize adding points to Divine Union. He hadn't had the conditions before, but now that he did, Song Xianqing naturally wouldn't be stingy in using incense value to cheat and cultivate divine powers. Also, it's worth mentioning. Today, when he killed Wu Zhu, Song Xianqing used his original body. He did not fight Wu Zhu in a divine union state. He wanted to test his original body without using the power of divine union. After all, divine power, divine union, was theoretically a burst-type divine power not conducive to prolonged combat. Moreover, it had a time limit, and he would also become weak after the divine union time ended. Therefore, unless he encountered a strong enemy, Song Xianqing would not use divine union right away. Song Xianqing's original idea for today was to fight Wu Zhu with his original body first, and if his original body couldn't win, then use divine union to fight Wu Zhu. Who knew that Wu Zhu's strength was not good enough, and his original body had already cut him down with a sword. This also showed that his current cultivation progress of 50% in the unranked realm was already equivalent to the strength of the late gathering spirit realm. If he used the Young Thunder Sword Art, even a late gathering spirit realm cultivator would have to be beheaded. However, the Young Thunder Sword Art consumed a lot of power, so it could only be used as a last resort. Otherwise, if he couldn't kill his opponent, Song Xianqing would have no power to retaliate. And after using Divine Union, his strength was definitely beyond the Gathering Spirit realm. He just didn't know if he could reach the 4th realm of the Demon Path, the Demon Core realm, or the 4th realm of martial arts, the Mind Transformation realm. Song Xianqing had never fought against those in the Demon Core realm or Mind Transformation realm, so he wasn't very clear. After consuming 90 points of incense value, totaling 100 points, the divine ability, Divine Union, progressed from entry level to minor accomplishment. Song Xianqing immediately stopped, ceasing to add further points. Given the system's nature, it consumed a total of 100 incense points to go from entry level to minor accomplishment. Then, the next stage from minor accomplishment would likely cost 10 times as much. Song Xianqing was not willing to gamble the remaining 293 incense points, unsure if throwing them all in would push Divine Union from minor accomplishment to the next level. The current minor accomplishment level of Divine Union should suffice for now. However, the specifics of its changes could only be felt after the divine ability was used. Song Xianqing hadn't yet used Divine Union, and was therefore uncertain of the difference between minor accomplishment and entry level. He was not in a rush, and instead started adding points to the minor spirit division technique. This divine ability was also very practical, although it temporarily added nothing to Song Xianqing's combat strength. The spirit division was practical in other instances. Without it, he would not be able to leave his territory. Although the minor spirit division technique also had restrictions, it at least allowed him to go farther and do things the original body could not. After consuming another 100 points of incense value, the minor spirit division technique also reached the minor accomplishment realm. The remaining incense value was 193 points. Song Xianqing recalled his 2 spirit divisions. Once his original body had mostly recovered, he started to refine spirit divisions once more. He wanted to test the minor spirit division technique at the current minor accomplishment level. After a moment of effort, the new spirit division was refined. Song Xianqing felt around, pleasantly surprised to find that the spirit division had broken through the restriction of being 1/8 of the original body S strength. It now possessed roughly 1/7 of his original body S strength. Corresponding to the demon path and martial path, it was about the middle to late bone refinement realm. And after carefully feeling out the remaining spiritual sense, he discovered that he should now be able to control 3 spirit divisions. Excellent, the spirit divisions could now do even more in his stead. Song Xianqing was content and stopped adding points to his divine abilities. The other 3 divine abilities were not important at the moment, so he wasn't in a rush to add points. After all, he wasn't rich right now, with only 193 incense points left. It was not much, but not little either. The divine ability, Divine Union, had no suitable opponents to test its power against, so he could only put that aside for now. It was just past the hour of Mao. As dawn broke, 20 or 30 strong young men had gathered at the entrance of Song family village. Some held hatchets and hoes, their expressions tense. The thought of going up the back slope mountain and potentially encountering a great demon, even a dead one was still a great demon, made them anxious. The rain had stopped, and the air was filled with the fragrance of soil and grass. Village Chief Song Tianchang walked in the middle, leading the group towards Back Slope Mountain. Back Slope Mountain was lush with vegetation, but not very large. The enormous dark blue snake body of Wu Zhu was particularly conspicuous on the mountain. The group had barely ascended the mountain when they saw the thick snake body lying motionless among the hills. The massive snake body, nearly as tall as a person, stretched out of sight, its scales gleaming coldly, each the size of a palm. Even though the villagers knew the snake demon was dead, and that they were looking at nothing more than a corpse, many still felt their legs weaken at the sight. My heavens, what a huge demon! Lying here, it's taller than me, and I can't even see where the tail ends. Such a huge demon. Was it with this demon that Master Xianqing fought last night? And even killed it? You bumpkin, stop making such a fuss. Master Xianqing is incredibly powerful. Not to mention this demon, even if a real dragon came, Master Xianqing could still slay it. The Boulder villagers looked at the enormous snake body, marveling with admiration. This demon, it must be a snake demon, right? Yes, it must be a snake demon, it doesn't have legs. Didn't the Lu family village next door say they also encountered a snake demon? Was theirs this big? Nonsense, how could it be this big? That village chief Lu said it was only as thick as a person's thigh, how could it be this big? Master Xianqing is indeed incredibly powerful. This large snake demon must have been extremely formidable, probably capable of flying through the clouds, yet Master Xianqing still slayed it. The villagers walked around the enormous snake body, seemingly trying to see just how big it really was. Upon reaching the snake's head, they saw the massive cut. The cut was smooth as a mirror, with no blood spilling out, and the flesh was crystal clear, like red crystal. The villagers marveled at what they saw. At that moment, one of the villagers noticed the snake's head that had rolled off not far away. On the calf-sized snake head, the eerie green snake eyes stared wide open in terror, as if it had died in disbelief. Chapter 41. Then the villagers, upon meeting the snake's lantern-sized pupils, were so frightened that their legs gave way, and they collapsed to the ground. Oh my god! I'm scared to death. Others, seeing his cowardly state, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Look at you, what a coward! This great demon has already been slain by Lord Xianqing. A mere head shouldn't be enough to scare you. The villager was not convinced. I just wasn't prepared. I was suddenly startled. You'd be just as scared if it happened to you. The other villagers laughed, remaining non-committal. Well, I have to say, this demon looks quite eerie. It's so huge. Apart from lacking horns and claws, it's practically a dragon. Yeah, I measured it just now. With the snake head, it must be at least 15 zhang long. A snake this big must weigh over 10,000 jin, right? At this, a villager couldn't help but swallow, staring at the translucent red flesh at the snake demon's cut. 10,000 jin of snake meat. How long would that last us? I've never eaten such a big snake before. And it's a demon snake. I wonder what it tastes like. Just as he was imagining the taste of the demon snake meat, he was slapped on the back of his head. Are you stupid? This is a great demon, not an ordinary snake. How can you be sure that this snake meat is edible? Be careful you don't get poisoned. Those eager to eat the snake meat were, after all, few. Most still held fear. The villagers surrounding village chief Song Tianchang were troubled after measuring the snake demon's body. Such a large snake demon, what should we do with it? We can't just leave it on the mountain to rot, right? That won't do. It's so hot, and the snake demon is so large. The whole mountain will stink. Then what do you suggest we do? The villagers were at a loss for words, and so they turned to look at Song Tianchang. Village chief, what should we do with the corpse of this great snake demon? Song Tianchang was also worried, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. Leaving the snake demon's corpse here was clearly not an option. As for eating it, no one knew whether it was safe or not. Even if it was, such a large snake would go bad before they could finish it. At this moment, a clever villager boldly made a suggestion. Village chief, when I worked in the county before, I heard that those martial artists would specifically buy demon meat to eat, and they even use things from demons to refine pills and make weapons. Village chief, why don't we sell this demon-s corpse to those martial artists? Such a large demon must be worth a lot of money. Before Song Tiancheng could respond, someone objected. That won't do, those martial artists are said to be very fierce. So what if they're fierce? We're just selling demon meat to them. What could possibly go wrong? That's true, but those martial artists are hard to talk to. They're all so ferocious, we're just a bunch of country farmers. How can we do business with them? Why can't we just be a bit bolder? But, as several people were about to continue arguing, Song Tiancheng finally spoke. Alright, stop arguing. Song Tiancheng had considerable prestige in the village. As soon as he spoke, the others indeed stopped arguing. Song Tiancheng looked at the villager who had proposed the idea. The man was named Song Ergu. In his early 20s, he was quite bold and often went to the county to find work. Ergu, do as you suggested. Go to the county and find a martial artist. Sell this demon to them. If you're afraid to do it alone, then take a few more people with you. I'll decide who goes with you. Ergu is right. We're doing legitimate business, there's no need to fear those martial artists. A demon is extraordinary after all, and this one is so large, a great demon who could even soar into the clouds. It's bound to sell for a good price. Once we sell this demon, the money we get should first go to repair the Xianqing temple. If there's any left, we'll use it to build a new statue for Lord Xianqing. And if there's any left after that, then we'll split it among the households. Is everyone in agreement with this arrangement? Song Tiancheng looked at them after speaking. The villagers exchanged glances. Song Tiancheng had already said this much, they naturally couldn't voice any objections. I have no objection, let's do it as the village chief says. I have no objection either. The Xianqing temple has been built for many years, although it doesn't leak wind or rain, it is indeed old and dilapidated, it should be repaired, and a new statue should be made for Xianqing Gong. I've heard that the statues of gods in those wealthy families are either jade or gold. We can't afford to make one of pure gold, but after selling this great demon, it shouldn't be a problem to make a gold-plated statue for Xianqing Gong. Yes, Xianqing Gong protects us, and aside from burning incense and making offerings to Xianqing Gong, we have no other way to repay him. Now if we have the opportunity to rebuild his statue and repair the temple, that would naturally be good. The villagers chimed in, agreeing all at once. If Song Xianqing were here, hearing that the villagers wanted to plate his statue in gold, his mood would probably be very complicated. A gold-plated statue, just thinking about it was overflowing with a nouveau riche aura. The villagers had already started discussing how to repair the Xianqing temple. Song Ergu then repeatedly guaranteed that he would find out a reasonable price before selling it to those martial artists. They couldn't be ripped off. Although they didn't kill this great snake demon, they couldn't sell it for too little either. Song Tiancheng left a few villagers on the mountain to watch over the great snake demon's corpse, and went down the mountain with the other villagers. Chapter 42. Ergo is so awesome. 2 days later. Wannan County, the county seat. People flowed back and forth, bustling and noisy. The hawkers' shouts, the pedestrians' conversations, and the rumble of cartwheels on the bluestone pavement all blended into a complex and lively scene. In a private room of Wannan Restaurant, the largest restaurant in the county, several muscular men with swords at their waists were drinking and eating meat, watching the endless stream of pedestrians outside the window. Their cultivations were not high, their auras ranging from the first stage of martial arts, the body refining stage, to the second stage, the chi gathering stage. Sigh, this ordinary beast meat is truly tasteless and offers no benefit to our cultivation. This largest restaurant in Wannan County doesn't even have demonic beast meat. No wonder it can only be opened in this small place. Alright, stop grumbling. Even in the capital of Huayan Prefecture, not every restaurant sells demonic beast meat. Isn't it normal that there's none in Wannan County? The martial artists' power in Wannan County is limited, and it's normal that there aren't many demonic beast resources. It's estimated that only the county government and some large martial arts schools have demonic beast meat, but that's not for us to share. The man shook his head and took a big gulp of wine. Another man said, haven't you heard that someone has been selling demonic beast meat at the market these past 2 days? Didn't you buy any? As soon as these words came out, the others immediately sneered. What didn't buy any? I think that guy doesn't have any demonic beast meat to sell at all. He's a con man. Oh, what's the situation? Sigh, yesterday I went to find that person who claimed to sell demonic beast meat. I saw that he was just an ordinary young man. At first, I didn't think much of it, thinking he was someone's servant. So I told him to sell me some demonic beast meat. Who knew? He said he didn't bring the demonic beast meat with him and that if I wanted to buy it, I had to go back to his village with him. When I heard that, I knew something was wrong. I asked him where he was going to buy the meat, and he gave me the location of an extremely remote mountain village on the outskirts of the Sunset Mountains. The big man took a sip of wine and continued. Later, I carefully asked him, and the kid actually told me that the great demon was 15 or 16 zhang long and 5 or 6 chi thick, a big snake demon. When I heard that, I knew there was something even more wrong. So big, it must be a spirit-gathering realm demon, right? How could a remote mountain village ordinary person be selling a spirit-gathering realm demon? So I asked him who killed the demon, and guess what he told me? He said that the god enshrined in their village killed the great snake demon. Isn't that just blatant nonsense? If he had said that it was killed by a powerful martial artist, I would have believed him and gone with him. But the way he put it, wasn't he just messing with us? In a fit of anger, I slapped the kid and left. The other men burst into laughter after hearing this. Where did this ignorant villager come from, daring to scam martial artists? We certainly wouldn't be fooled by that bold country bumpkin, but those ignorant ordinary people, they were really stunned by his words, believing him 7 or 8 tenths. It's a pity ordinary people wouldn't buy demonic beast meat to eat. That kid took the wrong path with this scam. The men drank and chatted casually. At this moment, the man who had just spoken about his encounter trying to buy demonic beast meat suddenly seemed to see something, leaning closer to the window and sticking his head out. The other men, seeing this, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is there something new to see outside?" The man, looking out onto the street outside the restaurant, said without turning his head, "I saw that con man from yesterday." "So you saw him, so what? Is the kid trying to scam people again?" "No, I saw him leading a few people out of the city." "So what? Guess who those people he's leading are?" "Who?" "The heads of the Azure Cloud Martial Arts School, the Harmony Wind Martial Arts School, and the Sioux Family Martial Arts School, the 3 major martial arts schools in Wannan County." As he spoke, the man pulled his head back, muttering to himself, looking like he had seen a ghost. The kids talk about spirit-gathering realm demons' flesh and blood. Could it be true? Otherwise, how can you explain that the heads of the 3 major martial arts schools in Wannan County are going out of the city with a simple villager? Inside the private room, the other burly men exchanged glances. The air was silent for a few seconds before someone spoke in a low voice. "Why don't we go take a look too? If there really is spirit-gathering realm demon beast flesh, then we could buy some too?" "A spirit-gathering realm demon beast? I've never even tasted it before." "I think we're too late. With those 3 major martial arts schools there, even if there really is spirit-gathering realm demon beast flesh, there's no way we'd get a share." Regardless of how others reacted, Song Ergu was now happily leading the group back to the village. Song Family Village. Village Chief. Ergu is back with people. Song Tiancheng was pulled by the villagers to the entrance of the village, where he saw a group of people not far away. In the front was Song Ergu, sitting on an ox cart. The 3 behind him were riding tall horses, leisurely following. The 3 looked not too young. The oldest was at least over 50, and the youngest looked to be in his 40s. All 3 had an extraordinary bearing, dressed in fine silk and satin. The oldest of them looked energetic, with bright, piercing eyes. Upon arriving close, the 3 dismounted. Song Ergu quickly stepped forward to introduce them. "This is our Song Family Village Chief." "Village Chief, these 3 are the masters of the 3 major martial arts schools in the county, here to buy the flesh and blood of that great demon." The oldest of the 3 looked very approachable, and his attire was the simplest of the 3. He said with a smile, "This old man is Yu Lianhe, the master of the Qingyun Martial Arts School. Everyone calls me Master Yu. This is Master Chen Pu of the Hofeng Martial Arts School." The tallest of the 3, also the youngest middle-aged man, nodded expressionlessly at Song Tiancheng. Yu Lianhe then pointed to the arrogant middle-aged man beside him. "This is Master Su Jini of the Sioux Family Martial Arts School." Song Tiancheng was already smiling so hard that his eyes were squinting. He hadn't expected Song Ergu to be so effective. For the past 2 days, no one had come to buy the flesh and blood of the great demon, and he was worried about how to sell it. As a result, today, Song Ergu had brought the masters of the 3 major martial arts schools. Martial arts schools, Song Tiancheng knew. If an ordinary person wanted to become a martial artist, apart from joining the army, they would go to a martial arts school to learn martial arts. Learning martial arts in a school required not only a lot of money but also talent. In Song Tiancheng's impression, such places had always been out of reach for poor people like them, let alone the masters of martial arts schools. They were also martial artists, with high status. Song Tiancheng had never thought he would have the opportunity to speak to a martial arts school master face to face. After a moment of reflection, Song Tiancheng greeted them warmly with a smile. "This humble citizen greets you martial arts masters. Indeed, you martial arts masters have an extraordinary presence." Su Jini looked a little impatient. As a martial artist and the master of a major martial arts school in Wannan County, he was not short of those who flattered him. Moreover, he looked down on commoners from the bottom of his heart, so he didn't want to waste time talking to Song Tiancheng. He arrogantly raised his chin, his brow slightly furrowed. Alright, don't waste time, take us to see that great demon. Song Tianchang was used to the contempt that higher-ups showed them, and he didn't feel any displeasure at Su Genie's obvious disdain, still smiling obsequiously. Yes, I will take you gentlemen up the mountain to see that great snake demon. Back Slope Mountain. The enormous corpse of a serpent demon lay sprawled across the mountain, a truly frightening sight. Its dark, greenish scales gleamed with a cold light, and the flesh at the cut edges was still as clear and translucent as red crystal. There was not the slightest hint of a putrid odor in the air. In this hot weather, ordinary raw meat would have long since rotted, but this great demon's flesh remained as it was at the moment of its death, showing no signs of decay. Su Genie, feeling the cold, hard scales beneath his hand, looked at the massive serpent demon body before him, his eyes shining. It was indeed a great demon of the spirit-gathering realm. And a late-stage one at that. That kid really hadn't lied to us. Chapter 43 Lord Xiancheng is a truly excellent immortal today. Song Ergo, clutching a piece of snake demon flesh, sought out the Qingyun martial arts school, asking if they would purchase demon beast flesh. The martial arts disciples, sensing the lingering qi-gathering realm aura from the snake demon flesh, paled in fright and took Song Ergo to meet the headmaster, Yu Lianhe. As it happened, Su Genie and Chen Pu were also there. Thus, naturally, the two accompanied Yu Lianhe, under the pretense of a joint acquisition by the three major martial arts schools, to Song Family Village. Before seeing the snake demon corpse, they had doubted the truth of the matter. After all, a qi-gathering realm great demon dying in a remote mountain village, and it being said that a god had slain it, sounded absurd. If Song Ergo hadn't presented them with a piece of the snake demon's flesh, the tangible reality of the qi-gathering realm snake demon's flesh before them, they would have thought Song Ergo was spouting nonsense. With a skeptical mindset, they arrived at Song Family Village and saw the qi-gathering realm snake demon's corpse. At that moment, all doubts vanished. Su Genie caressed the dark green scales with affection, assessing the size of the snake demon, his heart surging. Such a large snake demon, enough scales to craft many sets of armor. The usually taciturn and cold-faced Chen Pu also stroked the snake demon's body with barely concealed delight, nodding in agreement. Especially the heart scales. A late-stage qi-gathering realm snake demon's heart scales could be forged into armor that could withstand several attacks from an early-stage transformation of thought realm cultivator. The snake demon had been slain were its head connected to its body, the scales around the heart still intact. Upon hearing this, Su Genie immediately became alert, glaring at Chen Pu. I'm claiming those heart scales. Don't you dare try to take them from me. Chen Pu remained expressionless. The heart scales don't have your name on them, Su Genie. Why can't I take them? Good things are for those who are capable. Su Genie was so furious he nearly blew his beard off, as if the heart scales had already been snatched away. Your Win Martial Arts School is wealthy, your main school in Huaiyun Prefecture is raking in money daily. Do you, Chen Pu, really need this heart scale armor from a late-stage qi-gathering realm great demon? Chen Pu didn't change his expression. Of course I need it. What does the main school making money have to do with me? Su Genie was about to argue when Yu Lianhe, having finished inspecting the snake demon's wound, came over. Stop fighting. I want the heart scales. As compensation, I can take a smaller share of the other things. Yu Lianhe's tone was calm, but his words were utterly domineering. It wasn't a discussion, but a direct order. However, Su Genie and Chen Pu exchanged a look and chose not to argue. It was a tacit agreement. There was no helping it. Of the three martial arts schools in Huanan County, Qingyun Martial Arts School was the largest, with the most martial artists. Yu Lianhe was also the strongest. Not just the strongest in the martial arts school, but the strongest in all of Huanan County. Yu Lianhe was at the early stage of the transformation of thought realm. Although, due to his early years of wandering, his foundations had been damaged, causing his cultivation to stagnate. Early stage of the transformation of thought realm was already top-tier strength in Huanan County. Su Genie and Chen Pu were merely at the late stage of the qi-gathering realm. While it was only one step away, that one step was often a chasm. One only had to look at how many late-stage qi-gathering realm cultivators were trapped in the qi-gathering realm for their entire lives. Although both Su Genie and Chen Pu believed that they would one day break through to the transformation of thought realm, they had yet to do so. Therefore, they often had to defer to Yu Lianhe. Fortunately, Yu Lianhe generally wasn't too excessive. Although they verbally agreed to Yu Lianhe's claim of the heart scales, Su Genie and Chen Pu still looked upon them with envy. Especially Su Genie, whose gaze was practically glued to the heart scales. Yu Lianhe understood, sighing, great demons of the qi-gathering realm are rare. They either run so fast you can't track them, or they hide in the setting sun mountains, which we dare not enter to hunt. This spirit-gathering realm snake demon was slain here. For you and me to have a chance to pick up the leftovers is a rare good fortune, and I can understand your eagerness for this snake demon. But my little grandson is about to go out for training, and you know how much I dote on him. I want to refine this heart scale into armor for his protection. You can pay close attention to whether there are any traces of great demons in the spirit-gathering realm nearby. If there are, you can come and call me. I will help you kill them. At that time, you will have priority in choosing the good things from those great demons. Since Yu Lianhe had already said this much, Su Jini and Shen Pu naturally had nothing else to say. We will follow your arrangements, Master Yu. Yu Lianhe nodded and began discussing the cuts on the snake demon. I carefully examined the cut between the head and the body. It is extremely smooth and flat. The scales at the surface of the cut are also very neat. The sharp weapon used to cut the snake must be very powerful, like cutting tofu. It sliced this late spirit gathering realm snake demon in half. And I also discovered that there is residual lightning power at the cut. The snake demon's eyes on its head were still open and filled with horror. It seems it died very suddenly, giving it no chance to resist. Shen Pu nodded seriously. That demon slayer must be a master. At least, they must have reached the transformation of Thought Realm, right? Su Jini felt a little strange. I haven't heard of any martial grandmaster in the transformation of Thought Realm entering Wan'an County recently, and he glanced at the snake demon's body lying on the ground as if it had been carelessly discarded. That master doesn't even care about a late spirit gathering realm demon? Why else would they kill it and just leave it here? Scales, flesh, and blood, nothing is missing. Yu Lianhe thought for a moment, then called over a few villagers guarding the snake demon's corpse, along with the village chief, Song Tiancheng. I'd like to trouble you to describe the scene that night in detail. The villagers were more than willing and began describing the scene that night. That night, the thunder was really loud. I saw from the yard that a huge snake was flying in the sky, fighting with a figure. Suddenly, there was a clap of thunder, as if the sky was about to break. All the lightning in the sky converged into a gigantic, glowing sword, and that sword instantly chopped off the big monster's head. The villagers were waving their hands excitedly. In the end, they all exclaimed, "This must be because this big monster was going to eat us, so the immortal Xin Qing stepped in to kill this big monster. We avoided being eaten by this big monster." Immortal Xin Qing is truly a great immortal. None of the other villages' immortals are as effective as our immortal Xin Qing. He truly pities the common people. Su Jini, who had been silent all the while, grew impatient seeing them praise the immortal Xin Qing one after another. He sneered, "Ignorant and foolish, what immortal slaying demons? It was most likely just a martial arts master passing by who conveniently killed this snake demon." Chapter 44, Can you bear this incense? The moment Su Jini said this, the villagers' faces immediately turned sour. Even though the person before them was an influential and powerful martial artist, when it came to Lord Xin Qing, they chose to confront his might. "Sir, you cannot disrespect Lord Xin Qing like this. That's right, you just haven't witnessed the miracles Lord Xin Qing has bestowed. Once you have, you'll know that Lord Xin Qing is omnipotent and compassionate. Those in our village who have seen Lord Xin Qing all say that it was Lord Xin Qing who slayed this serpent demon that night." In Wan'an County, other than when facing Yu Lianhe, Su Jini had rarely been contradicted like this. Now, it was a group of ignorant villagers who were contradicting him. Su Jini couldn't help but chuckle in anger. A group of ignorant, uncultured villagers. If there truly were gods in this world, how come I'd never seen one? The villagers guarding the serpent demon's corpse were all strong, young men full of vigor. Su Jini's repeated questioning made them somewhat resentful. "Sir, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Our Lord Xin Qing is a real and true being. Since you're in our village, you cannot disrespect Lord Xin Qing like this, or be careful that Lord Xin Qing hears you and brings down divine punishment." Su Jini scoffed, "Then I'd like to see if this so-called Lord Xin Qing of yours will bring down any divine punishment on me." Su Jini's blatant disregard for the gods made even the usually silent village chief, Song Tiancheng, unable to restrain himself, retorting, neither softly nor harshly, "This great serpent demon was slain by Lord Xin Qing. If you don't believe in our Lord Xin Qing, then you don't have to buy the serpent demon's flesh and blood." In the eyes of the villagers, martial artists were indeed high and mighty. But their respect was greater than their fear. After all, martial artists weren't like monsters who would eat people or slaughter villages. Especially since Su Jini and his group were from the county's martial arts academy, considered to be on the side of good. It was fine that Su Jini had a bad attitude. The villagers were used to seeing the haughty demeanor of important figures. But they could not tolerate Su Jini's lack of reverence for Lord Xin Qing, or even his belittlement of Lord Xin Qing. Su Jini was once again retorted by villagers he looked down upon, but more than displeasure, he felt a sense of bewilderment. These rural villagers used to prostrate themselves before him, offering their services at the drop of a hat. The villagers of Song Family Village had indeed initially displayed a flattering attitude towards him, but the moment their so-called Lord Xin Qing was mentioned, the villagers changed. They even dared to argue back with a martial artist like himself. Was this Lord Xin Qing really that important in the eyes of these villagers? They wouldn't even allow a few words against him. Su Jini tugged at the corners of his mouth and fell silent. What was the point of arguing with these ignorant villagers when he was a martial artist? To buy the spirit-gathering realm serpent demon respectfully, he would ignore these villagers. Otherwise, if these villagers truly refused to sell him the spirit-gathering realm serpent demon, he would have to resort to seizing it, which would be humiliating to say the least. The head of the prestigious Su Family Martial Arts Academy was forcing villagers to buy and sell this great demon's flesh and blood. Just thinking about it made Su Genie feel ashamed. After confirming the size of the great snake demon's body and discussing how to divide it, Yu Lianhe and the other two called for Song Tiancheng. Yu Lianhe stated a price. This was the price they had all agreed upon. Upon hearing it, Song Tiancheng's legs went weak, his eyes wide. How much? Yu Lianhe repeated it again. Song Tiancheng still couldn't believe it. He looked at the enormous snake demon's corpse before him and gulped. Good heavens, this big demon is worth so much money? Overwhelmed with shock, Song Tiancheng blurted out his thoughts. Yu Lianhe's price was truly astonishing. He had never in his life imagined earning so much money. Although this money would go towards repairing the Xianqing temple and rebuilding the statue of the Xianqing Lord, and the rest would be divided equally among the villagers, even so, this amount of money was an extremely terrifying sum. The impoverished villagers couldn't save any silver, which led to Song Tiancheng lacking a proper understanding of such large amounts of money. All he knew was that this was a very, very, very large sum of silver, larger than anything he could comprehend. Song Tiancheng had never imagined that the corpse of the great snake demon could sell for so much money. He had thought that selling it for a few dozen taels of silver would be the most one could hope for. But as soon as Yu Lianhe opened his mouth, Song Tiancheng's mind went blank. At the same time, he also felt, the martial arts masters who open martial arts academies in the county are really rich. So much money just for buying a snake demon's corpse, given so readily. Yu Lianhe, seeing Song Tiancheng's wide-eyed and inexperienced appearance, was rather understanding and said with a smile, "It's worth it. This great demon's cultivation level is not low, and it's so huge. If it were out there, you wouldn't be able to buy it even with money. You are actually at a loss, being able to sell this great demon to us for money." Song Tiancheng came back to his senses and hurriedly shook his head at the words. Not at a loss. Not at a loss. I would never have dreamed of this much money before. Yu Lianhe nodded and smiled. Alright then, we don't have that many silver notes on us today. I'll have someone send the silver notes over tomorrow, and take this great demon back to the county as well. Song Tiancheng nodded incessantly in agreement. Okay, we'll do as you say, sir. Su Genie and Shen Pu were behind them, caressing the snake demon's body with great delight, oblivious to the large sum of money that would soon be spent. At their level of status and position, money was just a number. What they truly lacked were things to aid in their cultivation. What Yu Lianhe said was very true. A great demon at the spirit-gathering realm was something that money simply couldn't buy in the outside world. Not to mention, not every great demon's body grew so large. This greatly increased the snake demon's value. Yu Lianhe, Su Genie, and Shen Pu were very happy to have bought an entire great snake demon at the spirit-gathering realm. The villagers were also very happy that they were about to get a large sum of money from selling the snake demon. After discussing the details of the sale, Song Tiancheng enthusiastically invited the three to stay for lunch. Su Genie wanted to decline, he had no interest in such things, but Yu Lianhe had already agreed first. So the three followed Song Tiancheng down the mountain to his home. Song Tiancheng's house was at the head of the village, and the old banyan tree not far away marked the location of the Xianqing temple. Song Tiancheng excitedly introduced it to Yu Lianhe and the others. That is our village's Xianqing temple. The Xianqing Lord is compassionate, has pity on the world, and is very effective. Would you three sirs like to burn some incense? Su Genie rolled his eyes, about to refuse, but Yu Lianhe spoke first. Sure. Then I'll go get some incense. Please wait here a moment, sirs. Song Tiancheng said, happily heading into his house to get the incense. Su Genie couldn't help but pull a long face at Yu Lianhe, somewhat displeased. I know that Master Yu is approachable, but I never thought that you would be so approachable as to burn incense for some Xianqing Lord. Master Yu, don't tell me you believe the nonsense of these villagers, that you really think the Xianqing Lord exists. You and I both know that there are no gods in this world. Yu Lianhe glanced at him, his expression indifferent. I naturally don't believe it, but don't you think this Master Xianqing the villagers speak of is indeed a bit unusually strange? Since we're here, let's go offer some incense and see what's what, it won't delay anything. Su Genie sneered, glancing at the old, dilapidated temple not far away. Heh, I wonder if that so-called Master Xianqing can withstand our incense. Chapter 45. Everything was unusual. Song Tiancheng quickly emerged with a handful of incense. After distributing the incense to Yu Lianhe and the others, he led them to the Xianqing temple. During the 100-meter walk, Song Tiancheng kept muttering, "The Xianqing Lord is very efficacious as long as you gentlemen are sincere. The Xianqing Lord will surely bless you," he said. "Gentlemen, remember, you must not be disrespectful to the Xianqing Lord. The old man can hear you." This last sentence was clearly directed at Su Genie. Su Jini wore a sour face, holding the incense with a reluctant expression. If Yu Lianhe hadn't insisted on seeing what was so strange about this Xianqing lord, he wouldn't have bothered to come and offer incense. There were no gods in this world, that was a well-known fact. Except for a few lunatics still searching for the traces of ancient gods, who would still take the matter of gods seriously. And now, he, a dignified martial artist of the spirit-gathering realm, the head of the Su family martial arts school, was actually going to offer incense to a non-existent deity. But since Yu Lianhe was keen to investigate the strangeness of this Xianqing lord, he could only go along with it. When they reached the front of the Xianqing temple and looked at the narrow, cramped, old temple and the somewhat blurred characters on the plaque that read Xianqing temple, the disgust in Su Jini's eyes nearly overflowed. Actually, the Xianqing temple wasn't dirty, the villagers cleaned it every day. But the temple had been built a long time ago, and the erosion of time had left its marks. Moreover, because it was close to the riverbank and the banyan tree provided shade, the temple's surface was inevitably damp in places. But when had Su Jini ever been to such a place? With undisguised disgust in his eyes, Su Jini was about to step inside when he saw a jet-black cat with eerie green eyes slowly walking out. A faint demonic aura emanated from the cat, its cultivation only at the late stage of the body-tempering realm. When it saw Yu Lianhe and the others outside the temple, it remained extremely calm. But Su Jini's reaction was much more dramatic than the cat's. His brow furrowed, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, his fists clenched tightly, and the veins on his arms bulged. Su Jini roared, "Where did this little cat demon come from? How dare you invade the territory of humans? You're courting death. You protect old man Song, I'll kill this cat demon and bring it back to be skinned." With that, Su Jini was about to rush at the black cat. Song Tianchang, seeing this, became anxious and quickly shouted, "Sir, please wait. Please wait. You must not harm the black cat lord." As he shouted, he rushed towards Su Jini and grabbed him, as if afraid he would attack the black cat. Su Jini was stunned. He looked at the leisurely black cat, then at Song Tiancheng who was pulling him back, and a ridiculous thought suddenly flashed in his mind. In a flash, Su Jini looked at Song Tiancheng with suspicion and anger. "You old man, you called this cat demon the black cat lord? And you won't let me touch it? Could it be that the Xianqing lord you're worshipping is a cat demon? Do you know the consequences of worshipping evil spirits? You ignorant fools." Upon hearing this, Song Tiancheng understood that Su Jini had misunderstood and quickly explained, "Sir, you've misunderstood. The Black Cat Lord is a cat demon under the Xianqing Lord's command. He's a good demon." He then recounted how the Black Cat had rescued the Song family's hunter father and son in the mountains, and later saved Elder Song from the evil cult, narrating it all in detail. Finally, he added, "Sir, the Black Cat Lord is a demon under the Xianqing Lord's command. He always follows the Xianqing Lord's will, has never harmed anyone, and has always helped us villagers." Su Jini's frown remained throughout Song Tiancheng's explanation. He subconsciously felt that what Song Tiancheng said was nonsense and that he might have been bewitched by an evil spirit. However, he carefully examined Song Tiancheng and saw no sign of demonic influence, nor any intent to deceive him. What he said seemed to be sincere. But what Song Tiancheng was saying truly exceeded Su Jini's understanding. He considered himself well-traveled, having lived for so many years as a martial artist. What hadn't he seen? Yet, the situations Song Tiancheng described were things he had never encountered. Would a demon help humans without asking for anything in return? No way. Were there gods in this world? No. Yet, according to Song Tiancheng, it was a god who drove the demons to help the villagers. Not only did the demon not eat people or use the villagers for its own purposes, but it protected them in every way. All of this was unusual. Or rather, the cat demon didn't seem wrong, but its actions were truly contrary to common sense. The most unusual thing was the mysterious Xianqing Gong that Song Tiancheng spoke of. But hadn't the traces of immortals and gods disappeared from this world long ago? Then how could this so-called divine Xianqing Gong possibly exist? Su Jini was confused. Yu Lianhe, lost in thought, his gaze deep, also remained silent. The black cat, from beginning to end, paid them little attention. After leisurely strolling out of the Xianqing temple, it ran into the mountains and quickly disappeared. No one stopped it. After pondering for a moment, Yu Lianhe came back to his senses and patted Su Jini on the shoulder. "Alright, let's go in and offer some incense to that Xianqing Gong." With that, Yu Lianhe led the way inside. Su Jini, unable to sort through his thoughts, didn't bother trying anymore and followed Yu Lianhe and Shen Pu inside. Song Tiancheng waited outside. The Xianqing temple was cramped, and it was already a bit crowded with just the three of them. He wouldn't go in, preferring to wait outside. It would also avoid him, a country villager, getting too close to the nobleman and causing them displeasure. The Xianqing temple was not spacious, 2 meters wide, but slightly longer in depth. After Su Jini entered, Yu Lianhe sealed the temple entrance with his true qi. Of course, this seal was mainly a smokescreen for mortals. He didn't want to cause any commotion that would be heard by Song Tiancheng outside. Based on his understanding of these villagers, if they were to do something to the Xian Qinggong statue, these villagers would definitely jump up and protest. No one liked trouble. Therefore, using a little trick to avoid trouble was the best option. After completing all of this, the three of them then walked inside. The overall shape of the Xianqing temple was a trapezoid, wider at the entrance and narrowing towards the inside. Passing through the temple entrance, there was another doorway inside. In the shrine inside the doorway, there was a stone statue about a foot tall. The ravages of time had blurred the statue's face, but it was still clearly recognizable as a human figure. Yu Lianhe and the others had some understanding of the statues worshipped by these rural villagers. Most of them were those who had been relatively famous or of high moral standing in the local area long ago. After their death, the villagers would make a statue of them and offer incense. Such statues were usually nothing extraordinary, just dead objects. The Xian Qinggong statue in the shrine also appeared to be no different from the statues they had in mind. The old, narrow temple, the statue carved from ordinary stone, even the carving was not refined, and the surface of the stone statue was worn by time. But it was precisely such a statue, seemingly no different from the statues worshipped by rural villagers in their memory, that caused Yu Lianhe, Su Jini, and Chen Pu's expressions to suddenly turn grave the moment they saw it. Su Jini's narrow eyes slightly narrowed. The disdain he held before coming had, upon seeing the statue, turned into seriousness and solemnity. After a long while, he said suspiciously, "This statue, it's not right." But he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. He could only be certain of one thing: this statue was unlike any he had ever seen. He scrutinized the statue within the shrine, as if trying to find the specific anomaly. In fact, even at this moment, Su Jini still didn't believe that the Xian Qinggong statue before him truly housed a deity. He merely felt that the statue was unusual. What Su Jini didn't know at the time was that the unusual feeling he had was due to the lingering incense clinging to the statue. Thanks to the system, Song Xianqing could absorb the power of incense. And although the incense power was absorbed by the system, the remaining incense would still cling to the statue, not dissipating immediately. This led to the fact that even though the power of incense had been absorbed and converted by the system, Song Xuanqing's statue was still imbued with undispelled incense. And such a statue, with incense lingering around it, appeared exceptionally unusual in this world, among the many other statues. Yu Lianhe, after thinking about something and zoning out for quite a while, finally came back to himself. After looking at the statue for a while with an ambiguous expression, he finally said, "This statue, there is indeed a problem. Or rather, the Xian Qinggong the villagers speak of has a problem. He's not simple, definitely not simple." Yu Lianhe was good at hiding his thoughts, and neither Su Jini nor Chen Pu could see what he was thinking from his face. Su Jini stared at Song Xuanqing's statue for a long time, but still couldn't understand what was going on. Seeing that Yu Lianhe and Chen Pu were also silent and didn't seem to have discovered anything, Su Jini's patience was starting to wear thin. A mere country shrine, and they, one a mind transformation realm martial artist and two spirit gathering realm martial artists, couldn't figure out what was wrong? He refused to believe it. If he couldn't understand by just looking, then he'd just take it down and examine it in his hand. He still wouldn't understand? With that thought, Su Jini strode forward, intending to simply take down the statue to examine it. Seeing his actions, Yu Lianhe frowned and was about to advise him to stop, but suddenly thought of something. The words that were about to leave his mouth were swallowed back, and he quietly watched Su Jini's actions. And at this moment, inside the statue, Song Xianqing's face darkened completely. His cultivation progress was now at 50%, and even if Yu Lianhe of the mind transformation realm stood in front of him, if he didn't actively manifest, Yu Lianhe wouldn't notice him. So, everything Yu Lianhe and the other two had said and done since entering the village had been seen by Song Xianqing, including all of Su Jini's disdain and belittling of him. Song Xianqing felt a bit speechless about this, but didn't take it to heart. The martial artists of this world unanimously believed that gods did not exist. So Song Xianqing understood Su Jini's disdain and his disbelief in his existence as a god. He had no intention of manifesting in front of people, which would expose his identity. As for the unreserved scrutiny of the three of them after entering the Xianqing temple, besides feeling a bit annoyed and speechless, he didn't feel anything else. However, now that Su Jini was about to directly touch his statue, Song Xianqing couldn't tolerate it any longer. If he didn't display some divine power, these people would be getting too arrogant, wouldn't they? They might even come back to steal his statue in the middle of the night. Enough was enough. Thus, the moment Su Jini's hand touched the shrine, Song Xuanqing's divine power enveloped the outside of the shrine, forming an air wall. Su Jini hadn't even touched the statue yet when he was stopped by the air wall outside the shrine. He was stunned for a moment, thinking he was hallucinating, and tried reaching into the shrine again. As expected, he was blocked by the invisible air wall this time as well. Confirming he wasn't hallucinating, there was indeed an invisible wall in front of the shrine preventing him from touching the statue. A storm surged in Su Jini's heart. Instantly, he thought of the words Song Tianchang had spoken. An absurd thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the Xianqing statue truly harbored a deity? Before Su Jini could ponder further, a powerful aura that could not be ignored suddenly emanated from the stone statue in front of him. It was as if a celestial being had descended. Powerful, cold, aloof, and inviolable. Su Jini, standing before the statue, was the first to be enveloped by this divine might, further enhanced by Song Xuanqing's deliberate attention. At this moment, looking at the seemingly unremarkable stone statue within the shrine, Su Jini felt as if it had suddenly become immensely tall, as if a true god had arrived. Only one phrase occupied his mind. Inviolable. Submit to the deity. Su Jini's mind went blank, and he instinctively wanted to kneel. Just as one leg bent, Su Jini abruptly regained his senses. The statue's aura of power hadn't dissipated, but Su Jini's urge to prostrate himself before the statue had weakened slightly. However, the uncontrollable awe he felt towards the statue hadn't diminished. Su Jini was horrified. He stared wide-eyed at the statue within the shrine, gritting his teeth to suppress his fear, stubbornly wanting to stand up and rush forward. Yet, as soon as he rose, he was held back. It was Yu Lianhe. He had just awakened from the powerful divine aura and saw Su Jini stubbornly challenging the statue. Knowing that the Xianqing statue before them was not simple, and having finished testing it, Yu Lianhe naturally wouldn't let Su Jini act recklessly. Calm down. Don't be rash. Su Jini turned back and silently looked at him for a couple of breaths, finally taking a deep breath and retreating. Yu Lianhe glanced meaningfully at the Xianqing statue within the shrine. Let's go out after offering incense. The rest of the time was uneventful. Yu Lianhe and Chen Pu offered incense normally, except for Su Jini, whose offering was rather perfunctory. Seeing that they had backed down, Song Xianqing retracted his divine power, the divine might. He didn't use divine might often, always finding it lacking in practicality. Now it seemed that wasn't entirely true. After offering incense, Yu Lianhe and the other two followed Song Tianchang to his house. Song Tianchang's family was cooking. Yu Lianhe and the other two stood in the yard. Su Jini, who had been holding his breath for a long time, finally couldn't contain himself. Master Yu, just now in that dilapidated temple, why did you stop me? Yu Lianhe glanced meaningfully in the direction of the Xianqing temple, then used his true qi to create a soundproof barrier. Su Jini frowned, puzzled. This is a remote village, Master Yu. Who are you afraid of hearing? Perhaps afraid that the gods are watching from above, Yu Lianhe said half-jokingly. Su Jini's eyelids twitched. Master, what do you mean by that? Could it be that the god Xianqing really exists? Haven't the gods long disappeared? Chapter 47 Ancient Gods Awaken. Divine Mountain reappears. Yu Lianhe shook his head, smiling without a word. Su Jini glanced in the direction of the Xianqing temple, vaguely feeling a chill run down his back. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Yu Lianhe. His tone was righteous, but his eyes were somewhat hollow. Master Yu, are you deliberately trying to scare me? The events of today, coupled with Yu Lianhe's words, indeed made Su Jini feel a little suspicious. But his understanding of the world for so many years told him that gods did not exist. That Xianqing Duke was definitely a fake. Yu Lianhe was probably just having some fun, deliberately trying to scare him. Su Jini comforted himself. Yu Lianhe smiled, but did not answer his question, instead changing the topic. Do you know about the spirits of divine statues? I know, but I've never seen one in person. What's the matter? Yu Lianhe slowly explained. When I was young, I traveled the world and witnessed a spirit of a divine statue with my own eyes. And the origin of these spirits, as you probably know, is from divine statues made of various rare and special natural treasures, refined with special methods, and then, after being worshipped by countless people over many years, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the wishes of humankind, and incense, the spirit is born within the divine statue. Most of those who offer these divine statues do so in an attempt to recreate the true ancient gods, but unfortunately, they have never succeeded over the years. The spirit of a divine statue is ultimately just a spirit, not a god. They may appear somewhat similar to the legendary gods, but they are ultimately not gods. Su Jini frowned, trying to understand Yu Lianhe's meaning, and hesitantly said, Master Yu, are you implying that the so-called Xianqing Duke is not a god, but a spirit? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jini shook his head, denying it. Impossible, the Xianqing Duke's statue is just carved from ordinary stone, and there are only a few hundred people in Songjia village, not to mention hundreds of years, even thousands of years wouldn't be enough to give birth to the spirit of a divine statue. Yu Lianhe shook his head and smiled. It's not like that, let me finish. In fact, the spirit of a divine statue is not weak, its strength can also grow with cultivation. Those spirits of divine statues are also chasing the goal of becoming a true god. But do you know why, after so many years, no spirit of a divine statue has truly transformed into a god? The spirit of a divine statue I once met told me that, as a spirit of a divine statue, no matter how powerful they become, their essence is ultimately just a spirit born on a divine statue, while the essence of a god is not like that. A divine statue is just a medium for a god to connect with the mortal realm. Gods are born as gods, created by nature. And only gods can gather incense in this world, gain the approval of the Tao, and obtain authority. Although a spirit is born from the faith and incense of the people, it cannot condense incense, let alone gain the approval of the Tao and obtain authority. But do you know? Just now, inside the temple, I felt incense on that Xianqing Duke statue that was even richer and more condensed than the spirit of a divine statue I saw before. Su Genie's brow furrowed. Impossible, right? Master Yu, are you sure you didn't feel wrong? The spirits of divine statues are worshipped by all people, yet their incense is not as good as the incense on that Xianqing Duke statue? How is that possible? There are only 100 or so villagers worshipping the Xianqing Duke. Yu Lianhe shook his head and smiled. Under normal circumstances, a divine statue that receives incense from only 100 or so people would indeed not have incense as rich as that surrounding a spirit of a divine statue. But what if the one being worshipped is a true god? Although the spirit of a divine statue seems to be worshipped by all people, the incense is scattered and cannot be solidified. However, a true god can condense incense within themselves, and the incense on their statue would naturally be thick. Su Genie became silent. Yu Lianhe had more knowledge and experience than him and Chen Pu. Don't look at Yu Lianhe as just a beginning of thought realm cultivator now, ruling supreme in a small place like Huanan County. In fact, Yu Lianhe had reached this level a long time ago, and had made a name for himself. Back then, Yu Lianhe was a genius who was admired by many martial artists, and he was valued by many influential figures, having traveled all over the world. His knowledge was naturally superior to his own, a middle-aged gathering spirit cultivator. What Yu Lianhe said shouldn't have been meant to deceive him. There was no need for that. But that mysterious clarity lord, could he really be an existing deity? The deities and Buddhas of this world had long since vanished. This was a well-known fact. There was no reason for a true deity to be enshrined in this remote mountain village, right? Su Genie hesitated. Although what Master Yu says makes sense, it doesn't prove that the mysterious Clarity Lord is truly a deity, does it? Yu Lianhe was not surprised by his reaction, and he smiled. Indeed, it doesn't prove anything, but this old man has another piece of news. Recently, forces such as the Ancient God Society and the Heavenly Mountain Sect have been gathering in Huayan Prefecture and the Huanan County area. You know that, right? Su Genie frowned. The thought of the people from the Heavenly Mountain Sect made him feel unlucky. Yes, what about it? Yu Lianhe smiled. This old man received an unconfirmed report. It said that their gathering in Huayan Prefecture is because they somehow learned that in the southwest direction of Huayan Prefecture an ancient deity will awaken and a divine mountain will reappear. And in the southwest direction of Huayan Prefecture there are 3 county towns: Fengnan County, Yunhe County, and Huanan County. Su Genie thought of something, his heart leaped, and he looked at Yu Lianhe in disbelief, speaking with difficulty. Master Yu, are you saying that the mysterious Clarity Lord is the awakened ancient deity that the Ancient God Society is looking for? Yu Lianhe smiled like a cunning old fox. This old man didn't say that. He hadn't made any conclusions at all. He had only told Su Genie some of the information he knew. As for what Su Genie made of it, that was beyond his control. And Su Genie had already realized how he had offended the mysterious Clarity Lord today. He couldn't help but shudder. A jumble of rumors about how deities would bring down divine punishment appeared in his mind. Chen Pu, who had been silent all along, seeing his reaction, sighed and patted him on the shoulder. How long ago were those legendary deities? And how long has this mysterious Clarity Lord appeared in this world? Has Song Family Village existed for 500 years? Do you think that mysterious Clarity Lord is qualified to be an ancient deity? Su Genie shivered and came to his senses. He glared angrily at Yu Lianhe. Master Yu, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Yu Lianhe looked innocent. What are you talking about? This old man is sharing information with you for free, and you're saying I'm fooling you? Su Genie looked at Yu Lianhe reproachfully, looking like he didn't believe a word. Song Tiancheng came over to call them for dinner, and Yu Lianhe dispersed the soundproof barrier. But what he didn't know was that the soundproof barrier had blocked nothing. Song Xianqing had heard their conversation clearly. At this moment, Song Xianqing was a little confused. An ancient deity reviving? A divine mountain reappearing? Was he the ancient deity? He had only become a wild deity for a little over half a month. Song Xianqing still felt he was quite new. He shouldn't qualify as ancient, right? As soon as he finished thinking, Song Xianqing felt like his brain had short-circuited. What Yu Lianhe said wasn't even guaranteed to be true. This information wasn't guaranteed to be true. Why was he thinking so much? But he should pay more attention to this information recently. Maybe this ancient deity really does refer to him? After all, Song Xianqing couldn't think of any other deity in this world besides him. And if this ancient deity revival does refer to him, then things were going to get troublesome. The harassment from the Heavenly Mountain Sect, the Ancient God Society, and others would likely come one after another. Chapter 48. Sujini carries a horse after finishing their meal. Yuliana and the others prepared to return to the county town. Leaving Song Tiancheng's home, the three of them arrived at the riverbank at the edge of the village. No one in Song family village raised horses, nor were there any stables, so the horses the three had ridden were left to graze and drink by the river. Of course, the horses Yuliana and the others rode were no ordinary steeds. They were tamed demon horses called azure mane horn horses. These horses were highly favored by martial artists, tall in stature, their bodies a mix of blue and red, with blue manes. They were 1.5 to 2 times larger than regular horses, with horns on their foreheads that could kill a person if they were weak enough. Although these horses were not generally high in cultivation, most being in the body forging realm and a few reaching the bone refinement realm, they had good endurance, understood human nature, and were fast. The azure mane horn horses that Yulianha and the others rode were naturally all in the bone refinement realm. Chenpu and Yulianha found their horses and mounted them. Just as they were about to leave, they noticed that Sujini hadn't mounted his horse yet. His horse was lying on the ground, its head drooping, its body trembling, as if it were afraid of something. No matter how much Sujini yelled and cursed, or even patted the horse, it didn't react, only trembling on the ground, refusing to get up. Chenpu frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Sujini was a bit angry. He didn't know what was wrong with the horse, it just laid there and refused to get up. There weren't any big demons around, so what was it so afraid of? Chenpu said, "Can't you communicate with the horn horse? Try to communicate and see what's going on." Azure mane horn horses were intelligent and could communicate with martial artists. Sujini said irritably, "Of course I communicated, but this dead horse just won't respond, and it won't get up. What's with this crazy horse? If it keeps this up, I'll butcher it and eat it." Even with his threats, the horn horse only continued to tremble on the ground, unresponsive. Yulianha glanced in the direction of the Xianqing temple, lost in thought. Sujini was still trying to get his horse back to normal, but nothing worked. Yulianha looked over and said calmly, "If the horse is truly unrideable, then so be it. You're a dignified spirit gathering realm martial artist with a powerful body. Carrying the horse back to the county town shouldn't be a problem. Chenpu and I will ride slowly, you can keep up." Sujini's face immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth, looking at the azure mane horn horse lying on the ground, extremely unwilling. "Make me carry this dead horse back? What in heaven's name is this? The horse isn't ridden by people, but people are ridden by the horse? What's wrong with this dead horse? Yulianha and Chenpu's horses are fine, but his is acting like it's gone mad." Yulianha was just talking without any pain. He could ride his horse back to the county town, but he was righteously telling him to carry his horse back? Seeing that Sujini was unwilling and hadn't reacted, Yulianha urged, "Hurry, don't waste time. I have things to do this afternoon. You can't just leave the azure mane horn horse here. Without a martial artist controlling it, the horse's demonic nature will resurface, and it could harm the people." Even though Yulianha said this, Sujini was still unwilling, but he could only angrily heave the horse onto his shoulder, and with a dark face, followed behind Yulianha and Chenpu. Thus, a strange scene appeared. Yulianha and Chenpu rode their tall azure mane horn horses in the front. Sujini followed behind, carrying his horse. Sujini had thought he'd encountered enough ridiculous things for one day. But who knew, not long after leaving Songjia village, he discovered it was raining. It wasn't just raining, it was pouring, like a hole had ripped open in the sky. And yet, the sun was still shining brightly in the sky. Sun showers weren't common, but they weren't bizarre either. What was truly bizarre was that Sujini realized the rain was only falling on him. No matter how he moved, the rain chased after him. If he stopped, the rain stopped. If he moved faster, the rain moved faster. No matter what he did, the rain followed him. If he went near Yulianha and Chenpu, the rain still followed him, only now Chenpu and Yulianha were also getting rained on. Naturally, Chenpu and Yulianha weren't happy about this and moved away from him. Now it was back to Sujini being the only one getting soaked, along with his horse. "Sujini, is this localized rain? This localized? And with automatic tracking?" Sujini was completely drenched, like a drowned rat. Even after walking 3 miles, the rain still followed him relentlessly, even getting heavier. Initially, Sujini had been cursing and swearing, but eventually he fell silent, lowering his head and trudging along with the horse. Yulianha, unable to bear it any longer, sighed and said, "Genie, don't be stubborn, just apologize to that one dut." It was all Sujini's fault for spouting arrogant nonsense at the entrance of Songjia village. Of course, Sujini understood who Yulianha was referring to by that one. He gasped for air, gritting his teeth and looking up at the sky. There wasn't a single cloud in the sky, so where was this rain even coming from? The weather was hot, the sun was scorching, and even the rain felt warm as it hit his face. Did Sujini regret his rash actions in Songjia village today? Well, maybe a little. Who knew that the mysterious master Xiancheng of Songjia village was truly so mysterious? But the thought of apologizing to a supposedly divine being that may not even exist made Sujini reluctant. So what if he got rained on and had to carry a horse? Yulian has saw through his thoughts instantly and said somberly, what you're experiencing now isn't much, but it doesn't mean that's all that one can do. I think you understand, Genie, don't you? Just apologize and this will be over. It's better than being targeted by a deity. The image of the severed and lifeless serpent demon flashed in Su Genie's mind and his body stiffened. After a couple of seconds of silence, Su Genie finally chose to swallow his pride and apologize. Master Xianqing, I meant no harm to you. I was simply ignorant and reckless. I sincerely apologize for all my disrespectful actions today. I will offer incense and personally apologize to you next time I come. His voice echoed in the air. Su Genie had no idea whether his words had any effect. After a tense moment, he noticed that the rain was starting to lessen and it soon stopped completely. Su Genie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though he was unwilling to admit it, the image of the serpent demon's death still made him concede. Song Xianqing wasn't he one to hold grudges. Since Su Genie had apologized and admitted his mistake, he withdrew his magical rain and divine power. However, although the magic had been withdrawn and the rain had stopped, the horse on Su Genie's shoulders didn't recover immediately. In the end, he had no choice but to carry his horse all the way back to town. I know you wanted to see Su Genie being chased by the rain, so here you go. Thanks to all of you who supported me, I will do my best to write more. Chapter 49. Jia Dagui. Late afternoon, the sun was blazing. Song Tiancheng had thought that there wouldn't be anything else happening that day and was just waiting for the martial arts school to come and drag away the snake demon's corpse the next day. But in the afternoon, another group arrived. 8 guards in short robes followed a carriage to the village entrance. The carriage was pulled by 2 tall, chestnut-colored horses. The carriage itself was wide, with exquisite carvings and gold inlays. Just looking at it, it exuded extravagance. The owner of the carriage was clearly wealthy and of high status. This kind of spectacle had attracted the attention of many villagers even before it reached the village entrance. Song Tiancheng was called out and waited at the village entrance with Song Ergu. Song Tiancheng frowned and asked him, "Is this another customer you brought back?" Song Ergu looked confused. "I have no memory of it." Song Tiancheng didn't ask further. The luxurious carriage drove up to the village entrance and stopped in front of them. Then, a plump, short, and stubby hand lifted the curtain. On the fingers were 4 or 5 gold rings and jade thumb rings. Following this, a middle-aged man in silk robes, with a large belly, stepped down from the carriage. When he saw Song Tiancheng and Song Ergu standing beside the carriage, the man's pale, fleshy face immediately broke into a friendly smile. "Fellow villagers, is this Song family village?" The man's amiable attitude put Song Tiancheng and Song Ergu at ease, as they had been somewhat apprehensive, worried that they might be in trouble. "Yes, this is Song family village. May I ask what brings you here, sir?" The man nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "My name is Jia Dagui, and I own the Fugue restaurant in the county. You should know of me, fellow villagers. Today, I heard that you have some demon beast meat for sale here, so I came specifically to buy some." Song Tiancheng and Song Ergu exchanged glances. Then, Song Tiancheng said apologetically, "Master Jia, I'm very sorry, but the large demon in the village, we just sold it." Jia Dagui looked surprised. "You sold the whole demon? Who bought it?" "I heard that the demon was extremely large, and I haven't seen anyone dragging a large demon along the road, nor has anyone in the county mentioned that it had been sold." Song Tiancheng was somewhat embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Master Jia, the ones who bought the demon are the Qingyun Martial Arts School, the Su Family Martial Arts School, and the Hufeng Martial Arts School from the county. They just paid the deposit at noon, and they will arrange for someone to come and drag the demon away when they return." Song Tiancheng said this hoping that Jia Dagui would give them some face for the sake of the 3 major martial arts schools and not cause any trouble. Jia Dagui was indeed in a bit of a predicament. He had originally thought that if he couldn't buy the whole demon, he could at least buy a little bit of it. Or, if he knew the people who bought the demon, he might be able to use his connections. But the ones who had bought the demon were the 3 major martial arts schools, and they had bought the entire thing. Jia Dagui was indeed rich, but he was just an ordinary person. Going to the martial arts schools and asking to buy some demon beast meat was clearly not going to work, and robbery was even more impossible. Jia Dagui sighed, his expression turning somewhat unpleasant. But he didn't make things difficult for Song Tiancheng and the others. He cupped his hands in greeting and said, "I understand, I apologize for the disturbance." Song Tiancheng smiled apologetically. "You're too polite, sir. No disturbance at all, no disturbance." Just as he finished speaking, Song Tiancheng saw Jia Dagui, who was about to turn back to the carriage, suddenly turn pale, sweat profusely from his forehead, and clutch his stomach in what seemed like great pain. Fellow villager, I'm sorry, I suddenly feel the effects of an old illness. Would it be possible to borrow a room to rest for a while?" Song Tiancheng, at a loss, quickly nodded. "Of course, my house is right next door. Shall I help you in, sir?" There is also a doctor in the village, should I call him to come and have a look? Jia Dagui waved his hand, his face pale. No need, it's an old problem, I just need to rest for a bit. Song Tiancheng didn't say anything else and quickly let him inside. He also asked his family to come out and leave the house for Jia Dagui to rest in peace and quiet. Jia Dagui instructed the guards he had brought to stay outside and then entered the house. The villagers' houses were very simple, the ground was not paved with bluestone bricks, it was all dirt. Jia Dagui didn't care that the dirt would soil his expensive clothes. He plopped down on his knees, his expression pained, tears streaming down his face. He pulled open his already loose collar, his white, fatty flesh exposed to the air. But he still felt it wasn't enough, pulling at the already wide open collar. He only stopped when his belly, like a woman 8 months pregnant, was fully exposed. And what was shocking was that on his pale, fat belly, there was actually a hideous human face. No, it didn't look like a human face at all. Green-faced with fangs, eyes closed, with a ferocious expression. Jia Dagui didn't dare touch his stomach, wailing on the ground. My lord, please spare me, it's not that I didn't want to buy that great demon for you. The villagers all said that the great demon was sold to the 3 major martial arts halls in the county. How could I have the qualifications to compete with those martial arts halls for this great demon? Surely, my lord, you don't want to run into the martial artists from those martial arts halls, do you? The hideous face on Jia Dagui's stomach opened its mouth, its voice rough and unpleasant. Waste, don't make excuses for yourself. Can't you force those lowly people to sell to you? When the martial arts halls come looking for trouble, just push it off on those lowly people. Do I have to teach you this? Jia Dagui wore a mournful expression. It wasn't that simple, passing the blame as easily as that. The villagers weren't mute. Wouldn't the martial arts halls investigate? If the investigation really came to him, could he afford to offend the 3 major martial arts halls? My lord, those villagers know that this matter also involves the 3 major martial arts halls. How could I force them to submit? My lord, don't worry, when I get back I'll inquire again and buy some other demon beast meat for you to eat. Jia Dagui tried to use a delaying tactic, but the hideous face didn't fall for it, sneering, waste. Do you know that this great demon is at least at the spirit gathering realm, a great demon of the 3rd realm of the demon path? Do you still have the ability to buy such great demon flesh and blood outside? You only use the meat of demon beasts of the body tempering realm to deceive this seat. Do you believe I'll eat your internal organs clean right now? In the next instant, a sharp pain came from his abdomen. Jia Dagui couldn't even speak, his fat body collapsing to the ground. He felt he might really die at the hands of this ghost. Gradually, perhaps because the pain was too unbearable, Jia Dagui's consciousness gradually sank and he passed out. And in the next second after he passed out, his closed eyes suddenly opened again. But this look in his eyes was very fierce and cold, unlike Jia Dagui's. Jia Dagui opened his eyes and climbed up from the ground. Looking out of the house, his expression was agitated. You useless thing, I have to do it myself. I just need to confuse those villagers into leading me to that great demon. If there's not enough time, I'll just eat the most important heart. After speaking to himself, Jia Dagui walked emotionlessly to the door. Just as he was about to push the door open, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Jia Dagui didn't even have time to react when a huge force came from his shoulder. In the next second, Jia Dagui's fat body became a parabola in the air. Then with a muffled thud, dust flew up as Jia Dagui fell into the corner. The dizzy and disoriented Jia Dagui raised his head in a sorry state and saw a figure that had suddenly appeared in the house. A green-robed figure with ink-black hair and a face like jade. It was none other than Song Xianqing. Chapter 50. You can't kill me. Song Xianqing noticed Jia Dagui the moment he entered the village. To be precise, it was what was inside him that he noticed. A mass of energy of some kind, not belonging to the true chi of human martial arts cultivation, nor to demonic energy. It was turbid, evil, and ominous, like maggots clinging to bone. Although it didn't feel powerful, somewhere between the bone refinement and spirit gathering realms. Yet, it made Song Xianqing feel extremely uncomfortable, instinctively wanting to obliterate that energy. Suppressing the urge from the depths of his heart, Song Xianqing didn't rush to act but observed from the sidelines. Then, he witnessed the subsequent events. Until that hideous face did something to Jia Dagui, causing him to pass out, and then it controlled Jia Dagui to stand up and even wanted to attack the villagers. Only then did Song Xianqing act. After learning from Yu Lianhe to set up a soundproof barrier outside the house, Song Xianqing turned to examine Jia Dagui in the corner. This world was truly strange, with all sorts of things. He still couldn't figure out what that thing inside Jia Dagui was. Jia Dagui stood up, leaning against the wall, staring warily at Song Xianqing. His gaze held wariness, doubt, and confusion, but not a hint of fear. Even though Song Xianqing's aura was clearly much stronger, it didn't seem to be afraid. Song Xianqing remained still, not showing any signs of attacking again, but rather stared at it and said, "Tell this lord, what kind of thing are you? The snake demon you desire, this lord can give it to you." Like hell he would. He just wanted to know what this thing was. Anyway, he had the strength to rely on killing this thing was just a casual matter. Jia Dagui sneered. Then what kind of thing are you? Not human, not a ghost, not a demon that has taken human form. Song Xianqing frowned, impatiently saying, This lord is asking you now. If you answer, this lord can give you the snake demon you desire. If you are not honest, this lord will kill you. Jia Dagui immediately laughed as if he heard a joke, arrogantly. Kill me? You can't kill me. Song Xianqing's expression turned cold abruptly. Seeing he couldn't get anything out of it, he no longer wasted time. The next moment, Song Xianqing's figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Jia Dagui. Gathering divine power in his hand, he directly attacked the hideous face on Jia Dagui's stomach. Song Xianqing indeed didn't understand what this thing was, but that hideous face was obviously the most suitable place to start. It was just a little disgusting to touch Jia Dagui's greasy fat. Jia Dagui, seeing he couldn't dodge Song Xianqing's attack, simply didn't bother. He laughed wildly, arrogantly saying, You can't kill me. Nothing in this world can kill me. I might slumber, but I will eventually return. Halfway through his words, Song Xianqing's divine power attack hit the hideous face on Jia Dagui's stomach. The Jia Dagui, who had been so arrogant and fearless, instantly changed his expression. The arrogant words he was speaking turned into miserable cries. Ah! Jia Dagui was in extreme pain, a searing pain from the depths of his soul. But more than that, what truly shocked it was how is it possible that you could hurt my origin? How can anything in this world now possibly damage my origin? Song Xianqing didn't understand his words, nor did he want to pay him any mind. Gathering divine power in his hand, he was about to continue his attack. At first, Song Xianqing was afraid of accidentally killing the mortal Jia Dagui, so he had held back a bit. But after the first hit, he realized that all his divine power attacks were hitting that hideous face. It seemed that his divine power also hated that hideous face and wanted to destroy it. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back any longer. He would just directly obliterate that hideous face with a punch. This time, Jia Dagui didn't dare let Song Xianqing attack him again. It frantically tried to escape, lunging at the tightly shut window. The hideous face on its belly also retracted, revealing Jia Dagui's original white, round belly. How could Song Xianqing let it escape? He kicked the Jia Dagui squarely on its white, round belly. At the same time, a much stronger divine power than the first tentative strike surged into Jia Dagui's body. Ah! Jia Dagui let out a heart-wrenching scream, its fat body collapsing to the ground. But this time, it couldn't get back up. Song Xianqing seemed to feel his divine power eradicating the filthy energy within Jia Dagui. Like a stain, it was quickly and completely erased. As that filthy energy completely disappeared from Jia Dagui's body, the unconscious Jia Dagui gagged. He vomited a palm-sized, reddish, jelly-like piece of flesh on which a faint, hideous human face was visible. Jia Dagui then fell back into unconsciousness. Song Xianqing's gaze landed on the piece of flesh that Jia Dagui had vomited. The flesh was motionless, like a dead thing, its remaining aura indicating its connection to the face on Jia Dagui's belly. But that filthy energy was indeed gone. This piece of flesh had become completely lifeless. Looking at the unconscious Jia Dagui, Song Xianqing thought for a moment and then deployed his divine power, Dream Entry. Jia Dagui vaguely regained consciousness, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a misty, blank space. All around him was a dense, blank fog, indistinguishable between sky and earth, eerily silent. He was momentarily stunned, then recalled what had happened before he lost consciousness. His face paled instantly. This couldn't be the afterlife, could it? Was he dead? Killed by that demonic thing on his stomach? Damn it! If he had known it would come to this, he would have risked his life to find a martial arts master. That way, even if he had died, that demonic thing wouldn't have lived either. Just as he wished he could drag that demonic thing down to hell with him, Jia Dagui saw the thick fog before him suddenly dissipate. A tall figure, at least 6 feet, slowly emerged from the mist. As the figure approached, Jia Dagui saw that the newcomer was dressed in a cyan robe with ink-black hair, exuding an extraordinary aura. A white jade hairpin adorned his head, giving him the appearance of an otherworldly immortal. Only Jia Dagui couldn't see his face. A light mist veiled his features. This only made him appear all the more divine. Jia Dagui was stunned for a moment, then unconsciously said, "Are you a god? Am I dead? Have you come to guide me?" Song Xianqing paused, a strange look on his face. "I suppose you could say that, but I am not here to guide you. You are not dead." Chapter 51, I am Xiancheng. I'm not dead? Jia Dagui was ecstatic at first, but then he remembered the hideous human face that had been tormenting him on his stomach, and his expression turned sorrowful. He looked at Song Xianqing with expectation, his tone filled with resentment as he gritted his teeth. "Immortal, may I ask you for a favor? You are so powerful, can you help me remove that ghostly thing on my stomach? If you can, I'm willing to do anything for you, even if it costs me my life. Jia Dagui looked as if he was ready to die. Song Xianqing was a little speechless. How did it sound like he was some kind of heretical god? Wanting his life? What would he do with Jia Dagui's life? After a couple of seconds of silence, Song Xianqing calmly said, "The thing on your body, I've already removed it." Song Xianqing was as calm as a gentle breeze. Jia Dagui was stunned at first and then overjoyed. He was not dead, and he had met an immortal who had even removed the ghostly thing on his stomach. He, Jia Dagui, had been unlucky for so long, but now his luck had finally turned around. Jia Dagui was so excited that he immediately knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "Thank you, immortal, for saving my life. You are truly powerful and compassionate. I am extremely grateful. If the immortal doesn't mind, could you tell me your honorable name? I'll go back and build a statue for you and offer incense to you every day." Song Xianqing was unmoved. He hadn't come to have Jia Dagui worship a statue of him. Instead of replying, Song Xianqing spoke directly. "I have something to ask you. Answer truthfully. How did that thing get into your body?" Now that the immortal who had saved him was asking, Jia Dagui naturally answered truthfully and in detail. And the story was actually quite simple. Jia Dagui was a wealthy merchant. He didn't like martial arts or women but was greedy for good food. Half a year ago, a servant brought him a piece of reddish meat that looked like jelly. The servant claimed it was rare demon beast meat and tasted delicious. Jia Dagui ate it. Since then, the hideous human face had been parasitizing his body. When Jia Dagui first discovered it, he had tried to find martial artists to help. But the hideous human face threatened him, saying that he could try to find a martial artist to get rid of it, but it would eat Jia Dagui's internal organs even faster. Jia Dagui was frightened, so he had to swallow his anger. Later, he had also investigated this matter, but he eventually realized it was just an accident. The seller didn't know, and the servants didn't know. They all thought it was rare demon beast meat, so they presented it to him and he ate it. The hideous human face was not an ordinary thing. It was fierce and cruel, and usually only wanted to eat spiritual herbs, spiritual medicine, or demon beast meat. If he didn't give it what it wanted, it would threaten to eat his internal organs. Jia Dagui could only bite the bullet and often spend a lot of money to buy spiritual herbs, spiritual medicine, and demon beast meat to feed the hideous human face. In fact, the hideous human face also wanted to eat people. But Jia Dagui refused. After all, the hideous human face was parasitizing his body. Eating spiritual herbs and demon beast meat was one thing, but eating people? Wouldn't that be like eating human flesh in his stomach? How was that different from him eating human flesh himself? Jia Dagui loved good food, but just hearing about eating human flesh made him feel disgusted. Luckily, he had spiritual herbs, spiritual medicine, and demon beast meat to offer, so nothing major had happened. But Jia Dagui was always on edge. Having a ghostly thing living inside him that could eat his internal organs at any time meant he couldn't sleep or eat well. Don't be fooled by how fat he is now, weighing 180 pounds. He had actually lost a lot of weight. Before he encountered that ghostly thing, he used to weigh over 230 pounds. Today, Jia Dagui went to his family's restaurant to check on its business and heard about the Song family village selling demon beast blood and meat. And the hideous human face parasitic within him naturally heard it too. It immediately judged that the great demon was at least a spirit-gathering realm great demon. How could the hideous human face resist such temptation? It had been with Jia Dagui for half a year and had been eating only body-forging realm demon beast meat and not even every day. Upon hearing that there was spirit-gathering realm demon beast meat for sale, it couldn't wait to urge Jia Dagui to go buy that great demon's flesh and blood. But unexpectedly, Song family village had a god like Song Xianqing residing there. In the end, it sought its own death, dying at Song Xianqing's hands. However, Jia Dagui had no idea what exactly the hideous human face was. He was just a mortal, and even if he had money, the world of martial artists was not something he could easily access. He didn't dare to look for martial artists, let alone understand the situation with the hideous human face. After listening, Song Xianqing felt like he had asked, and also like he hadn't. The most important thing to him, what exactly the hideous human face was, he still hadn't found out. It was more like listening to Jia Dagui's history of bad luck. Forget it, he'd better go back and research it himself. I understand, Song Xianqing said calmly, and then prepared to disperse his divine power. Jia Dagui noticed that the immortal in front of him was about to leave, and hurriedly asked, "May I ask for your honorable name, immortal? You saved this humble one, and although I am just a mortal with limited ability, I am willing to sculpt a divine statue for you and burn incense and offer sacrifices to you daily." Song Xianqing glanced at him and thought, free incense is free incense, and he could also try if places outside Song family village could collect incense value through his divine statue. Also, if Jia Dagui were to worship his statue at home, could he appear in his house through the statue? Thinking of this, Song Xianqing left a sentence. I am Xianqing. Then, he dispersed his divine power, entering a dream. Jia Dagui received the immortal's honorable name, but before he could even rejoice, his consciousness once again fell into darkness. Song Xianqing dispelled his dream entering magic and reappeared in the simple house. Beside the unconscious Jia Dagui lay the slightly reddish, transparent piece of flesh he had vomited out. It was still covered in his saliva and some yellow-green filth. Song Xianqing frowned, somewhat disgusted. He could only bear the revulsion and tear a piece of cloth from Jia Dagui's clothes, then wrap the reddish, transparent flesh in it and left. He was going to wash this piece of flesh by the river. Otherwise, it was too unsettling. As he left, he also removed the soundproofing barrier outside the house. Not long after Song Xianqing left, Jia Dagui groggily opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the wooden beams and roof of the house, with a small swallow's nest on it. The scenes of meeting the immortal in the white mist space replayed in his mind. It felt incredibly real. So real that Jia Dagui didn't react for a moment, subconsciously happy that he had met an immortal and his great affliction was gone. Halfway through his happiness, the scene before him connected to what he had experienced before passing out. Jia Dagui suddenly realized, was that a dream? He had just had a dream where an immortal had removed his great affliction? Jia Dagui's mood plummeted, filled with a sense of loss. He sat up, his body inexplicably aching, and panted with his head down. When he lowered his head, he saw his smooth, round belly. There was no hideous human face that would haunt his midnight dreams. It was smooth and round. Jia Dagui was first stunned, then overjoyed. It wasn't a dream. He really had met an immortal? The immortal had even removed that ghost thing from his body? Jia Dagui touched his smooth, round belly in ecstasy, laughing heartily. As he laughed, tears flowed down his fat, quivering face. It was great. He hadn't dreamt it. He really had met an immortal. That hideous human face that tormented him day and night had finally been destroyed. And he had survived. He, Jia Dagui, had truly turned his luck around. Right. That immortal said his revered name was Xianqing? Great immortal Xianqing. Good, good, good. He would immediately sculpt an idol of great immortal Xianqing when he got back and offer incense and worship daily. Chapter 52. This is the true immortal. Inside the room, Jia Dagui's laughter and crying echoed outside. Song Tianchang and the other villagers exchanged bewildered glances. Song Ergo looked at the guards standing outside and asked weakly, "Your master's old ailment, is it in this area?" He pointed to his head. The guards were also somewhat confused. They had never heard of such a thing. So, he just suddenly went mad? Song Ergo looked at the village chief, Song Tianchang. Song Tianchang coughed and said, "Is your master really okay? Should we go in and take a look?" Going crazy is not a big deal, but I've heard that some people hurt themselves when they go mad. Song Tianchang was afraid that Jia Dagui would go mad and harm himself in his room. The guard was straightforward and listened to Jia Dagui's instructions. He shook his head, "No need. Master said before he went in that unless he doesn't come out before dark, we shouldn't interfere, no matter what." Seeing this, Song Tianchang didn't say more. Half an hour later, the door finally opened. Jia Dagui's portly figure emerged, his silk garments disheveled, a large piece torn from the hem, revealing a portion of his round belly. He was muttering something with his head down. Looking at him, he seemed even more like a madman. The villagers were sighing. They had always thought that only poor families had madmen, but they never expected that a rich man with no stress would also go mad. Just as they finished sighing, Jia Dagui walked up to them. They finally heard what Jia Dagui was muttering. "Xianqing, Xianqing, which two characters are those?" "Great God Xianqing, Great God Xianqing." The villagers' expressions changed, and they exchanged glances, their faces strange. Then they whispered, "Xianqing, is he talking about our Lord Xianqing? It seems like it. I haven't heard of any other immortal with the same name as our Lord Xianqing. This is Song Family Village. The Xianqing that this Master Jia is muttering about is most likely our Lord Xianqing." "What's he muttering about our Lord Xianqing? It's his first time coming to our village, isn't it?" Although the villagers were whispering, Jia Dagui was extremely sensitive to those two words. He immediately caught them. His eyes lit up as he looked at the villagers in surprise. "You all know Great God Xianqing?" The villagers' expressions became even more peculiar. "Great God Xianqing?" They thought he must be talking about their Lord Xianqing, but they didn't use the term Great God Xianqing. Although they were muttering to themselves, the villagers still answered honestly, "Master Jia, the immortal we worship in our village is named Lord Xianqing. It is also the name Xianqing, but we don't know if it's the Great God Xianqing you're talking about." The villagers couldn't be sure, but Jia Dagui, in a flash of thought, was almost certain that the Great God Xianqing he had seen in his dream was the Lord Xianqing they were talking about. Otherwise, why would he have met an immortal who removed the evil thing from his stomach precisely after arriving in Song Family Village? And the immortal worshipped in Song Family Village just happened to be named Xianqing, which was the same as the name the immortal in his dream had told him. It was just that the villagers called him Lord Shinshang and he called him Great God Shinshang. The more Jia Dugui thought about it, the more convinced he became. He said firmly that Great God Shinshang must be Lord Shinshang. The villagers actually thought the same, but they were more curious about Master Jia. Why were you so agitated earlier and kept muttering about our Lord Shinshang? Perhaps it was because the major problem in his heart was resolved and he was in a good mood, or perhaps it was because the villagers in front of him were under the protection of Lord Shinshang. Facing the villagers' questions, Jia Dugui was embarrassed to open his mouth, but he sighed and explained the whole matter from beginning to end. As he narrated, the villagers' expressions changed from surprise to fear and then to disgust. Even the guards Jia Dugui had brought couldn't help but feel their skin crawl as they listened to him. It was as if the hideous human face was parasitizing on their bodies. In the end, after Jia Dugui finished recounting his dream of seeing Lord Shinshang, he woke up to find the grotesque human face on his stomach gone. The villagers immediately expressed their awe and pride. "It's fortunate that you came to our Song village today, Master Jia," they said. "Our Lord Shinshang is compassionate and merciful, taking pity on the world. Seeing you tormented by evil spirits, he eradicated them for you." Indeed, another added, "None of the gods worshipped in other villages are as efficacious as our Lord Shinshang." As they spoke, the villagers became more excited and recounted various miracles performed by Lord Shinshang. Jia Dugui listened, stunned. He did not doubt the villagers' claims, especially since he had just witnessed Lord Shinshang in his dream and received divine grace. In that moment, Jia Dugui felt an even greater reverence for the divine Lord Shinshang he had seen in his dream. He even involuntarily began to respect the land he stood on. After all, it was land protected by Lord Shinshang. This was a true deity, a protector of living beings, possessing great power and a compassionate heart. Most rural villages worshipped a deity, but Jia Dugui had never heard of one like Lord Shinshang, so merciful and protective of all. Consequently, Jia Dugui had never been a believer and had no idols at home. But after meeting Lord Shinshang, he suddenly found faith. Unlike the aloof and powerful deities of legend, Lord Shinshang felt real, and in their hearts, Lord Shinshang was even more significant than those distant, ethereal gods. He, Jia Dugui, had truly lucked out today, coming to Song Village and receiving Lord Shinshang's help. Jia Dugui even felt some envy toward the villagers of Song Village. He lived in the county seat, which seemingly had a protective formation preventing evil spirits from entering. Yet, despite this, he had still been tormented by the grotesque human face. If he had lived in Song Village under the protection of Lord Shinshang, that grotesque face would never have had a chance to approach him. But unfortunately, he could not move to Song Village as it was too far from the county seat. His businesses were in the county, and he could not abandon his family's legacy. But it didn't matter. Once he returned, he would immediately commission a statue of Lord Shinshang and place it in his home. Even if Lord Shinshang might not be as responsive in his home as he was in Song Village, no evil spirits would dare enter his residence. And if things went wrong, he could always return to Song Village and seek Lord Shinshang's protection. Jia Dugui continued, "Fellow villagers, today Lord Shinshang saved my life. I intend to return home and have a statue of Lord Shinshang made to be enshrined in my home and offered incense daily. When that time comes, I will also have to trouble you to come to the village to invite the god home." The villagers were naturally delighted to hear this. They felt a sense of pride that Lord Shinshang was gaining more followers. Of course, it's no trouble at all. With your heart set on it, Master Jia, Lord Shinshang will surely be pleased as well. Jia Dugui smiled and nodded. His guards behind him were thinking whether they could also offer incense to Lord Shinshang at their master's home. This Lord Shinshang was indeed efficacious. In the future, before taking on any dangerous tasks, they should pray to Lord Shinshang for peace of mind. Song Tiancheng suddenly thought of something and said, "Master Jia, do you know any skilled masters at sculpting statues? Also, what material do you think is best for making statues? Our village plans to rebuild a larger Shinshang temple and have a new statue of Lord Shinshang made. But we're just country bumpkins who haven't seen much of the world. We really don't know what materials are best for sculpting statues, nor do we know any skilled masters." Hearing that the villagers were asking for the best materials and the best masters for sculpting statues, Jia Dugui raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the large snake demon that Lord Shinshang had slain had fetched quite a price. Although he was thinking this, Jia Dugui did not ask further. Instead, he said, "If you want to rebuild Lord Shinshang's statue and temple, you can just tell me, and I can take care of it all. Lord Shinshang saved my life. It is my duty to repair the temple and rebuild the statue. The village is poor. Now that you've earned money, you should keep it to live a better life. I, Jia Dugui, am rich and don't lack money. Leave the reconstruction of the temple and the statue to me." Jia Dugui wanted to take care of the matter entirely, but the villagers all shook their heads. "Master Jia, we know your kindness, but we want to do the rebuilding of the statue and temple ourselves. It wouldn't be right to let you do it." Lord Xiancheng would think we don't respect him. That's right. It's enough for you to make a statue for your own home. To be honest, the large snake demon sold for quite a bit. Since Lord Xiancheng was the one who killed the snake, we should use this money to make a statue and build a temple for Lord Xiancheng. Seeing the villagers' insistence, Jia Dagui didn't say anything further. Alright then. If you run out of money, come find me at the Jia Mansion in the county anytime. As for skilled masters, there's a remarkable man named He Jun in the neighboring Yunhe County. Many wealthy families in Wannan County want to make statues of gods, all seek him out. He is also knowledgeable about which materials are best for making statues. I will call him to the village and you can talk to him. The villagers thanked him repeatedly and Jia Dagui waved his hand. Afterwards, Jia Dagui followed the villagers to the Xianqing temple, respectfully offered a few incense sticks, and then returned to the county town. The next day, at the hour of Qin 9 a.m., a group of 30 or 40 people entered Song family village in a grand manner. They were all martial artists, their cultivations all at the second stage of martial arts, the Qi gathering realm. The 30 or 40 people were clearly divided into 3 groups, wearing 3 different types of uniform. Leading them were the familiar Yu Lianhe, Chen Pu, and Su Jini. Today, Su Jini didn't dare to be frivolous, barely spoke, and even dismounted his horse, walking all the way from the county town to Song family village. As soon as he entered the village, Su Jini obediently went to the Xianqing temple, offering incense to Song Xianqing. Yu Lianhe and Chen Pu also followed to offer incense. Although they still had doubts about the existence of Song Xianqing, they truly dared not offend anymore. After offering incense, they found Song Tiancheng and handed him the silver notes they had agreed upon beforehand. Then, the 30 or 40 martial artists they had brought began to exert their strength. They went up the back slope of the mountain, shouldered the 15 or 16 jang long snake demon, and like ants transporting grain, walked down the mountain. Only the snake's head, the size of an adult water buffalo, remained. Su Jini volunteered to carry the snake's head, following the team down the mountain. Chen Pu, with his hands empty, followed behind, asking, "Are we really going to swagger into the city like this?" Yu Lianhe, with his hands behind his back, chuckled, "Of course, the bigger the commotion, the better, so we can attract their attention." Chen Pu was speechless. Martial artists moved quickly, a journey that would take an ox cart over an hour, they covered in less than an hour. They arrived at Wannan County, carrying the huge snake demon corpse. Before they even entered the city, just reaching the city gate, the scene of 30 or 40 martial artists carrying the corpse of a Qi-gathering realm snake demon caused a sensation. Countless people ran to watch, both martial artists and ordinary people. My god, such a huge snake? It's said to be a demon, and a big one at that. Isn't that very powerful? Of course, judging by the aura, this snake demon is at the late stage of the Qi-gathering realm. See those 2 people riding horses in front, and that person carrying the snake's head? They are the heads of the 3 major martial arts academies in the county. And that snake demon is stronger than 2 of them. Such a strong snake demon? My god, who could have killed it? Could it be the heads of the 3 major martial arts academies who teamed up to kill it? Bah, what nonsense are you talking? Your information is too outdated. It's said that someone came to the city to sell demon beast meat a couple of days ago, and it was this very snake demon. Many people didn't believe it then, but who would have thought? What they said was true. It's a pity that it's too late to regret it now. The great demon has already fallen into the hands of the 3 major martial arts academies. I heard that they claimed it was a deity from some village who killed this snake demon to protect the villagers. You believe that? A deity killing a demon? I think it was some powerful expert who killed it. A couple of days ago, you didn't believe that person who said they had demon blood and meat for sale either, and now the martial arts academies have dragged the snake demon back. Speaking of which deity killed it? And from which village? I want to go worship that deity. I've been so unlucky recently. I've been to all the most revered temples, but none of them have been effective. I think this deity who killed the snake demon might be very effective. The people from the 3 major martial arts academies swaggered into the city, carrying the great snake demon, making a grand display. For the next half-month, the people in the city talked about it endlessly. Even the reputation of Song family village soared. Of course, most of those paying attention to Song family village and that deity were ordinary people. Although the martial artists had seen the great snake demon with their own eyes, they still scoffed at the idea of a deity slaying a demon. 2 days after the 3 major martial arts academies swaggered into the city carrying the snake demon, people from Lu family village came to visit Song family village. 7 or 8 highly respected elders from Lu family village, along with the village head, Lu, arrived at Song family village and found Song Tiancheng. Village head Lu was a little nervous, and he carefully opened his mouth and said, "Brother Song, you and I have known each other for many years, so I'll get straight to the point. We, Lu family village, also want to enshrine Lord Xiancheng. This chapter is a gift bonus chapter. Thank you as for the gifts. The trash author also wants to add more chapters, but my hand speed and brain speed are indeed not good enough, and I have no state to write more. Oh, thank you very much as for the gifts. The author is very grateful and working hard to write finally. Asking for food again today. Oh, it doesn't hurt to generate electricity for love. Other gifts are even better. Use your gifts to smash me dizzy. Chapter 54, Casting the Holy Grail, Seeking Divine Will. Actually, Village Chief Lu and the others wouldn't have come so quickly. Just yesterday, Lu Family Village was still debating whether or not to change the deity they worshipped. Since they were close to Song Family Village and had frequent interactions, they had heard the tales of Xian Qinggong's miraculous deeds countless times. They naturally understood that Xian Qinggong was powerful, effective, and compassionate towards the common people. However, their village had already been worshipping a three-eyed goddess. Their ancestors had always worshipped the three-eyed goddess. Even now, with the statue of the three-eyed goddess smashed, they were still thinking about how to avoid the goddess's wrath and punishment and how to quickly rebuild her statue and invite her back. How could they dare to consider worshipping a different deity? That would be a great disrespect to the three-eyed goddess. Of course, there were some villagers who were itching to make a change. They thought that since the three-eyed goddess's statue had already been smashed, they would have to invite a deity to protect the village anyway. Why not just change to a different one? Change to one that is more effective and more powerful. They envied Song Family Village for receiving divine blessings and living in peace. Unlike them, who were constantly on edge, worrying about the three-eyed goddess's punishment one moment and encountering demons and evil spirits the next. And to say something disrespectful, if the three-eyed goddess was truly so powerful, why couldn't she retaliate when her statue was smashed, letting it be destroyed at will? Either the three-eyed goddess wasn't that powerful, or she had never cared about the people on this land. The supporters of the three-eyed goddess and the supporters of Xian Qinggong were divided into two camps, arguing endlessly. One side wanted to seek the protection of a more powerful and effective deity, while the other was afraid of angering the three-eyed goddess and suffering divine punishment, ending up worse off. It wasn't until the news from the county town reached the village, Xian Qinggong, the deity worshipped by Song Family Village, had killed a great demon even more powerful than the head of the martial arts hall in town. Naturally, this news came from ordinary people, but for the villagers of Lu Family Village, it was highly convincing. Village Chief Lu had actually mentioned the demon-slaying deeds of the deity from Song Family Village after returning a few days prior, but many villagers didn't believe it. Or rather, their fear that changing the deity they worshipped, as Village Chief Lu suggested, might cause the three-eyed goddess to bring down divine punishment made them hesitant to believe his word. It was only when the news from the county town spread that they became convinced that what Village Chief Lu had said was true. The villagers were stunned. Xian Qinggong, whom Song Family Village worshipped, had actually killed a great demon even more powerful than the head of the martial arts hall in the county. Xian Qinggong was indeed mighty. The villagers didn't have a clear understanding of a deity's strength, but they knew that the head of the martial arts hall in the county was an extremely powerful figure. And for Xian Qinggong to be able to kill a great demon even more powerful than the head of the martial arts hall, he was truly incomparably powerful. The villagers of Lu Family Village immediately felt that this Xian Qinggong must be even more powerful than their three-eyed goddess. If they were to ask this powerful deity for his protection, and if Xian Qinggong agreed, the three-eyed goddess shouldn't, in her anger, bring down divine punishment on them, right? Or perhaps Xian Qinggong could protect them? From the various miracles of Xian Qinggong, they could also see that he was a compassionate deity. With all sorts of thoughts in mind, the people of Lu Family Village changed their attitude and unanimously agreed to change the deity they worshipped and start worshipping Xian Qinggong. And so, today's events came to pass. Since Xian Qinggong was the deity worshipped by Song Family Village, if Lu Family Village also wanted to worship him, they naturally had to discuss it with the people of Song Family Village first. Song Tianchang looked at Village Chief Lu in surprise. "You're not going to worship the three-eyed goddess anymore?" Most villagers in the countryside were ignorant and stubborn. It was extremely rare for a village like Lu Family Village to abandon their original deity and switch to worshipping another. Many people regarded this as a taboo, feeling that they would offend their original deity. Village Chief Lu's actions had truly surprised Song Tianchang. Song Tianchang was, of course, happy to see more people believing in and worshipping Xian Qinggong. But at this moment, he was more surprised as to why Village Chief Lu would suddenly want to abandon the worship of the three-eyed goddess and turn to worshipping Xian Qinggong instead. Village Chief Lu chuckled wryly, only saying, "Can the three-eyed goddess protect our Lu Family Village as Xian Qinggong has protected you?" Song Tianchang was instantly silent. Before Xian Qinggong revealed his various divine miracles, gods and spirits had always been ethereal and intangible beings in everyone's eyes. The three-eyed goddess was the same, ethereal and intangible. But after Xian Qinggong revealed his various miracles and protected the villagers, the ethereal and intangible nature of the three-eyed goddess made people unable to resist making comparisons. Especially since they, as poor commoners, didn't ask for much. All they wanted was to live well, without constantly worrying about being harmed by demons and evil spirits. Village Chief Lu said, "Xian Gong is omnipotent, and the villagers in our village greatly respect him. We want to worship him, offering our humble incense." Song Tiancheng nodded. "I certainly have no objection, and neither will Song family village, as long as Xian Gong agrees." The key point was still Xian Gong's intention, whether Xian Gong was willing to accept their worship from Lu family village and protect them. Village Chief Lu naturally understood the logic behind it and nodded, saying, "We have come today specifically to seek Xian Gong's divine will. If Xian Gong agrees to our village worshipping him, we will prepare to sculpt his statue and build a temple when we return." Upon hearing this, Song Tiancheng didn't waste any more time and got up to walk outside. "Then let us go to Xianqing Temple." Village Chief Lu and the others had come prepared, their baskets holding a large pig's head, as well as some fruits and grains. Upon entering the Xianqing Temple, Village Chief Lu and several elders placed the offerings on the altar. Song Xianqing immediately found himself eye to eye with the half-opened eyes of the pig's head on the altar. For the villagers, the pig's head was the best thing they could think of and offer to the gods. But for Song Xianqing, it obviously meant nothing and would only pollute the air in his Xianqing temple if left for too long. He would have to wait for the villagers to come and collect it the next day. Village Chief Lu and the others focused on placing the offerings and then each lit incense. Afterward, Village Chief Lu took out a pair of divination blocks. In the local area, they were also known as holy cups. Village Chief Lu and the others clearly intended to use the divination blocks to ask Song Xianqing if he was willing to accept the offerings from their Lu family village. This was just a preliminary inquiry into the divine will. Later, after a statue was made, they would also need to conduct a special ceremony to invite Song Xianqing to the Lu family village and into their temple. Chapter 55. Generations devoted to venerating Lord Xianqing. Village Chief Lu held the divination blocks, but instead of throwing them himself, he handed them to an old man beside him, with snow-white hair and a hunched back. He was the most respected elder in their village, and all ancestral sacrifices and deity invitations were performed by him. The old man solemnly accepted the divination blocks, first circling them 3 times over the incense burner. Then, he knelt before the statue, his cloudy eyes gazing reverently at the figure above. "Is Lord Xianqing in his position?" the old man asked, before tossing the blocks. Song Xianqing was naturally in his position, and he deliberately controlled the throne blocks. With a soft clatter, the blocks landed on the ground, one showing the yin side and the other the yang side. A sacred divination. Meaning, he was in his position. The old man felt slightly relieved. He picked up the blocks and grew more serious. "We, the Liujia village of Hugong, Wannan County, revere Lord Xuanqing's divine form. We approach with sincerity, beseeching Lord Xianqing to reside in Liujia village. We shall sculpt an image and build a temple for Lord Xianqing. We will offer incense to Lord Xianqing year after year, month after month. We pray that Lord Xianqing grants us this request." Having said this, the old man lightly tapped the incense burner edge with the blocks, then, holding them together, gently tossed them out. Everyone in the temple tensed, their eyes following the falling blocks. Under Song Xuanqing's deliberate control, the blocks successfully landed in a sacred divination. The people in the temple relaxed slightly. The old man picked up the blocks again and repeated the same process. Again, a sacred divination. The people in the temple felt much more at ease. The old man picked up the blocks once more and cast them one last time. A sacred divination. 3 sacred divinations. Lord Xianqing fully agreed to be venerated by Liujia village. Of course, it was all a result of Song Xuanqing's manipulation. He was naturally happy about Liujia village's wish to worship him. More incense offerings weren't bad, his range of activity could even expand. After 3 consecutive sacred divinations, the old man picked up the blocks from the ground, clasped them in his palm, and couldn't help but smile. His laughter was hoarse but sounded relieved. Before coming, their biggest worry had been whether Lord Xianqing would agree to accept their veneration. Village Chief Lu and the others knelt down together, overcome with excitement. "Thank you, Lord Xianqing, for not forsaking us. Liujia village will surely venerate you sincerely from now on." Village Chief Lu's group remained excited for a while, only calming down slightly after returning to Song Tiancheng's house. Song Tiancheng chuckled, feeling even more affectionate towards Village Chief Lu and his group. After all, they were all worshippers of Lord Xianqing. That made them all, in a way, followers of Lord Xianqing. "When does your village plan to formally invite the deity?" Village Chief Lu and the others had discussed this before coming and replied without hesitation, "Today is the 20th. There are 11 days left in the month. The only days for inviting deities are the 1st and 15th of the month. We can't wait until the 15th of next month, so we'll rush back, build the temple, and sculpt the image, pushing the work to finish on time so that we can formally invite the deity here on the 1st of next month." Currently, small rural temples were generally not large, so 11 days was indeed a tight schedule, but not impossible. In terms of sculpting the image, Liujia village would likely use a common stone or wooden statue, which wouldn't take too long either. 11 days later, on the 1st of the next month, they could indeed manage to invite the deity if they hurried. Song Tiancheng nodded, deliberately adopting a stern face. Although time is tight, remember not to be careless and neglect Lord Xianqing. Otherwise, even if Lord Xianqing doesn't mind, I'll go cause trouble in your village. Village Chief Lu was now completely at ease and laughed heartily. Of course, we won't neglect Lord Xianqing. After all, barring any accidents, our Liujia village will be venerating Lord Xianqing for generations to come. Barring any accidents, with Lord Xianqing around, Liujia village would surely survive for generations. They wouldn't disappear into some corner of the world one day because of a demon eating people or a wicked path slaughtering the village. Village Chief Lu and his group had come with worry and left full of joy. In the late afternoon, the sun was scorching. Not long after Village Chief Lu and his group left, a familiar, exquisitely gold-inlaid luxury carriage slowly made its way to the village entrance. Following behind were the 8 familiar guards. Keen-eyed villagers recognized the luxurious carriage from afar. Isn't that Master Jia's carriage? It's definitely Master Jia. I took a good look at his carriage a few days ago and remembered it, inlaid with gold and crafted from carved rosewood, so extravagant. Village Chief, Master Jia is here. Uncle Tiancheng, Master Jia is here. Villagers shouted toward Song Tiancheng's courtyard. Hearing this, Song Tiancheng hastily wiped his bottom, fastened his belt, and ran out. Master Jia is here, where is he? It had been 2 days since he last saw Jia Daguai, and Song Tiancheng was getting anxious waiting for the master sculptor he had promised to introduce. Only by quickly sculpting the god statue and building the temple could they move Lord Xianqing out of that dilapidated old shrine. Before Song Xianqing could even say anything, Song Tiancheng was already feeling sorry for how run-down the Xianqing temple where Lord Xianqing resided was. Soon, the carriage arrived at the village entrance and stopped. A plump, stubby hand lifted the curtain. Jia Daguai's smiling face, like that of Mithraea Buddha, appeared. With surprising agility for his round figure, Jia Daguai jumped down from the carriage and greeted Song Tiancheng with a smile. Uncle Song, the master sculptor I promised you, I've brought him. As soon as he finished speaking, a man carrying a large box descended from Jia Daguai's carriage. The man was about 30 or 40 years old, of average height and build, with tan skin, an unremarkable face, and stubble on his chin, making him look quite ordinary. Only his large, fan-like hands were particularly striking. Jia Daguai quickly introduced him. This is He Jun, the renowned master sculptor from Yunha County. If you want a god statue sculpted in this area, the first person you go to is Master He. Master He's sculpting skills are unmatched, and usually, there's a waiting list. But our Song family village is blessed by Lord Xianqing and has deep fortune, he. As soon as Master He heard about Lord Xuanqing's deeds, he cancelled all his other sculpting jobs and came straight to our Song family village to sculpt a statue for Lord Xianqing. Oh, and Master He is also a martial artist. Jia Daguai's flattery was relentless. The villagers' gazes toward Master He changed. They were already anticipating the master's arrival, and now, with Jia Daguai's praise, they were even more eager. They wondered if the statue Master He crafted could capture even a fraction of Lord Xianqing's divine presence. He Jun, however, was a little embarrassed by the praise, his tan skin faintly blushing. Prefect Jia, you overpraise me. I'm only known in a few counties nearby. And as for martial arts, I'm only at the first stage, the body refining stage, despite being 37. I did indeed put aside other work and came here specifically to sculpt a statue for Lord Xianqing because I was drawn in by the divine presence of Lord Xianqing described by Prefect Jia, and I wanted to see Lord Xianqing for myself and offer incense. He Jun's attitude was extremely humble, showing none of the arrogance one might expect from a master. Hearing how much He Jun admired Lord Xianqing, the villagers said without hesitation, "Then let us take you directly to the Xianqing temple. It's perfect, since you're going to sculpt a statue for Lord Xianqing, you can also use the existing old statue as a reference." He Jun eagerly agreed, carrying his large box, and followed the villagers toward the Xianqing temple. Under the tall banyan tree, the old temple stood. Damp marks stained the wooden walls, and moss grew stubbornly at the corners, never quite eradicated. Though clean overall, it was still considered decent compared to most private temples in remote villages. However, when He Jun saw that the Zhuanging temple, the residence of the Zhuanging master he had been anticipating, was in such a state, he nearly choked. Although he had expected that the environment of a small temple in a remote mountain village wouldn't be great, possibly just a stone shrine, barely half a man's height, seeing the actual Zhuanging temple still made him anxious. He Jun suppressed the urge to vomit blood and asked the villagers, "After I finish sculpting the new statue, it won't be placed in this old temple, will it?" The villagers didn't realize He Jun was feeling sorry for the Zhuanging master. They thought he was concerned that the statue he, a master sculptor, would create, would be placed in such an old temple, a waste of his craftsmanship. Of course not, they replied. We're having a master sculptor make the statue. How could we be stingy about building a new temple? He-jun felt a bit better. The villagers continued, Master He, you're a master sculptor. Do you know anything about the geomancy of temples? We haven't decided where to build the new one yet. He-jun's expression softened, and he nodded, I do have some knowledge of it. Later, I'll help you take a look and see where a new temple would be suitable. The villagers thanked him, and Song Tiancheng led He-jun into the Zhuanging temple. The inside was somewhat dim, and the space where the shrine was located, especially, was poorly ventilated and lit because of a doorway in between. He-jun frowned, growing increasingly dissatisfied. How could the Zhuanging temple, the residence of the Zhuanging master, be built so carelessly? Had the Zhuanging master been living in such a temple all this time? Song Tiancheng, unaware of He-jun's thoughts, excitedly said, That's the statue of the Zhuanging master. Master He, since you have come, why not offer a few sticks of incense to the Zhuanging master? He handed 3 incense sticks to He-jun, but He-jun didn't take them. His eyes were fixed on the 1-foot-tall statue of the Zhuanging master. He was initially surprised, then suddenly looked enlightened, before his face lit up with excitement and joy. Being stared at so intently by a large man made Song Xianqing, inside the statue, feel a little uneasy. Had He-jun's eyes not been filled with such fervor and respect instead of malice, Song Xianqing might have used his divine powers on He-jun. Song Tiancheng, confused by He-jun's strange expression, raised his voice a little and called out, Master He? This finally brought He-jun back to his senses. Realizing his actions, he apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have stared at the statue like that. Song Tiancheng thought he was apologizing to him and said casually, It's okay, Master He, would you like to offer incense to the Zhuanging master? He offered the incense again. This time, He-jun accepted. He then respectfully and fervently offered the incense to Song Xianqing. After leaving the Zhuanging temple, He-jun shouldered his large box again and followed the villagers to Song Tiancheng's courtyard, where they sat down. He-jun opened his box and took out his tools, a drawing board-like object, brush, ink, and paper. Tell me, he said, about the image you want for the Zhuanging master's statue. Old man Song was the most qualified to speak on this topic. He described his impression of the Zhuanging master to He-jun. He-jun didn't speak, lowering his head to sketch on the drawing board. He drew while asking for additional information. After half an hour, the first draft was done. Old man Song examined it carefully, offering some suggestions. It took over an hour to finalize the initial draft. A tall, handsome man with a cyan robe and dark hair appeared on the paper. Sword-like brows and star-like eyes, his gaze seemed to hold both the compassion for the world and the indifference of an eternal iceberg. Old Dr. Song carefully scrutinized it, his face breaking into a smile. Yes, that's pretty much it. Song Tiancheng also leaned in for a look, surprised. Is Master Xianqing this handsome? Old Dr. Song chuckled. In my memory, Master Xianqing has always been this extraordinarily handsome. Having settled the appearance of the statue, He-jun shifted the topic to other matters. What are your thoughts on the material for the statue? The villagers scratched their heads. Master He, you're the expert, please recommend what's best. We don't know anything about this. He-jun thought for a moment, then asked the villagers about their budget for the statue, and finally came up with a suitable plan. The iridescent spirit jade itself is multicolored, wear-resistant, and has a spiritual quality, making it one of the most suitable materials for statues. It should be just perfect for a 6-foot-tall, life-sized statue. He-jun spoke calmly. Jia Dagui, however, looked at him in surprise. Jia Dagui knew about iridescent spirit jade. It wasn't cheap. Based on He-jun's usual quotes, the money the villagers had given wouldn't be enough for a 6-foot-tall statue at all. It wouldn't be a loss for He-jun, but he probably wouldn't make any profit either, right? Then what was He-jun after? He put off all the commissions he had and come to Song Village with him without a second thought. And now that he was here, he was going to create a statue of Master Xianqing for Song Village without making a cent? He-jun was indeed a contact of Jia Dagui's, but through another friend. It was impossible that He-jun was doing this to give him face. Could it be that He-jun was so impressed by the image of Master Xianqing that he would rather not make any money in order to create the best possible statue for Master Xianqing? While Jia Dagui was still confused, He-jun had already discussed the details with the villagers. Well then, let's go with that. Now, take me for a tour. I want to see where is suitable to build the new temple. He-jun got up and went out with the villagers. Jia Dagui quickly followed. Half an hour later, Jia Dagui, out of breath, followed He-jun and Song Tiancheng to a small hillside. It wasn't exactly a hillside, it was just an area where the terrain was higher, perfect for overlooking the entire Song village. He-jun carefully examined the surrounding environment and was mostly satisfied. Let's put it here. There are no trees to block the sunlight, the terrain is high enough, not damp, and after this, the villagers will be able to see the Xianqing temple when they look up. It's the best location in your village. Plus, the area here isn't small and a fairly large temple can be built. Song Tancheng nodded immediately. Yes, we'll follow Master He's suggestion and build the new Xianqing temple here. He Jun looked down at the scattered layout of Song Village and asked, when are you planning to finish building the new temple and officially move Master Xianqing over? He wanted to be there when it happened as well. Song Tiancheng wiped the sweat from his brow and took a breath. The sooner the better, of course. The old Xianqing temple is really in poor condition. It's such a disservice to Master Xianqing. He Jun nodded in complete agreement with a serious look. Since you want it done quickly, then let me introduce someone who can guarantee you at least a 3-courtyard temple before the first day of next month. Also, I will create the statue as soon as possible and it will be ready by the end of the month. The villagers were overjoyed and expressed their thanks repeatedly. Jia Dague was stunned. He remembered the friend who introduced him to Hijun saying that Hijun didn't like to meddle in other people's affairs and was cold-natured. Is this really cold-natured? It feels like Hijun is even more anxious to complete the new temple and statue than the villagers of Song Village. And he is doing this without making a single penny. Was there something wrong with Hijun? This is still the bonus chapter for gifts. Thank you everyone for the gifts and support. The author is even more motivated to write now. Also, the book's rating just came out. New book ratings are all low. Can the big guys help by giving it a 5-star review? Help the author's rating soar. Love you all. After confirming the location for the temple construction and the design of the Xianqing Duke statue, Hijun's trip was almost complete. He bid farewell to the villagers, promising to personally deliver the new statue before the first day of next month, and then followed Jia Dague into the carriage. The coachman flicked the reins, and 2 chestnut red horses slowly pulled the carriage away. Inside the carriage, Jia Dague rubbed his hands expectantly and said, after the statue of Xianqing Duke for Songjia village is completed, Master He, would you be willing to sculpt one for my residence next? Jia Dague was also a picky person. Since he could have Master He, a master sculptor of divine statues, sculpt the statue of Xianqing Duke for him, he didn't want to settle for anyone else. He was also very sensible, prioritizing taking Hijun to Songjia village to sculpt the statue of Xianqing Duke for them first. His own residence could wait until the new statue for Songjia village was completed. Hijun agreed without hesitation. Of course, after completing the 6-foot statue for Songjia village, I will sculpt one for you. How big do you want it? Jia Dague thought for a moment and said, it's for the shrine at home, it doesn't need to be too large. A 1-foot statue will suffice. Hijun nodded. Jia Dague recalled the quote he gave to Songjia village and asked with a hint of anticipation, I plan to use Cloud Spirit Jade for the statue and purple gold wood for the shrine. Master He, what do you think would be a suitable price? Hijun glanced at him and quoted a price that was not low. Jia Dague's eyelids twitched. Something off. Although this price was slightly lower than Hijun's usual quotes, compared to the low price he offered to the villagers of Songjia village, this price was not cheap at all. Jia Dague didn't understand why Hijun was willing to work for free for the statue for Songjia village, but charge him a higher price. Was Hijun quoting prices based on who he was dealing with? Jia Dague didn't know, but he had guessed a bit correctly. The reason why Hijun gave Songjia village such a low price, working for free, was twofold. Firstly, he indeed saw that the people he was making the statue for were poor villagers, and he sympathized with them. Secondly, the statue for Songjia village was the first statue of Xianqing Duke, and its significance was different. It was just that Hijun himself wasn't rich enough yet, otherwise he would have been willing to do it for free and even pay for the materials himself. As for Jia Dague, he was rich, a big spender. Why should Hijun consider his wallet? It was only because Jia Dague was sculpting a statue of Xianqing Duke that Hijun didn't give him his usual price. Jia Dague was suspicious, but he knew better than to ask too many questions, and he agreed with a smile. Alright, then I shall wait for Master He to sculpt the statue of Xianqing Duke for me. After returning to Wannan County town and saying goodbye to Jia Dague, Hijun rode his horse back to Yunha County without delay. He rode at full speed, and finally, just as the last ray of sunlight was swallowed by the night, he returned to Yunha County. Upon his return, Hijun didn't go home but instead rode his horse to the White Jade Martial Arts Academy in the city. Yunha County was more developed and prosperous than Wannan County, with numerous martial arts academies. The White Jade Martial Arts Academy was only a medium-sized one, and usually kept a low profile. Hijun had learned martial arts at the White Jade Martial Arts Academy. However, what most outsiders didn't know was that the White Jade Martial Arts Academy was a property of the Ancient God Society. It was already dark, and the academy had lit candles and lanterns. The shouts of practice and the clanging of weapons still echoed, creating a lively atmosphere. Hijun dismounted and pushed open the academy's gate. We're closed today, no more disciples. Come back tomorrow. A lazy young man's voice said. Hijun looked over and saw a young martial arts instructor with his legs propped up on a desk, casually throwing peanuts into his mouth. When he saw that it was Hijun who had entered, he immediately raised an eyebrow and smiled. Oh, it's Master He? Why are you here at this time today? He-jun smiled helplessly. Brother Haikwan, please don't tease me. It's one thing when ordinary people call me master, but you, a martial arts instructor who is close to the spirit-gathering realm, calling me master is truly making me feel unworthy. Zhang Haikwan chuckled. How can a master sculptor of deities not be considered a master? Is master here to seek me out for some wine and women today? He-jun smiled and shook his head, saying, I don't have time to indulge in wine and women with you today. Haikwan, is Master Gung here? I have something to discuss. Master Gung Mingmao was the head of the White Jade Martial Arts School. He was also one of the leaders of the Ancient Gods Society's Yunhe County branch. Hearing that it was serious business, Zhang Haikwan put away his usual frivolous demeanor and said seriously, he is. I'll take you to see Master Gung. The martial arts school was large. On the way, Zhang Haikwan asked, what's the matter? You rarely seek out Master Gung. He-jun pursed his lips, feeling a little excited at the thought of Lord Xiancheng. He suppressed his emotions and said, you'll find out soon. After a long and winding walk, they arrived at the back of the martial arts school, an area not open to the public. Although closed off, it was bustling with people. Chi-gathering realm cultivators were everywhere, and there were even a couple of spirit convergence realm experts. Zhang Haikwan led He-jun to a magnificent building. A plaque read Hall of Devotion. They pushed open the doors and entered. Several lit candles illuminated the hall brightly. Inside, several different deity statues were enshrined. The materials were all excellent, and the carvings were exquisite. As soon as He-jun and Zhang Haikwan entered, they saw several people standing in the hall, talking amongst themselves. The strongest and tallest middle-aged man was Gung Mingmao, Master Gung, a mid-stage transformation of Thought Realm cultivator. The other members' cultivation levels were also not low, all at the Spirit Convergence realm. All were members of the Ancient Gods Society. Hearing the commotion of their entry, Gung Mingmao looked up, frowned, and asked, what is it? He-jun stepped forward. Master Gung, this subordinate He-jun has important news to report. Gung Mingmao was taken aback. Important news? He remembered He-jun, his martial arts talent was low, but his skills in sculpting deities were excellent. He remembered He-jun because many of the statues in this hall were crafted by him. So what important news could He-jun, who was only in the body tempering realm, possibly have for him? Gung Mingmao, curious, nodded and said, speak. The next moment, what He-jun said stunned everyone in the hall. He-jun, this subordinate suspects he has found traces of the awakened ancient god. The Ancient Gods Society had received information earlier that an ancient god would awaken in the southwest of Huayan Prefecture and a divine mountain would reappear. He-jun naturally knew about this matter as well. Having learned about Lord Xuanqing's deeds and personally visited Song Family Village, having seen Lord Xuanqing's statue with his own eyes, He-jun immediately made the connection to the news of the ancient god's awakening. Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. Gung Mingmao never expected that the important news He-jun, who was only in the body tempering realm, had to share was actually this. He came back to his senses, suppressed the shock in his heart, rubbed his stiff face, and said earnestly, what happened? Explain yourself clearly. The news of the ancient god's awakening and the reappearance of the divine mountain has been circulating for a while now, but the society has yet to find anything. How did you discover traces of the awakened ancient god? Did He-jun, who claimed to have discovered the traces of an awakened ancient god, really discover traces of an awakened ancient god? Chapter 58. The Ancient God Society. After the initial shock, the people in the hall also fell into doubt. The importance of news regarding ancient gods was beyond question for the Ancient God Society. After receiving the news that an ancient god had awakened and the divine mountain had reappeared, the society had been searching for traces of the awakened ancient god. However, they had found nothing until now. Yet, He-jun claimed that he had discovered traces of the awakened ancient god? A group of grandmasters in the society couldn't find the awakened ancient god, yet He-jun, who was only at the body refinement realm, had discovered him? They really didn't dare to believe it. Under the doubtful gazes of everyone in the hall, He-jun slowly recounted the events. In Huanan County, there was a place called Songjia Village where they worshipped a deity whose revered name was Xianqinggong. He-jun first told all the miraculous events of Xianqinggong he had heard from Jia Daguai and the villagers. As He-jun narrated, the expressions of the people in the hall changed constantly. From frowning in contemplation to confused bewilderment to dumbfounded shock. It was because what He-jun was telling was simply too real. Even the timeline wasn't from a long time ago, but from recent events. It was completely different from the unsubstantiated rumors of the past. It also seemed more convincing than the previous baseless rumors. But the Ancient God Society had already experienced too many times of going from hope to disappointment. Gung Mingmao also wanted to believe what He-jun said. What He-jun said was indeed very real. But after all, it was hearsay. They didn't want to experience the process of going from hope to disappointment again and again. Gung Mingmao took a deep breath, and after He-jun finished narrating the miraculous events of Xianqinggong, he spoke. What you said is just hearsay after all, not something you have seen with your own eyes. Mortals are ultimately prone to being deceived by appearances. It's difficult to prove that the legendary Shen Qinggong is a true divine being that still exists and is the awakened ancient god we are searching for, unless you have more concrete evidence. After the initial shock and doubt, the crowd looked at He-jun with anticipation. He-jun, who was interrupted and then asked to continue, sighed and said, "What Master Gung said is indeed reasonable. I was also a bit doubtful at first, so today I personally went to Songjia village and saw the statue of Shen Qinggong. After seeing the statue of Shen Qinggong, I already believed 8 or 9/10 of the miraculous events the villagers spoke of. Because the statue of Shen Qinggong is completely different from other statues. The statue of Shen Qinggong did not give birth to any divine image, nor did it give birth to any divine spirit, but the statue of Shen Qinggong was surrounded by a rich incense, even richer than the incense from the divine spirits born from the statues we worship in the ancient god society. That is the incense that only true gods can gather. And it's very similar to what is said in ancient books, the hint of divinity possessed by statues where gods have descended. A statue where a god has descended is different from ordinary statues. It will be tainted with a hint of divinity. He-jun didn't really understand what divinity was, but he had studied ancient books. Perhaps it was psychological, or perhaps he really felt it, but He-jun insisted that the statue of Shen Qinggong possessed divinity. Gung Mingmao and the others exchanged glances, clearly seeing the shock in each other's eyes. A storm of shock immediately rose in their hearts. He-jun's judgment after seeing the statue with his own eyes was more credible to them than hearsay. And when they thought of those so-called hearsay rumors, could it be that they weren't just rumors, but real? So had He-jun, who was only at the body refinement realm, really stumbled upon the awakened ancient god? Was that Shen Qinggong really an awakened ancient god? Gung Mingmao fell into deep thought. After exchanging glances with each other, the others in the hall looked at He-jun with serious expressions. Are you sure that what you said is true? This is not a matter to joke about. If it's true, then we have to go and pay our respects to that Shen Qinggong. True gods, gods still living. Gods that the ancient god society has been seeking for countless years. Everyone's hearts were stirred, yet they also feared that such great hope might ultimately turn to naught. The closer they got to their dream, the more cautious they became, afraid that a single misstep would shatter the illusion. He-jun's expression was resolute. This subordinate can swear on his life that everything said is the truth. There is not the slightest intention to deceive you, my lords. He was also a member of the ancient god society, one who revered gods. How could he joke about matters concerning gods? Gung Mingmao returned from his contemplation, his gaze deeply fixed on He-jun. If everything is true, and that Lord Shen Chang is indeed a living god, then you are considered to have a divine connection. The few spirit-gathering realm cultivators beside him couldn't contain themselves any longer, their faces brimming with excitement and anticipation. Is that Lord Shen Chang in Wannan County next door? Song Family Village? I want to personally pay my respects to that Lord Shen Chang. I have the same idea, let us go together. What should we be mindful of when meeting a god? Gung Mingmao. He also wanted to go, but he couldn't leave for the time being. As for these few who wanted to go, you all should refrain from going. The Heavenly Mountain sect has been watching you closely recently. Don't end up attracting those beasts from the Heavenly Mountain sect over there. The ancient god has just awakened, and we don't know what their current state is, or what situation they are in. If we were to attract the attention of that old monster from the Heavenly Mountain sect, even if they can't do anything to Lord Shen Chang, they will probably still be a constant nuisance. The few spirit-gathering realm cultivators who were enthusiastically discussing going to pay their respects to Lord Shen Chang immediately fell silent. They indeed wanted to personally pay their respects to Lord Shen Chang. But what Gung Mingmao said was also correct. The Heavenly Mountain sect was still watching them. It would be bad if they attracted the Heavenly Mountain sect's attention. Gung Mingmao analyzed, according to what He-jun said, that Lord Shen Chang is not high profile, currently only receiving offerings from that small village. Also, being a newly awakened ancient god, even if they were powerful in the past, their current state is uncertain. The others nodded. Indeed, an ancient god who has just awakened after many years of slumber, currently receiving few incense offerings, their condition must be inferior to their peak. Then we should refrain from attracting the Heavenly Mountain sect over, lest they disturb and offend Lord Shen Chang. Right, Elder Gung, should we report this matter? Gung Mingmao pondered for a moment and said, there's no need to report it for now. Although you and I believe that Lord Shen Chang is likely the awakened ancient god, we still need to confirm it carefully. In addition, we must also determine the current state of that Lord Shen Chang. If they have indeed been asleep for a long time and have not fully recovered, we must do our utmost to help that Lord Shen Chang restore their strength. Our ancient god society is a hand of the gods on earth. If that Lord Shen Chang has any need for us to do anything, we must do it with all our might. The bonus chapter for gifts is in the next chapter. The author is writing it. I'm having a bit of writer's block today, and it probably won't be out until after 12. I'm really sorry, all. Chapter 59. The Crocodile Demon bonus chapter for gifts. The day after sending He-jun away, Song family village began its bustling construction. Song Xianqing, strolling outside for inspection, watched with satisfaction as his new temple was gradually built. Although he didn't dislike his current old abode, who wouldn't want to live in a larger, more spacious house? After observing the construction of the new temple for a while, Song Xianqing finished inspecting his not-so-large territory and returned contentedly. As soon as he entered the Xianqing temple, he saw the black cat lying on the prayer mat, its head buried in its paws. At first glance, it really did look like it was kneeling in worship to Song Xianqing. Assessing the aura around the black cat, Song Xianqing raised an eyebrow. "Xian-mo, you've reached the peak of the body-tempering realm, haven't you?" The black cat raised its head, looking in the direction of the voice, and saw Song Xianqing. Upon hearing his words, the black cat's ears twitched, a hint of pride in its expression. "Reporting, your lordship, yes. This little demon has reached the peak of the body-tempering realm and will soon be able to break through to the bone refinement realm. It's all thanks to the incense elixir bestowed by your lordship. Not only has my cultivation increased, but my training speed is also faster, and there are no bottlenecks." This was not a meow meow meow, but human speech. Yes, the black cat could now speak human language. Its voice sounded like a child, naive and tender. Song Xianqing was slightly surprised. "You've refined your hyoid bone and can speak human language?" The black cat nodded, the corners of its mouth turning up in a smile, and said, "I just refined it this morning. Your lordship, is my human speech acceptable?" Song Xianqing, both amused and helpless, nodded. The black cat happily licked its paw, remembering the reason it had come to find Song Xianqing, and quickly said, "Oh, right, your lordship, this little demon has something to tell you." After that Wu Zhu died, a new Gathering Spirit Realm demon arrived at the Green Mirror Pond it originally occupied. It's called Emu, a crocodile demon, and it's also at the Gathering Spirit Realm. For some reason, Emu guessed that it was you who killed Wu Zhu and also knew that I know you. Today, it stopped me and asked me to pass on a message to you, saying it wants to meet you. I think it seemed quite sincere. I don't know what your lordship thinks. Should you meet or not? Song Xianqing was taken aback. A crocodile demon wanted to meet him? Why would it want to meet him? To avenge Wu Zhu? It didn't seem like it, judging by the situation. Did the crocodile demon say why it wanted to meet this deity? The black cat scratched its head and shook it. No, the crocodile demon only begged to see you once, and it didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Song Xianqing nodded and thought for a moment before saying, "Alright, then you tell that crocodile demon to come to the back slope of the mountain. This deity will see just what that crocodile demon is up to." Slaying Wu Zhu, who was at the late stage of the Gathering Spirit Realm, had given Song Xianqing a lot of confidence. Even if the crocodile demon had malicious intent, entering his territory would result in the same fate as Wu Zhu. Okay, shall this little demon go and call that crocodile demon to the back slope of the mountain now? Song Xianqing, go ahead. Behind the slope of the mountain, Song Xianqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, a black cat, with agile cat-like steps, quickly ran over. Behind it, an alligator was trembling as it crawled. Song Xianqing glanced at the alligator, which was lying on the ground, shuddering as it slowly moved, and was taken aback. This small? Having seen the 10-odd Zhen long serpent demon in the Gathering Spirit Realm, Wu Zhu, before, Song Xianqing had preconceived that all great demons in the Gathering Spirit Realm were huge. Now, upon seeing this alligator demon, who called himself Emu, was only 5 or 6 feet long, not even 2 meters, Song Xianqing subconsciously felt it was very small. Taking a closer look at the alligator demon's appearance, Song Xianqing's expression suddenly became somewhat strange. This was a Chinese alligator? It looked almost identical to the Chinese alligator in Song Xianqing's memory, with a short, white head, stout, and short limbs. The only difference was that it had 2 short, twig-like horns on its head. Just looking at its appearance, this alligator demon indeed did not seem threatening. Even its pitiful, cowardly eyes gave the illusion that it was easy to bully. At this moment, the alligator demon Emu was so scared that its legs were weak and it could barely move. The mountain forest was filled with Wu Zhu's aura, drifting in the wind. And Wu Zhu was already dead, so Wu Zhu had died on this mountain. Looking up at the expressionless Song Xianqing, whose aura was unpredictable and whose depth was unfathomable, Emu's heart tightened. Would the other party, without saying a word, directly kill it? Just like the night it saw Wu Zhu being killed? Shouldn't it have come to find the other party? Emu nervously swallowed, afraid that Song Xianqing would come up and kill it, and quickly spoke in a weak tone, "Little demon Emu greets you, sir. You are truly handsome and have an extraordinary temperament, like the bright moon in the sky, making the little demon want to submit to you at first sight." The alligator demon immediately flattered Song Xianqing with rainbow farts, making his expression even stranger. "No need for pointless words, what do you seek from me?" Emu's heart trembled, thinking that its flattery had gone wrong, and didn't dare to say more. It quickly opened its large mouth and spat out a pile of serpent demon corpses. The alligator's abdomen seemed to have a separate space. It looked only 5 or 6 feet in size, yet it spat out piles of serpent demon corpses, forming a small mountain. The auras of the dead serpent demons were at the body tempering and bone refinement realms. After spitting them out, without waiting for Song Xianqing to ask, the alligator demon quickly said, "These little serpent demons were Wu Zhu's sons and grandsons. I thought that since you killed Wu Zhu, you must also dislike these little serpent demons, so I killed them all. All of Wu Zhu's remaining sons and grandsons are here. You can check, absolutely none are missing." Song Xianqing glanced at the mountain of serpent demon corpses, then his gaze fell on the shivering emu. Was he that terrifying? Was Emu that afraid of him? Song Xianqing's expression turned strange, and his demeanor became gentler. "I understand, so what is the real purpose of your actions?" Emu swallowed and slowly recounted the grievances between him and Wu Zhu. Green Mirror Pond was originally its territory, which it had occupied for a long time. After Wu Zhu arrived, it occupied its territory, beat it up, and drove it out. Emu then formed a grudge against Wu Zhu, but it couldn't do anything to Wu Zhu in a short time. It was only in the early stage of the gathering spirit realm, unable to beat Wu Zhu. It could only secretly curse Wu Zhu to die sooner every day. But it didn't expect that its curse was so effective. Wu Zhu was killed less than a month after occupying its territory. Emu saw everything the night Wu Zhu was killed. It took advantage of Wu Zhu's absence to seek revenge and killed many of Wu Zhu's serpent sons and grandsons at Green Mirror Pond. It originally planned to run after venting its anger, but it didn't expect that Wu Zhu was killed by Song Xianqing's lightning sword. Emu was happy to have avenged its great hatred, but it also couldn't help but worry. Would Song Xianqing, who killed Wu Zhu, also kill it? Emu caught many little serpent demons and asked about the cause and effect. And so came this day, when it actively sought out Song Xianqing, actively displaying weakness and yielding. It was terrified that after Song Xianqing finished slaughtering Wu Zhu, it would be next. It was only at the early stage of the spirit gathering realm, yet the other could kill Wu Zhu, so wouldn't killing it be even easier? After explaining its grudges with Wu Zhu, Emu trembled as it spoke. "My lord, I do not like to eat people, nor do I raise little demons. I will absolutely not rashly enter your territory. I will focus on cultivation in Green Mirror Pond and can also keep watch for you here. If any monsters try to enter your territory to cause trouble or eat people, I can alert you. So, my lord, could you please not kill me?" This chapter is still a gift bonus chapter. Thank you for the gifts and support. Your support is the author's motivation to write. Your positive reviews are very effective. The rating has already started to rise. Please give more good reviews and help the author to reach a higher rating. I am very grateful. Heart. Chapter 60. The four sneaky figures. The crocodile demon Emu looked pitiful and cowardly, making Song Xianqing both amused and exasperated. With a nature like the crocodile demoness, it was no wonder that Song Family Village, located at the foot of the mountain on the edge of the range, had only encountered minor disasters and had not been wiped out all these years. If it had been Wu Zhu in this place all along, it probably wouldn't have taken 2 years before Song Family Village at the foot of the mountain would have ceased to exist. Song Xianqing chuckled and said, "Forgetting about having you watch my territory or send me messages, as long as you stay well in the Green Mirror Pond and don't casually enter my territory, I won't come after you." He wasn't particularly bloodthirsty, nor was he the kind of extremist who believed all demons should die. The crocodile demon's attitude was upright, and it didn't seem to have any intention of harming others. Song Xianqing was also willing to live in harmony with it. Upon hearing Song Xianqing's words, the crocodile demon was overjoyed. "Rest assured, sir, this little demon will absolutely not intrude into your territory. That Wu Zhu was my enemy. Sir, you killed him, so you have done me a favor. This little demon also wants to repay you. In the future, if you need anything, as long as I can help, you can come to me. I'm the only demon in the gathering spirit realm in this vicinity. I'll keep an eye on the other demons for you and try my best to prevent them from entering your territory and disturbing you." Song Xianqing nodded somewhat perfunctorily. Anyway, he just needed this crocodile demon not to offend him. Emu's tense heart finally relaxed. Looking at the pile of snake demon corpses, it swallowed hard. In order to show its goodwill to Song Xianqing, it hadn't dared to eat these little snake demons after killing them. "Sir, how do you want to handle these snake demon corpses? If sir doesn't want them, can I eat them all?" Song Xianqing frowned and glanced at the pile of snake demon corpses, his face showing disgust. "You take care of it. Don't just leave them on the mountain. It will scare people, not to mention the mountain will stink." Speaking, Song Xianqing thought of the black cat and turned to ask it, "Xianmo, do you want to eat these snake demons?" The black cat looked at the pile of snake demon corpses, not very interested. It was still more interested in the incense spirit pills. However, it would be foolish not to eat what was being offered. Even if these were all spit out of Emu's stomach, it didn't mind. The black cat used its paw to pull out a bone refining realm snake demon and said obediently, "Since Sir is giving a reward, then this little demon will take one." It couldn't digest any more for the moment. Song Xianqing nodded, then looked at Emu. "Then you deal with the rest yourself." Emu grinned from ear to ear, opening its large mouth and swallowing the mountain of snake demon corpses one by one. It was like sucking noodles. Song Xianqing didn't have the habit of watching people eat, so he walked away. Emu slurped as it swallowed the snake demons, looking at the black cat beside it who had been fighting a bone-refining realm snake demon corpse for a long time, only eating a tenth of it. "Little cat demon, I seem to have seen you before, haven't I?" Emu had been in the Green Mirror Pond for many years, and had a vague impression of the little demons that often moved around in the vicinity. However, it usually didn't pay attention to them, only burying its head in cultivation and sleep, rarely leaving the Green Mirror Pond, being very reclusive. Looking at the black cat's appearance, Emu felt like it had seen it before. After thinking for a long time, it finally remembered. It had indeed seen the black cat, and more than once. The most recent time seemed to have been last month. And last month, the black cat was only at the initial stage of the body tempering realm. Looking at the black cat's current cultivation level, it was at the completion stage of the body tempering realm. Emu wondered if it had remembered wrong. The black cat was puzzled. "Really? When did we meet?" Emu tilted its head, hesitating. "Maybe I remembered wrong. It wasn't you. The cat demon I saw last month, although it looked very similar to you, that cat demon was only at the initial stage of the body tempering realm, and its foundations seemed ordinary." The ordinary foundation's black cat, swallowing the snake demon meat in its mouth, the black cat said with complicated emotions, "Great King Emu, you didn't remember wrong, that was me." Emu was startled, almost choking on the noodles in his mouth. "It's you? How is that possible? You went from the initial stage of body tempering to perfection in 1 month? I wasn't even that fast when I cultivated." Being able to cultivate to the spirit gathering realm, Emu's talent was naturally not bad, and even he hadn't cultivated that fast back then. And the black cat in his memory, its talent was indeed very ordinary, even downright poor. "Did you have some kind of lucky encounter?" Emu asked curiously. The black cat scratched its head. "Would that senior count?" Emu was stunned for a moment before realizing that the lucky encounter the black cat was talking about was Song Xianqing. Following a powerful cultivator, if the other party was generous, it would indeed benefit one's cultivation. But the black cat's cultivation speed was improving too quickly, wasn't it? And if he wasn't mistaken, the black cat's talent was also clearly much better than before. Is that senior so powerful? Does he also have treasures that help demons improve their talent? That's a rare thing. Cultivation is easy to improve, but talent is almost fixed from birth. And to be willing to use it on a low-talent body-tempering demon, doesn't that mean the other party isn't short of such treasures? Emu was a little restless, his eyes darting around. "Little cat demon, how did you gain that senior's favor? Did that senior require you to pay anything? What is that senior's identity?" The black cat gave Emu a meaningful glance. Then it picked out some things it could tell. Song Xianqing returned to the temple, watching the people coming and going to offer incense. Many of them were unfamiliar faces. A few days ago, Yulian had dragged the giant serpent demon into the city, and almost all the people in the county were shocked. After inquiring further, they learned that the serpent demon was said to have been slain by the god Xianqing Gong, enshrined by Song family village. Furthermore, the corpse of the great serpent demon served as proof. Many ordinary people in the county believed this rumor. Suddenly, the name of Xianqing Gong became widely known in Wannan County. So, in the past 2 days, Song Xianqing had seen many unfamiliar faces. Some were even wealthy families dressed in fine clothes. Of course, some people did not completely believe it. The enshrined deities in various parts of Wannan County were different, and all were said to be very effective. Whether they were truly effective could only be known after praying to them. What truly caught Song Xianqing's attention was that among the unfamiliar faces entering the village today, there were actually martial artists. And not just one, but 4 martial artists, 3 men and 1 woman. 3 were at the 3rd stage of martial arts, the spirit gathering realm, and 1 was at the 2nd stage, the chi absorption realm. The spirit gathering realm was rare in Wannan County. Even Su Genie and the others, who were famous martial arts masters in the county, were only at the spirit gathering realm. And if they were just martial artists, that would have been fine. The problem was that these 4 martial artists were wearing coarse linen clothes, disguised as ordinary people, and were also acting suspiciously. This was clearly abnormal. Song Xianqing secretly observed, watching what they were up to. Chapter 61. Lord Xianqing is the ancient god we seek. Those 4 martial artists, disguised and acting suspiciously, were naturally sent by the ancient god society. They came to confirm whether that Lord Xianqing was truly as He Jun had described, and to assess the current state of Lord Xianqing, this awakened ancient god. Zhang Haiquan, the only chi-gathering realm cultivator among the four, was craning his neck, examining Song family village. Actually, the ancient god society had originally planned to send 4 spirit-gathering realm cultivators, but Zhang Haiquan threw a tantrum and insisted on coming. If they didn't let him, he would just secretly follow. Gung Mingmao, annoyed to no end by him, eventually agreed to let him join. Zhang Haiquan, looking around Song family village, mumbled, "Does this village even have 300 people? How much incense offering can they provide to that Lord Xianqing? In my opinion, Lord Xianqing should be moved to our ancient god society. With so many of us, we can provide a lot of incense offering." Alright, shut up. What do you take gods for? Gods save all beings impartially. How could they show bias based on the amount of incense offered? Should gods only protect those with abundant offerings and ignore those with less? Zhao Mingqi, the only female martial artist among the four, a late-stage spirit-gathering realm cultivator, said with a stern face. She was dressed as a peasant woman, thin and with her face deliberately smeared yellow. The woman's hairpin holding up her hair drooped down to her ear. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that she only had one ear. Xiao Jiacheng, a man with an honest face standing next to her, carrying a large bamboo basket on his back, nodded in agreement. Indeed, look, the villagers of Song family village, although not rich, have good spirits. Because they don't have to worry about losing their lives every day. Even though life is hard, being able to live peacefully in this world is already a blessing. After Zhao Mingqi asked a villager for directions, the group headed towards the Xianqing temple. Soon, the group, arriving under the towering banyan tree, saw the old temple beneath it. The expressions on their faces instantly mirrored the one He Jun had when he first saw it. Zhao Mingqi sighed, a mixture of emotions in her voice. Well, it's a remote mountain village. One can understand it. It's just that Lord Xianqing has to make do with this. Fortunately, a new temple is already being built. Song Xianqing, who had been eavesdropping secretly, make do? What's wrong with these people from the ancient god society? They're actually starting to feel sorry for his poor temple environment? Song Xianqing was a little confused. Initially, when he heard these people identify themselves as members of the ancient god society, Song Xianqing had been somewhat wary. He had first learned about the ancient god society from Mu Tong and Mu Nan of the Heavenly Mountain sect, but his understanding was very superficial. He only knew that they worshipped ancient gods and saw traces of them. But that hadn't made Song Xianqing lower his guard against them. But after eavesdropping for a while now, Song Xianqing's mood gradually became complex. These people from the ancient god society, they're quite strange. The strange quartet from the ancient god society entered the Xianqing temple. They saw the statue of Lord Xianqing in the shrine. Then, the expressions on their faces mirrored the one He Jun had when he first saw it. They stared intently at the statue, their eyes burning with fervor. More intense than a hooligan's gaze upon a beautiful woman. Song Xianqing couldn't help but wonder if they were going to rush up and snatch his statue away in the next second. After all, didn't that young chi-gathering realm martial artist say that he wanted to move his statue to their ancient god society? Fortunately, that didn't happen. Zhang Haiquan and the others wouldn't dare do anything so offensive. The four exchanged glances and saw the excitement and fervor in each other's eyes. It was just as He Jun had said. This Lord Xianqing was definitely the awakened ancient god they were looking for. The four respectfully kowtowed and offered incense to Song Xianqing. Their attitude was even more devout and fanatical than that of the villagers of Song family village. After offering incense, the group went straight out of the Xianqing temple without any other actions. Afterwards, the four talked to villagers in the village, asking about Lord Xianqing's miraculous deeds. Song Xianqing was somewhat confused by their behavior. He could only sense that they seemed to have no ill intentions. But what their purpose was, what they wanted to do, Song Xianqing couldn't understand. After speaking with the villagers, the four people left Song family village, their whereabouts unknown. This inexplicable incident truly left Song Xianqing at a loss. He thought that was the end of it. But he was wrong. In the dead of night, the four people from the ancient god society came again. Under the cover of darkness, they sneaked into the village. Then they stealthily entered the Xianqing temple. They stared at Song Xianqing's statue with the same fervent gaze as they had during the day. Song Xianqing, was it because there were too many people during the day, so they came to steal the statue at night? Song Xianqing was speechless. Just as he was about to reveal himself and attack the four people, thump! The four of them suddenly knelt down in unison. Song Xianqing? In his confusion, the four people respectfully began to speak. Lord Xianqing, please forgive us. We shouldn't be disturbing you at this hour, but during the day, there are too many people around, and it's difficult to speak with you. We are from the ancient god society, and we have been searching for traces of gods for countless years, but we have made no progress. A few days ago, we received news that an ancient god would awaken in this place, so we followed your traces here. We have heard of many of your divine feats, and we deeply revere you and believe in you. Our ancient god society is the same, revering and believing in gods like you. The entire ancient god society believes in following in the footsteps of gods. The ancient god society has always been a hand of the gods in the mortal realm. We are willing to do anything for you. If you are lacking in any way due to your recent awakening, and there is anything you need us to do, we will not hesitate. After speaking, the four of them looked at the statue with expectant eyes. Song Xianqing. The air was silent for a long while. The statue did not respond. The four members of the ancient god society seemed to be talking to the air. Only the sight of them kneeling and worshipping the statue remained in the Xianqing temple. The air became completely silent after they finished speaking. There was no response, and the god had not given them any divine decree. The four people's eyes gradually became downcast. Zhao Mingqi bit her lip and said stubbornly, Lord Xianqing, our ancient god society has no ill intentions towards you. We have always been following in the footsteps of the gods, hoping to be able to follow you. Lord Xianqing, if you do not wish to see us, then you can give us a divine decree. We will go through fire and water for anything you need us to do. Chapter 62. The Heretical Monk Bonus Chapter for rewards. The expressions of the four members of the ancient god society were very sincere. However, Song Xianqing had no intention of responding to them in the slightest, let alone meet them in person. He merely watched silently to see what they would do. He did not believe what they were saying. He had never encountered the ancient god society before, so how could he know what kind of organization it was? Could he believe their one-sided account? They claimed to follow and believe in a god, but who knew what the truth was? What if he recklessly showed himself and got his head blown off? His strength wasn't yet at the point where he could fearlessly face an unknown, powerful organization. It was best not to even respond, letting these people guess for themselves whether this god of his even existed. The four members of the ancient god society had exhausted all their flattering words. They even kowtowed repeatedly. Song Xianqing remained completely unresponsive. After a good while of futile effort, seeing that the statue was still not reacting, the four people's hearts gradually sank. Having personally witnessed Song Xianqing's statue and heard of his miracles, the four did not doubt the existence of this Lord Xianqing. They only believed that Lord Xianqing was unwilling to meet them. He wouldn't even give them a divine decree. He was completely ignoring them. Disappointment was written all over the faces of the four members of the ancient god society. Just as Song Xianqing was about to see what else they would do, he saw them let out a long sigh and kneel to him in worship. We have disturbed Lord Xianqing today. Coming at this hour has indeed bothered you. If Lord Xianqing is unwilling to see us today, nor grant us a divine decree, then we will follow your will and wait for you to grant us a decree when you are willing. We shall now take our leave, so as not to disturb Lord Xianqing's rest. After they finished speaking, they respectfully left Xianqing Temple. Then, under the cover of night, they departed, their whereabouts unknown. Song Xianqing frowned in thought, watching their departing figures. Was that it? They had rambled on, just wanting to meet him, or rather, to get a response or decree from him? Judging by their attitude, it did seem a bit like what they had claimed. But he couldn't jump to conclusions so soon, he would just keep watching for now. The dim mountain forest, the wind howling like ghosts. Zhang Haiquan and the others walked aimlessly through the woods in silence. Each of them was absent-minded, a low pressure weighing them down. Zhang Haiquan couldn't hold back any longer and dejectedly said, Has our ancient god society been abandoned by the divine? Xianqing Gong doesn't want to see us, not even a response. Zhao Mingqi pursed her lips, though she was also disappointed. She still comforted him. We won't be abandoned by the divine. Maybe our fate with Xianqing Gong just hasn't arrived yet. Isn't that how it is in myths? Deities and immortals value fate. Chao Jiaqing thought of the villagers of Songjia village. So, the reason Xianqing Gong appeared in Songjia village first after awakening is because Songjia village has a connection with him? Those villagers not only received the blessings of Xianqing Gong, but the lucky ones have even seen him, even if it was just a fleeting glance. Zhang Haiquan's eyes lit up hearing this. Then let's stay in Songjia village first? Songjia village has a connection with Xianqing Gong. If we stay long enough, maybe we'll also have the good fortune to see the divine. Yi Yunsong, the most taciturn of the four, pondered for a long time before suddenly speaking. He doesn't trust. Zhang Haiquan turned to look at him, scratching his head. Brother Yunsong, what did you say? Chao Jiaqing glanced at Yi Yunsong and acted as a translator. Yunsong means Xianqing Gong doesn't trust us. Yi Yunsong nodded earnestly. Just woke up, not in good condition. Xianqing Gong is cautious, doesn't trust. Zhang Haiquan understood these words. Xianqing Gong had just awakened, was not in good condition, and the incense offerings were insufficient. If they were to encounter him rashly, he would definitely be on guard. He wouldn't trust them so easily. Yi Yunsong continued, struggling to speak. Incense insufficient, need help, and defend against enemy. Zhao Mingqi frowned in thought, then said, It doesn't matter that Xianqing Gong doesn't trust us now and doesn't want to see us, we will make Xianqing Gong see our sincerity. Yunsong is right, we need to help Xin Qinggong get more incense offerings from the people, restore his strength, and at the same time be wary of those from the Tianshan sect who might come sniffing around. If that group discovers Xin Qinggong's existence, they would probably fight to the death to get a piece of him, and we don't even know what state Xin Qinggong is in right now. Haiquan, you go back and tell Master Gung about the situation here. Jiaqing, Yunsong, and I will stay here and wait for Xin Qinggong to issue an order. Zhang Haiquan, alright. The people from the ancient god society were squatting in Song family village. They found the villagers, took out silver, and said they wanted to stay for a while. Although the great snake demon had sold for a lot of money, enough to build a temple, sculpt a statue, and still have plenty left over to distribute among the villagers were used to being poor. How could they refuse such a thing? So, the people of the ancient god society directly took up residence in Song family village. Every day, they offered incense on time, practiced martial arts, and patrolled everywhere. There was even a martial artist guarding Song Xuanqing's temple 24 hours a day. If they hadn't said, while talking, that they were protecting the statue to prevent an attack by the Tianshan sect, Song Xianqing would have thought they were watching him. He almost felt like his temple had become a prison. In the past few days, the number of people coming to Xianqing temple to offer incense had been increasing daily. Many of them were unfamiliar faces, wearing coarse linen clothes, their skin dark and rough, clearly villagers from the countryside. Having heard the rumors that Xin Qinggong and Song family village was particularly effective and had great divine powers, they had come to offer incense and pray. And many of their prayers were surprisingly consistent. May Xin Qinggong protect us, and may that evil monk not come to our village. May Xin Qinggong protect me, and may I not be bewitched by that evil monk. May Xin Qinggong protect us, and may that evil monk be struck by lightning and die soon. May Xin Qinggong protect us, and may that evil monk die immediately. Song Xianqing was curious about what was happening. After listening to many people's conversations and piecing together the fragmented information, Song Xianqing finally figured out the general situation. In short, a powerful evil monk had recently arrived in Wannan County. That evil monk was preaching everywhere, looking for people who were supposedly predestined with Buddha. Once people were bewitched and agreed to convert to Buddhism, they would be swallowed whole by that evil monk who claimed they had gone to a blessed land in his belly to enjoy bliss. The terrifying thing was that the evil monk was particularly wicked. As long as you met him and were preached to, you would desperately want to follow him to convert to Buddhism and then be swallowed into his belly. Those who had been preached to, no matter how alert and clear-headed they were before, would abandon their wives and children once they were preached to, and follow that evil monk to his blessed land in his belly. That evil monk was constantly on the move, and many people were worried about encountering him. Alright, it was said that the evil monk called himself Mingkong Vajra. After hearing this, Song Xianqing felt that it was indeed very wicked. It felt completely unlike the Buddhist monks he knew. He also wondered about their strength. If he came to his territory, could he beat him? Just as he was thinking this, the crowd outside the temple, who had come from elsewhere to offer incense, suddenly cried out in alarm. A monk has suddenly arrived at the entrance of the village. Let me see? Oh no, it's the demon monk. He dares to come to the place protected by Xin Qinggong? The crowd outside the temple was yelling loudly, saying he dared to come to the place protected by Xin Qinggong. However, their feet moved like the wind, and they rushed into Xianqing temple. In the blink of an eye, Xianqing temple became crowded. Song Xianqing. He focused his gaze towards the village entrance and saw a fat monk wearing ornate robes, holding a golden alms bowl in his hand, with precept scars on his head and a round belly exposed. The fat monk was smiling at the villagers a few steps away. This poor monk is Mingkong. This place is destined with my Buddha. Benefactors, you are also destined with my Buddha. Follow this poor monk to convert to Buddhism and be reborn in the Pure Land. The monk's aura was powerful, and it seemed he had the cultivation of the fourth stage of martial arts, the mind manifestation realm. This chapter is still an extra chapter thanks to gifts. Thank you for all the gifts and support. Your support is the author's motivation to write. Your positive reviews are very effective. The rating has already gone up. Please give more positive reviews to help the author reach the top rating. Finally, today we continue to beg for food. Omega, there's no such thing as too much love. Other gifts are also better. The author will work hard to write. Much love. Chapter 63. Monk Mingkong smiled, looking like a Maitreya Buddha. The aura around him had reached the mid-stage of the transformation of thought realm. The villager was thoroughly frightened. He had naturally heard about the evil monk from those who came to offer incense. But he never expected that the evil monk would dare to enter the land protected by Lord Xianqing. The villager was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide, and he took steps backward, trying to escape. Mingkong's smile did not change, and he simply repeated the same question with a smile. Esteemed benefactor, would you be willing to follow this poor monk into Buddhism and be reborn in the Pure Land? The villager was terrified and naturally refused. But Mingkong's words carried a strong sense of bewitchment. The villager suddenly felt his mind go blank, with only one voice in his head. Join Buddhism, be reborn in the Pure Land. The terrified expression on the villager's face instantly calmed, and his eyes suddenly became fanatical. The words that came out of his mouth were even more chilling. Okay, I'm willing to follow you, master, into Buddhism and be reborn in the Pure Land. Mingkong laughed, patting his big belly. Good, then enter the Buddhist land within my belly. The villager stood there, his eyes fixed on Mingkong with fanatic anticipation. He did not care at all that he was about to be swallowed. Song Xianqing frowned upon seeing this and used his divine power, divine might, on the bewitched villager. The villager's mind, which was full of thoughts of joining Buddhism and being reborn in the Pure Land, suddenly had an image appear. It was the image of Lord Xianqing. The villager's brain felt a sudden chill, and his dull, fanatical eyes instantly regained their clarity and normalcy. Realizing what he had been about to do while under the influence of the bewitchment, the fear in the villager's eyes intensified. The villager, having regained his senses, turned and ran without a word. In his panic, he even lost a shoe. But he completely ignored it, shouting as he ran, Lord Xianqing, save me. The evil monk is here to eat people. As he spoke, he ran straight toward the Xianqing temple. The evil monk, Mingkong, was clearly encountering such a situation for the first time. A villager who had been bewitched managing to wake up. This caused him to not react for a moment, allowing the villager to escape. At the same time, not far from the Xianqing temple, the 4 members of the ancient god society also saw the situation with the evil monk. Zhao Mingqi's face was grim as she said in a low voice, "Bring me my blade." Chao Jiaqing quickly put down the basket on his back and pulled out a large knife from inside, almost as tall as a person, and handed it to Zhao Mingqi. She held the large blade, her face cold, and her figure transformed into a series of afterimages as she charged incredibly quickly toward Monk Mingkong at the village entrance. Mingkong had just recovered from the situation where the bewitched villager had escaped his control. The smile on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a gloomy and sinister expression. He was just about to raise his foot to chase after the villager when a large blade flashing with cold light suddenly came slashing down towards him. Mingkong looked up and saw the murderous Zhao Mingqi. He frowned, a sense of annoyance at having his good deed disturbed, like being bothered by an insect. Even though the large blade was about to fall on him in the next second, he did not panic at all and simply raised his hand to block the blade. Clang! The large, cold-looking blade collided with Monk Mingkong's fat hand, making a clang sound as if it had struck metal. Mingkong easily caught Zhao Mingqi's attack and then said with a cold smile, "Zhao from the ancient god society? This poor monk has said before, you have no affinity for Buddhism, do not pester me." Clearly, he knew Zhao Mingqi. Zhao Mingqi spat, her hatred almost overflowing. "Pah! What Buddhist affinity? You're a demon monk who sucks life and drinks blood. If you went to eat people elsewhere, I wouldn't have seen it, and there would be nothing I could do. But now, in front of me, you can forget about eating anyone else." The other 3 members of the ancient god society had also surrounded them by now, taking out their weapons, and watched Monk Mingkong warily. Mingkong rubbed the golden bowl in his hand, glancing at the 4 of them with disdain. "Benefactor Zhao, your words are harsh. This humble monk seeks those with a karmic connection to Buddha to guide them towards enlightenment, freeing them from the sea of suffering. You don't have to call me master, but to call me a demon monk? This title displeases me greatly. And you few, 3 in the spirit gathering realm, 1 in the chi gathering realm, without benefactor Gung Mingmao, do you think you can overcome me just by combining your strength?" Zhao Mingqi's face was livid. "Even if we can't, so what? You won't eat a single person here unless you step over our corpses. And if he really killed them, the protective ancient god society wouldn't let Mingkong off easily." Moreover, Zhao Mingqi believed, with that Lord Xianqing present, it was Mingkong who would be the one to die. Mingkong laughed heartily, sneering, "Before, I might have given you some face. But not today. This place is fated to me, and these lowly people are also fated to me. If you insist on stopping me, then you can only die beneath this monk's golden alms bowl." As he spoke, Mingkong tossed the golden alms bowl upwards. The bowl instantly expanded, becoming like a small house. And frighteningly, the rim of the bowl transformed into a gaping maw with sharp teeth. There was even residual flesh clinging to those fangs. The golden alms bowl, with its gaping mouth, lunged directly at Zhang Haiquan, the weakest among them. Zhao Mingqi's eyes darkened. She rushed forward and kicked Zhang Haiquan, sending him flying. She raised her broadsword, hacking at the golden alms bowl. However, the bowl remained unmoved, not even a scratch left on its surface. Having failed to devour Zhang Haiquan, the golden alms bowl turned its attack toward Zhao Mingqi. Zhao Mingqi was the highest in cultivation among them, but she was only in the late stage of the spirit gathering realm. As Mingkong's magic tool, a cultivator in the transformation of thought realm, this golden alms bowl was not easy to deal with. The other members of the ancient god society hurried to help. A single golden alms bowl was enough to keep them all at bay. Ming Kong sneered, patting his stomach as he headed towards the Xianqing temple. Many villagers had gathered there, the presence of Lord Xianqing making them feel safer. Zhao Mengqi saw where Ming Kong was heading and anxiously tried to stop him, but the golden alms bowl was too difficult to handle, leaving her unable to break away. Song Xianqing, who had been observing in the shadows, frowned. With a helpless sigh, he focused his divine power. In an instant, clouds surged in the sky. Dark clouds gathered at an astonishing speed. The scorching sunlight was devoured by the clouds at a visible rate. Boom! Thunder roared. Ming Kong paused, frowning as he looked up at the sky, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Something was amiss. There shouldn't be rain today, and the speed at which the dark clouds were blotting out the sun was peculiar. Ming Kong keenly sensed that something was wrong, and the nonchalance on his face was replaced by seriousness. Before he could ponder further, the next moment, the thunder grew drastically louder. Lightning flashed. A great sword made of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky above the thunderclouds. It emanated an astonishing aura, making one's heart race. Before Ming Kong could clearly see the lightning greatsword, he felt the chi around him was being locked onto by something terrifying. In an instant, the lightning greatsword descended suddenly, carrying the might of the heavens, striking towards Ming Kong. Ming Kong's eyes widened. He tried to dodge the lightning greatsword, but the locked chi around him clearly told him that there was no use in dodging. He was already locked on. Chapter 64. What existence did he calculate against? The lightning greatsword in the sky was terrifyingly powerful. Ming Kong had no desire to take it head-on with his body, so gritting his teeth, he summoned his golden alms bowl, holding it above his head. Just as he finished this, the lightning greatsword arrived above him, striking the golden alms bowl with a heavy blow. Clang! The golden alms bowl buzzed, with a faint wail audible. The golden alms bowl struggled against the lightning greatsword, attempting to diminish its power. Only after the lightning greatsword was reduced to 30% of its original power could the golden alms bowl bear it no longer. It trembled and buzzed twice, reverting to its original size before being sent flying to the ground, rolling several times. The remaining 30% of the lightning greatsword finally landed on Ming Kong. In an instant, a golden light burst forth. It was the golden light of the lightning sword, and also the golden light from Ming Kong's body. Ming Kong transformed into an indestructible Vajra body, receiving the remaining 30% of the lightning greatsword's power. When the lightning dissipated completely, only an injured Ming Kong remained. His injuries were neither light nor severe, but the golden alms bowl was completely ruined. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed again at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sunlight shone down once more. The dark clouds on Ming Kong's face, however, gathered, his heart throbbing with pain. His golden alms bowl. He glared around fiercely, trying to find the master behind the lightning greatsword. Which scoundrel actually dared to ambush this venerable one? If you have the guts, come out and fight this venerable one in the open. Song Xianqing did not appear, but Zhao Mengqi arrived again with her people. Ming Kong was indeed injured, but he was not afraid of them. He only cared about the person who had secretly used the lightning greatsword to ambush him. His golden alms bowl had been destroyed. How could he accept this willingly? The clouds in the sky had dispersed, indicating that the person probably only had that one move. Their strength should also be in the transformation of thought realm. Ming Kong wanted to find that person and take revenge for his golden alms bowl. As for Zhao Mengqi and the others, they were insignificant. Song Xianqing, however, had no intention of showing himself at the moment. He took a deep look at Ming Kong, who was entangled by Zhao Mengqi and her group, and felt a slight disappointment in his heart. The yang lightning sword had failed to kill the evil monk directly. If it weren't for that golden alms bowl, it might have been possible to kill him. He needed to go back and rest to recover his divine power, letting Zhao Mengqi and the others delay him for now. If the evil monk was still around later and still eating people, he would come out in a harmonized god state to fight him. Ming Kong, whose magical artifact had been destroyed by the yang lightning sword and who was injured himself, he should be able to deal with him after he harmonized with the god, right? Thinking this, Song Xianqing returned to the divine statue. The people in the temple were still trembling. Outside the temple, Ming Kong was only focused on finding the person behind the lightning greatsword, feeling annoyed by Zhao Mengqi and her group's harassment. Cowardly scum! Could it be that you are afraid to face this venerable one, so you hide in the shadows to ambush me? This venerable one will absolutely kill you. Ming Kong didn't know the origin of the lightning greatsword, but Zhao Mengqi and the others had some guesses. Zhang Haiquan sneered, "You should be thankful that Lord Xianqing Gong does not want to pay you any more attention. Otherwise, having offended the divine spirit, you should just wait to die." Ming Kong immediately looked at them as if he had heard a joke, regarding them with contempt. Divine spirits? A bunch of insects are actually using the fox's might to intimidate others? Unable to find Song Xianqing and unable to provoke him to appear, Ming Kong had lost his patience. After injuring Zhao Mengqi and the others, he began to calculate with his fingers, his face grim. That person had ambushed him and destroyed his golden alms bowl. He had to find him to avenge this. As for what Zhang Haiquan said about Xian Qinggong and divine spirits, Ming Kong did not believe it at all. Not to mention that there were no divine spirits in this world. Even if there were, the person who had ambushed him likely only had the cultivation of the transformation of thought realm and could not possibly be a divine spirit. Seeing Ming Kong standing still, frowning and calculating with his fingers, Zhao Mingqi gritted her teeth, gripping her saber, and was about to get up and attack again. Ming Kong standing still was a good opportunity. However, at this moment, Yi Yunsong suddenly held her down. He is calculating him. He will die, don't move. Zhao Mingqi's eyes widened, understanding Yi Yunsong's words. Buddhist cultivators were good at divination, liking to predict the future by calculating heavenly secrets. Ming Kong was trying to figure out who had wielded the lightning greatsword since he couldn't find Xian Qinggong. But if Ming Kong really managed to calculate anything about Xian Qinggong, could he even calculate a deity's position? Ming Kong was practically courting death. Zhao Mingqi stopped, watching coldly as Ming Kong stood there, calculating with his fingers. At this moment, Ming Kong frowned, a hint of confusion on his face. Why couldn't he calculate it? Ming Kong, unwilling to accept defeat, delved deeper into his calculations. The original fog of mystery, under his relentless effort, finally revealed a corner of visibility. Before Ming Kong could examine it closely, in an instant, a terrifying sense of crisis surged in his heart, as if he was on the verge of death. Ming Kong froze instantly, his eyes wide, his obese body uncontrollably shaking like a sieve. Never before had he felt so close to death, so close that he had no way to turn back. His calculating fingers stopped in mid-air, unable to continue or retract. Ming Kong was finally afraid, his eyes filled with terror. Damn it, what existence had he calculated? Why did he feel like he was about to die, even before he could see anything clearly? Wasn't the person behind it just in the manifestation realm? Why was this happening? Damn it, he couldn't turn back. Ming Kong couldn't understand, nor did he have the chance to. His fat body trembled, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Soon, even his skin began to bleed. Yet Ming Kong couldn't even move, let alone take any remedial measures. The fear of death shrouded his heart, and he was about to cry. It was over, it was truly over this time. In the blink of an eye, Ming Kong had become a fat, bloody mess. The bloody mess continued to tremble. The next moment, boom! The bloody mess exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. The moment the blood mist exploded, a white light flew out. It was clearly Ming Kong's aura. He still wanted to escape, even if it was just his soul that escaped, it would be good. However, that was obviously wishful thinking. Less than a breath after the white light flew out, it silently exploded and vanished. From then on, Ming Kong completely disappeared from the world. The 4 people watching nearby, Zhao Mingqi and the others, were completely dumbfounded. Although they had thought that Ming Kong calculating Xian Qinggong would definitely result in his death, they never expected him to die so quickly, and to die so cleanly, so tragically. His whole body exploded into blood mist, even his soul was blown apart. Yet Ming Kong didn't have any power to resist. He was a Vajra of the Buddhist sect in the mid-stage of manifestation realm. Zhang Haiquan swallowed, dumbfounded. This is so fierce? If we see which demon monk we don't like and give him Xian Qinggong's information and let him calculate it, wouldn't we be able to kill a large number of Buddhist experts without bloodshed? Zhao Mingqi, Yi Yunsong, Zhao Jiacheng. The 3 of them fell silent. Inside the Xianqing temple. At that moment, Song Xianqing, who was recovering his divine power, had a fleeting feeling of being spied upon. Before he could investigate further, he discovered that Ming Kong outside the temple had suddenly exploded. The man was dead, not even his soul remained. Song Xianqing? Did Ming Kong play with some explosives? Was he tired of living and decided to commit suicide for fun? Chapter 65 Bonus Chapter for Rewards. The Far West, the Mo Kingdom. Gafa Temple. Splendid and majestic, with upturned eaves. Inside the Ming Kong Hall, a young novice, lying on the floor scrubbing, suddenly heard a cracking sound. At first, he thought he had misheard, until the sound grew louder and louder. The young novice looked up in confusion and saw a scene that made his heart tremble. The tall Ming Kong Vajra statue enshrined in the hall was cracking, with fissures appearing all over it. And those cracks were visibly widening. In just a few breaths, the towering Vajra statue before him shattered into fragments with a resounding crash. At the same time, on an ornate candlestick in front of the statue, the white candle flame suddenly went out, and never lit up again. The young novice stood there stunned for a few moments, then his eyes filled with terror. He ran out in a panic, shouting, "The Ming Kong Vajra statue has shattered. The soul lamp is out. Kasayapa Hall. Master, Ming Kong has fallen." An old monk, his face marked with age spots and his form withered, entered the hall, his voice ancient as he spoke to the handsome monk seated above. Kasyapa Arhat withdrew from his meditation, opening his eyes to look at him, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful. Dead? The old monk nodded. The Buddha statue is shattered, the soul lamp extinguished, and his spirit has not returned. Clearly, he encountered an enemy against whom he had no power to resist. Kasyapa Arhat remained expressionless. I remember, wasn't he headed north to the Shang kingdom? By now, he should still be in a remote county. How could he have encountered such a powerful foe? The old monk lowered his head, not daring to speak. Kasyapa Arhat pondered for a moment, then raised his fingers, preparing to calculate the situation. He closed his eyes, just about to begin his calculations. Before his fingers could fully fall, a sense of crisis suddenly flooded his heart. It was enough to make even him, an Arhat, feel a start of panic. At his level, he placed great faith in such premonitions. Kasyapa Arhat's face darkened, he lowered his hand, his eyes gathering a storm. Worthless thing, what on earth did he get involved with? He couldn't even calculate how Mingkong had died. Kasyapa Arhat frowned, looking at the old monk below. Mingmu, you and Lanjing will make a trip north to the Shang kingdom and see what is happening there. With the power of you two Vajras, you should be safe as long as you are cautious. Mingmu nodded, accepting his orders. We obey your command, master. Later, Song Xianqing learned how Mingkong had died. All he could say about it was, he really brought it upon himself. He might have had to put in some effort to fight Mingkong head-on. But Mingkong had actually tried to calculate his origins. Song Xuanqing's cultivation was indeed not high right now, but he was still a god. Could that be calculated casually? And the few members of the ancient god society, having witnessed Mingkong calculating Song Xuanqing's roots only to end up utterly destroyed, were now even more convinced that Lord Xianqing was the ancient god they were looking for. If anyone were to say now that Lord Xianqing was not a god, they would be the first to rush forward to refute it. The 30th day of Midsummer Month. The new Xianqing temple was completely finished. The three-courtyard temple was spacious and bright, with carved beams and painted rafters, exquisite and grand. The temple was divided into three main halls, front, middle, and back. The front hall served as the welcoming entrance and also included rooms for the temple keeper. Yes, the villagers planned to hire a temple keeper specifically to look after the temple. The middle hall was the main body of the temple, called the Xianqing Hall, where the divine statue would be enshrined. The altar, offering table, incense burner, and other items were all complete, awaiting Song Xuanqing's actual residency. The back hall was for the god's rest and special purposes. For example, the old statue of Lord Xianqing would be enshrined in a separate shrine in the back hall. The villagers scrubbed and cleaned in the new temple, and the members of the ancient god society were also helping. He-Jun also delivered the new statue in the afternoon. The jade statue, 6 feet tall, was not a single color but rather displayed different colors according to its different parts. Green robes, black ink-like hair, a white jade hairpin, and creamy white skin. The face seemed compassionate, yet also aloof and indifferent. It looked incredibly lifelike, as if the real Lord Xianqing were right there in front of them. Some villagers almost instinctively wanted to kneel down and worship. Good, this new statue is good, Lord Xianqing will surely like it. Everyone was joyous and looked forward to the formal moving of the god the next day. The last month, first day. Early morning, hour. The rooster hadn't crowed yet, and the sky was still dark. The villagers had already washed up and gotten out of bed. Each one was full of energy, looking forward to today's god-moving ceremony. The few ancient gods were naturally among them, their expressions equally excited. Not long after, the people of Lu village also arrived. The entire village, regardless of men, women, old or young, even infants in swaddling clothes were brought along. Strong young men carried the god statue, walking at the very front. When village chief Lu saw the new statue of Xianqing Gong that Song village had made, his eyes immediately went wide. It was too lifelike, like a real person. Was Xianqing Gong really this handsome? After the shock, village chief Lu couldn't help but feel inferior. He grasped Song Tiancheng's hand, his tone bitter. The statue you made for Xianqing Gong is truly amazing, as if Xianqing Gong is right before us. Our village is incompetent and could only make a stone carving statue for Xianqing Gong. Song Tiancheng patted his hand, comforting him. Xianqing Gong doesn't care about these things. It's enough as long as you sincerely believe in and worship him. Due to financial constraints, we couldn't make a very good statue. Xianqing Gong will understand. Didn't our village also have a stone statue before? Although they were about to replace it with a better statue now. Village chief Lu could only comfort himself as Song Tiancheng had said. They sincerely believed in Xianqing Gong, hoping that he would not dislike the statue they made, which wasn't as good as the one in Song village. After comforting himself, village chief Lu said, "We'll wait until Xianqing Gong changes to his new statue and moves into the new temple, then we'll invite Xianqing Gong to our village." Song Tiancheng nodded in agreement. After preparing all the necessary arrangements, the time came to Chen hour in the morning. The villagers joyfully carried the new statue and set off, arriving outside Xianqing Temple. After a burst of firecrackers, the eldest elders of the village and village chief Song Tiancheng entered the temple. They placed offerings of fruits, fresh meat, and other items, lit the incense candles. Then, as usual, they cast the divination blocks to ask if Xian Qinggong was present. After receiving an affirmative answer, they knelt on the ground and respectfully said, Xian Qinggong, above, the Song village has relied on your blessing and divine grace for generations. The villagers are endlessly grateful for your protection. However, time has passed and both the statue and the temple have become old. The villagers, grateful for your divine grace, have made a new statue and built a new temple for you. We pray that you move to the new statue and reside in the new temple. Hereafter, the Song village will continue to worship and believe in Xian Qinggong for generations to come. We pray for Xian Qinggong's agreement. After the words were spoken, they cast the divination blocks. 3 times in a row, all were auspicious, indicating agreement. After accepting the villagers' request to change to a new statue, Song Xianqing naturally felt the connection between him and the new statue outside the temple. He could move his old nest to the new statue. Of course, the old statue was also his statue, and he could return to it at any time. This feeling was like he had 2 anchors and could choose where to set his feet at any time. With Song Xuanqing's consent, the villagers happily proceeded to the next ritual. This chapter is still a bonus chapter for gift rewards. Thank you for the gifts and support. Please give more positive reviews. The author is very grateful. Finally today, I will continue to beg for rewards. Heart Omega. Chapter 66, The Divine Radiance and Boundless Grace of the Xianqing Great Emperor 2 and 1. After casting the divination blocks and receiving 3 auspicious signs, the villagers entered to clean the Xianqing temple. This included carefully wiping down the old statue of Song Xianqing. Afterward, strong young men entered and carried the old statue of Song Xianqing onto a sedan chair, taking it out of the Xianqing temple. Another round of firecrackers crackled and popped. Then, with the beat of gongs and drums, the procession carrying the statue began to move, the villagers following behind. The new statue was in front, the old statue behind, and the villagers carried the statues of Song Xianqing in this way, slowly parading through the village. The villagers of the Lu family also joined in, except for the group of men guarding their village's new statue. The entire group was grand and lively. As the sun rose higher, at the 8th hour of the 4th watch, approaching noon, the procession carrying the old and new statues of Song Xianqing arrived outside the new Xianqing temple. The spacious and grand temple, with its vermilion eaves and blue tiles, carved beams and painted rafters, was indeed several times better than the old Xianqing temple. With the auspicious time announced, the invitation to Xian Qinggong to enter the temple was made. The procession carrying Song Xuanqing's statues, amidst the sounds of firecrackers, stepped into the temple. Passing through the welcoming front hall and into the central hall, they arrived at the Xianqing hall where the statues were to be placed. This was the core of the entire temple. The strong young men carefully placed the new statue into the shrine, checking to ensure it was properly positioned. The procession carrying the old statue also placed it in the specially designated old residence of Xian Qinggong in the rear hall. The villagers placed the offered fruits and fresh meats, and lit incense and candles in the censers. Thus, the process of Song Xianqing moving into the new temple and replacing the old statue was nearly complete. The villagers all knelt down, happily saying, "Congratulations to the divine radiance and boundless grace of the Xianqing Great Emperor on moving into his new residence." Yes, the divine radiance and boundless grace of the Xianqing Great Emperor. This was the divine title given to him by the villagers. To be precise, it was given by those from the ancient gods society. The villagers did not have that kind of education. Above the shrine of Song Xuanqing's new statue, these large characters were also engraved, "Divine Radiance and Boundless Grace of the Xianqing Great Emperor." To be honest, Song Xianqing was a little embarrassed at first. What great emperor? It sounded incompatible with his status as a wild god. But the villagers seemed to like this divine title very much. They felt that this title suited their powerful and miraculous Xian Qinggong. So, they simply settled on this divine title. Of course, the villagers were still more accustomed to directly calling him Xian Qinggong. In addition to this new divine title, which sounded impressive, on the jade wall to the right of the statue in the Xianqing Hall, Song Xuanqing's birthdate, preferences, and various deeds were also engraved. The divine radiance and boundless grace of the Xianqing Great Emperor, born on the 22nd day of the 2nd month of the Chan Dragon year of the Yuanqing calendar. At that time there were colorful auspicious clouds and the world greatly celebrated. Looking at the jade wall filled with crazy praise and exaggerated vocabulary, Song Xianqing felt a little awkward. However, he did not know where these villagers had found his birthdate, whether they made it up or found it in ancestral records. It actually matched Song Xuanqing's original birthdate. Yes, his original birthday was indeed the 22nd day of the 2nd month of the Chan Dragon year. The only difference was that it was not of the Yuanqing calendar of this Shang kingdom. After the villagers congratulated Song Xianqing on moving into the new temple, the people of the Lu family came in carrying their statue. The entire Lu family, over 100 people, crowded into the open space outside the Xianqing Hall. Fortunately, the new temple was large enough, otherwise it would not have been able to accommodate them all. The offerings brought by the villagers were so numerous that they did not even fit on the large offering table. The same old man who had cast the divination blocks last time took the lead again, reciting the sacrificial text, casting the blocks, and asking for divine will. In the curling smoke of incense, Song Xianqing established a connection with the statue of Xianqinggong sculpted by the Lu family. The third anchor point had been activated. We will, with devout hearts, offer our devotion to Xianqinggong for generations, praying for Xianqinggong's protection. The old man was still reciting the sacrificial text devoutly. Song Xianqing, however, was no longer interested in listening. As soon as the connection with the statue of the Lu family village was established, the long absence system prompt sounded again. Your jurisdiction has expanded, adding Lu family village with 200 devout believers. The goal has been achieved, and your cultivation can continue to upgrade. May you better protect your followers in the future and create a prosperous age. The system prompt only sounded once before falling silent again, and Song Xianqing saw that the plus sign behind the cultivation progress on the system panel had reappeared. He could add points to his cultivation again. So, he was stuck last time because his territory was too small and he had too few believers? Now that the conditions were met, could he continue to add points to his cultivation? Stroking his chin, Song Xianqing was not in a hurry to add points. It was still early. He would wait until all the incense value for today had been collected before upgrading. A few hours wouldn't make much of a difference. Under the gaze of Song Xianqing and the villagers of Song family village, Lu family village completed the first half of the god-inviting ceremony. The second half involved carrying the statue back to the village, parading it around Lu family village, and having the god remember the land and people of Lu family village. Finally, they would place the statue in the temple. Only after completing these steps would the entire god-inviting ceremony be considered finished. From then on, they, Lu family village, would also be offering sacrifices to Lord Xianqing and be protected by Lord Xianqing. The villagers of Lu family village happily beat drums and gongs and left the Xianqing temple of Song family village amidst the sound of firecrackers. They carried the statue of Lord Xianqing of their village, returning to their village in a grand procession. Song Xuanqing's main body stayed in Song family village, while he arranged for a divine clone to attach itself to the statue and follow the villagers of Lu family village back to their village. That divine clone would likely be stationed permanently in Lu family village. If the matter could be resolved by a divine clone, the divine clone would handle it. If the divine clone couldn't resolve it, then his main body would go. Having the divine clone technique was indeed convenient. If both Song family village and Lu family village encountered trouble at the same time in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about being overwhelmed. At the same time, because Song Xianqing now had 3 anchor points for his statues, he no longer had to worry as much about his statue being smashed like at the beginning. He now had 3 statue anchor points, equivalent to a crafty rabbit having 3 burrows. If one statue was destroyed, while it would still affect him, it wouldn't be as serious as it was initially. Oh, right, soon after, Jie Dague would also be enshrining another statue of him in his home. At that time, he would have 4 burrows. After the villagers of Lu family village left, the villagers of Song family village began their normal incense offering. The sound of incense value entering Song Xuanqing's mind began to ring incessantly again. The villagers offered incense one after another. Even 2-year-old children who had just learned to walk were being led by their families to offer incense, albeit in a confused manner. Meow the black cat arrived at some point, standing by the prayer mat, tilting its head as it looked at the lifelike statue of Lord Xianqing above. It has 4 or 5 parts of the Divine Lord's demeanor. The black cat often came and went in the village. Everyone knew it was the spiritual cat under Song Xuanqing's command, and the villagers were no longer afraid of it. There were even ignorant children who dared to touch it. At this time, a villager jokingly said, "Lord Black Cat, today is a good day. Would you also like to offer incense to Lord Xianqing?" The black cat licked its paw and glanced at the villager who spoke. Without any hesitation, it nodded. The villager laughed heartily and took out 3 sticks of incense from his basket, placing them in front of the black cat. "Lord Black Cat, should I light the incense for you, or will you light it yourself?" The black cat had seen villagers light incense and wasn't afraid of fire itself. With a swipe of its paw, it accepted the incense. "Meow meow, thank you." The black cat did not dare to speak in human language in front of the villagers, afraid of frightening them. After receiving the incense, the black cat held the incense with both paws, standing upright on its hind legs. Walking on its hind legs like a little person, it went to the candle flame. As the black cat lit the incense, the villagers watched with rapt attention, marveling at the sight. Although they had long known that the black cat was a demon, seeing it so human-like, standing and walking like a person, lighting incense, and offering it to Lord Xianqing, they couldn't help but be amazed. After lighting the incense, the black cat walked to the prayer mat, its hind legs kneeling like human knees. It then mimicked the villagers, bowing 3 times while meowing as if voicing its wishes. The villagers were in constant amazement. Song Xianqing, however, was drawn in by a system notification. Faith points plus 10. Only the black cat was offering incense now, making the source of these faith points obvious. The black cat was offering him incense, and he was gaining faith points? It seemed the boundaries of faith were broad, not limited to just humans. Demons could also provide it. He wondered if ordinary animals, without spiritual awakening, could as well. At least now he knew, within the system's boundaries, demons could become his followers, seeking protection from him, the deity. A thought suddenly sparked in Song Xuanqing's mind. But execution would depend on timing. After offering incense, the black cat squatted on the ground beneath the statue, watching other villagers continue their offerings. The members of the Ancient Gods Society also came to offer incense. Faith points plus 10. Faith points plus 10. Faith points plus 10. Faith points plus 10. Each of the 4 members of the Ancient Gods Society contributed 10 faith points. Song Xianqing pondered. While a bit surprised, he wasn't entirely unexpected. The last time the 4 members of the Ancient Gods Society fought desperately against the evil monk, he knew these people were not bad. The Ancient Gods Society must genuinely believe and follow deities. Looking at the faith points they provided, it seemed they were truly devout. The fervor they constantly displayed was genuine. These faith points were unexpected, yet within reason. After offering incense, Zhao Mingqi and the others found Song Tianchang. Village Chief Song, has the selection for the temple keeper been decided? Song Tianchang remembered them, and after their fight with the evil monk, he knew they were martial artists and good people. Not yet, Miss Xiao, why do you ask? Song Tianchang said. He recalled that Zhao Mingqi and her companions spent their days either practicing martial arts or wandering around. Zhao Mingqi exchanged glances with the others before speaking. Village Chief Song, what do you think of us? We are all martial artists. Guarding the temple and the statue would be no problem. Song Tianchang was stunned before he reacted. Ah, Miss Xiao, you are all martial artists. Why would you want to guard a temple in our village and become temple keepers? Song Tianchang wasn't overthinking it, he was simply puzzled. Zhang Haiquan coughed and said, Village Chief Song, what about being martial artists? Before Lord Xianqing, we are all the same. We also truly admire Lord Xianqing. The world is turbulent now, with all sorts of people. We thought that with us martial artists here, not only could we protect the temple and the statue, we could also prevent trouble. Song Tianchang nodded, seemingly understanding, but then felt a bit ashamed at the thought of money. Young Master Zhang is right, but unfortunately, a lot of money was spent on building the temple and the statue. The village was planning to choose a young, strong man, which wouldn't cost much. But hiring you, martial artists, we can't afford it. Zhang Haiquan said without hesitation, we don't want any money. We're even willing to pay. Village Chief Song scratched his head, confused. He didn't know that Zhao Mingqi and her companions simply wanted to guard the Xianqing temple. Finally, after being persuaded by the group, Song Tianchang nodded. But he still said, I, an old man, think it's fine, but after all, they are to be Lord Xuanqing's temple keepers. We have to see if Lord Xianqing agrees. So, Zhao Mingqi and the others went before Song Xianqing, intending to use divination blocks to ask Lord Xuanqing's will. Song Xianqing thought for a while. Anyway, these few could be confirmed as zealous believers, and they were willing to guard the temple and become the keepers. So, he would grant their wish. 3 times they threw the divination blocks, and 3 times they received positive answers. Zhao Mingqi and the others were satisfied. The only thing that made them regret was that Song Xianqing had not issued any decree to them yet. They could only guess at Song Xuanqing's intentions and spontaneously spread tales of Lord Xuanqing's miracles everywhere, drawing people to offer incense to Lord Xianqing. Time flew, and it was late afternoon, the hour of Shen. Today, most of the people who came to offer incense had finished. After this hour, it was no longer suitable to offer incense. Today, Zhao Mingqi and Yi Yunsong were guarding the temple, and they closed the temple doors after the hour of Shen. The new temple was located high, with no obstructions, offering an unobstructed view. The smoke rising from the villagers' homes, along with the magnificent sunset glow in the sky, formed a peaceful and serene painting. Song Xianqing eagerly opened the system panel. Incense to become a God system host. Song Xianqing Divine Life, 20 Identity, Wild God Cultivation, Unranked 50% plus Technique, Yang Ya Yang Thunder Sword Art First Form Divine Power, Divine Might Entry Level Plus, Dream Walking Entry Level Plus, Rain Summoning Entry Level Plus, Divine Merging Minor Success Plus, Minor Spirit Division Technique Minor Success Territory, Song Family Village, Lu Family Village Incense Value, 2356 Evaluation, Not Recognized by the Heavenly Tao, Weak Incense Faith, A Wild God without divine personality or divine position, lifelike duckweed with meager power. Before today, Song Xianqing had accumulated 236 points of incense value. Today's incense offerings from Song Family Village, Lu Family Village, and some individual visitors contributed 2,120 points of incense value. Most of the incense value provided by the villagers was high, ranging from 8 to 10 points, while a portion provided by the ignorant children was generally low. In addition, the average incense value provided by individual visitors was not high. Otherwise, Song Xuanqing's total incense value would have been even higher at this moment. But 2356 points of incense value was already a lot for Song Xuanqing. He had never seen so much incense value. The system shop had also been refreshed again. Song Xuanqing glanced at it, but there was nothing to increase cultivation, so he temporarily closed it. The current focus was to add points to cultivation. Song Xuanqing, with incense value in his pocket, didn't hesitate to add points like crazy. The incense value dropped rapidly, and the cultivation progress rose quickly. Song Xuanqing's aura grew stronger and stronger. Soon, he surpassed the 4th stage of martial arts. Before long, his aura's intensity far surpassed the transformation of thought stage, entering the 5th stage of martial arts, the spiritual connection stage. And the rise of his aura had not yet stopped. After a while, finally, the cultivation progress on the panel reached 100%. And Song Xuanqing's aura also became incomparably powerful. If a spiritual connection stage martial artist were here, they would discover that Song Xuanqing's current aura was already comparable to the late stage of the spiritual connection stage. As the cultivation progress reached 100%, the plus sign behind it disappeared again. The system popped up a prompt at this time. The territory is too small, the believers are insufficient, please continue to expand the scope of the territory and increase the number of believers. Prompt: expand the scope of the territory to the Hugong Township. With the number of believers reaching 2,000, you can open the next stage. Prompt: if the breakthrough conditions are met, after the breakthrough, the system will reward Divine Personality, Local Deity Divine Position, Hugong Society God Title, Xuanqing Spirit Lord. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. My darlings, a 2-in-1 chapter is presented first. The chapter for additional rewards will be later. It will come. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. I'm going out for dinner tonight. The chapter for additional rewards will be later, maybe around 1 or 2 in the morning. My darlings don't need to wait, save it and watch it tomorrow together. Moi sending you a heart. Chapter 67, Azure Chi Sword Bonus Chapter for tips. Seeing the system prompt, Song Xuanqing's eyes lit up. Could he finally get a designation? Could he finally shake off the identity of a wild god? Although there was no heavenly court in this world, the godhood and divine position represented the approval of the heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao did not recognize him and did not grant him a godhood or divine position, he would always be a wild god. But now, it seemed that he could break free from this soon. As long as he could make the entire Hugong Township worship him, he could break through to the next realm. At the same time, he would receive the godhood of a terrestrial deity and the divine position of the Hugong Township god. A terrestrial deity represented the godhood related to mountains, rivers, and other landforms governing the land and nature. Its unique authority and abilities were also related to the land and nature. The township god was actually similar to the earth god, and could be said to be an earth god. However, the township god's authority and abilities were more powerful than those of an ordinary earth god. The godhood of a terrestrial deity and the divine position of a township god might not seem so grand or amazing. But Song Xuanqing, who was still a wild god, was already very satisfied. The only downside was that he could not immediately obtain this godhood and divine position. Although his cultivation was temporarily stuck, Song Xuanqing was still in a good mood. The direction of progress had been indicated, and he only needed to work hard to expand his influence and make the entire Hugong Township worship him as soon as possible. Moreover, his current strength should be enough for now. As long as he didn't act too recklessly or court death, he would be fine. Closing the system panel, Song Xuanqing turned to open the system store. Store level 1. This period's items. 1. Spirit Essence Pill. Low grade demonic pill. Taking it can increase the cultivation of demon cultivators, purify bloodlines, and improve aptitude. Demon cultivators all say it's good. Price 50 incense points. Purchase limit 012. Essence of the Vast Sea. A strand essence of the Vast Sea, containing the intent of the Vast Sea. After comprehending and refining it, one can obtain a wisp of the true meaning of the Vast Sea and have the hope of gaining the approval of the Vast Sea. Low probability essential choice for the Sea Overlord. Price 100,000 incense points. Purchase limit 013. Azure Chi Sword. Damaged Sword of the Gods, existing between reality and illusion, capable of cutting through space with considerable power. Unfortunately, the true meaning is missing. The sword spirit is gone, and it has long been damaged. It might be barely usable. Price 1,200 incense points. Purchase limit 01. Next refresh 14 days, 5 hours, 57 minutes. These were the 3 items for this period. Except for the essence of the Vast Sea, Song Xuanqing was tempted by the rest. It wasn't that he wasn't tempted by the essence of the Vast Sea, but wasn't it just too expensive? Moreover, there was no sea nearby, so it would be useless. Song Xianqing had taken a liking to the remaining two items, the Spirit Essence Pill and the Azure Chi Sword damaged. In total, they cost 1250 incense points. Song Xianqing glanced at his balance, 1856 incense points. Buying them wouldn't be a problem. Anyway, he couldn't increase his cultivation points in the short term, so it was perfect to keep it for buying things. As for adding points to his divine powers, they wouldn't run away, and he could add points whenever he wanted. Furthermore, he wasn't in a hurry to add points and upgrade those few divine powers in the short term. But the items in the system store rotated every 15 days. If he didn't buy these items he had taken a liking to now, he didn't know when they would refresh again. Anyway, he hadn't seen items that had been refreshed before again. Song Xianqing decisively bought the Spirit Essence Pill and the Azure Chi Sword damaged. He could leave the Spirit Essence Pill for the little cat demon to use. He wouldn't be too stingy towards his own demon. Just listening to the description, he knew that this pill would be quite effective for the little cat demon. As for the Azure Chi Sword, it was naturally for his own use. It was sad to say that he didn't have a handy weapon even now. When he fought, he either relied on his fists and cultivation to take it head-on, or he relied on the Young Thunder Sword technique to release a strike. After spending 1,200 incense points to purchase the Azure Chi Sword, Song Xianqing did not see the sword appear before his eyes. But he suddenly had a feeling. He could feel the sword, and he had become the sword's owner. The Azure Chi Sword was not in reality, it existed between the real and the unreal. If Song Xianqing did not actively summon it, it would remain hidden in the illusion. Once summoned, it would appear in reality. Song Xianqing decisively summoned the Azure Chi Sword. In the next moment, a 3-foot-long sword, entirely sky blue, with a simple and elegant design, a slightly transparent blade, and an almost unreal appearance, appeared before him. Just by looking at the surface, it didn't seem broken. The Azure Chi Sword floated in front of Song Xianqing, subtle spatial fluctuations emanating from its blade. Song Xianqing grasped the hilt, but it felt as if he was holding air. It had no weight, nor any real texture. Song Xianqing looked around a few times, then left the Xianqing Temple and ran to the back slope of the mountain. Finding an open space, he casually swung the sword, without using any divine power. However, the space in front of him suddenly cracked open, creating a black fissure, as thick as a finger and as long as an arm. The black fissure was dark and deep, emitting a dangerous aura. An insect flew into the fissure and instantly disappeared. But falling into a spatial rift, its fate was likely not good. After about 2 minutes, the fissure slowly healed. Song Xianqing was a bit ashamed and gave up on the idea of using divine power to cut again. If he cut out a space fissure that was too big, it wouldn't be good. It would be better to directly cut his enemies next time. He put away the sword and returned to the Xianqing Temple. The incense value balance was still 606 points. Song Xianqing thought for a moment, then tentatively threw 200 incense points into the divine power, divine fusion. Incense value balance 406 points. However, divine power, divine fusion remained at minor accomplishment with no changes. Song Xianqing shuddered and decisively gave up on continuing to add points to divine fusion. Given the system's nature, he suspected that even if he threw all his remaining 406 incense points in, the minor accomplishment of divine fusion still wouldn't break through to the next level. With 406 incense points remaining, Song Xianqing pondered for a while. He pushed Dream Walking, Divine Might, and Rain Calling all to minor accomplishment. This cost a total of 300 points, leaving him with 106 incense points. By now, all of Song Xianqing's divine powers had reached minor accomplishment. He didn't yet have any obvious feeling for Divine Might and Rain Calling, but the divine power, Dream Walking, had gained a new ability. After entering a dream, he could erase the dreamer's memories of the dream, as long as their cultivation was lower than his. Song Xianqing blinked and immediately thought of some interesting uses. The night gradually deepened, and as time reached midnight, the system popped up a prompt tone. Under the hostess protection, the people of Song Family Village and the jurisdiction are safe and sound. Incense value today plus 3.2. Under the hostess protection, the people of Lu Family Village and the jurisdiction are safe and sound. Incense value today plus 3. The daily base incense value growth had increased to 6.2. Song Xianqing, the future is promising. The commotion of the Lu Family Village inviting a god was considerable, and the news spread throughout the entire River Ridge Township by the second day. Neighboring townships also caught wind of some of it. As for the county seat, people in the county didn't care about things in the countryside. But for River Ridge Township, this news was nothing short of explosive. The people of the township were born in one place and grew up in one place, most of them having never even left one county, with limited experience and understanding. In their minds, how could they abandon the old deities and seek to worship new ones? This was a great disrespect to the old deities. What the people of Lu Family Village were doing was sure to anger the old deity, the three-eyed goddess, who would then bring down divine punishment. When the old and new deities clashed, Lu Family Village might even suffer double the misfortune. Of course, while some held such pessimistic views, there were also those who secretly looked upon the situation with favor, and even those who were eager to imitate them. This chapter is still a bonus chapter for rewards. Thanks to all the big shots for the rewards and support. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival moi. Chapter 68. This little demon's life is yours. The matter of Lu Family Village inviting a deity became the talk of the town in Hagong Township. Master Xian Cheng's reputation was not small. Many of the township's people had actually heard of him. Some had even visited Song Family Village specifically to pay respects to Master Xian Cheng. However, to directly replace their village's enshrined deity with Master Xian Cheng was something most people didn't dare to do. The power of the deities was deeply ingrained in their hearts. Even though the people of Hagong Township believed in Master Xian Cheng, they didn't dare to offend the deity they originally worshipped. Regarding Lu Family Village's actions, they could only say that they were incredibly bold. Some people were indifferent, not concerned with matters that didn't affect them. Others watched with a cold eye, thinking that Lu Family Village would incur the wrath of the three-eyed goddess. Still others were observing secretly. What if the three-eyed goddess didn't inflict divine punishment on Lu Family Village? What if Master Xian Cheng was truly so powerful and effective, and would protect the villagers of Lu Family Village? Then, could they also change their enshrined deity and worship Master Xian Cheng, just like Lu Family Village? With so many instances of Master Xian Cheng's divine manifestations, they couldn't help but compare him to the deities worshipped in their own villages. And when they compared, it seemed that Master Xian Cheng, enshrined in Song Family Village, was truly a deity who protected the people. As for the deities they worshipped, they seemed more like a psychological comfort. They hadn't personally witnessed their own deities manifesting. Before the instances of Master Xian Cheng's divine manifestations, all the deities they worshipped were like this. If they were asked about their manifestations, they either couldn't say or forced a connection. Nobody thought too much about it. But now, with the comparison to Master Xian Cheng, some villagers, though they didn't say it out loud, were actually thinking, why wasn't their village's deity as effective as Master Xian Cheng? It's human nature. People are most afraid of comparisons. From the conversations of the ancient God Society members, Song Xian Cheng learned of the reaction of Hagong Township to the Lu Family Village changing their enshrined deity. Song Xian Cheng wasn't actually surprised by this. The ignorance of the villagers was a good thing. In a way, they easily believed in the existence of gods, making it convenient for Song Xian Cheng to collect faith points. But it was also a bad thing. Because the villagers would be very stubborn, afraid of offending the so-called deities their villages worshipped. Even if they trusted Song Xian Cheng, they wouldn't easily change their enshrined god. If the statue of the three-eyed goddess in Lu Family Village hadn't been smashed, and they hadn't just encountered a serpent demon devouring people, they wouldn't have been forced to worship him so urgently. However, Song Xian Cheng wasn't worried that Hagong Township wouldn't worship him in the future. He was a real god. Could he not win over followers compared to a bunch of non-existent deities? The members of the Ancient God Society were discussing how to quickly get other villages in Hagong Township to also worship Lord Xian Cheng. In this regard, Zhao Mingqi and the others shared the same thoughts as Song Xian Cheng. Zhao Mingqi and the others naturally didn't know what Song Xian Cheng needed for his breakthrough. But they knew a lot about ancient gods and deities, and they knew that faith offerings were very important to gods. Lord Xian Cheng had just awakened, and only with enough faith offerings could he quickly regain his strength. Even if Lord Xian Cheng didn't say anything, they roughly knew what was beneficial for him. After listening to a few of their words, Song Xian Cheng left the front hall and went to the back hall. Aside from daily cleaning, almost no one came to the back hall. The resting place arranged for Song Xian Cheng was even more off limits, with no one daring to enter except during cleaning. Lord Xuanqing's fame had grown now, and apart from the villagers of this village, people from other places came to offer incense almost daily. With people coming and going, Song Xian Cheng arranged his private meetings with the black cat in the back hall. Great deity, is there anything you need this little demon to do today? Please, Great One, give your orders, and this little demon will not refuse. The black cat spoke in a childlike voice, uttering human words. Song Xian Cheng chuckled and said, nothing for now. This god has something to give to you. As he spoke, he took out the spirit essence pill. The pill was entirely jade green, slightly transparent, with a white thread swirling in the middle, and it had a slightly bitter fragrance. The moment Song Xian Cheng took out the spirit essence pill, the black cat's eyes went wide. The round, glowing green cat eyes stared unblinking at the pill. A strong desire to devour it surged in its heart, its flesh and blood boiling, wishing it could snatch it and swallow it in the next second. The black cat stared blankly for several seconds before it came back to its senses. Great One, are you saying you're going to give this to this little demon? The black cat didn't recognize the spirit essence pill, but it could sense it was a great treasure. It hadn't seen a treasure that made its blood boil like this, even in Great King Omok's treasury. Song Xian Cheng nodded and said, you have been following this god for some time now, and your loyalty has not gone unnoticed. This pill is a reward for you. The black cat's glowing green eyes instantly glimmered with tears, and its whiskers twitched erratically. Great One, you do not disdain this little demon's weak cultivation and even bestow upon me such a treasure. You are too kind, Great One. You are the best deity in the world. Even if you ask this little demon to climb mountains of knives and plunge into seas of fire, I will not hesitate. Song Xianqing, such familiar flattery style. Has the black cat been spending too much time with that Yangtze alligator recently? Song Xianqing was speechless, and he gave the pill to the black cat. The black cat immediately swallowed it. After swallowing the pill, the black cat was about to take its leave from Song Xianqing to return to the mountains to absorb and refine the pill, but the demonic power within its body suddenly surged. Oh no, the medicinal effect is too strong, I can't hold it back. It seems I'm about to break through. Song Xianqing noticed that the black cat was about to break through and said, refine the pill here. With this god here, no one will find out. Hearing this, the black cat obediently laid down to refine the medicinal power. The demonic power within its body grew higher and higher, and the black cat's aura became stronger and stronger. Compared to Song Xianqing's rapid, almost inflated cultivation growth, the black cat's breakthrough speed was much slower. It wasn't until half an hour had passed that the black cat's aura finally reached its peak, as if breaking through a barrier. Its cultivation finally reached the early stage of the bone refinement realm. As the black cat's cultivation broke through, the sound of its bones cracking and creaking echoed throughout its body. Immediately afterward, its body began to expand exponentially. In just a few breaths, it was as large as an adult dog. According to Song Xianqing's estimation, it was about the size of a medium-sized dog from his previous life. The black cat's body stopped growing at this size. However, its aura was still becoming stronger, indicating that the medicinal effects had not been fully absorbed. The growth of its aura only ceased when it was about to break through to the mid-stage of the bone refinement realm. Finally, the black cat opened its eyes. Song Xianqing raised an eyebrow. Has the medicinal power been refined? He had thought it might be able to push through to the late stage of the bone refinement realm. The black cat gave a human-like smile. There's still some demonic energy that hasn't been completely refined. It'll take some time to absorb and refine it, but it shouldn't be long before I reach the late stage of the bone refinement realm. Song Xianqing nodded. That was about right, considering the pill was worth 50 incense points. The black cat continued, not only that, but I feel my foundation has become even better. Much better than before. It should be noted that because it received incense points, its foundation was already much better than when it first started. But its foundation now was even better. Cultivation was easy to improve, but a foundation was not. Song Xianqing wasn't surprised the introduction of the pill did mention that it could enhance one's foundation. The black cat bent its four legs and knelt on the ground, looking up at Song Xianqing with bright eyes. Your kindness in recreating me, Master, I will never forget. If it wasn't for meeting you, I would still be in the early stage of the body forging realm. My life belongs to you, Master. Babies, I'm really sorry, I've been busy all day today and I really don't have time to write. I can only post one chapter first. I'll update normally tomorrow. I'm really sorry, all. Chapter 69. Did you see my face? After the initial refinement of the spirit origin pill and his cultivation breakthrough to the mid-stage of the bone refining realm, the black cat left. Because his body had suddenly grown larger, the black cat was still a bit unaccustomed. When he jumped out of the window, he bumped his head into the window frame, knocking it askew. Song Xianqing's eyelid twitched at the sight. If Xianmo got any bigger, he might get stuck in the window, right? The black cat left the Xianqing temple and passed through Song family village, startling many villagers. Such a big black dog. Who's raising it? Upon closer inspection, they realized. It wasn't a dog, it was a cat. It was the enlarged black cat lord. The black cat lord had grown so big overnight? Then he must be even more powerful. As expected of the spirit cat under Lord Xianqing. Under the villagers' astonished gazes, the black cat ran into the forest and went straight to the green mirror pond. The black cat, not concealing his aura, went directly to the edge of the green mirror pond. Omu, who was cultivating underwater, sensed a familiar yet strange aura. It was familiar because the aura came from the black cat, but it was strange because this aura was almost at the mid-stage of the bone refining realm, inconsistent with the black cat in Omia's memory. Omia floated to the surface in confusion and saw the black cat on the shore, head held high, looking pleased with himself, his body several times larger. Xianmo? Is it really you? How did you suddenly get to the mid-stage of the bone refining realm? He clearly remembered that the black cat was only at the late stage of the body forging realm yesterday, preparing to break through. Just overnight, he's almost at the mid-stage of the bone refining realm? Did they really not switch cats? Omu was a little lost, but looking at the black cat's smug expression, it was clear they hadn't switched cats. Omu's surprise wasn't over yet, as upon closer observation, he discovered that the black cat's foundation had improved a lot. Compared to the black cat who was still at the early stage of the body forging realm a little over a month ago, he could now be said to have undergone a complete transformation. Your foundation has actually improved again? Olmu widened his crocodile eyes in surprise. In just one day, the black cat's cultivation had increased dramatically and his foundation had improved. Olmu suddenly understood why the black cat had come swaggering to find him. To show off. The black cat's face was full of smugness. King Olmu has sharp eyes, you could tell the little demoness changes at a glance. Olmu was stunned and immediately thought of why the black cat had undergone such a big change. Unable to hold back his composure, he said, "Was it also an opportunity given to you by that lord?" The black cat nodded proudly. King Olmu guessed correctly. The lord greatly appreciates this little demon and gave me the opportunity to break through in my cultivation and improve my foundation. Olmu was a bit dazed. A little over a month ago, he was at the early stage of the spirit gathering realm, and the little cat demon was at the early stage of the body forging realm. A little over a month later, he was still at the early stage of the spirit gathering realm, but the little cat demon was already close to the mid stage of the bone refining realm. He, a dignified great demon in the early stage of the spirit gathering realm, with an extraordinary foundation and talent, was now cultivating slower than a little cat demon who had a poor foundation? Olmu was a bit demoralized. What demoralized him even more was the black cat's next words. The opportunities given by the Lord have not been fully digested. The little demon will soon reach the late stage of the bone refining realm, and after a little polishing, he can prepare to break through the spirit gathering realm. Good. The black cat will soon be preparing to break through the spirit gathering realm, right? Then he would be Olmu in the early stage of the spirit gathering realm, and the black cat also in the early stage of the spirit gathering realm, right? And with that lord around, the black cat might even surpass him at any time. Olmu didn't doubt whether the black cat could break through to the spirit gathering realm. With that powerful lord around, wasn't it a piece of cake? The black cat now had a decent foundation, and breaking through to the spirit gathering realm wouldn't be too difficult. Olmu's mentality completely collapsed. No, he had to take the initiative. There was no reason why the black cat could cling to that lord's coattails and he couldn't, right? Anyway, that lord didn't seem to dislike him, so he'd just make an effort to make that lord like him. Following that lord was better than following those demon kings in the falling glow mountain range who would flay your skin and pull out your tendons, and the benefits were also greater. Xuanma, tell this king again in detail about that great one's preferences. This king will let you choose another item from the royal treasury. And I'll even share with you my breakthrough experience into the spirit gathering realm. The black cat's eyes grew even more mirthful, faintly revealing a sense of a successful scheme. Subsequently, it began to impart to Emu the secrets of clinging to Song Xuanqing's thigh. Of course, the crucial information the black cat still didn't reveal. Wannan County, Peach Kernel Street in the north of the city. Many wealthy and powerful families in the county have their residences on this street. The Jia Mansion was located here. It was late at night, already the hour of Cho. Only the barking of dogs and the sound of the night watchman remained as the patrol guards inspected the streets and alleys. Tonight seemed to be another peaceful night. Jia Dague was sleeping soundly when a sudden rumble in his stomach was accompanied by a pang of pain. He was successfully awakened by the urge to relieve himself. A small lamp was left burning in the room, providing enough light to see without disturbing his sleep. Jia Dague got out of bed and threw on a robe. At the same time, he called out, "Li-Bo, light the lamp, this master needs to use the privy." Li-Bo was the Jia family's steward and also took care of Jia Dague's daily needs. Usually, when he needed to relieve himself at night, Li-Bo would light the way for him. Jia Dague was rather particular about cleanliness. For urination, he could use the chamber pot in the room, but for bowel movements, he had to go to the outhouse in the courtyard. Footsteps came from outside the door, quickly stopping at the entrance, the light of the candle faintly visible through the paper window. Jia Dague put on his robe, slipped on his shoes, and opened the door. Li-Bo was wearing black cloth shoes and a dark blue cloud-patterned silk robe, his back to him, slightly bent over, his face hidden in the darkness. He was holding a lantern, which slightly illuminated the deep night. Jia Dague's stomach kept rumbling, and without paying attention to detail, he hurriedly had Li-Bo lead the way with the lantern. The outhouse was not far from Jia Dague's bedroom, only about 200 meters away if you included the connecting corridor. Li-Bo walked in front, slightly hunched over, and remained silent. Jia Dague's stomach suddenly felt a bit better, and his attention shifted from the pain, his gaze landing on Li-Bo. "Li-Bo, why are you so quiet tonight? It's strange." Li-Bo was usually very good at flattering and fawning, his words pleasant and plentiful. Li-Bo's sudden silence tonight was something Jia Dague was not used to. Even after Jia Dague spoke, Li-Bo remained silent, only leading the way with the lantern. Jia Dague suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He paused in his step, stopping, and looked at Li-Bo with suspicion. "Li-Bo, you are acting strange tonight. Not only are you not speaking, but you are also keeping your back to me. Is something wrong?" Jia Dugui narrowed his eyes. Li Bo, turn around. As soon as the words fell, Li Bo's figure, with the lantern in hand, paused, slightly hunched over, and slowly turned around. Through the dim light of the lantern, Jia Dugui was horrified to discover Li Bo had no face. In the place where his face should have been, there was only a patch of darkness. Deep, terrifying, as if ready to devour. And at that moment Li Bo spoke, without a mouth on his face, and it was unknown where the voice came from. It was gloomy, low, and hoarse, like the whispers of a demon lingering in the air. Master, can you see my face? Chapter 70, Lord Xiancheng. Help me. Ah! In the elegant and luxurious bedroom, the person who had been sleeping suddenly woke up with a shout, sitting up abruptly. Sweat beaded on Jia Dugui's forehead, his eyes still carrying lingering fear. After a couple of seconds, the familiar elegant bed curtains came into view. Jia Dugui realized with a start that he had just had a dream. It had scared him to death. He really thought that Uncle Li had turned into a faceless monster, coming to take his face. Glug glug, a sudden stomach ache, a familiar urge to relieve himself, came over him. Jia Dugui pushed the dream to the back of his mind, got up, and draped a coat over himself. At the same time, he called out, Uncle Li, light the lamp, I need to use the privy. After a while, no sound came from outside the door, nor was there any sign of light. No one responded to Jia Dugui's words. Jia Dugui frowned, slightly puzzled. Uncle Li usually stayed in the side room to his west and would rush back the first moment he heard his voice. Why was there no movement today? Jia Dugui called out again. Still no reply. His stomach rumbled again. Jia Dugui's face changed. He clutched his stomach with one hand and grabbed the candle from the room with the other, hurrying out. He couldn't hold it any longer. He was going to wet his pants if he waited anymore. Jia Dugui held the candle, his footsteps hasty as he walked through the corridor toward the privy. The dimly lit, deep corridor had only the howling of the wind and Jia Dugui, with his candle, rushing to the privy. Suddenly, the wind stopped. Jia Dugui didn't know if it was his imagination, but he felt as if there was something in the dark corridor in front of him. Tap tap. Heavy, slow footsteps sounded, growing closer. Jia Dugui abruptly stopped, trying to widen his small, green bean-like eyes. Who was there, not sleeping in the middle of the night? No one answered. Jia Dugui didn't move, his hand holding the candle, reaching out, trying to see who it was. The footsteps grew closer. After a few breaths, the person finally entered the edge of the candlelight. Black cloth shoes, deep blue cloud patterned satin. It was Uncle Li. Jia Dugui's gaze fell on the person's face, and he realized in horror. Uncle Li was just like in his dream, faceless. Where his face should be, there was only a patch of darkness. A low, gloomy, ghostly voice spoke again. Where is my face? Jia Dugui's green bean eyes widened in terror, his hand trembled, and the candle fell to the ground. Ah! Jia Dugui screamed and turned, running away as if his life depended on it. His fat body was surprisingly agile at this moment, and he wasn't running slowly at all. In the dark mansion, he couldn't see the road, he couldn't tell which way to go. Jia Dugui didn't know where he was running, he only knew that he had to run. Uncle Li watched Jia Dugui's panicked fleeing back, seemingly slow. His footsteps were quick as he followed. In the darkness, Jia Dugui was like a headless fly, running all over the place. He didn't know if Uncle Li was following him, but he didn't dare stop. And Jia Dugui didn't know that the Uncle Li he feared was standing less than 2 meters in front of him. As expected, Jia Dugui ran headfirst into something as solid as steel. His fat body caused him to be bounced back, falling to the ground with a thud. At this moment, Uncle Li's entire body was tilted 30 degrees, staring at Jia Dugui on the ground in a way that no human could. Where is my face? Jia Dugui looked at Uncle Li in terror, his mind finally clear. In this critical moment he understood what was happening. This monster Uncle Li was looking for his face, and he was coming for him. The only thing he could think of was the hideous face that had been attached to him before. Jia Dugui wanted to cry but had no tears. Why was he so unlucky? He ate that hideous face and was tormented by it for half a year. He was better off dead. Finally, he met a miracle, a divine being who helped him remove that face. He thought that was the end of it, but who knew he'd run into a monster looking for that human face? It had found its way to him. Why couldn't he June sculpt the deity statue faster? If he had Xianqing Gong enshrined in his home now, he wouldn't have encountered this ordeal. Unfortunately, he had already met this monster, and without the strength to truss a chicken, he was afraid he wouldn't get the chance to find Xianqing Gong. Jia Dugui looked utterly hopeless, tears and snot streaming down his face. Seeing Jia Dugui didn't answer, Li Bo was enraged. A large hand like steel struck Jia Dugui's round belly. Where is my face? Jia Dugui couldn't even get a word out. Li Bo's blow made him feel like his internal organs had shifted. Pooh! Jia Dugui spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, gazing at the star-studded night sky, his heart filled with despair. He had escaped that one ordeal, only to face another. Was he, Jia Dugui, destined for doom? Li Bo was furious. The next moment, his hand reached straight for Jia Dague's face. Clearly, if he couldn't find his own face, he would take Jia Dague's. Jia Dague closed his eyes in despair, ready to die. The next moment, clang! The expected death didn't arrive. Instead, the sound of clashing weapons rang out. Jia Dague opened his eyes in alarm and found the darkness in front of him illuminated by firelight. A long saber was held horizontally before him, blocking Li Bo's deadly claws. Shifting his gaze upward, Jia Dague saw a resolute face of a middle-aged man. The man was wearing a black and red brocade robe, the muscles bulging beneath the fabric, and an exquisite jade pendant hung from his waist. The pendant read Demon Suppression Bureau. Jia Dague didn't have time to look closely as the man engaged Li Bo in combat, wielding the long saber with fierce power. Several others, all wearing black and red brocade robes with jade pendants, joined the fray, surrounding Li Bo. His internal organs were still throbbing, but Jia Dague's mind had never been so clear. He had to find Xian Qinggong. Xian Qinggong would surely protect him. Compared to these unknown men who suddenly appeared, Jia Dague trusted Xian Qinggong more. These men didn't even know if they could defeat the monster, Li Bo. If they couldn't, he would still die. He had to find Xian Qinggong, who would definitely kill this monster. Jia Dague scrambled up from the ground and ran to the stable in the backyard. Jia Dague used to ride horses when he was young, but it had been many years. His fat body clumsily mounted the horse, nearly causing the horse to twist a hoof. Jia Dague yanked the reins and quickly rode out of the Jia estate. In the dead of night, he broke through the darkness and left the city, heading towards Songjia village. Jia Dague, having not ridden a horse for many years, was extremely unsteady on the horse, almost falling off several times, but his own weight kept him in place. After a bumpy ride, he finally arrived outside the new Xianqing temple just after dawn. Jia Dague dismounted and staggered to the gate of Xianqing temple, banging on the door in a mess. Lord Xianqinggong, save me! Chapter 71 Evil Spirits. The sky was still dark, and the village roosters had just begun to crow. Jia Dague appeared outside the Zhuanging temple, his face a mask of panic, banging on the door and shouting for help. Song Xianqing sat upright on the altar, his gaze passing through the door and walls, landing on Jia Dague. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and his face was pale, but there was no other strange aura about him. There were no signs of demons or evil spirits in the village, and no one was chasing Jia Dague. What was going on? It had driven Jia Dague to run to the Zhuanging temple for help in the middle of the night. Song Xianqing frowned, feeling a little strange. Just as he was about to use his divine power to open the door and let him in, Zheng Haiquan and Chao Jiacheng, the temple keepers on duty today, came out of their rooms. Martial artists had excellent hearing, and even when asleep, they wouldn't miss any outside movement, so they had clearly heard Jia Dague banging on the door and shouting for help. The two opened the door of the Zhuanging temple and saw Jia Dague, who looked disheveled, standing at the entrance. The members of the Ancient God Society had been in the village for a short time and already recognized Jia Dague, a frequent visitor. Zheng Haiquan asked in confusion, Jia Dague? What happened to you? It's not even dawn yet, and you've run to the Zhuanging temple shouting for help. What's wrong? With the Zhuanging temple door open and the martial artists coming out to greet him, Jia Dague finally felt relieved and took a deep breath. It's a long story. I almost died at home and wouldn't have been able to see Master Xianqing. Two martial artist masters, let's go inside first. I need to tell Master Xianqing about this personally. The two welcomed Jia Dague inside and closed the door again. Then they followed Jia Dague towards the main hall. Jia Dague looked haggard, as if he was still in shock, but as soon as he entered the main hall, he first took 3 incense sticks from the shelf and obediently offered them to Song Xianqing. After offering the incense, he knelt on the prayer mat and slowly recounted his ordeal from the night. Even though he had temporarily escaped that monster, Li Bo, Jia Dague still couldn't help but feel terrified when he thought about it. As Jia Dague told his story, the expressions of Zheng Haiquan and Chao Jiacheng gradually became serious. Song Xuanqing's expression also grew solemn. That hideous human face had already been destroyed by him, leaving only a lump of dead flesh. But now, a monster had come looking for that hideous human face? And it had found Jia Dague. It was probably because Jia Dague had some of the hideous human face's aura on him. Since the monster couldn't find the hideous human face that had already been destroyed, it went after Jia Dague instead. All that could be said was Jia Dague was incredibly unlucky. He wondered if the group of people who had appeared later and saved Jia Dague from the monster could successfully deal with it. If they couldn't, the monster would probably come looking for Jia Dague again, right? Jia Dague's luck was truly unmatched. At the same time, Song Xianqing was also curious about what the hideous human face and the monster Jia Dague encountered were. They were strangely evil. After recounting his experience, Jia Dague knelt and worshipped toward the statue above, his face filled with bitterness. Master Xianqing, please bless me. I truly have no other choice. Master Xianqing, you are all-powerful, please save me. Zhang Haiquan and Chao Jiaqing exchanged a look, their eyes serious. He had been targeted by an evil spirit. This was a bit troublesome. Their voices were not loud, but in the quiet environment, they were easily heard. Jia Degue, kneeling on the prayer mat, looked at the two in surprise. Do the two martial artist masters know what that monster was? Song Xuanqing's gaze also fell upon the two. He was also curious as to what the monster actually was. Chao Jiaqing nodded, his expression grave, and said, "That monster, it should be an evil spirit. An evil spirit is indescribable, exceptionally malevolent, and even we don't know exactly what this thing is or where it comes from. But one thing is certain, evil spirits are very strange and difficult to deal with, elusive. Even if you put two evil spirits together, their characteristics may be completely different. Evil spirits are incredibly diverse. But evil spirits do have one common characteristic: they cannot be destroyed." Speaking of which, Chao Jiaqing glanced at the statue of Song Xuanqing and added a remark. "Anyway, for so many years, we haven't been able to truly eliminate a single evil spirit. We can only suppress and seal them. Perhaps we are too weak. If the gods were to take action, they would surely be able to completely destroy them." Those you encountered with the Demon Hunting Bureau jade plaques hanging on their waists are from the Shang Kingdom's court, an organization specifically responsible for various demonic and ghostly matters. They must have chased that evil spirit to Wan'an County. Who knew that the evil spirit appeared in Wan'an County to find you? Zhang Haiquan teased. "Wrong, it's looking for its face." Chao Jiaqing continued, "Although evil spirits are wicked and difficult to deal with, things are already considered good within the Shang Kingdom. It's not like evil spirits are everywhere. The truly desolate mountains and wilderness that humans have never set foot in are the paradise of evil spirits. This world is vast. Outside the Shang Kingdom, there are territories that belong to no national power. There, no one sets foot, and basically no one dares to. It is a true desolate wilderness." After listening, Jia Dague's face suddenly turned green, as if he had thought of something. According to Chao Jiaqing, it was clear that such evil spirits were not so common in the Shang Kingdom. But he had encountered one. Not only had he encountered one, but he had encountered two. The first time, he was lucky and received the help of Lord Xianqing. This time, if that evil spirit came to find him again, he hoped that Lord Xianqing could save his dog's life. He didn't want to die. Seeing Jia Dague's face turn green, Zhang Haiquan thought he was afraid and patted his broad shoulders to reassure him. "Don't worry, even if those from the Demon Hunting Bureau can't capture that evil spirit, or suppress and seal it, don't we still have Lord Xianqing?" Chao Jiaqing also said, "Yes, didn't Lord Xianqing solve the human-faced evil spirit on your stomach last time? As long as you faithfully believe in Lord Xianqing, he will surely protect you." Jia Dague immediately expressed his stance. "I am devout. I have absolute faith in Lord Xianqing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run to seek help from Lord Xianqing the moment something happened. He really didn't dare trust anyone else. And Lord Xianqing was powerful and would surely be able to protect him, as long as Lord Xianqing was willing to save him." Jia Dague now only felt safe staying by Lord Xuanqing's side. Zhang Haiquan nodded with satisfaction. "If Lord Xianqing saves you, you must repay Lord Xianqing, right? At that time, you can promote the deeds of Lord Xianqing more in the city so that everyone will come to offer incense to Lord Xianqing, and let Lord Xianqing see your sincerity." Jia Dague nodded hastily. "Of course. Lord Xianqing saved my life. I will definitely let Lord Xianqing see my sincerity. At that time, I will give out porridge to help the people in the name of Lord Xianqing. In the future, if there is anything I can do for Lord Xianqing, I, Jia Dague, will do it without hesitation." Zhang Haiquan smiled and said, "With your devout faith, Lord Xianqing will surely protect you." Chapter 72. He only believes in Xianqing Gong. The end of an hour. The sky was about to dawn. Within the Jia Manor, the original rockeries, flowing streams, pavilions, and terraces had been reduced to ruins. Clearly, a great battle had taken place. "Damn it, it still got away." A young man in black and red brocade, with a stern face, cursed. Judging by his aura, he was clearly a martial artist in the mid-stage of the manifestation realm. "Alright, Yuchen, don't dwell on it. This evil spirit is incredibly troublesome, and it's not the first time it has slipped through our fingers." Yuan Songlin sat on a rock, wiping his long saber, his face resolute. He was the very one who had used his saber to block the evil spirit's claws, saving Jia Dague. Zhou Yucheng exhaled a long breath, frustrated. "Uncle Yuan, how can I not be angry? That evil spirit is only at the late stage of the manifestation realm. With us several in the manifestation realm, plus you, a master of the spiritual realm, we still haven't managed to capture that evil spirit after several attempts." Indeed, Yuan Songlin was at the early stage of the spiritual realm. Not to mention in Wan'an County, even in the entire Huaiyan Prefecture, he was a top-tier expert. With several others in the manifestation realm assisting him from the side, they still failed to catch the evil spirit multiple times. They had pursued it all the way from Huaiyan Prefecture to Wan'an County, and it still managed to escape. These evil spirits, once encountered, are difficult to deal with even if their cultivation level is a bit weaker than one's own. They cannot be killed and have extremely bizarre methods. Zhou Yuqing couldn't help but complain, now we have to spend time and energy tracking the evil spirit again. Who knows where it will run off to? It would be best if it ran out of the Shang kingdom, then we wouldn't have to deal with it. Yuan Songlin paused in wiping his saber, thinking of the round and plump Zhedague, a thoughtful look in his eyes. When the evil spirit had encountered people before, it had killed and devoured them directly. Yet, last night, when it encountered the fat merchant, it had not rushed to kill him, but had asked about where is the face. And when he thought about it, the evil spirit had come straight to Wan County. Yuan Songlin narrowed his eyes, understanding something. He turned his head and asked, where is that fat merchant? Zhou Yuqing scratched his head, he must have hidden somewhere, right? Yuan Songlin stood up, holding his long saber, his expression serious. Find that fat merchant. Now! The others immediately sprang into action, searching for Zhedague's whereabouts. A quarter of an hour later. Uncle Yuan, that fat man rode off on horseback last night, Zhou Yuqing said. Yuan Songlin's face darkened slightly. Find him. See where he ran off to. That evil spirit came all the way from Huaiyun Prefecture, most likely to find that fat merchant. It might go look for him again. With Zhedague as bait, they could wait for the evil spirit to come to their doorstep instead of chasing after it. Late afternoon, when the sun was at its most intense, a group of 5 rode tall horses into Song family village. They were all clad in black and red brocade, exceptionally valiant, with jade pendants hanging from their waists, the words Demon Suppression Bureau engraved on them. It was Yuan Songlin and his party. After half a day of effort, they had finally tracked down Zhedague's whereabouts and hurried to Song family village. After questioning some villagers, they arrived outside the Xianqing temple. During the day, the Xianqing temple had its doors wide open, ready to welcome visitors at any time. Yuan Songlin and the others left their horses outside and entered the temple. Just as they stepped inside, before they could even look for Zhedague, they ran into Zhang Haiquan and Qiao Jiacheng. Being fellow martial artists, they could sense each other from a short distance. Yuan Songlin's group was composed of cultivators ranging from the early stage of the manifestation realm to the early stage of the spirit communication realm, and this lineup immediately attracted the attention of Zhang Haiquan and Qiao Jiacheng. The two glanced at the jade pendants on the waists of Yuan Songlin's group and frowned. The Demon Suppression Bureau? Yuan Songlin looked at their barely concealed interception stance and frowned. Yes, who are you, and why are you blocking us? Qiao Jiacheng said, we are the caretakers of the Xianqing temple. Great martial artists, what brings you here? To offer incense and worship the gods? Yuan Songlin's expression suddenly turned strange. Caretakers? 2 martial artists, one in the spirit gathering realm and the other in the chi absorption realm. Although their cultivation wasn't high, why would they come to this remote mountain village to be temple caretakers? Yuan Songlin didn't show any of his thoughts on his face and calmly said, not to offer incense, we are here to find someone. Zhang Haiquan and Qiao Jiacheng exchanged a look, an expression that seemed to say, as expected. Looking for Zhedague? Yuan Songlin nodded, yes, please step aside, we'll leave once we find him, we don't intend to cause trouble. Zhang Haiquan raised an eyebrow, what if the person doesn't want to go with you? Yuan Songlin frowned, looking impatient, whether or not he is willing depends on Zhedague, it has nothing to do with you. Zhang Haiquan glanced at Qiao Jiacheng, helplessly shrugged, and made way. Alright then. Yuan Songlin's expression eased slightly, and he led his group into the central hall. The wide courtyard was filled with the scent of incense, and within the Xianqing hall, the statues of the gods were lifelike, as if they were watching them. Yuan Songlin immediately saw Zhedague and strode forward. Zhedague also saw them, and the words of Qiao Jiacheng and Zhang Haiquan instantly echoed in his mind. That evil spirit is chasing after you. If the Demon Suppression Bureau doesn't manage to hold it back, they'll most likely think of you. They might come looking for you, to use you as bait to lure that evil spirit. Whether or not you go with them, I think you should be clear. Are the people from the Demon Suppression Bureau more reliable, or is the Xianqing Lord more reliable? You know the answer, right? Zhedague shuddered and turned to run. He hadn't even taken 2 steps when a large hand grabbed the back of his collar. The 200-pound Zhedague was lifted up with one hand. Yes, he had gained another 20 pounds since he had gotten rid of the face-stealing evil spirit. Yuan Songlin's cold voice rang out, Zhedague, right? Come with us. The thought of the faceless monster made Zhedague struggle desperately. I don't want to go with you, let me go. Yuan Songlin frowned, thinking that he still needed Zhedague's cooperation later because the evil spirit was intelligent, they couldn't let it see through their trap. So he said, you remember the evil spirit that tried to kill you last night, right? That evil spirit has its eyes on you, we didn't catch it last night and it got away. It will come looking for you again. If you come with us, we can protect you, and we can also take the opportunity to get rid of that evil spirit so that no more evil spirits will chase after you. The words sounded good, but Jia Dagui didn't believe that going with them would save his life. He only trusted the Xianqing Lord. He still struggled frantically, and the fabric of his clothes tore with a ripping sound. I don't want to go with you, I want to stay here. The Xianqing Lord is here, the Xianqing Lord will protect me, he will kill that evil spirit. With a tearing sound, Jia Dagui crashed to the ground, his clothes ripped to shreds. Yuan Songlin frowned, his gaze falling upon the lifelike statue within the Xianqing Hall. Would a deity protect Jia Dagui? Was this the ancient era? Deities no longer existed. Yuan Songlin thought Jia Dagui's insistence on staying here was simply courting death. Sooner or later he would be killed by his own ignorance. Chapter 73. The evil spirit arrives. Yuan Songlin, his face grim, reached out to grab Jia Dagui again. Chao Jiaqing and Zhang Haiquan reappeared, blocking Jia Dagui. Esteemed sirs of the Demon Suppression Division, Chao Jiaqing said, Jia Dagui has already stated he doesn't want to go with you. Are you still going to forcibly kidnap him? Is this how the Imperial Organization forces commoners? Yuan Sonlin's face darkened, his temples throbbing. These mortals are ignorant, but are you two martial artists also so ignorant? That evil spirit is insidious and difficult to deal with. If Jia Dagui insists on staying here and doesn't cooperate with our Demon Suppression Division, he'll be the one who dies. We're trying to save him. Zhang Haiquan couldn't help but scoff. Then when that evil spirit appears before you, he asked, in your eyes of the Demon Suppression Division, which is more important, Jia Dagui's life or suppressing the evil spirit? Without waiting for Yuan Songlin and the others to answer, he said, I know without you saying it. In your eyes of the Demon Suppression Division, suppressing that evil spirit is more important. Zhou Yuchen couldn't hold back any longer. He said with an air of righteous indignation, how is suppressing the evil spirit not important? The sooner it's suppressed, the sooner we can save more people. Hiding behind Zhang Haiquan, Jia Dagui trembled even more upon hearing this. Zhang Haiquan and Chao Jiaqing were right. No matter what, he couldn't go with the Demon Suppression Division. Zhang Haiquan raised an eyebrow, smiling smugly. Suppressing the evil spirit is naturally important, but only with the blessing of the Honorable Xianqing. Here can Jia Dagui be safe, and under that condition can we then suppress the evil spirit. Yuan Songlin was immediately amused, as if he'd heard a joke. The other members of the Demon Suppression Division also looked at Zhang Haiquan as if he were an idiot. It was one thing for Jia Dagui, a common man, to foolishly believe in the gods. But how could these two martial artists be so ignorant as well? They actually believed a non-existent god would protect them? Yuan Songlin and the others found it ridiculous. But no matter how much they argued, Jia Dagui was still unwilling to go with them. He clung to Chao Jiaqing and Zhang Haiquan's legs, refusing to let go. Yuan Songlin wanted to forcibly take him away, but Zhang Haiquan and Chao Jiaqing stood like gate gods. The Demon Suppression Division was an imperial organization, not some evil cult. They couldn't kill innocent martial artists just to take Jia Dagui. Moreover, this was a temple, with people coming and going, and it was easy to hurt more innocent civilians. By the end, Yuan Songlin and his companions' faces had turned green, and they finally gave in with resignation. Jia Dagui could stay at the Xianqing Temple. They would ambush the evil spirit directly at the Xianqing Temple. However, they requested the dispersal of worshippers. The Xianqing Temple would temporarily refuse incense offerings, and the villagers would need to be protected by Zhang Haiquan and Chao Jiaqing themselves. The matter was temporarily settled there. Jia Dagui finally breathed a sigh of relief and stopped trembling. As long as he could stay at the Xianqing Temple, it was enough. With the blessing of the Honorable Xianqing, he would surely keep his life. The night sky was studded with stars. Zhou Yucheng lay on the wall, legs crossed. Beside him, Yuan Songlin sat cross-legged, his gaze alert, the long saber resting on his lap. It occasionally flashed with a white glint in the darkness. The mountain village was exceptionally peaceful at night, the croaking of frogs and the chirping of insects weaving a unique melody. Even though it was only 7:15, the villagers had already turned off their lamps and gone to sleep. In front of the Xianqing Temple, the incense that hadn't burned out twinkled, and Jia Dagui knelt on a futon, bowing his head in silent prayer. Zhou Yucheng curled his lip and muttered softly, that fat deadbeat, actually hoping a statue of a god will protect him, huh? After muttering, he looked at Yuan Songlin, just about to speak when he saw Yuan Songlin's expression suddenly turn grave, and he stood up abruptly, gripping his long saber tightly. The ceaseless croaking of frogs and chirping of cicadas had vanished without notice. The whole world had become silent. Zhou Yucheng's gaze sharpened, instantly becoming serious. He stood on the wall alongside Yuan Songlin, asking nervously in a low voice, Uncle Yuan, is the evil spirit here? Where is it? Before Yuan Songlin could answer, he suddenly lunged forward. The long saber in his hand drew a white flash in the darkness. Before Zhou Yucheng could even see where the evil spirit was, Yuan Songlin, having already landed dozens of meters away, was fiercely slashing his long saber towards the darkness in front of him. Roar! A hoarse, unpleasant roar echoed, and then a figure appeared under Yuan Songlin's blade. Torn cloth shoes, old patched clothes, a hunched back, and skin as aged as tree bark. The only similarity was that its face was still completely black. Clearly, after escaping from Yuan Songlin and the others during the night, this evil spirit had gone to kill again. Yuan Songlin continued his relentless attack, slashing his long saber at its black face. This time the evil spirit dodged, and despite having no facial features, when it looked at Yuan Songlin, he could feel a vicious hatred. "Where is my face?" Yuan Songlin's expression remained unchanged as he pressed his attack. The other members of the demon hunters also surrounded it, engaging in a fierce battle. Unseen by the others, Song Xianqing quietly observed the evil spirit. Its aura was not particularly powerful around the late transformation realm, but its methods were very strange, and it didn't seem particularly afraid of Yuan Songlin's attacks. That mass of filthy dark energy was also mainly concentrated in its head, and upon careful sensing, its aura was indeed somewhat related to that of the hideous human face from last time. That strong feeling of discomfort, the desire to obliterate and eliminate it, surged again in his heart. But Song Xianqing was not in a rush to act. He wanted to see how the demon hunters would deal with this evil spirit. If the demon hunters could solve it, he would not make a move. He didn't know what the Shang dynasty's attitude was towards the existence of gods. The believers he was developing in his jurisdiction were all within the Shang dynasty's territory. The demon hunters should be quite strong, and Yuan Songlin already had the 5th level martial Dao, the spiritual communication realm. He didn't believe Yuan Songlin was the highest level cultivator in the demon hunters. Enduring the attacks of Yuan Songlin and the others, the evil spirit was still determined to get closer to Jia Daguai inside the Xianqing temple. It was clear that it really wanted its face. It kept shouting, "My face." Its face had long turned into a mass of dead flesh. It was currently buried under the Xianqing temple. Even if they were to put it in front of it now, its face would not be able to reattach. Under the intense attacks of Yuan Songlin and the others, the evil spirit's head was finally broken apart. It scattered into a black fog, shaped like a human head. Yuan Songlin and the others quickly took out several ancient jade tokens, which emitted a golden light, and threw them towards the black fog. The golden light of the jade tokens faintly formed a multifaceted square, intending to trap the black fog within. The black fog howled in anger, crashing into a jade token, creating a crack in it, and taking advantage of the gap, it escaped. After that, it had no intention of continuing to fight with Yuan Songlin and the others, and dispersed like the wind. Song Xianqing didn't expect that. Just as they were about to catch it, it still managed to escape. Just as he was about to summon the Azure Chi Sword, the black mist had already left Song family village with extreme speed. Fine, since Jia Daguai is still here, that evil spirit will come again. Yuan Songlin and the others felt much heavier. Damn it, it got away again. The Bureau's Tran needs improvement. The evil spirits are becoming more and more bizarre and unpredictable. Let's keep watch for now. At least we were right. This evil spirit is targeting Jia Daguai. Chapter 74. The evil spirit can actually be killed? What? That evil spirit ran away? Jia Daguai was dumbfounded, trembling. He was truly fed up with these days of apprehension. The only good news was that he was still alive. It's just that he didn't have an appetite for dinner, only managing 3 bowls, which left him feeling hungry and weak again. The few members of the demon hunter's office sat on the wall with dark faces, in a very bad mood. They didn't dare to sleep, lest the evil spirit strike again at any time, so they could only sit on the wall, staring blankly. Jia Daguai was hungry, tired, and weak, having been frightened all day long. Just after midnight, he collapsed next to the futon and fell asleep. Zhou Yuqing glanced at Jia Daguai, who had fallen asleep the moment his head hit the ground, and sighed. A big-hearted fatty, he could just fall asleep like that. Jia Daguai was in a hazy sleep when his stomach rumbled. He was successfully awakened by hunger. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar elegant bed curtains. Jia Daguai didn't notice anything amiss, rubbed his eyes, and got up, calling out, "Li-Bo, your master is hungry, go get a roast chicken." As he spoke, he got out of bed, threw on a robe, and walked to the table in the outer room, sitting down with one hand propping up his head, feeling drowsy. Soon, footsteps approached and stopped at the door. Then, the person pushed the door open and entered, placing a plate of roast chicken on the table. Jia Daguai smelled the aroma of the roast chicken, feeling slightly more energetic, and while yawning, he tore off a chicken leg. After taking a few bites, Jia Daguai felt a bit thirsty and casually said, "Li-Bo, pour your master a cup of tea." Li-Bo beside him picked up the teapot, and the gurgling sound of water filled his ears. Jia Daguai chewed on the chicken, and a string in his mind suddenly twanged. The scene of seeing the statue of the mysterious deity Xianqing before he fell asleep surfaced in his mind. No, wasn't he hiding from that evil spirit at Xianqing Temple? Wasn't he asleep in front of the statue of Xianqing? Li-Bo, hadn't he become an evil spirit? Jia Daguai suddenly shuddered. Was he dreaming now? Jia Dagui slowed down his chewing motion and carefully turned his head to look at Li Bo beside him. Black cloth shoes, dark blue cloud patterned silk, and a pitch-black face. Jia Dagui's eyes widened and he jumped up, retreating backward, looking at Li Bo with horror. At this moment, Li Bo, with a pitch-black face, spoke in a hoarse voice. "Where is my face?" Jia Dagui fearfully swallowed. Even knowing that this was a dream, he couldn't help but be afraid and could only feign strength and shout, "You evil spirit, don't think you can scare your master. This is just my dream, I'm dreaming. Once the dream is over, you'll disappear." The evil spirit's pitch-black face showed no expression, but Jia Dagui felt like it was losing patience and about to get angry. "One last time, where is my face? Or else, if you die in the dream, you die in reality." Jia Dagui immediately understood what the evil spirit meant. Did it mean that if he died in the dream, he would also die in reality? Seriously? Could you even die in your dreams these days? Jia Dagui wanted to cry but had no tears. Xianqing Hall. Song Xianqing frowned, looking at the patch of dark black between Jia Dagui's brows. That uncomfortable feeling, the urge to obliterate it, surged again. Remembering Jia Dagui saying he dreamt of evil spirits, Song Xianqing had a guess in his mind. Divine ability, dream entry, activate. When Song Xianqing arrived in Jia Dagui's dream, he saw the scene of him being devoured by the evil spirit, his flesh a bloody mess. Song Xuanqing's expression suddenly darkened. With a thought, a simple, ancient longsword, completely sky blue, appeared in his hand. Azure Chi Sword, a sword of the tangible and intangible, so convenient he could even bring it into dreams. The evil spirit was clinging to Jia Dagui, about to devour him further, when a sky blue longsword appeared before it, slashing toward it. The evil spirit was shocked and quickly dodged, but still had a good portion of its head sliced off. The severed portion of its head quickly disappeared, reduced to nothing by divine power. The evil spirit tried to recall the missing part of its head, and finding it gone, it looked at Song Xianqing, both shocked and terrified. "Who are you? How can you come here and even erase my essence? How could there be anything in this world that could threaten its essence?" Song Xianqing sneered, not answering, and attacked again with his sword. Having felt the power of the Azure Chi Sword, the evil spirit dared not engage directly, resorting to dodging. Lying on the ground in agony, Jia Dagui, who thought he was about to die, noticed the anomaly. He struggled to raise his head and saw Song Xianqing chasing after the evil spirit. In that instant, the despair in his heart was immediately replaced by hope and excitement. Jia Dagui cried with snot and tears streaming down his face. "Master Xianqing, you've come to save me." Woo! He almost thought he was going to die. Luckily, Master Xianqing was here. He knew that once he came to Xianqing Temple, with the protection of Master Xianqing, he would definitely not die. Jia Dagui was so excited that he wept tears of joy, while the evil spirit was being chased and was fleeing in disarray. In just a few breaths, it was cut down to only its 2 legs. And the parts it had already lost were completely gone, thanks to Song Xuanqing's divine power. The evil spirit was afraid it decisively chose to flee, leaving Jia Dagui's dream. Reality, outside the Xianqing Hall. A plume of thick black mist emerged from between the eyebrows of Jia Dagui, who lay sleeping on the ground. The moment it appeared, the several demon hunters sitting on the wall were stunned. Yuan Songlin reacted fastest, leaping down and shouting sternly, "Take out the suppressors, seal it." As he spoke, he produced his jade token. The other demon hunters followed suit, jumping down and pulling out their own jade tokens, ready to seal and suppress the black mist fiend. In this critical moment, they didn't have time to think about how the fiend had appeared on Jia Dagui without warning. Moreover, the black mist had thinned, looking considerably weaker. In any case, this was a good opportunity. After manifesting, the black mist fiend wasted no time in trying to flee. It wasn't afraid of the demon hunters but of Song Xianqing, who chased it and tried to kill it in Jia Dagui's dream. However, it had only escaped a few meters when a slightly transparent, ethereal, ancient cyan longsword abruptly appeared, before the demon hunters even had a chance to activate their suppressors. Then, with a light swipe, the longsword cleaved the black mist in 2. And in a place unseen by the others, divine power followed the longsword, entering the mist and wiping it away like a smudge. All the demon hunters could see was that after the cyan longsword struck, a spatial rift, a foot wide and half a zhang long, appeared in its place, like a tear in a piece of white paper. Dangerous and mysterious. As for the black mist fiend that had been cut in half, its wails were enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. But what truly made Yuan Songlin and the others disbelieving was that as the black mist fiend cried out, its fog grew thinner. After a few breaths, the thick black mist vanished completely. Its aura also completely dissipated into the world. Only the wide spatial rift remained. Yuan Songlin and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. That fiend, was it completely dead, gone? How could this be? Could a fiend really be completely killed? Chapter 75. Then don't blame us ancient gods for going against you. The human race has fought against the evil spirits for countless long years. They have tried countless methods, but none can kill the evil spirits. They can only weaken them, seal and suppress them. Evil spirits cannot be killed, they can only be sealed and suppressed. This is almost an ingrained knowledge in their bones. But this knowledge has now been broken. They witnessed the demise of an evil spirit with their own eyes. It died under an ancient, unadorned long sword of unknown origin. After killing the evil spirit, the ancient long sword vanished on the spot. It was as if the scene of the long sword killing the evil spirit just now was their illusion. But doubts arose in the minds of Yuan Songlin and the others. What treasure was that azure ancient long sword? Who is the master behind it? To actually be able to kill an evil spirit. Ouch! A cry of pain sounded. It was Jia Dague, who had just awakened from his dream. Where would he dare to sleep now? He opened his eyes after leaving the dream and struggled to get up from the ground. The pain in the dream was too real, causing him to cry out in pain the moment he woke up. Then, he touched the fat on his body. There was no pain he could feel. Jia Dague breathed a sigh of relief, and then a wave of bittersweet relief surged into his heart. Great, he had survived. He wasn't killed by that evil spirit in his dream. Lord Xianqing had saved his life again. Jia Dague hurriedly knelt upright on the prayer mat and kowtowed to Song Xianqing. Thank you, Lord Xianqing, for saving this humble one's life. This humble one is immensely grateful, Lord Xianqing. Jia Dague kowtowed while expressing his thanks, every word clearly entering the ears of Yuan Songlin and the others. The group exchanged a look, their expressions serious and earnest. Jia Dague, what happened just now? Did that evil spirit come for you? After Jia Dague finished kowtowing, upon hearing their questions, he remembered the encounters in the dream and couldn't help but shudder. After pausing for a moment, he slowly narrated what had occurred. His face still carried lingering fear, and the members of the Demon Suppression Division also felt a chill down their backs listening to him. How airy was that evil spirit to be able to directly bypass their defenses and enter Jia Dague's dream to kill him? Why had they never seen that evil spirit use this method before? Was it because entering dreams to kill wasn't easy for that evil spirit to do? And that Lord Xianqing even entered the dream to save Jia Dague, chasing and killing that evil spirit in the dream? Yuan Songlin and the others exchanged glances and then looked at the lifelike statue of Lord Xianqing in the Xianqing temple. They remembered that when the evil spirit emerged from Jia Dague's brow, it was indeed much weaker. It seemed to match what Jia Dague had said. And the ancient long sword that killed the evil spirit later was also exactly the same as the sword of Lord Xianqing that Jia Dague described in his dream. Was it really Lord Xuanqing's divine manifestation that saved Jia Dague and killed the evil spirit? Yuan Songlin and the others all had a look on their faces as if they had seen a ghost. Weren't they saying that there were no gods in this world? So what was this situation? Given Jia Dague's experience, if it wasn't Lord Xuanqing's divine help, they couldn't find any other explanation. In just this one day at the Xianqing temple, their understanding had collapsed several times. Yuan Songlin suddenly looked at Zhang Haiquan and Chao Jiaqing beside him. Compared to the shock of the Demon Suppression Division, these two seemed much calmer. He suddenly understood why two martial artists who looked like they had good talent would become temple keepers in a remote mountain village. Was it because they already knew that this Lord Xianqing was a real god? Zhang Haiquan and Chao Jiaqing noticed his gaze and raised their eyebrows. What thoughts do the adults of the Demon Suppression Division have? Yuan Songlin looked at them deeply and said, "You became temple keepers here because of Lord Xianqing? Because Lord Xianqing is a real god." Zhang Haiquan laughed and said leisurely, "So what? We might as well tell the adults of the Demon Suppression Division, we are from the Ancient God Society." Yuan Songlin nodded as if he had understood something. It's not surprising that someone from the Ancient God Society would be the temple keeper here. Chao Jiaqing looked at him with deep eyes and said meaningfully, "The esteemed adults from the Demon Hunters Division should know about our Ancient God Society. If the Demon Hunters Division or the Shang Nation have any objections to Lord Xianqing, then don't blame our Ancient God Society for opposing you." This was a preemptive warning, anticipating that Yuan Sonlin's witnessing of Lord Xuanqing's divine manifestation might lead to negative thoughts. Yuan Songlin smiled wryly and glanced at the statue of Lord Xianqing with a complex expression. "You two are overthinking. The original purpose of establishing the Demon Hunters Division is to maintain peace and save the common people. If gods truly exist and are willing to protect the common people, that is something we should be grateful for, so why would we have any objections?" Chao Jiaqing chuckled and only said, "Your meaning, sir, doesn't represent the entire Demon Hunters Division or the Shang Nation. We are simply stating our intentions clearly in advance." Yuan Songlin pursed his lips and remained silent. The sun rose in the east, illuminating the world. Early morning at the Xianqing temple. Jia Dague had consumed 4 bowls of porridge, 10 steamed buns, 20 dumplings, and 3 plates of pastries before contentedly patting his stomach and leaving the table. With the evil spirit vanquished and a great worry lifted from his heart, his spirits and appetite were both improved. However, he still didn't plan to return to his residence just yet. He would wait until Jun had finished sculpting the divine statue and invited Xian Qinggong back before going home. A few days' delay to his family's business wouldn't matter. Not only had Jia Dagui not left, but Yuan Songlin and the others were also still at the Xianqing temple. They were behaving themselves, though 3 incense sticks in the morning, 3 in the evening, and the rest of the time they either wandered around the village or watched people come and go to offer incense, staring blankly at the statue of Xian Qinggong. They even had the audacity to claim they were just preventing any potential tricks left by the evil spirit. Zhang Haiquan was too lazy to call them out. The evil spirit was dead. How could there be any tricks left? But they didn't stay much longer. 3 days later, the Demon Slaying Bureau ordered them to return. Judging by Yuan Sonlin's expression before they left, something significant must have happened. They didn't even say goodbye, leaving overnight. The next day, Jun finally delivered the newly sculpted statue of Xian Qinggong. It was an exact miniature replica of the statue in the Xianqing Hall, only a foot tall, exquisitely carved and incredibly beautiful. Jia Dagui happily invited the deity, then carefully carried the statue home like a precious treasure. With the statue of Xian Qinggong at home, he would no longer fear demons and evil spirits. Song Xuanqing's 4th divine statue anchor point was finally activated, and he was in high spirits. That night, he descended to Jia Dagui's home in Wannan County through the statue. Meanwhile, that same night, Luojia Village, Hegong Township. Luojia Village was slightly larger than Songjia Village, with about 50 households and 200 people. Luojia Village and Songjia Village had one thing in common: a river at the village entrance. Like the river in Songjia Village, it was also a tributary of the main river in Wannan County. The importance of water to rural farming families was undeniable, and many villages were deliberately built near waterways. Tonight, the moonlight was clear and bright, and the silvery light spilled onto the river, creating a shimmering, tranquil scene. Splash! The water surface suddenly broke. A fish head emerged. But surprisingly, the fish's head was as big as a calf. Clearly not an ordinary creature. My dear readers, I'm so sorry, something happened today and I'm not in the right state of mind. I can only update one chapter first. I will make it up to you tomorrow all. Chapter 76, The Great Fish Under the Moonlight. In the gently flowing river, a huge fish head suddenly emerged from the surface. The pitch-black head lacked the usual moistness of a fish, instead appearing dry and parched. The silvery moonlight spilled down, yet it seemed to be swallowed, reflecting no glimmer of light. Upon closer inspection, the massive fish body beneath the water was also devoid of scales, equally black and dry. The great fish, with no pupils, only a pair of milky white eyes, gazed at the nearby village, then opened its enormous mouth. Its maw was filled with dense rows of sharp, pointed teeth. A long, low moan resonated, its sound spreading towards the village along the riverbank. It swirled and echoed in the dark night, creating an eerie effect. It was already the hour of high, and the villagers of Luo family village were deep in sleep. But as the chilling moan echoed out in the house closest to the river, a person who had been sleeping soundly suddenly opened their eyes. The eyes were entirely milky white, without pupils, just like those of the great fish in the river. Then, the villagers sat up stiffly from the bed, threw off the covers without hesitation, and got out of bed. Not even putting on shoes, they walked barefoot and blankly towards the door. Creak! The old wooden door was pushed open, and the barefoot villager, with their vacant, milky white eyes, walked out in a daze. At almost the same moment, several other doors in the house were also pushed open. 3 men and 2 women, of various ages, emerged equally dazed and rigid, with their own pairs of milky white eyes. The family, in perfect, chilling unison, walked out of the house with stiff steps, heading towards the river. Only an old dog remained in the house, barking ceaselessly. But its barks couldn't awaken even a flicker of clarity in its masters. And this scene wasn't limited to just one household. Almost simultaneously, the same thing was happening in another family's house. Sleeping people opened their eyes and walked out the door with rigid movements towards the river. The eerie moan continued to echo in the night as one family after another opened their eyes and went out. Soon, the dimly lit village path was filled with villagers, all moving in a daze, yet with a strange uniformity, towards the river. In the pitch-black night, the eerie scene was utterly horrifying. Luo Sancher was getting old and had trouble sleeping through the night. As you get older, your body suffers all kinds of ailments. It's either pain here or aches there. Now his ears had gone bad, making him completely deaf. Luckily his eyes were still okay. Unable to sleep, Luo Sancher simply got up and put on his shoes, intending to go outside for a stroll. Although the moon wasn't full yet, the moonlight was still sufficient to illuminate the dark world. Luo Sancher used the moonlight to examine the jujube tree by his door, wondering how many fruits it would bear this year. Before he could make a guess, the door of the house next door suddenly opened. A young man emerged, his movements stiff and dazed. Luo Sancher immediately recognized him as the second son of the family next door. He said in confusion, "Ernio, why aren't you sleeping so late at night? What are you doing out?" The man ignored him, continuing to walk stiffly. Luo Sancher was puzzled and was about to speak again when he saw the eldest daughter and the old couple of the same house come out as well. This strange scene left Luo Sancher scratching his head in confusion until he saw the old couple's eyes in the moonlight. They were a milky white, without a hint of pupils. Luo Sancher was startled, his eyes widening, and a chill ran down his spine. Are they possessed? The next moment, his own courtyard door suddenly opened. Luo Sanchi's wife and children walked out barefoot, their movements as stiff and dazed as the others. Their eyes, too, were milky white, without pupils. Luo Sancher panicked. Had his own family been possessed as well? And even more horrifying was the fact that he could see the same scene unfolding in the homes of other villagers. Everyone came out of their homes and moved in one direction, as if something were attracting them. Luo Sancher couldn't care about anyone else, but how could he stand by and watch his own family be possessed? Luo Sancher decisively pulled out a club, not caring about the force, and first knocked his family unconscious, then tied them up and threw them back into the house. After finishing all this, Luo Sancher was already panting heavily. He was old, and his stamina couldn't keep up. He slumped to the ground, thinking of the villagers who had been possessed. Then, gritting his teeth, he climbed up from the ground, locked the door, and went out with his club. He wanted to see what was in the direction these possessed villagers were going. If possible, he would try to save a few people along the way. He was so old and had lived so long, even if he died today, he wouldn't have any regrets. Anyway, his family had already been saved. Stepping out, Luo Sancher followed the direction the villagers were going. By the dim moonlight, he saw the villagers on the village road. There were at least 100 of them. Along the way, almost every house had its door open. Luo Sancher was shocked. Had the entire village been possessed? No, this was definitely the work of evil spirits, or perhaps some evil cult. He tightened his grip on the club, trying his best to knock out a few villagers, and following the direction the villagers were moving, he finally reached the riverbank. Here, he saw a scene that chilled him to the bone. A fish head, about the size of a calf, emerged from the water, opening its large mouth full of sharp teeth. The bewitched villagers, their eyes blank and white, walked stiffly and sluggishly into the water, heading towards that huge fish head. As the villagers walked deeper into the water, their feet gradually transformed into black, scaleless fish tails. Then, their abdomens turned into fish bellies, and their hands turned into fins. When the water reached above their heads, the villagers completely transformed into 4 or 5 foot long black, scaleless fish. They all had the same blank white fish eyes and mouths full of sharp teeth. They looked exactly like the large fish, as if they were smaller versions of it. The only difference was that the fish monsters transformed from the villagers still had traces of their former human features on their fish heads. Luo Sancher hid in a pile of grass, watching with his own eyes as the villagers he had talked to and worked with during the day walked into the water one by one, transforming from humans into fish monsters. Luo Sancher felt a chill run through his entire body. He wanted to stop the villagers from turning into fish. He wanted to kill the culprit, that large fish, with his club. But he found that he couldn't control his body. He was too scared. He could only hide in the grass, shivering, watching the scene unfold with tears streaming down his face. The entire population of Luo family village, nearly 200 people, had been lured into the water by that large fish, transforming into black fish monsters. Only Luo Sancher, his family, and a small number of villagers knocked unconscious by Luo Sancher had been spared. An hour later, the large fish swam away, taking the fish monsters transformed from the villagers to an unknown location. Luo Sancher was completely limp. Even though the large fish was gone, he couldn't recover for a while. This night would surely become a nightmare he would relive in his sleep. The original population of nearly 200 in Luo family village had been reduced to about 20 people after this incident. It was almost equivalent to the village being wiped out. Chapter 77. The mysterious Azure sect protects us. This night was a night of great calamity. Not just Luo family village, but many villages close to the riverbank suffered. However, most of them did not encounter the large fish that could turn people into fish monsters, but smaller, man-eating fish monsters. Almost everywhere, 3 to 5 fish monsters appeared together, luring people into the river to devour them. Song Xianqing was unaware of the turmoil of this night. After nightfall, he followed his 4th statue into Jia Dagui's home. This was his first time in Wannan County, and the first time he had ventured so far from his old nest in Song family village. Jia Dagui had placed Song Xuanqing's statue in a specially built shrine, which was right next to Jia Dagui's bedroom. Jia Dagui had even opened a small door for easy access to the shrine. The incense burner in front of the statue was empty, the incense and candles having burned out, leaving only a faint scent of incense. Song Xianqing took a look at the shrine's furnishings, and the style that immediately struck him was opulent. After a quick glance, Song Xianqing left the shrine and began wandering around the Jia estate. The Jia estate was very large, with various artificial mountains, streams, pavilions, and towers displaying extravagance. Roughly estimated, it covered an area of 10,000 square meters. Song Xianqing walked around the estate and then tried to leave. The entrance of the Jia estate opened onto Peach Kernel Street, which was wide and tidy. The adjacent mansion was the residence of some wealthy or powerful person. Song Xianqing attempted to go out of the estate's main gate, but he failed. The familiar premonition rose in his heart. He could not leave the Jia estate at will. Perhaps because only Jia Dagui was worshipping him, his range of activity was limited to the Jia estate. Song Xianqing was not discouraged. Although his main body could not leave the range defined by the statue, his clone could. He immediately set about refining a new clone, which would then be stationed in the Jia estate. This was to prevent Jia Dagui, with his unlucky streak, from running into something again and suddenly dying. The clones that Song Xianqing currently refined still only possessed 1/7 of the main body's strength, but he could control more clones. Moreover, as his cultivation progress had now reached 100% and his main body possessed the strength equivalent to the late stage of the martial Dao's fifth realm, the spiritual connection realm, the clones had also improved, possessing the strength of the early to mid stage of the Qi manifestation realm. His main body was in Song Family Village, his clones were in Lu Family Village and Jia Estate, protecting his territories and believers. There should be no major problems. Soon, the clone was refined. Song Xianqing controlled the clone, successfully left the Jia estate, and surveyed the Wannan County town. Although Wannan County was one of the bottom-ranked counties in the entire Huayan prefecture, the town was not small, roughly estimated to be several tens of square kilometers. High city walls surrounded the entire town, and intricate array patterns were carved on the walls, which emanated a sense of surging spiritual energy. There were no special circumstances, and the formation was in an unactivated state. The various streets in the town were neatly divided, and the buildings were arranged in an orderly fashion. Soldiers on night patrol were patrolling the streets and alleys. Song Xianqing only took a cursory look because he could not move freely throughout the entire town. Even for the clone, the range of action was not without limitations, only larger than that of the main body. Perhaps because the size of the Jia estate was too small compared to the entire Wannan County, or perhaps because Wannan County was too large. Song Xianqing's clone could only move within roughly half of the county. However, this had somewhat satisfied Song Xianqing's sense of novelty. The clone returned to the Jia estate and was left there. Song Xianqing then returned to Song Family Village. Tonight, Song Family Village was peaceful and nothing had happened. The next day, the Xuanqing Temple opened its doors as usual. However, the number of people who came to offer incense was almost double that of the previous day. May Lord Xuanqing protect us, and may that man-eating fish monster not come to our village again. May Lord Xuanqing protect us, I don't want to become a fish monster. There were an unusually large number of people from other villages coming to offer incense, all of them extremely apprehensive. They had all heard that Lord Xuanqing was particularly efficacious, and had come to seek divine help and offer incense. The villagers of Song Family Village, with their exceptionally well-informed grapevine, already knew what had happened and gathered together, talking in hushed voices. I heard that their village encountered a man-eating fish monster last night, and 7 or 8 people died. It's so tragic. That's nothing, the Luo family village is the truly tragic one. I heard that the entire village of 200 people is now down to just 20 odd, the rest all turned into fish. The old deaf man in their village witnessed the big fish monster turning people into fish with his own eyes. The old deaf man nearly went mad. Yes, those who are left are either contemplating suicide or preparing to move their entire families, wanting to change villages and live elsewhere. I even heard that they want to come to our Song family village. What about the deities that they worshipped in Luo family village? The entire village nearly died out, and didn't their deities care? Alas, do you think every deity is as efficacious as our Lord Xuanqing, protecting the people? Fortunately, our village has Lord Xuanqing, his powers are vast. Even if that fish monster comes, we will not be afraid. A person from another village who had come to offer incense heard this and shook his head. Fellow villager, it's better not to say such unlucky words. We all hope we don't encounter that fish monster. Before we also thought we had divine protection. Now, alas, it's better to avoid encountering it. A villager from Song Family Village scratched his head. It's fine, we're not afraid, Lord Xuanqing will protect us. The person from another village, thinking about the miraculous deeds of Lord Xuanqing, still kept silent. Perhaps if the fish monster came, Lord Xuanqing could really protect the village? After all, Lord Xuanqing seemed very efficacious, otherwise he wouldn't have made a special trip here to worship. Even if it was just for peace of mind. The villager of Song Family Village, seeing his worried face, boldly suggested, Lord Xuanqing is very efficacious, he protects the people. If your village is really worried, why not try to worship Lord Xuanqing like the Lu family village? The villagers were sincerely suggesting it. They felt that the deities of other villages were not as efficacious as Lord Xuanqing. If those villages that were harmed by the fish monster also worshipped Lord Xuanqing, they would not encounter such disasters. The person from another village was taken aback, waving his hands repeatedly. Fellow villager, you can't say such things, our village has deities that we worship. The villagers laughed dryly twice and stopped talking. In their hearts, they secretly thought the deity they worshipped didn't care whether they lived or died. Song Xuancheng listened for a while before understanding what had happened last night. Song Family Village and Lu Family Village were both safe and sound last night, but many other villages, including several nearby townships, encountered fish monsters. Some ate people, while others turned people into fish monsters. It sounded like a demon, but not quite. He didn't know what kind of power it was. Zhao Mingqi and the others from the ancient god society were also in the temple, their expressions solemn upon hearing this. It sounds like an evil spirit. We should split up tonight to see what the situation is. One person can stay here at Lord Xuancheng's place. Babies, there is another chapter coming at around 12 o'clock, please wait a little bit. Chapter 78. The eerily fast fiends. The matter of the fish monster caused panic in many villages built along the rivers. A few villages without rivers nearby felt slightly more at ease. However, most villages were still built by the water. In their panic, people either prayed to gods everywhere, sought martial artists in the county, or reported to the county government for help. However, in this day and age, praying to gods mostly offered psychological comfort. Martial artists wouldn't pay attention without money, and it was unknown when the county government would come to handle the situation. For a time, both the River Ridge Township and several neighboring townships were in a state of anxious dread. Song Xianqing also became secretly vigilant. Just because the two villages under his jurisdiction hadn't encountered the fish monster yesterday, it didn't mean they wouldn't in the future. Moreover, the strength of the fish monster was unknown. According to the villagers' descriptions, the large fish capable of turning people into fish monsters should be the source. Those man-eating fish monsters were probably created by the large fish from humans. It was quite unsettling that the villagers, who were originally human, were transformed into fish monsters by the large fish and then went on to eat those who were once their own kind. Song Xianqing increased his vigilance, sharpened his sword, and prepared to kill fish at any moment. And the fish monsters didn't disappoint him. They visited that very night. Both Song Family Village and Lu Family Village were visited. That night, a lonely moon hung high. In the river at the edge of Song Family Village, 4 or 5 pitch-black, scaleless fish monsters poked their heads out. Their eyes were completely white, without pupils, and they were 4 or 5 feet long. They looked similar, but each fish monster's face still retained traces of their original human features, making them look eerie. The fish monsters all opened their mouths, revealing rows of sharp teeth. An unsettling low moan, quite similar to that of the sourcefish, rose from their mouths. They were ready to feast on blood. Little did they know, they were already being watched. Song Xianqing stood high in the sky, a half-real, half-illusory azure chi sword moving around him. He watched the 4 or 5 fish monsters in the river expressionlessly. The fish monster's aura was strange and mixed. It was neither demonic, human, nor fiendish. Their aura didn't seem strong, only at the body tempering and bone refinement realms. The low moaning echoed, carrying a bewitching effect, but its strength was probably only effective on ordinary people. It wasn't the source large fish. With a thought, Song Xuanqing's azure chi sword shot out like a streak of light, slicing toward the fish monsters in the river. Without any suspense, the heads of the fish monsters were severed in the blink of an eye under the azure chi sword. But what made Song Xianqing slightly uncomfortable was that after the heads of the fish monsters were cut off, the bones and flesh inside their bodies were still clearly recognizable. They were human bones and flesh. Song Xianqing was once a human, so he couldn't be completely indifferent to this. His killing intent toward the source large fish grew even stronger. In the village, as the fish monsters were killed, some villagers who had just sat up in bed immediately lay back down. At the same time, in Lu Family Village, Wualong eerie moan rang out in the night like a ghostly howl. It seeped into the ears of the sleeping villagers. The villagers suddenly opened their eyes, revealing a pair of completely white eyes without pupils, and then stiffly sat up in bed. Song Xuanqing's divided spirit, stationed in Lu Family Village, looked solemnly towards the river. Soon, the divided spirit appeared above the river. Looking down, he saw the head of the large fish, the size of a calf, in the river. The divided spirit couldn't help but frown. This feeling. It was a fiend. And it was a fiend that had already reached the early spirit communication realm. The divided spirit only had the strength of the early to mid-Nian transformation realm. A direct confrontation was clearly not feasible. He could only wait for the main body to come in person. Some villagers had already come out. The divided spirit didn't have time to bother with the large fish fiend in the river. He used divine might on the bewitched villagers. Divine might had no killing power, but it was quite effective against this type of bewitching spell. The villagers, who had been walking stiffly towards the river with their dull, white eyes, instantly regained consciousness under the divine power. They found themselves not sleeping at home but standing outside, facing the river. A realization dawned on the villagers, and their faces paled in an instant. The matter of the fish monster had been the talk of the town, and naturally, Lu Family Village had heard of it. It would be a lie to say they weren't worried. The villagers of Lu family village hadn't seen the manifestation of Lord Xian Cheng in person, so they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Rather than praying to encounter the fish monster and have Lord Xian Cheng manifest, they'd rather pray not to encounter the fish monster at all. But looking at the current situation, they had indeed encountered the fish monster. And those who encountered the fish monster would either be eaten or be dragged into the water and become a fish monster themselves. How could they have regained their senses? The villagers immediately thought of Song Xian Cheng. Could this be Lord Xian Cheng's manifestation protecting them? Was that why they hadn't been bewitched by the fish monster? He wasn't the only villager who had stepped out of his home. The other villagers had also regained consciousness under the divine power. Everyone's reactions were remarkably similar. Were they being bewitched by the fish monster? How were they able to wake up? It must be Lord Xian Cheng's protection, saving them from harm. Choosing to worship Lord Xian Cheng was indeed the most correct decision. Lord Xian Cheng has manifested. Lord Xian Cheng is blessing us. Lord Xian Cheng blesses. Many villagers knelt on the spot and kowtowed. In the river, the great fish fiend, sensing that the villagers it had been controlling were suddenly breaking free, revealed confusion in its dull, dead fish eyes. In the past 2 days, this was the first time it had encountered such a situation. The great fish fiend was somewhat puzzled, but before it could figure it out, a powerful aura suddenly arose from the village in front of it, an aura even stronger than its own. This aura naturally belonged to Song Xian Cheng, whose main body had arrived. The great fish fiend realized that something was wrong and a sense of crisis suddenly surged within it. So, without hesitation, it plunged into the water and turned to flee. These were just mortals, failing to convert them was no great loss. Better to be careful and cautious. Song Xian Cheng arrived with his sword, and he immediately saw the great fish fiend turning to flee. The great fish fiend moved at a rapid speed, almost escaping the bounds of Lu family village in a single breath. With a cold sneer, Song Xian Cheng's eyes flashed with killing intent. The azure chi sword followed his divine will, wrapped in divine power, and shot towards the great fish fiend. The sense of crisis in the great fish fiend's heart grew even stronger, and it felt the azure chi sword chasing it from behind. It fled even faster. However, the azure chi sword was even faster. Just as the great fish fiend was about to escape the river's bounds of Lu family village, the azure chi sword arrived. A flash of sword light, like a meteor in the night sky. It cleanly severed the great fish fiend's enormous head. It seemed that the matter was over. However, before Song Xian Cheng could even breathe a sigh of relief, the headless fish fiend directly controlled its own headless body and burst forth with even greater speed than before. In the blink of an eye, it rushed out of the river's bounds of Lu family village and disappeared without a trace. Song Xian Cheng's face instantly darkened. The good news was that he successfully severed the great fish fiend's head. The bad news was that it could survive without its head. What an adept escape artist the fiend was. Here it comes, babies. Oh. Chapter 79, Scared, can't afford to offend the headless, large fish fiend had already disappeared without a trace, leaving Song Xian Cheng with no chance for a finishing blow, even if he wanted one. With a displeased look in the direction where the fiend had fled, Song Xian Cheng then turned his gaze to the severed fish head. The calf-sized black fish head sank to the bottom of the water, its milky white dead eyes still open, exuding an ominous aura. At the cut, there was no flesh or bone, only a patch of something resembling black mud, sticky and slimy. But the black mud seemed to have a life of its own, and countless finger-length flesh bud-like things were growing from the cut. The flesh buds were still struggling to grow, and given time, it seemed quite possible that they could restore the creature to its original complete fish form. Song Xian Cheng frowned in disgust and decisively used his divine power to obliterate them. The great river within Huanan County was named the Huayan River. It was extremely wide, running through several counties before ultimately flowing into the Huai River. The Huayan River was also home to many great demons and monsters, especially in its depths. Light struggled to penetrate, leaving it dim and profound. A large fish fiend, with only its body remaining, its head severed, was exceptionally violent, charging recklessly. Along its path, it devoured countless fish, shrimp, and weaker water demons. From its cut, black mud had sprouted fleshy buds, each the size of a small forearm, densely packed. Many passing fish, shrimp, and small water demons were pulled into these black fleshy buds, ultimately becoming nourishment for the large fish fiend. However, its head still hadn't grown back. This made it incredibly violent. Yet, it dared not return to retrieve its head. It was unsure of Song Xian Cheng's origins that he could sever its head, breaking the connection and harming its very essence. In short, it was somewhat intimidated. It was afraid, thoroughly defeated. Finally, the large fish fiend entered a stone cave, waiting for the fish monsters it had sent out to feed to return. As dawn approached, the fish monsters came back. The large fish fiend became even more agitated. How were several dozen missing? It didn't know that most of the missing fish monsters had been killed by Song Xian Cheng and the members of the ancient god society. The large fish fiend couldn't dwell on it without its head. It was desperate to recover. Originally, it had planned to fatten up the fish monsters before consuming them to help it quickly return to its peak. But now, without its head, growing it back was the priority. The fish monsters couldn't muster any resistance when facing the large fish fiend, obediently offering themselves to the fleshy buds. They let the black buds ensnare them like tentacles and then devoured them. They didn't even let out a whimper. Under the gradual erosion of the black fleshy buds, the human flesh and bones beneath their fish skins were exposed and then swallowed whole. After consuming more than 200 fish monsters, the large fish fiend finally grew its head back. But compared to before, it was still considerably weaker. Of the original 500 or 600 fish monsters, only 300 or 400 remained. The severing of its head had left a significant scar on the large fish fiend. It was hesitant to go out and convert more fish monsters for now. Even if it did go out again, it didn't plan on going near the Lu family village lest it encounter the person who had severed its head again. The number of villages visited by fish monsters last night has doubled. Not just River Bend village, other places were also being harassed by these creatures. Things have escalated a bit, and the county's patrol inspection office could no longer sit idly by. The patrol inspection office was a standard martial force in the county seat. In small counties without a demon suppression bureau presence, they were responsible for dealing with local demonic and ghostly matters. However, the scope of this fish monster issue was too vast. It would be unrealistic to expect the patrol inspection office to protect all the villages. Smart people had already seen this reality. Only the not-so-smart ones felt hope was arriving. The county was looking after them. They were saved. Most villages that had been attacked by fish monsters were shrouded in gloom. Only Song Family Village and Lu Family Village seemed unfazed by the fish monster attacks. As for the few villages that the Ancient God Society members had visited, the villagers had no idea what happened. The Ancient God Society members had slain the fish monsters at night and left, taking the corpses back for research. So, those villagers were still celebrating that they had not been visited by the fish monsters. Meanwhile, the villagers of Song Family Village discovered the fish monster's corpse cut in two in the river, almost falling into the water in fright. Then they realized that their Song Family Village had also been visited by fish monsters last night. They just hadn't known what had happened during the night, and the fish monster had been killed. This must be the work of Lord Xin Chang. He was protecting them. The villagers of Song Family Village felt completely at ease. As long as Lord Xin Chang was there, they wouldn't be afraid of any monsters. Lord Xin Chang would protect them. So, whenever someone asked if they had been attacked by fish monsters, they would say, "We were. But nothing happened to our village, no one died. We didn't even know what was happening at night, and the next morning we found the dead fish monster in the river. It's Lord Xin Chang protecting us." This kind of conversation was repeated numerous times today. Soon, the news that Song Family Village had been attacked by a fish monster yet was safe due to Lord Xin Chang's protection spread. Also spreading was the news that Lu Family Village, which also worshipped Lord Xin Chang, had also been unharmed after being attacked by fish monsters. In fact, the people of Lu Family Village were even more enthusiastic about the matter than the people of Song Family Village. The villagers of Song Family Village had witnessed Lord Xin Chang's miracles several times, but this was the first time the villagers of Lu Family Village had witnessed it firsthand. And it was when they encountered the giant fish that turned people into fish monsters, saving them. They had been spared the misfortune of being lured into the water and turning into fish monsters. The villagers of Lu Family Village had heard that encountering the giant fish that turned people into fish monsters could wipe out an entire village. Yet, their village was safe after facing such a disaster. It was indeed the best decision for their village to worship Lord Xin Chang. If they were still worshipping the former three-eyed goddess, everyone in the village might have perished. The people of Lu Family Village said, "Lord Xin Chang is a kind God who truly pities the world. As long as we faithfully believe and worship Lord Xin Chang, he will protect us." As for whether Lu Family Village abandoned the three-eyed goddess for Lord Xin Chang and suffered divine punishment, other villagers couldn't ask anymore. Compared to Lu Family Village, which had been unharmed by fish monsters, other villages seemed to have suffered divine punishment. In this era, information was not well developed, and news didn't spread fast. The first to know about the news from Lu and Song villages were the nearby villages. People's thoughts were a mix of confusion and curiosity. Su Family Village. The village was a few miles away from Song Family Village, separated by a mountain and a river. Su Family Village was even smaller than Song Family Village, with only about a dozen households and 60 to 70 people. Of course, there were even fewer now, because they had lost 7 or 8 people to the fish monsters last night. Now, because of the news about the divine protection of Lu and Song villages from the fish monsters, there were arguments breaking out in their village. Chapter 80. 3 villages arrived together: the Su Family Village, Ancestral Hall. All 59 remaining people of the village were here. The villagers were mournful and indignant. "Yesterday, 8 people in our village died, eaten by that fish monster. I want to know, where are our gods? Where is the great god Luo mountain we have worshipped for countless years? When our village encountered the fish monster, when those 8 people were eaten by the fish monster, where were the gods we worshipped? We don't seek wealth and glory, we only seek to live well. Are the gods unwilling to grant even that? Yesterday those 8 died. How can we know who among us will die next time? Why is it that the gods of the Lu family village and the Song family village next door, who worship the Xian Qing Gong, are willing to protect them, while our gods cannot save even one of our lives? The village chief and the elders stood at the very front, heads bowed in silence. They didn't know what to say. What could they say? I was the one who agreed that our village should also worship the Xian Qing Gong, like the Lu family village. The Xian Qing Gong is so effective, but everyone refused, saying the great god Luo mountain would protect us. Has he protected us now? It would have been better to follow my idea from the beginning and worship the Xian Qing Gong. The one who said this was the village loafer. Actually, he initially wanted to worship the Xian Qing Gong only because he thought the Xian Qing Gong was effective and might help him get rich. But now, no one could refute his words. The reality of the Lu family village and the Song family village was right there. That Xian Qing Gong was indeed effective, protecting the people under his care. When others encountered the fish monster, people died, but they remained unharmed. If they had followed the Lu family village and worshipped the Xian Qing Gong together, their village wouldn't be having people eaten by the fish monster now. It's not too late to worship now. The sooner we worship, the sooner we will be blessed by the Xian Qing Gong, and we won't have to fear the fish monster eating people. That's right, we don't want to worship the great god Luo mountain anymore, we want to worship the Xian Qing Gong. Nothing happened to the Lu family village when they changed their worship. What are we afraid of? We will also worship the Xian Qing Gong. Similar scenes were playing out in several nearby villages. Before, although they had heard that the Xian Qing Gong was very effective, they hadn't felt it so directly. But now, with the comparison between the Lu and Song family villages and themselves, that feeling was instantaneous. Everyone in the village worships a patron god, but only the Xian Qing Gong worshipped by the Lu and Song villages protected the people under his care when they encountered the fish monster. As for the gods worshipped in other villages, the less said, the better. If there hadn't been the matter of the fish monster eating people, even if they knew the Xian Qing Gong was very effective, they wouldn't have been so eager to change their worship. But now that people were being eaten by the fish monster in order to survive, what was the harm in changing the god they worshipped? Of course, some people were hesitant. Weren't the martial arts masters of the county's patrol division already dealing with the fish monster? Shouldn't the adults in the patrol division protect us? Upon hearing this, some smart people who had anticipated this event could not help but laugh. Then guess how long it will take for the martial arts masters of the patrol division to protect us since we are so far from the county? That afternoon, the village chiefs and elders of 3 villages near the Song family village all ran to the Song family village. Although the Lu family village also worshipped the Xian Qing Gong, it was well known that the Xian Qing Gong shrine in the Song family village was the main shrine. If they were going to invite a god, of course, they would come to the Song family village. These 3 villages were not far from each other and often intermarried, so they naturally knew each other. When they saw each other coming to the Song family village with gifts, both sides almost instantly understood the other's intentions. Old Chow, you also want to invite a god? You, from the Fan family village, also want to worship the Xian Qing Gong? Yes, people in the village can't die anymore. We hope the Xian Qing Gong will protect us. Sigh, we are the same. The 3 villages, the Chow family village, the Fan family village, and the Su family village, the village chiefs and elders of the 3 villages, all approached the Song village chief, Song Tianchang. Upon hearing their intentions, Song Tianchang was stunned. All 3 of your villages want to venerate Xian Qing Gong? Changing the deity one worships is something that hasn't happened in years. Yet, in less than a month, Song Tianchang has already seen 4 villages wanting to switch deities, all coming to him to request to venerate Xian Qing Gong. Song Tianchang was stunned for a moment but quickly understood. The matter of the fish monster eating people had caused quite a stir, and in this situation, only the Lu and Song villages were unharmed due to their veneration of Xian Qing Gong. It's only natural for others to consider venerating Xian Qing Gong. In these times, everyone is just trying to survive. Song Tianchang sighed, thinking of those who had died in the mouth of the fish monster. If it weren't for Xian Qing Gong, their Song village would not have been safe either. So he understood and supported the decision made by these 3 villages. If these 3 villages were blessed by Xian Qing Gong, more people would be able to survive. Xian Qing Gong would also receive more veneration. Naturally, Song Tianchang agreed wholeheartedly. Alright, I understand, I have no objections. As long as Xian Qing Gong is willing to accept your veneration and bless you. His opinion was not important anyway, the main thing was Xian Qing Gong's will. Song Tianchang led the village chiefs and elders of the 3 villages to the Xianqing temple. From Hushisu village in Wannan County, they revered the divine form of Lord Xianqing, treating him with utmost sincerity. From Hushichao village in Wannan County, they revered Lord Xinqing. From Hushifan village in Wannan County, the three villages took turns casting divination blocks to inquire about divine will, following the same process as the previous Lu village. Song Xianqing had long known their intentions, and amid their nervous anticipation, he gave the response of a sacred hexagram to all. The village chiefs and elders of the three villages did not know that Song Xianqing also needed their offerings of incense. They only knew that they had received Lord Xuanqing's answer, willing to bless them. The anger, helplessness, and sorrow of facing the fish monster's cannibalism would soon be far away from them. Lord Xianqing was so efficacious, compassionate to all living beings, and would surely protect them from being eaten by the monster. The eyes of those holding the divination blocks involuntarily turned red. Those with low tier thresholds directly began to cry. Without prayer mats, they knelt directly on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly towards the deity's statue. Lord Xianqing, with great compassion and mercy, the Su village will surely sincerely worship you for generations to come. Song Tiancheng consoled them. All right, don't cry, this is a joyous occasion. Why cry? You should be laughing. Yes, Brother Song is right, this is a joyous occasion, we should be laughing. Now, the group was both crying and laughing. After quite a while, they barely calmed down, discussing when to invite the deity. Sculpting a deity statue would take time, but saving lives was urgent, so they would temporarily sculpt a quicker to form statue, and later, if there was a chance, sculpt a good one. They would not choose a specific time to invite the deity, and would come as soon as the statue was sculpted. The people from the three villages came with worried faces and left joyfully. Chapter 81. 2 and 1. After Chao Fan and Su's three villages had consulted the divine will and left, no one came again today seeking to invite a god. It was unknown whether the news had not yet spread that far, or if there was some other reason. Perhaps they thought the county's patrol office could save them. If the patrol office could indeed protect the people in those villages from the fish monster, then Song Xianqing would be happy to see it. The lives of living beings always carried great weight. Song Xianqing did want to bring Hugong Township under his jurisdiction as soon as possible so that he could break through and receive system rewards. But that was only a matter of time. Compared to that, in the current situation, he hoped more that those innocent people could live well. He could not protect too many people in a short time. If the patrol office could make a difference, that would be good. In addition, some villages might not have encountered the fish monster, so there was no rush to change the god they worshipped, which was also normal. At least Song Xuanqing's breakthrough indicators had made new progress. There were 3 more villages preparing to worship him. The entire Hugong Township, including all the villages big and small, totaled 27. All things considered, Song Xianqing could now be said to have jurisdiction over 5 villages. It was only the second quarter of the Shen hour in the afternoon when San Cun departed. Worshippers arriving to burn incense came one after another. Song Xianqing immediately began to refine new incarnations. He planned to place these new incarnations in the villages of Chao Fan and Su San Cun, where he was to be worshipped. These 3 villages weren't too far from Song Family Village, and even though they weren't yet under his jurisdiction, his incarnations could still reach them. Although the formal invitation of his divinity from those 3 villages would still take time, they would eventually become his subjects and believers. Given the current situation of the fish demon devouring people, the sooner Song Xianqing could provide protection, the better. In fact, last night Song Xianqing had already prepared to refine incarnations to check the situation in the surrounding villages and seize the opportunity to eliminate the fish demon. However, just after killing the fish demon in Song Family Village, the source of the evil entity was discovered in Lu Family Village, and Song Xianqing had rushed to Lu Family Village. By the time he returned, it was already late. By the time he finished refining the incarnations, the fish demons in the surrounding areas would have long fled. Today, Song Xianqing planned to refine several incarnations. Apart from the villages of Chao Fan and Su San Cun, he would send incarnations to any place within their reach to investigate and seize opportunities to eliminate the fish demons. As for more distant places, he could not manage them for the time being and would leave them to the human martial artists. Late afternoon, near the end of Shinshi. By this time, the number of people coming to Zhuangyin Temple to burn incense gradually decreased. Usually, Zhuangyin Temple would close its doors at Yushi. Song Xianqing finished refining a clone and his gaze fell upon a mother and daughter in the corner. Actually, this was the 3rd time Song Xianqing had looked at them. The mother and daughter were clearly farmers from the countryside, wearing dark, coarse hemp clothing with dark, rough skin and dull, malnourished hair. The mother was in her early 30s but clearly lived a hard life. Her face was haggard, making her look like she was 40, with a few strands of white hair, and her eyes were filled with panic and confusion. The daughter looked to be about 4 or 5 years old, skinny and huddled in her mother's arms, her hair also dull. But Song Xianqing could see from her bone structure that she should be 7 or 8 years old. She only looked small because she wasn't eating well. This mother and daughter were very strange. They arrived at Zhuangyin Temple before Shinshi. But they didn't burn incense. Instead, they huddled in the corner, watching others come and go to offer incense. Zhao Mingqi, who was the temple keeper today, thought they didn't have money to buy incense, so she took the initiative to give them a few sticks, telling them that the incense was free. But they still didn't burn incense, remaining huddled in the corner. Zhao Mingqi guessed for a moment, then offered them food. But they still refused. Zhao Mingqi didn't want to chase them away. After all, they looked pitiful, and as two ordinary people, they couldn't do anything bad. So she just let them huddle in the corner. Song Xianqing felt a little strange, at a loss. Just as he was preparing to continue refining his clone, the mother and daughter finally moved. They walked out of the corner and to the prayer mat. The mother looked at Song Xianqing's statue with a sorrowful and expectant gaze. By now, no one had come to burn incense for a while, and the only ones in the main hall were a black cat sleeping on the open ground, and this mother and daughter. The mother still held the incense that Zhao Mingqi had given her that afternoon. After lighting it, she pulled her daughter to kowtow and offer incense on the prayer mat. Afterward, the mother looked at Song Xianqing's statue with tearful eyes and choked out, "Venerable Xianqing, you are all-powerful and compassionate. Please save my daughter, my heartless beast of a husband. He actually wants to offer our daughter to the evil god in the village to be eaten. Venerable Xianqing, please save my daughter and destroy the man-eating evil god." Song Xianqing's eyes widened suddenly, shocked by her astonishing words. Even the black cat, which had been lying in the courtyard sleeping, raised its head and looked at the mother and daughter. After a while, Song Xianqing finally learned the story from the mother's mouth. The mother and daughter were from Reojiagu. Reojiagu was about 5 or 6 miles away from Songjia village, not too far, not too close. The village was also not very big, with only about 20 households, totaling 70 or 80 people. But their village worshipped an evil god. No, according to Song Xianqing's understanding, to be precise, they worshipped a demon as a deity. It was called the Earth Gold King. The statue they had made for it was the image of a man-sized rat. In fact, they hadn't worshipped this Earth Gold King before. It was only a few years ago that the village chief overrode the objections of the villagers and demanded they worship it. He said the Earth Gold King was very effective and could guarantee their wealth. How could it not be effective? A living demon, as long as its demands were met, would naturally be effective. But the reason why worshipping a demon as a deity was scorned was because the demon's demands were not so easy to satisfy. The Earth Gold King wanted to eat people, and it only ate children under the age of 10. Both boys and girls were acceptable. As for the wealth that the villagers of Reojiagu wanted, that was easy for a demon to get. They could just steal from any wealthy merchant's house. Reojiagu had been worshipping the Earth Gold King for 4 or 5 years. During this time, Reojiagu had offered countless children to the Earth Gold King in exchange for wealth. If they encountered any small disasters, the Earth Gold King would also help them overcome them. But of course, the cost was always offering children to the Earth Gold King. 2 each month, and extra offerings during special circumstances. And those children, naturally, were not all from Rojia village. Their village only had 70 or 80 people in total. The children offered to the Earth Gold King were basically all captured or stolen from other places. After all, even tigers don't eat their own cubs, so the villagers naturally didn't want to offer their own children. Offering other people as captured children didn't hurt as much. But there were always exceptions, like this mother and daughter who came to seek help from Song Xianqing. Mother Rao had given birth to 3 daughters and 1 son. The son was not yet 2 years old, and the third daughter was the little girl beside her today, almost 8 years old. As for the eldest and second daughters, their husband, a few years ago, had used the excuse of sending them to wealthy families as maids to offer them to the Earth Gold King to be eaten. Because her husband was a drunkard and a gambler, obsessed with money. The money gained from offering children captured from other places to the Earth Gold King was shared equally among the whole village. But if the offered child was from one's own family, the money would be for one person alone. Her husband couldn't bear to touch his son, so he set his sights on his daughters. The matter of the village worshipping the man-eating Earth Gold King was not something that women like her were qualified to know. The women in the village were all unaware of this, only the men knew. The reason Mother Rao knew about it was because she had overheard it. The fish monster had eaten several villagers last night. The Earth Gold King hadn't appeared from beginning to end, and a group of men had started arguing in the ancestral hall. Many people said the Earth Gold King couldn't protect them, and they wanted to change the deity they worshipped. But the village chief disagreed. After a round of arguments, he said that as long as they offered 4 more children, the fish monster wouldn't come to eat people again, and they would still get a large sum of money. But 4 children in a short period were not easy to capture. And Mother Rao's gambling addict husband wanted to please the Earth Gold King and also get more money, so he offered to send one of his own daughters as one of the 4. All of this was overheard by Mother Rao. She hated the Earth Gold King who had eaten her 2 daughters, and she also hated her beastly husband. But Mother Rao was just an ordinary village woman. Even if she hated the Earth Gold King to death, she couldn't take revenge herself. The only thing she could think of was the Xianqing Gong, who had been rumored to be incredibly powerful recently. It was said he was a compassionate deity with great magical powers. And he was very effective. The villages that worshipped Xianqing Gong had not been harmed by the fish monster. So she took her daughter and ran to the Xianqing temple. There were too many people in the afternoon, and she didn't dare to speak up, so she took advantage of the fewer people now to tell Song Xianqing her story. Song Xianqing's brow furrowed as he listened. The evil of man truly had no limits, worshipping evil spirits, letting evil spirits eat people, capturing children for evil spirits to eat, and then there was Mother Rao's husband, who would offer his own children to evil spirits to be eaten. And it wasn't just Song Xianqing who heard these words. Zhao Mingqi and Yi Yunsong weren't in the main hall, but martial artists had incredible hearing, and the two in the front hall had heard Mother Rao's words clearly. Zhao Mingqi walked into the main hall and said with a sneer, "To worship an evil spirit as a god, this matter doesn't even need Xianqing Gong to take action. Take me to your village, I will go and slay that evil spirit." Mother Rao turned her head in surprise, seeing it was Zhao Mingqi. She looked a bit nervous. "Miss, that Earth Gold King is very powerful, not someone ordinary people like us can deal with, which is why I came to seek help from Xianqing Gong." Zhao Mingqi knew she thought she was just an ordinary temple attendant. She smiled and said, "I am a martial artist, a small evil spirit like that, I can solve it. Powerful evil spirits who eat people do it openly and brazenly, eating and then running away. They would never act like that Earth Gold King of Raojia village, who has to hide behind ordinary people, secretly eating people. He is just afraid of being targeted by human martial artists." Mother Rao was a little confused. She didn't know who was more powerful, the martial artist or the Earth Gold King. She only knew that Xianqing Gong was definitely incredibly powerful and could kill the Earth Gold King. Zhao Mingqi looked at the lifelike statue of Lord Xianqing in the hall, her expression firm. "Don't be afraid, take me to your village, I'll take care of that demon. This is Lord Xuanqing's decree." Although Song Xianqing hadn't given her any decree, who knew? At this moment, the black cat suddenly looked over and spoke in human language. "This is indeed Lord Xuanqing's decree." Mother Rao widened her eyes in panic, looking at the black cat that spoke human words, her speech stuttering. "Demon, a monster," it spoke. Mother Rao was terrified, but Zhao Mingqi was overjoyed. The black cat was Song Xuanqing's spiritual cat, and for the black cat to say these words at this time, it was clearly conveying Song Xuanqing's meaning. After waiting by Lord Xuanqing's side for so long, Lord Xianqing had finally given her a divine decree. Although it was conveyed by the black cat, it meant the same thing. This was the first time Lord Xianqing had given her a divine decree, and she would definitely handle it beautifully. Seeing Mother Rao looking flustered, Zhao Mingqi's tone softened a bit as she said, "Don't be afraid, that's Lord Xianqing's spiritual cat, not some demon. It doesn't eat people or harm people, it's a spiritual cat following a deity to cultivate." Mother Rao's mood calmed down a bit, but she felt a little dizzy. Before, she had only heard that Lord Xianqing was very efficacious and had great powers, but she didn't have a strong sense of it. After all, seeing is believing. Now that she had truly experienced it, Mother Rao only felt dizzy. The temple keeper was a powerful martial artist, and he also had a talking spiritual cat. Lord Xianqing was truly divine. No wonder after the Lu village replaced their old deity and began to worship Lord Xianqing, she also saw 3 other villages planning to worship Lord Xianqing this afternoon. She wondered if their village could also worship Lord Xianqing after the Earth Golden King was killed. Would Lord Xianqing dislike Rao family Gully? If he did dislike them, that would be normal too. Mother Rao felt a bit bitter. The sun dipped below the horizon. Zhao Mingqi and Yi Yunsong followed the mother and daughter towards Raojiagu. Xianqing Temple was closed, replaced by Zhang Haiquan and Chao Jiaqing to watch over it. Song Xianqing had refined 3 spiritual clones, one specifically assigned to watch the fish monster in the river by the 3 villages of Chao, Fan, and Su. These 3 villages were unaware that Song Xianqing was already protecting them. They had devised a temporary solution themselves, to hide on the mountains away from the river for the night. Although there was a chance of encountering wild beasts, it was better than facing the fish monster. Song Xianqing was speechless. Perhaps only after they belatedly realized they were being protected would they dare return to their villages. However, this meant his clone had even more to do, having to watch the river and ensure the villagers weren't snatched by wild beasts. Song Xianqing also arranged for a clone to patrol other nearby villages. The last clone followed behind Zhao Mingqi and the others. He wanted to see with his own eyes what was going on in Raojiagu and what this Earth Gold King was all about. The mother and daughter walked slowly. Zhao Mingqi and Yi Yunsong simply carried one each on their backs, finally arriving at Raojiagu as darkness approached. However, to avoid alarming the snake in the grass and failing to ambush the Earth Gold King, they secretly entered the village. The mother didn't know where the villagers offered children to the Earth Gold King. But the village was small, and Zhao Mingqi quickly found Raojiagu's ancestral hall. The ancestral hall's doors were tightly shut, but candles were lit inside, and Zhao Mingqi could hear the murmur of voices within. After having the mother take her daughter to hide, Zhao Mingqi and Yi Yunsong directly climbed onto the roof. They removed some tiles, revealing the scene below. 20 or 30 men were kneeling on the ground. On a high stone platform, 4 children, all under 10 years old, were tied together. Clearly, the mother had run away with her daughter, and even though they were not in the village, these villagers had still captured 4 children. The children's faces were filled with terror as a man-sized, hairless yellow rat looked down upon them with drooling hunger. Its hairless skin reflected an oily sheen, and it only possessed a mid-stage bone refinement cultivation level. The village chief knelt on the ground and shouted, "Earth Gold King, please enjoy this blood offering. We hope the Earth Gold King's cultivation will increase and that you will protect Ryojiagu. Babies, a 2-in-1 chapter is presented, moi." Chapter 82. It's all the monster's fault. After the village chief led the shout, the 20 or 30 villagers kneeling behind him followed suit. May great King Gold of the Land's cultivation advance greatly, and may he protect Rao family village. The hairless, yellow-skinned rat bared its teeth in a grin, revealing its 2 large front teeth. It looked at the kneeling villagers below, its expression satisfied. Its cultivation wasn't high even on the outskirts of the Luoxiao mountain range. Its strength was insignificant. However, in Rao family village, it had become the great King Gold of the land that these villagers worshipped, revered as a god by these mortals. Ah, good, you serve this great king well, and this great king will protect your Rao family village. The hairless, yellow-skinned rat was so immersed in the moment that it didn't realize its death was imminent. On the rooftop, Zhao Mingqi's face was as cold as a winter's day in the 12th lunar month. She couldn't stand it for even a second longer. With a whoosh, she drew the great saber she carried on her back. Yi Yunsong quickly took 2 steps back. Zhao Mingqi, with a swift motion, slashed down, shattering the blue tile roof beneath her feet with the force of thunder. With a loud crash, they landed amid the broken tiles descending from the sky. The yellow rat demon was just about to enjoy a child, never expecting this turn of events. It had no idea when Zhao Mingqi and Yi Yunsong had gotten onto the roof. The yellow rat demon was startled, and the villagers trembled in fear. They looked up and saw Zhao Mingqi and Yi Yunsong, fierce and menacing, descending from the sky. The next moment, a murderous voice rang out. "You man-eating fiend, we are here under the order of Lord Xin Qing to take your life." The yellow rat demon stared at Zhao Mingqi and Yi Yunsong, both shocked and frightened, a look of panic and confusion flashing in its beady black eyes. Human martial artists? It had been so careful, yet it was still targeted by human martial artists? After a moment of panic, the yellow rat demon regained its senses and turned to flee without a word. It could recognize the fluctuations of aura on Zhao Mingqi and Yi Yunsong, which clearly indicated they were at the spirit-gathering realm. How could it possibly deal with that? If only it had known, it wouldn't have come to Rao family village today. It was truly unlucky. Seeing the yellow rat demon turn and run, Zhao Mingqi sneered and instructed Yi Yunsong, "Keep an eye on these villagers, don't let them run. The man-eating fiend deserves to die, but these villagers are not innocent either." Yi Yunsong nodded, while Zhao Mingqi charged towards the yellow rat demon with her saber. The rat demon tried to escape through a window, but how could its speed compare to Zhao Mingqi, who was at the spirit-gathering realm? Before it could even reach the window, the cold, gleaming blade was already in front of it. The villagers of Rao family village had never witnessed such a scene before. They were all dumbfounded, some kneeling on the ground, afraid to move, others collapsing in a heap. A few more quick-witted ones realized the situation was dire and tried to sneak away, only to be kicked down by Yi Yunsong, the force nearly breaking their bones. What happened next left them all utterly horrified. Zhao Mingqi's blade fell, as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, and the rat demon's head was severed. The rat demon had no chance to escape in front of the spirit-gathering realm Zhao Mingqi. It had no power to resist. Thud! The large rat head was chopped off and rolled to a spot just 2 meters away from the village chief of Rao family village. Its beady black eye was staring right at him. Ah! The village chief was terrified and staggered backward. The other villagers were no better, their eyes wide with terror as they looked at the rat demon and Zhao Mingqi. Great King Gold of the land is dead? Less than a minute had passed since Zhao Mingqi and Yi Yunsong had appeared. Some people were still trying to process what had happened, yet the great King Gold of the land was already dead. The once majestic and powerful great King Gold of the land had died right before their very eyes, at the hands of the woman wielding the great saber. They remembered the words Zhao Mingqi had said when she first appeared under the order of Lord Xin Chang. The villagers of Rao family village felt a chill run through them. Did they know it was wrong to worship a demon? Of course, they knew. Did they know it was wrong to capture children to feed to the demon? Of course, they also knew. It was only because the Earth Gold King could bring them benefits that they were willing to fall into depravity and commit evil. The name of Lord Xin Qing, of course, they had heard of. Very efficacious, very powerful, a god with vast supernatural powers. Everyone said he was a true god. Raoja Gully had actually considered enshrining Lord Xinqing, but after thinking about it, they were afraid that Lord Xinqing would see through their evil deeds, which would only bring trouble, so they gave up on the idea. Moreover, the Earth Gold King was alive, and they were also worried about retaliation from the Earth Gold King. Besides, they were quite satisfied with the wealth that the Earth Gold King brought them. If it were Lord Xinqing, would they still be able to get so much money? If they had always been poor and struggling, then so be it, but the villagers of Raoja Gully had already tasted the flavor of money. They had enjoyed the unearned gains of not having to pay anything, but only needing to steal a few children to get a large amount of money. But now the Earth Gold King was dead, killed under the orders of Lord Xinqing. So, were all the evil deeds of Raoja Gully exposed? How would they be dealt with? The villagers of Raoja Gully, kneeling on the ground, finally felt fear. The rat demon had been killed, but Zhao Mingqi's expression did not improve. She turned around, her gaze icy as she looked at the group of villagers sprawled on the ground. Including the village chief, there were nearly 30 men. And not one of these people was innocent. They were called humans, but in reality, they were not much different from evil spirits. Touching her gaze, the villagers of Raoja Gully trembled. Finally, someone spoke up, weeping as they kowtowed. Lord, we were wrong, we shouldn't have worshipped a monster, it was all that monster forced us to do. If we didn't worship it, didn't satisfy its demands, it would eat us. Lord, we were really wrong, please spare us. As soon as these words were spoken, the other villagers immediately reacted and followed suit. Yes, it was all that monster forced us to do. Lord, please spare us. The disgust on Zhao Mingqi's face deepened. Did they think she didn't know the real situation? Her hands were itching, she wanted to kill someone. For her to spare them, what about those innocent children who had died before? If Mother Rao hadn't taken her daughter to Lord Xinqing for help, who knows how many more people these villagers would have harmed. The 4 children they had kidnapped today would also have lost their lives to the demon. Zhao Mingqi sneered, people are watching what you do. Can you deceive me? Can you deceive the gods? Can you deceive Lord Xinqing? The villagers of Raoja Gully couldn't listen and were still trying to shift the blame. Zhao Mingqi had no intention of listening to their excuses and had Yi Yunsong go to comfort the 4 children who had been tied up. Then, she placed her knife on the village chief's neck. The village chief was immediately scared to the point of wetting himself, his body trembling. The other villagers were also startled by her action of putting a knife to his throat, and the words of shifting the blame finally stopped. Zhao Mingqi scanned the expressions on their faces, her gaze finally settling on the village chief. Besides those here, who else in the village knew about you capturing children to offer to the evil spirit? The village chief trembled, his body limp as mud, but his mouth was still stubborn. No one, only we know. Would Zhao Mingqi believe it? Like hell she would. The village chief clearly saw that things were not looking good and wanted to take the blame on these people. With a cold laugh, she didn't give the village chief a chance to continue speaking. The large blade swiftly descended. Bang! A dull thud, the sound of the village chief's head falling to the ground. The stench of blood exploded instantly, and the faces of the nearby villagers were splattered with blood. Zhao Mingqi's cold voice rang out again. Besides you, who else in the village knows the inside story? Speak! Otherwise, you will be the next village chief. Chapter 83, Omiya seeks an audience. Zhao Mingqi rarely made a move against ordinary people. But the people of Raoja Go were truly repulsive. How were they different from evil spirits? In any case, none of the people in the ancestral hall were innocent, they all deserved to die. Zhao Mingqi felt no burden in killing them. She could also find out which villagers were in the know. All those who knew were not innocent. Even if they hadn't directly participated, they were still tacitly enjoying the blood-soaked steamed buns. Zhao Mingqi's tactic of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys was quite effective. It's just that the monkeys didn't know that even if they cooperated with Zhao Mingqi, they would still not escape death. And after questioning everyone, out of the 76 people in the village, only 15, including infants, were completely unaware. Zhao Mingqi almost laughed in anger. Raoja Go was rotten to the core. Of the 76 people in Rao village, 61 knew the truth. Zhao Mingqi had naturally killed all the men in the ancestral hall, and had also killed most of the others in the village who knew. Only Rao's mother's gambling husband was killed by Rao's mother herself. She truly hated that beast of a husband. Unable to wield Zhao Mingqi's blade, she had taken her own kitchen knife and hacked her husband's head to pieces. In the end, there were 5 or 6 people left who knew but weren't completely rotten, and 15 who didn't. Zhao Mingqi took them to the county yamen to surrender. It was of course impossible to kill everyone in Rao Gully. But letting them go was also impossible. Even those who didn't know were taken to the county yamen to surrender. Zhao Mingqi didn't care how the county yamen dealt with them after that. She couldn't possibly kill everyone. Anyway, from this point on, Rao Gully would basically become history. Even if those taken to the county yamen weren't beheaded or imprisoned, they definitely wouldn't be able to return to Rao Gully. Song Xianqing thought this was quite good, otherwise, when he brought the entire Hugong Township under his jurisdiction, Rao Gully would also be within Hugong Township's range. Would he protect it, or not? Now there was no need to worry, Rao Gully was simply gone. After Zhao Mingqi took the people to the county Yamen, Yi Yunsun sent the 4 children home. The affair at Raja Gully was common knowledge throughout Hugong Township by the next day. Even the neighboring townships had heard about it. It wasn't just that they were worshipping evil spirits. They were also snatching other people's children to offer as sacrifices? This had truly stirred up public outrage. You see, over the past few years, Raja Gully hadn't just been stealing children in Hugong Township. It wasn't clear whose children Raja Gully had stolen, but anyone who had lost a child in the past few years automatically assumed that Raja Gully was responsible. How could this not incite public fury? The fact that the evil spirits and the wicked villagers of Raja Gully were dealt with by the martial artists under Lord Xuanqing's command was also widely spread. Naturally, everyone was cheering. There was even a rumor circulating. Any place that dared to worship evil spirits better watch out, or one day Lord Xianqing would send down a thunderbolt and wipe out the evil spirits and the entire village. Worshipping evil spirits was a death wish. They should repent to Lord Xianqing immediately and turn back before it was too late. The next day, more families flocked to the Xianqing temple to offer incense. Most of them had lost children in the past and now believed that Raja Gully had stolen them to offer to the evil spirits. They now knew that Lord Xianqing had eliminated the evil spirits and the wicked people of Raja Gully and came to express their gratitude. Today, the cries of mourning at the Xianqing temple were almost continuous. They were grateful, but it was still heartbreaking to think that their lost children had been eaten by evil spirits. The only ones who arrived joyfully were the families of the 4 children who had been rescued yesterday. Aside from those who came to offer incense, 2 more villages came today, wanting to change their patron deity and worship Lord Xianqing instead. The matter of the fish monster eating people hadn't settled. It was just that the source of the great fish demon hadn't appeared for the time being. Song Xianqing guessed that it might be hiding to heal its wounds. But even the man-eating fish monsters were enough to cause ordinary people headaches. The intervention of the patrol department had indeed had some effect, killing some fish monsters and preventing some villages from being harmed. However, the patrol department didn't have enough manpower to protect all the villages. So last night, some villages still suffered at the hands of the fish monsters. Since they couldn't rely on the patrol department, they could only try to rely on Lord Xianqing. Song Xianqing was naturally pleased to gain jurisdiction over 2 more villages. In the afternoon, the black cat came to the Xianqing temple. It had completely refined the spirit essence pill from the last time and had now reached the late stage of the bone refinement realm. Today it came to Song Xianqing with news. My lord, Emu wants to meet with you. Emu? That timid crocodile demon in the spirit-gathering realm? Song Xianqing raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Emu, who seemed so terrified of him, actually dared to request a meeting? Song Xianqing was curious about why it was looking for him. Come to think of it, he had only met the crocodile demon once. On the other hand, the black cat seemed to be quite close to the crocodile demon. Song Xianqing nodded and replied, "Alright, let it come to the back hill, the same place as last time." Following the black cat, Emu arrived at the back hill and saw Song Xianqing. He had initially stopped limping, but upon seeing Song Xianqing, his legs couldn't help but go weak again. Gods above, how was it that after not seeing him for a while, this mysterious adult seemed to have become much stronger? Although he hadn't been able to discern Song Xuanqing's cultivation level last time, this time he understood even less. But that intuition wouldn't deceive him. Emu felt that Song Xuanqing's aura was even more oppressive. Even though Song Xianqing didn't intend to exert any pressure on him, the black cat's cultivation progressed like it was flying, but at least its realm wasn't very high to begin with. How could this mysterious adult, who was already strong, still make such rapid progress in strength? Seeing Emu trembling, Song Xianqing was at a loss for words. He was still so afraid of him, yet he dared to come see him? Shaking his head, Song Xianqing took the initiative to ask, "Speak, what business do you have with me?" Emu then came back to his senses and remembered the matter at hand. He quickly forced a smile onto his crocodile face, which looked a bit strange, and said in a fawning tone, "My lord, is there anything this little demon can do for you lately? After I went back last time, I thought carefully. You helped me get revenge by killing Wu Zhu, so this little demon cannot not repay this kindness. My lord, if there is anything you need this little demon for, please don't hesitate to speak up." Song Xianqing narrowed his eyes, glancing at the black cat licking its paws beside him. Then he looked at Emu, his expression indifferent. "Be direct, what do you want to do?" Emu didn't expect Song Xianqing to be so direct. His crocodile eyes darted left and right, hesitating for a couple of breaths before boldly saying, "My lord, the Green Mirror Pond leads directly to the outer waters. I can help you patrol the waters, kill fish monsters, protect the people, and such." Chapter 84, We Are Allies. Song Xuanqing's eyelids twitched, his gaze meeting the slightly guilty expression of the black cat, who dared not look at him. He didn't respond to Emuo's words, but instead asked, "Did Xuanma tell you all this?" Emuo didn't expect Song Xuanqing to turn the topic to this, his eyes flustered, not knowing what to say. The black cat took the initiative to speak up. "My lord, please don't be angry. It was indeed the little demon who told Emuo about this. It's mainly because we saw that you were quite concerned about the fish monster eating people, and Emuo also wanted to do something for you, so he revealed this information. But Emuo came to you wanting to help you solve your worries. It's all from his heart. My lord, please rest assured, the little demon didn't say anything he shouldn't have. If you don't need Emuo to work for you, the little demon will send him away immediately." Emuo also quickly said, "My lord, the little demon has no ill intentions. I just want to repay your kindness and do my part for you, just to curry some favor as well." Song Xuanqing was not angry. Seeing the black cat and Emuo's attitudes were also very good, he didn't dwell on the topic any further. Moreover, Emuo's words had indeed touched on Song Xuanqing's concerns. With Emuo helping to patrol the waters and kill fish monsters, he could save a lot of trouble. Emuo could go to places he couldn't spare the time for. With Emuo's strength, killing those first and second realm fish monsters would be easy, no problem at all. Just as long as he didn't encounter the evil source. Thinking this, Song Xuanqing nodded and said, "You're willing to patrol the waters, kill fish monsters, and protect the people. Naturally I have no objections." Emuo's eyes lit up, overjoyed. The first step to currying favor, success. Song Xuanqing continued, "But you don't need to say it's to repay kindness, just say it. What do you want?" He wasn't blind, he could tell that repaying kindness was just Emuo's excuse. It was impossible for him to come and help without asking anything in return. Emuo's personality was indeed gentle, but he was not some great benevolent demon. He didn't like beating around the bush, it was better to be straightforward. Song Xuanqing had been so blunt, naturally Emuo didn't pretend anymore. But what to ask for? He hesitated for a moment, then said, "My lord, whatever you feel like rewarding the little demon with, the little demon will be very happy. The little demon knows I'm different from Xuanma. Xuanma has been with you longer, so the little demon can't shamelessly ask you to treat me the same as Xuanma." In fact, before coming to see Song Xuanqing, Emuo had prepared to work for free this time. He wanted to curry favor with Song Xuanqing. Working for free was no problem, as long as he could first win Song Xuanqing's favor. Now that Song Xuanqing had taken the initiative to offer rewards, Emuo wasn't greedy. His main goal now was to first win Song Xuanqing's favor. Emuo was sensible, but Song Xuanqing wasn't a skinflint either, so he thought for a moment and said, "I won't favor one over the other. What Xuanma gets for working for me, you'll also get." This naturally referred to the incense value. As for other good things, like demon treasures such as spirit yuan pills, if he had suitable ones on hand, he would also consider them later if Emuo performed well. Emuo's eyes lit up, thinking of the treasures that had rapidly advanced the black cat's cultivation in bones. This lord was truly generous, casually giving out such treasures. This leg to cling to was truly worth it. Emuo was overjoyed. The little demon will definitely not let down your lord's appreciation. Song Xuanqing nodded. "Those fish monsters mostly appear at night. Go patrol the waters outside when you're free. The fish monster's strength is basically in the first and second realms. You'll have no problem dealing with them, just avoid the big fish evil at the source. If you find any traces of that big fish evil, you can come and tell me." Emuo repeatedly agreed. Song Xuanqing also thought of the time Emuo had sucked up the snake demon like noodles, worried that he might get greedy and eat the fish monsters, so he added a reminder. "Also, don't eat that fish monster, to prevent any lingering tricks left behind by evil spirits, and besides, that fish monster was transformed from a person. Eating it is no different than eating a human." Omak's craving was instantly dispelled. With Emu patrolling the waters, Song Xuanqing was indeed much more at ease. Although Emu's cultivation had reached the spirit-gathering realm, it hadn't grown in size, remaining the size of a normal adult Yangtze crocodile. It could move freely through all the riverine waters. And the incidence of fish monsters eating people had also decreased significantly in the past 2 days. However, it wasn't all due to Emu's efforts. There was Song Xuanqing nearby, and Emu, Zhaomingqi, and others, as well as the patrol department further away. Moreover, from Zhaomingqi and the others' conversations, Song Xuanqing learned that the Demon Suppression Division had also gotten involved. It was normal, as evil entities were under the jurisdiction of the Demon Suppression Division. Since he had chopped off the head of that evil entity in Lu village last time, Song Xuanqing hadn't seen the source of the evil entity again. It was likely hiding from him. It couldn't have died, and it certainly hadn't been caught yet. As long as the fish monster issue wasn't resolved, it meant the evil entity was still active. But it was useless for the evil entity to just hide from him. Song Xuanqing's range of movement was limited, whereas the Demon Suppression Division had no such restrictions. Little did Song Xuanqing know, the Demon Suppression Division was having a headache over that evil entity. In the early morning, Zhaomingqi and the others returned. Recently, they had been going out every night hunting down fish monsters along the river. After washing their faces, they went to the main hall to offer incense. After offering incense, they gathered in front of the big black cat in the corner. Xuanma, has Lord Xianqing taken in a new crocodile demon beast? The black cat yawned and raised its head in confusion. How did you know? It's only been 2 days. Zhao Mingqi's expression was a bit complex as she recounted what happened. Last night, they had discovered traces of fish monsters. Just as they were about to act, a crocodile demon at the spirit gathering realm surfaced. The crocodile demon's tail, though it didn't look big, was extremely powerful, taking out a fish monster with each swipe. It had even finished off the fish monsters without even opening its mouth. Although its actions of killing fish monsters coincided with their own, it was, after all, a demon, and it had entered a river area within human territory. They were afraid it might start eating people after killing the fish monsters, so they prepared to attack. But just as Zhao Mingqi rushed forward, the crocodile demon hastily begged for mercy. My fellow martial arts masters, don't attack. We are allies. You kill fish monsters to protect the people, and so do I. I am under the orders of Lord Xianqing to kill fish monsters and protect the people. I don't eat people. Zhao Mingqi and the others were doubtful and thought of the black cat's existence. They thought it might really be a new demon beast Lord Xianqing had taken in, especially since it could call out Lord Xuanqing's name, and they let it go. And now that they asked this morning, it turned out that it really was a new demon beast that Lord Xianqing had taken in. How had he managed to take it in? Demon beasts that had already reached the spirit gathering realm were all very proud, and unruly not eating people was already good enough. How could one be subdued to protect humans? Although they were full of doubts, they didn't ask further, taking it as another of the Divine Lord's unfathomable means. Chapter 85, Seeking Divine Aid to Slay Evil? Huanan County, Huaiyan River. The rising sun scattered across the lake's surface, shimmering gold, with a misty haze blanketing the vast expanse of water. White herons leisurely flew above the reeds, creating a picturesque scene. Of course, that was if you ignored the droppings falling as they flew. Zhou Yuqing, dressed in black and red brocade, sat amidst the reeds, his mood already foul. Then, 2 dollops of bird poop landed on his face, making his already disheveled appearance look even more slovenly. Zhou Yuqing's temper flared instantly. Damn it, it was bad enough that the evil spirit bullied him, but now a bird dared to poop on his face. Zhou Yuqing sprang to his feet, angrily wanting to strike the bird. Yuan Songlin, with one hand on his long saber, forcefully pressed him back down. Alright, stop fooling around. Go wash your face. Zhou Yuqing could only suppress his anger and went to wash his face. Yuan Songlin gazed at the vast lake, lost in thought. There were 7 or 8 of them, all dressed in black and red brocade, sitting among the reeds. Each bore injuries of varying degrees, appearing disheveled. Upon learning of the appearance of the great fish evil in Huanan County, the Demon Suppression Division had gathered their forces and arrived to subdue the evil spirit. Knowing in advance that the evil spirit was powerful, they not only had Yuan Sunlin's original team but had also dispatched an expert from within the division. This expert was even more skilled than Yuan Sonlin, possessing a late-stage spiritual realm cultivation. In the entire Huaiyan Prefecture, they were among the most powerful cultivators. Huaiyan Prefecture did not have any experts in the 6th realm, and among the Demon Suppression Division personnel stationed in Huaiyan Prefecture, there were only a handful of experts with late-stage spiritual realm cultivation. Yet, they still could not subdue the evil spirit. The evil spirit was too good at running and hiding. Furthermore, it was in the water. Water was naturally not conducive to the Demon Suppression Division's combat. The evil spirit had also cultivated a batch of cannon fodder fish monsters. Due to these difficulties, they had failed twice to capture the evil spirit. This great fish evil was different from the one Jia Dague had encountered last time. At least that one could be caught head-on, even if it couldn't be kept. This time, the great fish evil was very difficult to even catch. Yuan Sonlin stared at the lake, lost in thought. After a while, he snapped out of his reverie and turned his head towards the elderly man behind him, who was sitting with his eyes closed, focusing his breath. Ko Shangning, one of the heads of the Demon Suppression Division's branch in Huaiyan Prefecture, possessed a late-stage spiritual realm cultivation. He was also the expert dispatched this time. The old man had a head full of silver hair, but not a single wrinkle on his face. Just by looking at his face, he looked to be around Yuan Sonlin's age, but in reality, he was almost 200 years old. Yuan Sonlin pondered for a moment before speaking. Master Ko, that evil spirit is very cunning. I'm afraid we won't be able to lure it out many more times. Next time we lure it out, will we be able to suppress it? Ko Shangning remained silent for a long while before opening his eyes, his tone indifferent. If we can't suppress it, then we won tea? We'll just let it run rampant? If we must, we'll force our way into the Huaiyan River. Forcing their way into the Huaiyan River was their worst-case scenario. The water was the evil spirit's paradise, not theirs. Yuan Sonlin's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. Zhou Yuqing, having finished washing his face, returned. Hearing their conversation, he couldn't help but angrily declare, "Forcing our way into the water? If they push us, we'll storm the Heavenly Mountain Sect's branch in Huayun Prefecture. They deliberately released the evil spirit, not letting us have peace, then we won't let them have peace either." The great fish evil of Huanan County was originally under suppression and seal. But recently, the people of the Heavenly Mountain sect had deliberately released it to disturb them. Zhou Yuqing cursed, calling them a bunch of people who feared nothing more than the world being in chaos. Yuan Songlin said, "Alright, we don't need to worry about the Heavenly Mountain sect for now. They're having their own headaches. The Ancient God Society has been going crazy lately, chasing after them relentlessly." Zhou Yuqing began to gloat again. The Heavenly Mountain sect deserves it. The Ancient God Society hasn't been on their tails like this in a long time. Now, it looks like the Ancient God Society is hell-bent on driving them out of Huayun Prefecture. Yuan Songlin thought of Song Xianqing and those members of the Ancient God Society in the Xianqing Temple. He felt like he knew why the ancient gods had recently been madly attacking the Tianshan sect. However, he didn't care much about that, he only cared about how to eliminate this great fish evil. Yuan Songlin said, "Master Ko, I have other methods that might eliminate this evil. Do you want to try them?" Ko Xiangning looked at him doubtfully and said, "Speak freely." He was also a little strange. What methods did Yuan Songlin have to eliminate that evil? Why didn't he mention it before, and only now? Yuan Songlin said, "Master Ko, do you remember me telling you before that last time we were chasing a black mist evil to Huanan County and it was suspected to have been killed by a god at a place called Xianqing Temple?" Ko Xiangning nodded, frowning. "I remember. What's the matter? Do you want to ask that expert to help kill this evil? You didn't even see the face of the expert behind it, let alone know how to contact them, so how can you ask for help?" Ko Xiangning didn't believe in the existence of gods. He had lived a long time and seen a lot. Every few years, there were confident rumors about the existence of powerful gods, but they always turned out to be false. He thought the god Yuan Songlin spoke of might just be some expert hidden in the shadows. He even thought that the so-called killing of the evil might just be some special sealing method. He remembered that when Yuan Songlin told him about this, he was regretful that Yuan Songlin hadn't managed to obtain contact information. Yuan Songlin shook his head, his face serious. "Master Ko, I still think that the evil was very likely killed by that god, the venerable Xianqing Duke. If the one who killed the evil was really an expert hiding in the shadows, it would be very difficult to find them again since we didn't get in touch before. But what if the one who killed the evil was a god? Wouldn't it be easy to just go to the statue and offer incense and prayers?" Ko Xiangning hadn't seen it with his own eyes, so he was skeptical, which Yuan Songlin understood. But he had seen it with his own eyes, and he was still more inclined to believe that it was a god who had killed the evil. Yuan Songlin was serious, but Ko Xiangning still looked at him with eyes that seemed to say, "Child, you don't seem very smart. So, Songlin, you mean you want to go offer incense and ask a statue of a god if it can help us kill the evil?" Ko Xiangning felt that even saying these words made him sound a bit unintelligent. Yuan Songlin knew that Ko Xiangning didn't believe him, so he didn't argue much, only saying, "Master Ko, we don't have much confidence in taking down that evil right now. Why not try other avenues? Even if we go to pray to that Xianqing Duke to kill the evil and fail, and the evil isn't killed, we don't have much to lose. But if we succeed..." It had to be said that although Ko Xiangning thought Yuan Songlin was daydreaming, what he said made sense. After all, they wouldn't lose anything. After a moment of contemplation, Ko Xiangning nodded in agreement. "Then let's try what you said." Chapter 86. Such a sharp tongue. The sky was clear and bright, without a single cloud. Inside the Zhuanging Temple, incense smoke curled upwards. Zhao Mingqi sat crouched in a corner of the wall, leisurely stroking a cat while watching the pilgrims offer their incense. The large, dog-like black cat lay on the ground, its chin raised as she stroked it. It comfortably squinted its eyes, a purring sound rumbling in its throat. It was the very picture of tranquility. The next moment, Zhao Mingqi's expression abruptly changed, and she stood up. The black cat's languid eyes also instantly turned serious. The two looked towards the direction outside the Zhuanging Temple. The sound of horses' hooves grew from distant to near, and the powerful aura was becoming increasingly impossible to ignore. Yi Yunsong suddenly appeared beside Zhao Mingqi, offering her a large blade, his expression cold and alert. Late stage of spirit communication. Zhao Mingqi took the blade and told the black cat to stay in the main hall, not to run around, before following Yi Yunsong outside. By the time the two of them reached the temple gate, the group of horse riders had arrived. Seeing Yuan Songlin's familiar face, the alertness in Zhao Mingqi and Yi Yunsong's expressions eased slightly. It was the Demon Hunters Bureau. That was fine, as long as it wasn't the Heavenly Mountain sect. Yuan Songlin's group stopped their horses in the open space in front of the temple and dismounted. This time, it was not Yuan Songlin leading the group, but Ko Xiangning walking at the front. Zhao Mingqi's gaze, however, went past Ko Xiangning and landed on Yuan Songlin. Demon Hunter Yuan, it's been a while. What brings you here again? Did you come specifically to offer incense to Master Zhuanging? Yuan Sonlin paused slightly and nodded. You could say that. He had come to ask Master Zhuanging to slay an evil spirit, so wasn't that specifically offering incense to Master Zhuanging? Zhao Mingqi glanced at Ko Xiangning again. His expression was extremely calm, his hair silver, and even though he wasn't deliberately releasing his aura, Zhao Mingqi still felt a great deal of pressure from him. However, she didn't say much and opened the temple doors behind her. Since you are pilgrims, then welcome, esteemed sirs, to enter the temple to offer incense. Ko Xiangning frowned, about to say something, but Yuan Sonlin pulled him back. Master Ko, let's offer incense first. The subtext, other matters can be discussed after we offer incense. The words Ko Xiangning was about to say were swallowed again after being pulled by Yuan Sonlin. He was indeed more accustomed to getting straight to the point, but they were already here, so there was no harm in waiting a little longer. Since Yuan Sonlin wanted to offer incense first, then they would do that. He was not the kind of boss who acted unilaterally. Compared to Ko Xiangning, Yuan Sonlin was more respectful of Master Zhuanging and also believed more in Master Zhuanging's existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to suggest asking Master Zhuanging to slay the evil spirit. Therefore, he was more sensible than Ko Xiangning. The Demon Hunters Bureau group entered the Zhuanging temple and immediately offered incense to Master Zhuanging one by one. Of course, they had to pay for their own incense. However, Yuan Sonlin was a little confused. Why was Master Ko always staring at the statue? He was frowning as he looked, his expression odd. Master Ko, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the statue? Upon hearing Yuan Sonlin's question, Ko Xiangning shook his head. No. He just felt that the statue was strange, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was strange about it. Yuan Sonlin nodded and said with clear eyes, then Master Ko, please don't keep staring at the statue. Be careful not to offend Master Zhuanging. If Master Zhuanging is in a bad mood, he might not agree to help us later. Ko Xiangning couldn't bother to ponder the peculiarity of the statue anymore. He glared at Yuan Sonlin, his beard bristling. He wanted to curse, but he didn't know what to curse or where to begin. After the group finished offering incense, Yuan Sonlin said, Miss Zhao, there are too many people here. May we speak privately? Zhao Mingqi had long seen that they had not come just to offer incense, so she was not surprised. She led them to the temple steward's room. Speak, what is it? It was still Yuan Sonlin who acted as the mouthpiece, explaining their purpose in coming here. After listening, Zhao Mingqi raised her eyebrows in surprise and looked at Ko Xiangning a few more times. So, you want to ask Master Zhuanging to take action and help you slay the evil spirit at the source? Is that source of evil really that difficult to deal with? Even a great expert in the late spirit connection realm has taken action and still can't suppress it. We can only seek help from Lord Xinqing now. Ko Xiangning noticed her gaze and his expression immediately darkened. It's not that the Demon Suppression Division can't suppress that evil entity, it's just that Yuan Sonlin said that Lord Xinqing is immensely powerful and can completely eradicate the evil entity, which is why we came here. We also wanted to witness the methods of a divine being. Zhao Mingqi pouted, thinking to herself. Who knows how strong this old man is, but his words are certainly stubborn. Yuan Sonlin coughed twice and immediately said, That's right, we came here to beseech Lord Xinqing to take action and help us slay that evil entity. Zhao Mingqi nodded, I understand. I will clear the people out. You can go cast the divination blocks to ask Lord Xinqing if he is willing to act. After she spoke, she left. A quarter of an hour later, the people offering incense in the temple were cleared out. Yuan Sonlin stood below the divine statue, holding the divination blocks in his hands. Looking up at the lifelike statue, he took a deep breath and tossed the blocks. Song Xinqing had already made up his mind, giving the answer of the sacred blocks. As long as that giant fish evil entity is alive, the people will not have a single day of peace. Song Xinqing naturally wanted to slay that evil entity as well. He initially thought that the Demon Suppression Division could handle it. But he didn't expect, oh well, so be it. The Demon Suppression Division also wants to slay that evil entity for the sake of the people. There's no reason for him not to help. 3 times in a row, it was the sacred blocks. Yuan Sonlin completely relaxed, his mind racing. That giant fish evil entity won't be able to flap for much longer. Lord Xinqing, it seems he is indeed a kind god who pities the people. Seeing this, Ko Xiangning leaned in, how is it? Yuan Sonlin smiled, Lord Xinqing has agreed to help us slay that evil entity. Ko Xiangning nodded thoughtfully, then what do we do next? Are we just waiting for that evil entity to suddenly die? Or what? At this moment, a black cat sauntered over, speaking in a human voice. Lord Xinqing said, there is an old statue of Lord Xinqing in the back hall. You can take it with you. When you lure out that evil entity, light incense and pray to the divine spirit, and Lord Xinqing will take action to slay the evil entity. After the evil entity is slain, remember to return the statue. The black cat was conveying Song Xianqing's intention. He could use the statue as an anchor point to descend onto the statue. As long as the people from the Demon Suppression Division were carrying his statue when they were slaying the evil entity, he could take action to help them slay the evil entity. Of course, the statue was of extraordinary significance to Song Xianqing. If he didn't think the Demon Suppression Division was trustworthy, and if he wasn't confident in his own strength to not fear the people of the Demon Suppression Division, he wouldn't have let them move his statue so casually. Otherwise, if the statue was destroyed, it would be a significant loss for the current Song Xianqing. Therefore, this statue was only being temporarily lent to the Demon Suppression Division. They had to return it after they finished slaying the evil entity. Yuan Songlin's eyes lit up, understanding what the black cat meant. We just need to take that statue of Lord Xianqing with us, and then when we lure off the evil entity, light incense and pray for Lord Xianqing to slay the evil entity? The black cat nodded, yes, and remembered to return the statue afterward. Yuan Songlin nodded happily. Alright, Lord Xianqing, rest assured. After we slay the evil entity, we will return the statue intact. Chapter 87, respectfully inviting the divine splendor and vast blessing. The mysterious purity Great Emperor Yuan Songlin and the other Demon Suppression Bureau members were visibly delighted. Only Ko Xiangning didn't feel much of anything. He was very skeptical about whether the so-called deity, Lord Xianqing, would actually appear at the time and slay the evil spirits. He just treated it as a last resort. Even if the so-called deity, Lord Xianqing, didn't appear, they would just suppress the evil spirits themselves after luring them out. Ko Xiangning didn't place all his hopes on that Lord Xianqing. Yuan Songlin asked excitedly, "Where is the old statue of Lord Xianqing?" Zhao Mingqi lowered her head, frowning in thought for a long while, and only looked up when she heard this question. "It's in the back hall. I'll take you to retrieve the statue, but I have a request." Yuan Songlin said, "Just speak, Miss Zhao. I want to accompany and escort the statue." Zhao Mingqi felt that, given the character of this group from the Demon Suppression Bureau, they probably wouldn't treat the statue carefully. She wasn't very reassured. In her heart, even if it was just an old statue of Lord Xianqing, it was still noble and inviolable. She would only feel at ease if she personally accompanied and escorted it. Otherwise, what if the statue of Lord Xianqing came back missing an arm or a leg? Yuan Songlin didn't speak, looking at Ko Xiangning instead. After all, they were going to slay evil spirits, and whether or not to bring an extra person was up to Ko Xiangning to decide. Ko Xiangning nodded nonchalantly. "Whatever, you can come along, just don't interfere with our actions." He had a good understanding of what kind of people the ancient god society were. He wasn't too worried that Zhao Mingqi would deliberately cause trouble. Zhao Mingqi's expression finally softened, and she led them to the back hall, where they brought out the old statue. The old statue was placed in a shrine and carried by two people. Then, Zhao Mingqi followed the group from the Demon Suppression Bureau and left. The bright moon reflected on the lake's surface, the water rippling vast and wide. Amongst the reeds at the shore, a shrine rested upon a large stone. In front of the shrine, a small and delicate incense burner was placed. Zhao Mingqi stood guard nearby, along with two other members of the demon hunters. All were at the cultivating thought realm. Zhou Yuqing was among them. As for Yuan Songlin and Ko Xiangning, they had already submerged into the water to lure the great fish demon. Underwater, dark and deep, Ko Xiangning and the others were locked in a fierce battle with the great fish demon. Blood was scattering in the water, further enraging the demon. In the previous two encounters, Ko Xiangning and the others had the upper hand. But today was different. In the clash, they were instead on the losing end. A large wound had appeared on Ko Xiangning's chest, blood spreading like the result of a bite. The great fish demon naturally had no idea this was a deliberate act of weakness on Ko Xiangning's part, meant to lure it out for a beatdown. It only felt like it had grown stronger, that today's opponents were no match for it. The great fish demon opened its huge maw full of teeth and bit at Ko Xiangning. Ko Xiangning could have dodged, but he didn't. He let the sharp teeth bite into his back, tearing off a large chunk of flesh, the pain making the veins on his forehead bulge. A martial artist's flesh was much more delicious and nourishing than a mortal's. The great fish demon became even more self-satisfied. So what if they were martial artists in the late spiritual illumination realm? They were still no match for it. And what made it even more delighted was that, in the next moment, Ko Xiangning and his team tried to flee. Previously, it had always been the one being chased. Was it now their turn to run? How could the great fish demon let them escape? Now was the time to press the advantage, to prevent these people from bothering it again in the future. And it hadn't sensed any dangerous aura outside. Therefore, it pursued Ko Xiangning and the others with no reservations. Ko Xiangning and the others kept it at a distance, neither too far nor too close. On the large stone among the reeds, Zhou Yuqing sensed the increasingly close ripples from underwater. His face grave, he quickly took out the incense he had prepared earlier and lit it. Then, he knelt before the shrine, his expression respectful. I humbly request the divine grace of the Xianqing Great Emperor to descend and slay this evil. The lit incense was placed into the burner. Actually, as long as Song Xianqing desired it, even without descending upon the divine statue, the statue could act as his eyes at any moment. The incense offering was just a formality to make the deity appear less casual. Seeing Zhou Yucheng complete the ritual, Song Xianqing immediately chose to descend upon the statue. In an instant, the previously ordinary-looking stone statue radiated a shocking aura. Divine might surged, not to be violated. At that moment, the statue seemed to come alive. Zhou Yucheng and the others remained kneeling. They couldn't see the changes in the statue, but could feel the rising aura. Zhou Yucheng and the other demon hunter were overjoyed. Uncle Yuan had won his bet. Master Xianqing had truly manifested. Master Xianqing was indeed real. Master Xianqing had come to slay the evil. At this moment, the great fish demon had chased Ko Shangning and the others to the surface, a mere few tens of meters from the reeds. It was reveling in its anticipation of catching and devouring Ko Shangning. But it never expected that the shore, which had been calm just moments ago, would suddenly emanate a familiar and overpowering aura. The memory of having its head sliced off last time was deeply ingrained, and it recognized it immediately. It was that mysterious powerhouse who had sliced off its head last time. The great fish demon panicked instantly. It had avoided that area, so why had that person come after it here? The great fish demon was very cautious. It couldn't be bothered to devour Ko Shangning and the others anymore. The moment it recognized Song Xianqing's aura, it wanted to turn and flee. How could Ko Shangning let it escape at this point? Even if the statue hadn't manifested, he would still have tried to counterattack and suppress the demon. Not to mention the strange ripples coming from the reeds that the Xianqing Gong statue had very likely manifested. Ko Shangning, not even bothering to be surprised that the Xianqing Duke actually existed and was showing his power, saw the large fish fiend was about to escape and lunged without a second thought. Ko Shangning, who had been playing weak and acting as if he were no match for the large fish fiend, was suddenly incredibly fierce. He grabbed the tail of the large fish fiend in one go, yanking it so hard it couldn't move. The fiend even turned around to bite him, but Ko Shangning, despite his age, was vigorous and strong, snatching Yuan Sunglin's long blade and hacking away. The large fish fiend wasn't afraid of Ko Shangning, but it feared Song Xianqing, who had previously severed its head. Unwilling to be stalemated with Ko Shangning, the large fish fiend simply and ruthlessly severed its own tail. Then, like an arrow shot from A-Bao, it darted away, incredibly fast. Ko Shangning was stunned. Had this fiend sensed danger? It would sever its tail just to escape? After fighting for so many rounds, this was the first time he had seen this fiend so cowardly. In the blink of an eye, the large fish fiend had swam nearly 100 meters. Ko Shangning came back to his senses and was about to give chase. He couldn't let this fiend get away. But just as Ko Shangning was about to move, he saw an ancient, slightly transparent, ethereal, azure-colored long sword appear above the fiend's head. The next moment, the long sword came down. Chapter 88. He should indeed worship Lord Xianqiang under the moonlight. The black fish with its tail severed was desperately fleeing. It was as if some monstrous flood was chasing it from behind. Little did it know, death was hanging over its head at this very moment. A celestial blue, ancient sword appeared out of thin air, silently descending towards the fish's head. Its large, sturdy head was like tofu under the sword's edge, easily sliced in two. The evil fish hadn't even registered what was happening when its head was separated from its body. Only after its head had been chopped off did it realize the situation. Its fear expanded infinitely, and the evil fish didn't care about anything else, attempting its old trick of escaping with the rest of its body. But Song Xianqing was prepared this time. The sword didn't stop after severing the head, immediately going for the body. At the same time, divine power surged along the sword into the evil fish's body. The evil fish didn't even have a chance to escape as it was dismembered into 8 pieces. Such wounds would normally severely injure it, but not completely kill it. It could recover over time. However, Song Xianqing's attacks were no ordinary. His divine power could completely obliterate its source. The pain of having its source obliterated was unbearable even for the evil fish, as it let out a furious, unwilling roar. Not far away, Ko Shangning was soaked in the water, gripping the severed tail left behind by the evil fish. He stared blankly at the fish, now dismembered, its aura weakening, and only able to roar impotently. Was this evil thing this weak? So easily dismembered and unable to escape? After a moment of stunned silence, Ko Shangning immediately reacted. This was a perfect opportunity to seal the evil thing. Quick, get the suppression artifact. Ko Shangning turned his head and urgently spoke to the Demon Quelling Division personnel behind him. The group from the Demon Quelling Division were momentarily baffled by his words. Get the suppression artifact for what? With Lord Xianqing taking action, the evil thing would be completely annihilated. They were about to explain when Ko Shangning saw with his own eyes the process of the evil thing being eradicated. The evil fish's roars grew weaker and weaker, and as its source was obliterated, the dismembered fish also became more and more faint. After a few breaths, it vanished into thin air. Now, even without explanation, Ko Xiangning understood. After the evil thing was slain, only the ancient celestial blue sword in spatial rifts remained. The evil fish had completely disappeared, leaving no trace of its aura. It was as if everything that had just transpired was only an illusion. But Ko Xiangning knew very well that he hadn't been hallucinating. So, the evil thing was truly and utterly eradicated? Unbelievable, evil things could actually be completely killed? And it was killed by a divine statue? No, to be precise, by the divine being represented by that statue. The sudden appearance of the ancient sword matched the descriptions given by Yuan Songlin and others. Its owner was the divine being named Lord Xincheng. And the appearance of the divine sword and the slaying of the evil thing indeed happened after Zhou Yuqing and the others had lit incense and prayed to the deity. He had truly felt the sudden, powerful, and divine aura that emerged from the reeds. Ko Xiangning couldn't think of any other possibility except the divine statue manifesting. But wasn't it already proven that gods didn't exist in this world? So what was this situation? The gods really existed, and evil things could be completely obliterated. Ko Xiangning felt like his worldview had been shattered. While still in shock, Ko Xiangning saw the divine sword, after slaying the evil thing, didn't disappear as Yuan Songlin had described. Instead, it abruptly changed direction and rushed towards him. Ko Xiangning was immediately dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was Lord Xincheng's divine sword suddenly attacking him? Did he do something to displease the deity? Was Lord Xincheng holding a grudge? As Ko Xiangning's heart pounded with fear, the celestial blue sword arrived before his eyes. Then he swiftly slashed at the fish tail he was holding. Ko Xiangning was startled and quickly flung the fish tail away. Song Xianqing didn't care about his mood, and only after obliterating the last trace of the evil essence from the fish tail with divine power did he retract the Qingqi sword. The Qingqi sword appeared silently and then vanished just as silently. Only then did Ko Xiangning realize that the divine sword hadn't been aimed at him, but at the fish tail in his hand. Yuan Songlin, having been through this before, understood his current feelings very well. He swam over, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Master Ko, the evil is dead, let's go ashore. Your wounds still need treatment." Ko Xiangning, lost in thought, followed Yuan Songlin and the others ashore. In the reeds, on top of a large rock, sat a shrine, with the incense and the small burner in front of it not yet completely burned. The stone statue in the shrine had returned to its normal appearance, and the powerful aura Ko Xiangning had initially felt had dissipated. This was because Song Xianqing had returned after killing the evil. Zhou Yuqing, seeing Ko Xiangning and the others return, exclaimed excitedly, "The evil was killed, right?" Ko Xiangning, somewhat absent-minded, nodded, "Yes, it has been killed." Zhou Yuqing was overjoyed. "I knew that with Master Xianqing, killing that evil would be no problem." Evils are also categorized by strength and methods, and this particular evil had indeed been a headache for the demon hunters. Otherwise, the Heavenly Mountain sect wouldn't have gone to the trouble of releasing it. Fortunately, this evil was now completely destroyed, and the aftermath was completely eliminated. Ko Xiangning gazed at the blurry-faced deity in the shrine with a complex look and asked, "Is there any more incense?" "Yes." Zhou Yuqing took out a bundle of incense from his pocket. Ko Xiangning nodded, took 3 sticks of incense, then lit them and knelt before the shrine to worship. Martial artists are all atheists, and he was no exception. He even used to think that even if gods truly existed in the world, he wouldn't believe they should be worshipped. But Master Xianqing, he should indeed be worshipped. Killing that evil had not only helped the demon hunters but also saved the lives of countless people. Ko Xiangning's act of offering incense awakened the others. After he finished his offering, the other members of the demon hunters also came forward to offer incense one after another. Zhou Yuqing had brought a bundle of incense with him, but it turned out to be not enough in the end. The last 2 people could only offer 1 stick of incense each. After they had all finished offering incense, Zhao Mingqi said, "The evil has been removed. If there is nothing else, let's go back to the Shenqing temple and return the statue." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqing's eyes immediately wandered, and he scratched his head. "Sister Zhao, does this statue need to be returned so urgently? Doesn't the Shenqing temple already have a large statue of Master Shenqing?" Chapter 89. The highly motivated laboring crocodile Zhao Mingqi detected something amiss and glared at him. So what if the Shenqing temple had a great deity statue? This old statue was still a deity statue, and it should rightfully stay in the Shenqing temple, accompanying Lord Shencheng. Zhou Yuqing coughed a couple of times and moved closer to Zhao Mingqi, whispering, "Sister Zhao, what I mean is, could we borrow the statue for a little longer? Don't worry, we'll absolutely protect Lord Xuanqing's statue properly." Zhao Mingqi's face darkened slightly. "Have you forgotten what you said before we requested the statue? You promised to return it after killing the evil spirits. Are you going back on your word now?" Zhou Yuqing chuckled awkwardly. No going back on our word, we just want to borrow it for a little longer. Evil spirits are bizarre and varied, and some are really hard to seal or suppress. So, we were thinking that we could use Lord Xuanqing's power to completely obliterate some of them. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't make such an unreasonable request. But wasn't it because the statue was too useful? Zhao Mingqi's face was grim. She thought to herself that it was a good thing she had come along, otherwise, the demon hunters might have just run off with Lord Xuanqing's statue without even saying goodbye. Faced with Zhou Yuqing's request, she refused without hesitation. No, you need to return the statue first. If you have other requests, go ask Lord Xuanqing again. You can't go back on your word now. Zhou Yuqing was about to speak when Ko Xiangning stopped him. Alright, we'll return the statue first. In any case, thank you very much for Lord Xuanqing's help this time. The demon hunters will remember Lord Xuanqing's kindness. Old people were indeed more adept at handling things. Zhao Mingqi's expression softened and she nodded. Well, return the statue first. As for remembering Lord Xuanqing's kindness, if you are sincere, let more places and more people worship Lord Xuanqing. I believe Lord Xuanqing will be happy to have more people worship him. Zhao Mingqi was one who knew how to seize an opportunity. Ko Xiangning shook his head and chuckled. Miss Xiao, the Shang nation isn't run by our demon hunters alone. We are just a hand of His Majesty, and our main task is to hunt and kill demons and evil spirits. To get more people to worship Lord Xuanqing is a bit presumptuous, we'd be sticking our hands out too far. Zhao Mingqi was just mentioning it casually and didn't say anything more after hearing this. Ko Xiangning smiled. Lord Xuanqing is a compassionate and powerful deity who will always win the hearts of the people and attract more people to believe in and worship him. If His Majesty were to know about Lord Xuanqing's existence, he would surely be delighted. Would the Shang Nation Emperor really be delighted that a mysterious and powerful deity who had the support of the people had appeared on his country's land? Zhao Mingqi could only say that she didn't know and wouldn't judge. After the statue was returned to Xuanqing Temple, the demon hunters indeed wanted to borrow Song Xuanqing's statue again. More accurately, they wanted to invite the god and borrow Song Xuanqing's divine power. Naturally, Song Xuanqing would not agree. Was he some kind of hired hand? The great fish fiend was active in his jurisdiction and close to him. It was also in Song Xuanqing's interest to slay the fiend alongside the demon hunters. But now the demon hunters wanted to borrow his statue for other purposes? That was impossible. He wasn't comfortable enough with the demon hunters to leave his statue in their hands for a long time. Yuan Songlin cast the divination blocks 3 times in a row, and each time he received a negative hexagram. Zhou Yuqing watched with mounting impatience, snatching the blocks and casting them himself. The result, of course, was still a negative hexagram each time. Zhao Mingqi smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't cast anymore. Lord Xuanqing doesn't agree. No matter how many times you cast, he won't agree. Yuan Songlin sighed and said, if Lord Xuanqing doesn't agree, we can't force it. In any case, thank you again, Lord Xuanqing. The demon hunters said their goodbyes and left Xuanqing Temple. They still had cleanup work to do, clearing out the remaining fish monsters. Without the source of the fiend, the fish monsters were easy to deal with. The sun was blazing. Song Xuanqing arrived at Green Mirror Pond. Sensing his presence, Emu quickly surfaced, its crocodile eyes blinking as it looked at Song Xuanqing expectantly. As usual, Song Xuanqing gave it 5 points of incense power. This had been their daily routine these past few days. At dusk, Emu would follow the flow of Green Mirror Pond to patrol the waters and kill fish monsters. During the day, Song Xuanqing would come here to give it incense power. Emu floated on the surface, closing its eyes to absorb the incense power with pleasure. Its starting point was higher than the black cat, Xuanma, so the changes brought by the incense power were not as obvious. But Emu itself could feel that its foundation and cultivation were both increasing, especially its foundation and comprehension. At this rate, it would be able to try breaking through to the middle stage of the spirit gathering realm in less than a month. It had already been close to the middle stage, and now, with the incense power enhancing its cultivation, foundation, and comprehension, its breakthrough speed would be even faster. Its future potential would also be higher. Besides relying on Song Xuanqing, Emu didn't know where else it could find such a good thing. Going out at night to kill some first and second stage fish monsters allowed it to receive this kind of treasure that enhanced its foundation and comprehension every day. After blissfully absorbing the incense power, Emu opened its eyes and said happily, "Thank you, sir. This little demon will not let you down." Song Xuanqing nodded, finally bringing up the main reason he came today. Starting today, you don't need to patrol the waters and hunt down fish monsters anymore. Song Xuanqing's tone was calm, and his expression was as usual. But these words were like a bolt from the blue for Emu. It immediately widened its crocodile eyes, looking at Song Xuanqing in a panic. Why does Sir suddenly not want this little demon to patrol the waters anymore? Did this little demon not do something well and displease you? Sir, if there is something this little demon didn't do well, you can say it directly. This little demon will definitely change and ensure to do even better in the future. Sir, please let me continue patrolling the waters. I don't need the treasure, I'll atone for it. Emu's watery crocodile eyes looked at Song Xianqing pitifully, as if it was about to cry. Song Xianqing. Was Emu overthinking things, thinking he was abandoning it? He shook his head with a chuckle and said, "No, you've done very well. I have no complaints. It's just that the source of the fish monsters outside has been dealt with, and this matter is already over." Hearing that Song Xianqing was not dissatisfied with it, Emu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But thinking about how the fish monster matter was over, Emu was still a little disappointed. Without fish monsters, and without patrolling the waters, wouldn't the daily rewards from Song Xianqing also be gone? Emu was extremely greedy for incense power, and the thought of it being gone filled its heart with disappointment. It felt like it had lost its job. It's good that the fish monster matter has been resolved. Sir will no longer have to worry about it. This is a good thing, Emu said with a forced smile. But its heart still felt empty. It was reluctant to lose the incense power that Song Xianqing gave every day. Crocodile crying JPG. Sir, is there anything else this little demon can do for you? This little demon can do anything. Emu looked at Song Xianqing expectantly, not giving up. Song Xianqing. Such an enthusiastic working crocodile. Song Xianqing seriously thought about it. It seemed there was indeed one thing that Emu could do, and it was quite important. After pondering for a moment, Song Xianqing said, "I do have something you can do." Emu's eyes lit up. Sir, please tell me. I want to build a small temple in this outer area of the Falling Clouds mountain range, within the territory you control. And then you will be the guardian of the temple. Chapter 90. The temporary worker gets promoted. The idea came to Song Xianqing when he discovered that the black cat Xian Mo offering incense to him could also provide incense points. However, he didn't have specific implementation details at the time. Now that he saw Emu so eager to work for him, Song Xianqing materialized this idea in his mind. He could completely build a small shrine outside the Loxia mountain range to enshrine his statue and have the small demons offer incense. Emu would guard his statue. There were no powerful demons on the outskirts of the Loxia mountain range, and Emu, at the spirit gathering realm, could already occupy a territory. It should be fine for him to guard the statue, as long as the big demons inside the Loxia mountain range didn't run out. Based on Song Xianqing's experience since coming to this world, the big demons inside the Loxia mountain range shouldn't be inclined to run out. If anything unexpected did happen, with Emu as the vanguard, he would have time to get his main body there. Moreover, Emu, as a big demon who had been entrenched in this area for a long time, was more suitable to lead the small demons to offer incense. Song Xianqing didn't mind having more incense points. Human incense was incense, and demon incense was incense. He wasn't picky, he just wanted the incense points. In addition, he could expand his territory. Then he could come to Green Mirror Pond with his main body. He just didn't know how the system would determine his territory range at that time. In any case, establishing a new shrine in the outer areas of the Loxia mountain range and attracting small demons to offer incense was most suitable for Emu to handle. After spending some time together, Song Xianqing had some trust in Emu. It should be fine to let him guard his statue. Song Xianqing told Emu about his plans. I will arrange for the statue and the shrine. When the time comes, you only need to pray and invite the gods according to my instructions. Later, my shrine and statue will be placed by the Green Mirror Pond. You must guard it well and not allow it to be damaged. Also, you've been here for a long time, and you should know the little demons around here well. I need you to lead them to offer incense. Those wicked demons are out of the question, you must judge that for yourself. If those small demons are sincere and respect me, I will perceive it and bestow blessings. You must tell them this. They only need to offer incense on the 1st and 15th of each month, but you must watch over the statue at all times. I will not let you work for nothing. I will reward you on the 1st and 15th of each month. This is a long-term arrangement, Emu. Do not disappoint me. Song Xianqing said a lot, and Emu listened very carefully. Actually, to summarize, it was simple. He only needed to guard the statue and lead the small demons to offer incense on the 1st and 15th of each month. And Emu successfully grasped the key words. This was a long-term arrangement. In other words, unlike patrolling the waters and hunting fish monsters, guarding the shrine and receiving incense was something Song Xianqing needed him to do for a long time. Emu's mood immediately turned from cloudy to sunny. The temporary worker had become a full-time employee. He didn't have to worry about being laid off anytime soon. Emu was overjoyed and full of passion, saying, "My lord, don't worry. I will definitely guard your statue and bring many little demons to offer incense." Song Xianqing, not catch, but attract them to offer incense. What I want is their heartfelt respect and faith. Otherwise, even if those little demons offered him incense, he wouldn't get many incense points. Song Xianqing said earnestly, "You must tell those little demons that as long as they sincerely believe and respect me, I will bestow blessings upon them. If there are any small demons that I find admirable, I will give them extra blessings." As for what those blessings were, naturally, it was returning incense points. As for the extra blessings, that depended on the situation. Anyway, Song Xianqing wouldn't let himself be at a disadvantage. Emu nodded like he was mashing garlic. Song Xianqing arranged a few more details before leaving Green Mirror Pond. Next, he just had to wait for the statue and shrine to be made, and then Song Xuanqing's plan could be officially implemented. As for the matter of sculpting the statue and building the shrine, Song Xianqing naturally couldn't rely on Emu. Professional matters had to be left to professionals. That night, Song Xianqing entered the dreams of the members of the Ancient God Society, instructing them to sculpt a small statue and build a small shrine for him. The statue only needed to be a foot tall. He also required the material to be waterproof and durable. After all, it was in the wild, by a pond, so the material naturally had to be waterproof and durable. Otherwise, if the statue wasn't destroyed by external forces, it would get moldy and mossy over time, which would be too disgusting. The members of the Ancient God Society woke up the next day and asked each other about it. They discovered that they had all dreamed of Lord Xianqing asking them to sculpt a statue and build a shrine. Zheng Haiquan was a bit confused. Why does Lord Xianqing suddenly want a small statue and shrine? Chao Jiaqing shrugged. I don't know, Lord Xianqing didn't say. Okay, what Lord Xianqing wants to do is not our concern. Since Lord Xianqing has this request, we just have to do it, Zhao Mengqi said. Yi Yunsong nodded. I'll go find He Jun. He Jun is a professional when it comes to sculpting statues for Lord Xianqing.